In the depths of the evergreen forest, golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the branches and leaves, carrying with it the fresh scent of nature and the aroma of greenery. Amidst this vibrant forest, a wandering soul awoke, confused and disoriented, as it surveyed its surroundings. Where am I? Didn't I die? How do I still have consciousness? Could it be I've transmigrated? The soul questioned itself in bewilderment. Beep. Infinite Reincarnation System detected a host. Would you like to bind? A mechanical voice suddenly echoed, breaking the soul's daze. Startled, the soul exclaimed, System? Where did that come from? I distinctly remember being hit by a car, and then I lost consciousness. As the memories of its death resurfaced, a deep sorrow welled up within. Its young life had been cut short, with countless dreams left unfulfilled. How could it possibly be reconciled to such an end? Beep. Host's soul is on the verge of dissipating, initiating mandatory measures. What? My soul is going to dissipate. The soul panicked, unable to think of a solution in time. Beep. Host successfully bound, initiating reincarnation. With this announcement, an invisible and overwhelming force engulfed the soul, pulling it away from the lush forest and into oblivion. The evergreen forest, a domain of wild Pokemon, was a place governed by the harsh laws of survival of the fittest. At the bottom of the food chain, tiny green caterpillars struggled to survive, spending their days gnawing on leaves. For them, this was the entirety of existence. In the darkness, the soul regained awareness, finding itself trapped in a confined, sticky, and damp space. This feels awful, so cramped. It noticed its body felt strange and instinctively began to wriggle. Though its strength was feeble, it was enough to realize it could move. With a cracking sound, a sliver of light pierced through the darkness as a small crack appeared in front of it. I can break through this. Energized, the soul struggled with all its might, determined to escape its confinement. With a series of cracking sounds, the shell that imprisoned it finally shattered. Blinding sunlight poured in, forcing it to squint. Once adjusted, it opened its eyes to a vividly colored world. What the? A giant bug? And these trees around me are enormous. It stared in astonishment at the other green caterpillars hatching around it. Looking down at its own body, it froze. 1 second, 2 seconds. I've turned into a bug. It was utterly shocked. Growled before it could process this revelation. Its stomach growled loudly. An instinctive urge drew its attention to the eggshell fragments beneath it, accompanied by a thought. This looks tasty. Guess I'll try a bite. Wriggling its new body, it cautiously nibbled on the eggshell. Not bad. It then devoured the entire eggshell in one go. Burp full at last. Satisfied, it rested on the ground, only for a system notification to echo in its mind. Level up. Current level, LV1. The system. Right. It quickly focused its thoughts. System panel. A virtual screen materialized before its eyes. Host, Caterpie Bell. Type, bug. Talent, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Level, LV1. Ability, shield dust. Moves, string shot, tackle. Faced with the undeniable truth, Bell confirmed it had been reincarnated as a Caterpie, one of the weakest Pokemon in terms of potential. If this is my reality, I might as well make the most of it. As a former Pokemon enthusiast in its past life, it felt a tinge of regret that it couldn't experience the Pokemon world as a human. Still, the chance to live through an authentic Pokemon adventure was a unique blessing. Squawk. A sharp bird cry suddenly pierced through the forest's tranquility, and Bell instinctively froze. Watching its fellow Caterpies scatter in all directions, it quickly wriggled into a nearby bush for cover. Whoosh! A slower Caterpie was not so lucky. A large yellow bird swooped down, pinning it with razor-sharp talons, and began pecking it apart. Bell huddled in the bushes, trembling, not daring to make a sound for fear of attracting the predator's attention. After the unfortunate Caterpie was reduced to remains, the bird paused to preen its feathers, seemingly still hungry. Bell recognized it as a Pidgey, and the system automatically displayed its details. Pokemon, Pidgey. Type, flying normal. Level, LV9. Talent, red. Ability, keen eye. Moves, tackle, sand attack, gust. As Bell observed nervously, a purple snake silently approached the Pidgey. Hiss. In one swift motion, the snake struck, sinking its fangs into the Pidgey. Squawk. The Pidgey let out a chilling scream, struggling desperately as the snake coiled tighter and tighter. Gradually, the Pidgey went limp, its life extinguished. In its final moments, Bell saw pure terror and despair in the Pidgey's eyes, a stark reminder of how quickly a hunter could become prey. The snake and Ekans swallowed the Pidgey whole, and Bell finally grasped the brutal reality of this world. Survival was a matter of strength. If I want to survive here, I have to become stronger. Fear gave way to resolve in Bell's heart. Hiss! The Ekans slithered away into the underbrush, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Bell seized the opportunity to examine its data. Pokemon, Ekans. Type, poison. Level, LV15. Talent, red. Ability, shed skin. Moves, wrap, leer, poison sting, glare. Only after confirming the Eakins was long gone, and waiting an additional 30 minutes, did Belle cautiously emerge from its hiding place, joining the other caterpies that had slowly reappeared. Looks like it's really gone. Belle exhaled in relief. Growl, once again, its stomach protested. As a bug-type Pokemon with rapid growth, caterpies were almost perpetually hungry, eating when awake, sleeping after eating, and repeating this cycle endlessly. What should I eat next? Belle scanned its surroundings, noticing the leftover eggshells from its fellow caterpies. A bold idea sparked in its mind. Food. Isn't there some right here? Belle glanced around, and his eyes fell on the scattered fragments of elf eggshells. These shells were rich in nutrients, a vital resource for newly hatched elves to survive their most fragile period. He vividly recalled the surge of growth energy he felt the last time he consumed an eggshell. That tantalizing taste, capable of fostering upgrades, was an irresistible temptation for him. At this moment, the surrounding green caterpillars, who had already devoured their own shells, were eyeing their companions' eggshells with predatory gazes. Driven by primal instincts, hunger compelled them to seek their next food source. It was nature's most basic law: either act first or be left behind. With this in mind, Belle wriggled his emerald green body and quietly approached a piece of broken eggshell. The crunching sound of his chewing filled the air, and the emptiness in his stomach gradually faded. In no time, the eggshell was completely devoured. Still unsatisfied, Belle crawled toward another fragment and took a hearty bite. Ding! A sudden warmth coursed through his body, accompanied by a system notification. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV2. Belle felt the improvement in his physical abilities and was filled with joy. This sensation made him realize that as long as he kept feeding, he could swiftly progress through his vulnerable growth stage. Looking around at his kindred, who were fiercely competing for the remaining eggshells, a glint of determination flashed in Belle's eyes. The resources were limited, and he needed to secure an advantage before the others. Without hesitation, he activated his silk spinning ability, launching a sticky white thread that ensnared a caterpillar engrossed in eating. As his opponent struggled, Belle quickly lunged forward, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. The exertion from the fight reignited his hunger, making Belle aware that physical activity could accelerate digestion. Before long, another system notification chimed. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV3. Using his newfound level advantage, Belle dominated the scene, claiming all the eggshells from the other green caterpillars. Those who dared to resist were swiftly subdued by his relentless attacks. Belle continued eating while neatly wrapping up the remaining eggshells in silk for later. Just as he was about to leave, satisfied with his spoils, the other caterpillars, now driven by desperation, turned their hungry eyes toward him. Slowly, they began to encircle him, and the tension in the air grew thick, signaling that a fierce confrontation was inevitable. As bug-type Pokemon, caterpie are instinctively inclined to stick together in groups. Although they eventually disperse to grow independently, they reunite with their siblings during metamorphosis into Butterfree. This reunion is both a harsh selection process and a ruthless competition. The weak are destined to perish in the wild. Much like the companion that fell prey earlier, this is the survival test that every pair of Butterfree parents imposes on their offspring. Hand over the food. The leading caterpie snarled menacingly, its eyes glinting with hostility. The other caterpie stared greedily at the eggshell behind Belle. Belle quickly analyzed his opponents. The lead caterpie, a bug type with innate bug talents, had reached the orange tier of strength and possessed 2 level 1 skills, String Shot and Tackle. While its potential exceeded Belle's, it was only at level 1 and posed no real threat. As for the other caterpie, they hadn't even reached a measurable level, making them negligible. With this assessment, Belle straightened up and assumed an aggressive stance. The fierce glint in his eyes caused the surrounding caterpie to shrink back in fear. After all, they were newly hatched bug-type Pokemon, naturally timid. Confronted by a peer harboring the soul of a 25-year-old human, they were clearly intimidated. The lead caterpie hesitated, fear momentarily flashing in its eyes, but the allure of the eggshell made it reluctant to retreat. At that moment, Belle made his move. Swish! A precise string shot out, followed by Belle charging forward in a flash of white light, like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The restrained caterpie couldn't evade and was sent flying by the impact. Belle immediately followed up with another string shot, binding his opponent tightly. What? The lead caterpie weakly exclaimed, but the other caterpie had already scattered in all directions, leaving only trembling figures hidden among the grass. Without hesitation, Belle delivered the final blow. Smack! This tackle left the lead caterpie with spiraling eyes, collapsing into a near-death state. Ding! A system notification sounded. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV4. Feeling the surge of newfound strength within him, Belle silently noted this method of leveling up. He scanned his surroundings for other targets, but the area was now devoid of any caterpie. I need to find a safe place to hide, Belle reminded himself. he was still very weak, and if not for his preemptive strike, the outcome of the battle could have been entirely different. The environment seemed fraught with danger, with the possibility of a Pidgey appearing at any moment to hunt. Bell used his string to wrap up the eggshell and crouched low, moving cautiously toward a place with better cover. As a Caterpie, flying-type Pokemon like Pidgey posed the greatest threat. When choosing a hiding spot, the ground was immediately ruled out. It offered poor visibility and made him an easy target for aerial predators. Additionally, terrestrial threats like Rattata roamed the area. After a moment of thought, Bell's gaze settled on a tall, leafy tree in the distance. It seemed like the perfect refuge. Bell quickly crawled toward a large tree in the distance, taking each step with utmost caution to avoid alerting any nearby predators. Though his pace was slow, by the time he reached his destination, the sun was already setting. Fortunately, he had planned ahead and found a concealed spot in a nearby bush. The forest at night was full of dangers, and Bell decided not to take any risks, opting to spend the night safely hidden. The next morning, Bell adhered to the principle of the early worm gets eaten by the bird, intentionally sleeping in until late morning. It wasn't until his stomach growled in protest that he reluctantly woke up. Small body, big appetite, he muttered while chewing on eggshells. As he surveyed the towering tree before him, he began to consider the best location for his new home. Choosing the right height was crucial. Too high, and he'd risk being spotted by birds, but too low, and he'd be vulnerable to ground-dwelling creatures. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not dig a tree hollow? As a caterpillar, such a task would be time-consuming but manageable. With plenty of food available, time was not a concern. After finishing his breakfast, Bell set to work immediately. He climbed up the tree trunk and soon found an ideal spot midway up the tree, where the surrounding branches and leaves provided natural cover. Relying on instinct, Bell began gnawing at the bark with his tiny caterpillar teeth. 3 hours later, a small hole, just large enough to fit his body, began to take shape. Another 3 hours of meticulous effort passed, and Bell's first home was finally complete. The tree hollow was exceptionally well hidden, camouflaged by leaves and branches, making it nearly impossible to spot without close inspection. Though the interior was simple, it was functional. Had crafted a bed from shredded tree resin and wrapped the remaining eggshells in silk to store as emergency rations. As Bell glanced at his status panel, he pondered thoughtfully. Host, Caterpie Bell. Species, Bug. Talent, Red Rank. Level, LV4. Trait, Scales. Moves, String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite. It seems that with enough practice, I can learn my species' moves ahead of time, Bell mused. His survival strategy was clear: stay cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. In this safe tree hollow, he had ample food and could patiently wait for his evolution. As a Caterpie, he knew his growth cycle was short. Soon, he would evolve into a metapod, and eventually, a Butterfree. At that point, he could leave to find his kin. Caterpie evolves into Metapod at level 7 and into Butterfree at level 10. I should be getting close. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden warmth surged through his body, interrupting his contemplation. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV5. Looks like I can level up just by lying around. Bell joked to himself, though he knew there was more to his rapid progress than mere luck. Bug-type Pokemon naturally have short growth cycles, and Bell's diet far exceeded that of an ordinary Caterpie. Particularly, the calcium-rich eggshells of other Pokemon not only fulfilled his nutritional needs, but also accelerated his physical development. As his body grew larger, the once cozy tree hollow became cramped, forcing him to spend time widening the entrance. This can't go on, Bell thought, feeling his sluggish crawling speed and growing increasingly worried about his situation. Out here in the wild, a slow-moving Caterpie was nothing more than a walking meal, constantly at risk of becoming prey to bird Pokemon like Pidgey. Taking a deep breath, Bell lay on his back inside the tree hollow and resolved to begin a rigorous training plan. As a Caterpie with the soul of a human, he decided to use scientific training methods to improve his strength. Starting now, he would do 100 sit-ups every day. However, reality hit him hard. After just 9 sit-ups, Bell was already gasping for air, collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. But he refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he pushed on with his training. As for why he didn't venture outside to battle, the answer was simple. He was too scared. With his current strength, going out would be a death sentence. After 3 days of intense training, the results were remarkable. Bell not only felt his physical condition improve significantly, but also leveled up. The system panel displayed. Host, Caterpie Bell. Type, Bug. Talent, Red Grade. Level, LV6. Ability, Shield Dust. Moves, String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite. With his level increasing, Bell could feel the evolutionary energy within him beginning to stir. Just then, his attention was drawn to a yellowish fruit hanging from a tree. The system immediately provided information. It was an evergreen fruit, capable of compensating for deficiencies in Pokemon about to evolve, and even offering a chance to enhance Red Grade talent. However, things were not so simple. A fierce-looking Pidgey perched on the branch near the fruit. Type, Normal, Flying. Talent, Red Grade. Level, LV17. Ability, Tangled Feet. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Gust, Whirlwind. As Bell hesitated, ready to give up, he noticed a Rattata hiding in the nearby bushes. Type, Normal. Talent, Red Grade. Level, LV18. Ability, Guts. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Bite, Swords Dance, Takedown. Seeing these two powerful opponents, Bell couldn't help but sigh to himself. They're both tough coins, and each one's harder than the last. The current situation left him no room for risk-taking. One wrong move could spell disaster. Bell cautiously inched his body backward, careful not to alert the two powerful Pokemon nearby. The lure of the evergreen berry was strong, but at this moment, he dared not entertain even a sliver of greed. Just as Bell was about to turn and leave, a sharp bird cry shattered the silence. He whipped his head around to see two Pidgeys landing beside the evergreen berry, glaring at each other with hostility. In a flash, the two Pidgeys flapped their wings and launched into a fierce fight. While the Pidgeys were locked in a heated battle, Bell's sharp eyes caught sight of a small Rattata stealthily approaching the evergreen berry. What perfect timing, Bell thought, silently admiring the Rattata's opportunism. However, the Rattata's sneaky attempt was quickly thwarted. The two Pidgeys noticed the berry-clutching Rattata almost simultaneously. Interestingly, the previously feuding Pidgeys reached an instant agreement and, with wings glowing faintly blue, unleashed a gust attack. The rushing wind swept the Rattata off its feet, sending the evergreen berry tumbling to the base of the tree where Bell was hiding. The Rattata glared angrily at the Pidgeys but, outnumbered, eventually decided to retreat. The Pidgeys, however, weren't ready to let it go so easily and sent another sharp gust attack chasing after it. Seizing the chaos, Bell quickly used String Shot to secure the evergreen berry into his tree hollow. Gazing at the berry wrapped in silken threads, he resisted the urge to devour it immediately and patiently waited for the commotion outside to subside. An entire day passed. After Bell consumed the last fragment of his eggshell, his body began emitting a faint white glow, the unmistakable sign of imminent evolution. Realizing the urgency, he tore open the silk wrapping around the berry and began devouring it in large bites. With the final piece of the evergreen berry consumed, the light of evolution intensified, illuminating the entire tree hollow in a brilliant white. Fortunately, Bell had covered the entrance with leaves beforehand, preventing his position from being revealed. Within the radiant glow, his body elongated and hardened, eventually transforming into a larger cocoon that nearly filled the hollow. Experiencing the wonder of evolution for the first time, Bell found himself immersed in profound reflection. The process of growing step by step and then experiencing a leap in life feels truly extraordinary. A warm, white glow enveloped Bell's body, bringing a sense of comfort and relaxation akin to soaking in a hot spring. The system panel updated promptly. Host, Metapod Bell. Type, Bug. Talent, Orange Grade. Level, 8. Skills, Harden, String Shot, Tackle, Bug Bite. Looking at the updated stats, Bell felt a surge of joy. This adventure to obtain the evergreen fruit had exceeded all expectations. Not only had his talent advanced to Orange Grade, but he had also gained 2 levels at once. Now he was just a step away from the threshold of level 10 evolution. However, Bell found himself in a peculiar predicament. As a Metapod, all he could do was remain motionless, lying quietly in place, waiting for the day he would emerge as a butterfly. Yet the thought of soon transforming into a dual bug and flying-type Butterfree filled him with excitement. As a dedicated Pokemon player in his past life, Bell was well-versed in Butterfree's combinations and battle strategies. In this real Pokemon world, unbound by game mechanics, the possibilities in his mind felt limitless. The days that followed were marked by a long wait. Although he couldn't eat, the ample nutrients stored within his body ensured he wouldn't starve. Time slipped away quietly in his dreams. On the first day, boredom overtook him, and he drifted into sleep. On the second day, his drowsy nature kept him dreaming most of the time. On the third day, he dreamt of becoming a massive butterfly. On the fourth day, his level rose to 9, leaving him just one step away from evolution. On the fifth day, loneliness crept in, and he began to long for the butterfly parents he had never met. On the sixth day, a familiar stirring within signaled the approach of his transformation. On the seventh day, excitement and tremors throughout the night left fine cracks on the surface of his cocoon. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. Bell's body trembled violently as specks of white light emerged on his surface. Instinctively, he released Silk, quickly forming a large cocoon that filled half the tree hollow. Zing! With a soft sound, the white cocoon burst into dazzling light. A long insect emerged, breaking through the cocoon and unfurling its vibrant wings. As the light faded, a massive butterfly with a shimmering purple body stood revealed. Butterfree has arrived. As the final evolved form of a caterpie, Butterfree Bell could finally feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. He carefully examined his attribute panel. Host, Butterfree Bell. Attributes: Bug, Flying. Talent: Yellow Grade. Level: LV10. Skills: Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic. Ability: Compound Eyes. After over a week of dormancy, his hard work had finally paid off. His talent had advanced to the Yellow Grade. Bell flapped his brand new wings with excitement, and even a slight movement generated an upward lift. It was as if the ability to fly was deeply embedded in his very genes. Huh, I can finally take off now, Bell exclaimed, lying on his cocoon, his joy evident. Knowing that he needed to adapt to his first evolution, he patiently waited for 2 to 3 minutes. Then, with a gentle flutter of his wings, his whole body gradually lifted away from the cocoon, marking his first independent flight. His gaze fell on the cocoon behind him, and he became contemplative. There's still the shell I shed inside the cocoon. He recalled the rumors about Pokemon eggshells aiding in upgrades and thought to himself, since this shell came from my own body, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Having made up his mind, Bell decisively folded his wings and crawled back into the cocoon along the same path. After some searching, he found the shell that held special significance. Through his compound eyes, he could clearly see the small holes left during his evolution. Confirming it was indeed his, he prepared for his first meal after breaking out of the cocoon. Wow, it actually tastes pretty good. To his surprise, the shell was delightfully crisp, and its unique texture greatly stimulated his appetite. Before long, Bell devoured the entire shell, his now round belly a testament to his satisfaction. However, not long after, a wave of heat suddenly surged through his body, leaving him feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Fortunately, his surroundings were safe, so he didn't resist the sensation and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps, gently waking Bell from his slumber. As he groggily regained consciousness, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV11. Ding! Host has learned Confusion. The unexpected notifications jolted Bell awake, leaving him stunned. Not only had his level increased overnight, but he had also mysteriously learned a new skill. Filled with curiosity, he immediately opened his attribute panel to investigate. Bell stared blankly at the attribute panel before him. Butterfree, dual-type Bug and Flying, yellow rank, level 11. The skill list was clearly displayed. Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, and the most eye-catching Confusion. The ability section showed the words Compound Eyes. At this moment, Bell was overwhelmed with excitement. He silently vowed to himself, from now on, whenever he encountered shell-like items, as long as they weren't too outrageous, he'd take a bite. This wasn't some whimsical decision just based on today's incredible achievement from eating a shell. It was worth it. Not only had he completed his evolution, but he had also gained a new skill. This was undoubtedly the most precious treasure he could ever come across. Though only a rare few in the Butterfree species could master Confusion after all, it was a psychic-type move. Bell was ecstatic about this unexpected boon. This skill held immense significance for his upcoming journey. The mere fact that psychic moves were super effective against poison types gave him a critical advantage in this poison-type infested forest. Now, Bell not only had the means to fight back, but also the added advantage of flight. As long as he didn't act recklessly, he could avoid at least 6,070 of the dangers. At this moment, Bell finally felt a sense of true power. It was time to bid farewell to the small tree hollow that had sheltered him for so long. The hollow could no longer accommodate his expanded form, and besides, as a graceful butterfly, a tree hollow wasn't exactly an ideal home. Casting one last, heartfelt glance at his first home, Bell resolutely spread his wings and took off. The soft morning sunlight gently bathed his wings. He first ascended high into the air to get his bearings, then quickly lowered his altitude. After all, in this forest, the higher you fly, the quicker you die, was no exaggeration. The predatory birds here had no concept of mercy. Guided by instinct, Bell determined the direction where his species group resided. During his flight, he witnessed several fierce battles between Pokemon from a distance. Some fought viciously over territory, while others hunted for food, each encounter fraught with danger. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The antennae on his head quivered violently, signaling imminent danger. Bell's heart tightened as he instinctively flapped his wings with all his might, ascending rapidly. A shadow brushed past him. It was a Rattata, now fixing its greedy gaze on him. Me? Prey? How dare you? Bell fumed, his eyes glowing with a pink hue. Confusion activated. The Rattata's body was lifted helplessly into the air before being slammed heavily against a nearby tree, letting out a pained shriek. Seeing it attempt to flee, Bell wasn't about to let it go. He immediately flapped his wings, creating a powerful gust that sent the Rattata flying again. Under Bell's relentless assault, the purple rat eventually collapsed, its eyes rolling back as it fell into a near-death state. That was close, Bell muttered, still shaken. If I hadn't dodged in time, I'd be the one lying there. The thought of almost becoming prey sent a cold glint through his eyes. he delivered another confusion, ensuring the Rattata was completely lifeless before stopping. Realizing that the blood spilled during the fight might attract other carnivorous Pokémon, Bell swiftly took to the skies, leaving the battlefield behind. The moment he departed, countless pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the grass, hungrily fixated on the lifeless body below. Bell had just left when a swarm of purple-skinned Rattata emerged from the bushes. Their eyes locked onto the corpses on the ground, a mix of greed and tears betraying their hunger, as if the bodies were nothing more than food, completely disregarding the fact that these were once their own kin. At the sharp sound of a squeak, the ravenous rodents pounced on the remains, tearing them apart in mere moments. Meanwhile, Bell arrived at the riverbank, ready to quench his thirst. Just as he was lowering himself to drink, he suddenly halted midair and activated his psychic powers. His eyes gleamed with a faint pink light as the river water rose, forming a floating sphere that drifted toward his mouth. As he savored the refreshing water, an ominous shadow silently approached from beneath the surface. SSSHHHK. A sharp jet of water shot up from the river, striking Bell Heaton. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and plummeted toward the water. The searing pain made it impossible for him to maintain control of his flight. Despite his desperate flapping, he couldn't regain stability. Realizing the dire consequences of falling into the water, Bell knew he had to act fast. In a split second, he summoned all his psychic energy to hurl himself toward the shore. Thud! Bell crashed heavily onto the riverbank, barely catching his breath before a second jet of water came whistling toward him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack aimed squarely at his head. Spotting the distinct shadow in the river, Bell immediately launched a counterattack with his psychic powers. Through his heightened senses, he identified the attacker as a fish-like Pokémon, not an ordinary Magikarp, but something far more dangerous. Get out of there! Bell roared, exerting his strength to drag the enemy out of the water. A white-bodied Goldeen with striking red patterns and a long horn emerged, thrashing against his psychic grip. A quick glance at its stats made Bell frown. It was a level 15 Goldeen, for levels higher than him, and it possessed multiple skills, including Tail Whip, Peck, and Supersonic. Despite his injuries, Bell calculated that if he could confine the battle to land, his chances of victory weren't entirely hopeless. As the Goldeen struggled desperately to return to the water, Bell tightened his psychic hold, pulling it further inland. Attacking me, and then trying to flee? Not so fast, he sneered, slamming the Goldeen hard onto the ground. Thud! The impact sparked a furious glint in the Goldeen's eyes as it let out a series of guttural growls, clearly enraged and ready to fight. In an instant, countless water molecules rapidly converged, forming a water ball the size of a basketball, hurtling toward Bell with a deafening whoosh. Faced with the incoming attack, Bell's sharp observation allowed him to quickly determine its trajectory. With a swift movement, he deftly dodged the water ball. With a resounding boom, the water ball exploded at the spot, sending droplets splashing in all directions, a few brushing against Bell's face. Before the water spray had even settled, Bell launched a counterattack. A piercing ultrasonic wave shot toward the Goldeen. Struggling to move on land, the Goldeen had no way to evade and was struck directly by the attack. Glub, glub. The Goldeen was thrown into chaos, writhing on the ground in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Bell immediately used his psychic powers to pin the Goldeen in place. Recalling the close call of nearly being ambushed and dragged into the water, Bell did not hesitate to intensify his psychic output until he was certain his opponent had completely lost its vitality. At that moment, the system's notification chimes rang out one after another. Ding! Host has leveled up, current level, LV12. Ding! Host has learned Sleep Powder. Ding! Host has learned Stun Spore. Ding! Host has learned Poison Powder. Delighted, Bell marveled at the rewards of overcoming a higher-level opponent. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also acquired the legendary 3 powders. He quickly opened his status panel to review. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV12. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder. Though his injuries had not fully healed, Bell decided to first find a safe place to rest. He tested his wings with a few flaps and, confirming he could still fly, headed toward a dense forest in the distance. Before long, he discovered a secluded cypress tree amidst the thick woods. Drawing from past experience, Bell used Bug Bite to slowly carve out a hollow in the trunk. He then wove a makeshift curtain of leaves with his silk to cover the entrance. Settling into the warm tree hollow, Bell couldn't help but reflect on the perilous events of the day. Exhausted, he soon drifted into sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaf curtain, gently waking him. To his surprise, his injuries had completely healed. As he stretched and moved his body, his stomach let out a loud grumble of protest. Time to find some food, he thought. Flying out of the tree hollow, Bell scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted something that looked like a very tempting meal. Not far in front of Belle, a patch of vibrant, colorful flowers quietly bloomed. Their sweet fragrance wafted through the air, stirring his strong appetite. As a Butterfree, savoring nectar was the most natural thing to do. He fluttered his wings lightly and slowly approached the flowers, carefully extending his proboscis toward the blossoms. Just as he was indulging in the sweet nectar, a sharp bee's teeth shattered the tranquility. Looking up, he saw a large, blackened yellow bee drill diving aggressively toward him. Bee drill. Bell quickly accessed its data panel. Bug poison type, level 11, swarm ability, and skilled in moves like Twin Needle, Rage, and Poison Sting. After assessing its strength, Bell smirked slightly. There was no need to flee. Perfect time to test my new skill. Bell suddenly flapped his wings, releasing a cloud of yellow powder that swiftly enveloped the charging bee drill. Stun Spore hit its mark. The bee drill's movements instantly slowed, its body occasionally sparking with static. Taking advantage of the moment, Bell immediately unleashed his confusion attack. With the double advantage of type effectiveness and a higher level, the bee drill let out an unwilling BZ before crashing heavily to the ground. However, the two sharp cries the bee drill had made earlier caught Bell's attention. It was likely calling for reinforcements. Though confident in his abilities, Bell decided to avoid unnecessary trouble. He quickly took a final sip of nectar and flitted away from the scene. Sure enough, not long after Bell left, 3 or 4 more bee drill arrived, surrounding their unconscious comrade. Thankfully, Bell had held back and avoided a fatal strike, or the consequences could have been dire. Now far from the commotion, Bell resumed his search for his own kind. The Butterfree colony should be somewhere nearby, he thought to himself as he followed the wind and the floral scents. Yet, as he scanned the vast forest, he saw no sign of his fellow Butterfree. Just as confusion crept in, a fellow Butterfree appeared in the distance. Bell immediately flew over and got straight to the point. Hey, brother, where's our colony? Butterfree, our home is in the valley ahead, the other responded warmly. Bell suddenly understood the colony was hidden in a secluded mountain valley. Excited, he spread his wings and flew toward the valley, eager to reunite with his kin. Following the guidance of the Butterfree, Bell deduced that a basin lay ahead. As a butterfly, his requirements for a habitat were not particularly high, but adequate food, water, and a suitable temperature were essential. Having just tasted nectar, he could already envision the ideal dwelling in his mind. When he reached the mountaintop, the sight before him took his breath away. The valley below was a riot of blooming flowers, home to a variety of grass and bug-type creatures. A clear spring trickled down from the summit, creating a picturesque scene that resembled a hidden paradise. Bell couldn't help but marvel at the keen instinct of his kind in choosing such a perfect location. It was the most magnificent view he had ever witnessed. Before long, his attention was drawn to a group of his own kind dancing gracefully in the air. They were a cluster of Butterfree, similar in appearance to him, soaring through the valley. Bell decided to take a closer look and began descending toward the heart of the valley. As he flew high above, the other creatures in the valley gave him only a brief glance before resuming their activities. As he approached, Bell noticed that the Butterfree flock resided amidst a dense sea of flowers. At the center of this vibrant field stood a large tree, where a few Butterfree rested on its branches. To his surprise, there were no caves or other shelters in sight. It seemed that this area itself was the safest haven for them. Hey, are you a new member of our kind? A particularly vibrant Butterfree flew toward him as he neared the flower field. Yes, I've just matured and instinctively found my way here, Bell replied honestly. He suspected that his ability to locate this place must be tied to some special connection with his species. Congratulations. You are the first Butterfree of this batch to arrive here, the colorful Butterfree exclaimed, joyfully fluttering around him. From her words, Bell gleaned a crucial piece of information. It seemed the Butterfree released Caterpie into the wild from the moment they hatched, and only those who survived and evolved successfully could find their way here. As the first to arrive, he noticed a particular admiration in her gaze. Other Butterfrees soon gathered around, offering their blessings to Bell. At that moment, a slightly larger Butterfree descended from the great tree, and the others respectfully stepped aside to clear a path. Newcomer, follow me. The leader wishes to see you, said the imposing Butterfree before flying directly toward the tree. Bell quietly observed his guide, a bug and flying type with a level as high as 43, boasting the compound eyes ability and the tinted lens trait. This Butterfree wielded an array of skills such as Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Air Slash. It was the strongest creature Bell had encountered so far. If even this formidable presence wasn't the leader, then the true leader must possess unimaginable strength. Soon, Bell arrived at the base of the giant tree, gazing up at its majestic form, radiating boundless vitality. The leader, he thought, must be waiting for him at the top of the tree. Flying upward along the tree trunk, Bell finally reached a hidden canopy, surrounded by dense foliage. A Butterfree was already there waiting. It shifted slightly to make room and said, "Come in, the chief is inside." Without hesitation, Bell flew into the canopy. The view inside was astonishing, far more spacious than he had imagined, and the environment was impressively comfortable. Compared to his simple tree hollow, this place felt like a luxurious residence. As Bell took in his surroundings, an aged yet powerful voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Are you the new member? Who's there?" Bell called out warily. "I am the chief of the Butterfree clan." As the words resounded, a figure gradually appeared. It was a Butterfree, far larger than usual, with an extraordinary sheen that set it apart from others. Its presence exuded an aura far beyond the norm. While observing the chief, Bell quickly pulled up his system panel to check its stats. Species: Butterfree Clan Chief. Level: LV51. Talent: Bug. Skills: Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Air Slash, Safeguard, Psybeam, Signal Beam, Gust, Whirlwind, Bug Buzz, Quiver Dance. "Greetings, Chief." Bell greeted warmly. Though the chief hadn't deliberately exerted any pressure, Bell felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if this encounter had been destined. The chief gently flapped its wings, sending a soft breeze across Bell's face. "Ha ha, welcome to the clan. With your arrival, we have gained another reliable companion." After a brief pause, the chief asked thoughtfully, "Have you already learned Confusion?" "Yes, is there something wrong?" Bell asked, slightly puzzled. The chief's wings trembled slightly with excitement. "That's excellent. You are the second Butterfree in our clan, besides me, to possess psychic abilities." It explained that mastering Confusion required a rare, innate talent among Butterfree. "Talent? I have psychic talent." Bell recalled his growth journey, finding nothing particularly remarkable about himself other than a larger appetite. "Indeed," the chief said solemnly. "This means your mental strength surpasses that of your peers. I can pass on everything I've learned to you, ensuring the survival of our clan." It then revealed its concern. Without a strong leader, the clan risked being driven out of the valley in this survival-off fittest forest. Such was the law of nature: evolve or be replaced. Hearing the term mental strength, Bell fell into thought. He recalled faint signs that he might indeed have something unique in this area. By the way, Bell suddenly realized something, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. His spiritual power far surpassed that of ordinary elves, a unique advantage that directly influenced the strength of his mental energy. This, in turn, determined the upper limit of his psychic abilities, forming an inseparable connection among the three. The Butterfree elder patiently observed him, a look of expectation apparent in its compound eyes. Clearly, the elder was willing to provide special attention to this uniquely gifted member of their kind, hoping to nurture him into a core strength of the community. "Thank you, elder." Bell keenly noticed the weariness in the elder's eyes and tactfully expressed his understanding. From now on, you can reside on the clan tree. It will benefit you." The elder's voice gradually softened, and soon it drifted into slumber, paying no further attention to Bell's presence. Seeing this, Bell quietly exited the interior of the tree canopy. The Butterfree who had guided him earlier immediately approached. "How did it go? Did the elder agree to let you live on the clan tree?" Bell nodded and responded honestly. "The elder said I have psychic-type talent and wants to personally teach me, also allowing me to live on the clan tree long-term." He chose to be straightforward, as the Butterfree in front of him gave off a reliable impression. This kind of open communication seemed like the best way to foster trust. "That's fantastic. Our clan finally has another member with psychic abilities." The guide Butterfree wholeheartedly believed Bell's words, genuinely thrilled to welcome such a promising addition to the community. Seeing the Butterfree's unreserved reaction, Bell couldn't help but admire the pure nature of Pokemon. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Ash in the original story was so well-vetted. Sincerity paired perfectly with the simplicity of Pokemon. After bidding farewell to his enthusiastic guide, Bell soared upward, eager to take in the full view of the area. As he ascended, the outline of the valley became increasingly clear. Nature's artistry had crafted a magnificent scene here. The basin was teeming with countless Pokemon, grass types scattered everywhere, and occasionally a few bug types could be seen. Each group had its own territory, coexisting peacefully. This harmony was understandable. They weren't ferocious carnivorous Pokemon, and without conflicts of interest, peace naturally prevailed. Bell quietly contemplated his future plans. Joining the community served two purposes: gaining a safe haven and rapidly improving his abilities. He had grown tired of being prey in the wild. This time, he was determined to grow strong enough so that no predator would dare to target him. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Bell woke up on the clan tree, feeling completely refreshed. He had slept soundly, a stark contrast to the constant vigilance required in the wild. The protection of the community made a noticeable difference. Butterfree patrols circled the skies, keeping watch and providing a first line of defense. "Now let's see." Bell looked around. "Which little cutie should I pick as my opponent today?" Bell stood at the gathering place of his tribe, his gaze sweeping over his fellow kin, his eyes flickering with a spark of eager battle spirit. As he pondered whether to spar with someone, the Butterfree that had guided him the day before suddenly flew up to him. "The chief wants to see you." He said he has something for you. The Butterfree relayed the message succinctly before flapping its wings and flying away. Belle thought for a moment before heading toward the inner canopy. When he arrived, he was greeted by an unusual sight. The Butterfree chief was trembling all over, performing some kind of strange movement. "Chief, are you okay?" Belle quickly stepped forward to ask. No need to worry," the chief replied, his voice slightly strained. "This thing is a bit tricky to manage, but it'll be ready soon." As the chief continued his trembling motions, Belle noticed silver powder beginning to fall from his body. These shimmering particles seemed to naturally attract Belle, and his body instinctively felt a sense of longing. "Come closer," the chief said, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue after completing his task. Belle approached, his eyes fixed on the powder as he silently brought up his system panel. Item: silver powder. Description: powder produced by elderly bug-type Pokemon, containing high-level bug-type energy. Carrying it enhances the power of bug-type moves. Belle was taken aback. So this is how silver powder is produced. It wasn't man-made after all. "This powder contains part of my strength," the chief said, not waiting for Belle's response. He then flapped his wings, sending the powder toward Belle. "Consider this a small gift from me to help you." As the powder settled on him, Belle felt a wave of comfort, and the energy within his body became unusually vibrant. This was the first Pokemon in his life to show him kindness and offer help. While there might have been a sense of responsibility toward the tribe behind the gesture, Belle deeply etched this gratitude into his heart. "You're still very young and inexperienced," the chief remarked, suddenly darting out of the canopy. "Follow me. They'll take you to a place that's perfect for Butterfree to train." Belle quickly followed, flying upward under the chief's guidance. The surrounding Butterfree gently flapped their wings, respectfully greeting their leader as he passed. Eventually, the two arrived at the edge of a narrow crevice in the mountains. Belle was astonished to find that the air currents here were incredibly unstable. Any mistake could send him off course. "This is it," the chief explained as he stopped in front of the crevice. "This is a passage to the outside world, but it's constantly battered by strong winds. You'll need to train here, pushing deeper and deeper until you can fly through the crevice and reach the outside." With that, the chief began his demonstration. Belle watched as the chief entered the crevice alone, moving steadily against the fierce winds until his figure disappeared from view. Moments later, the chief re-emerged, retracing his path back through the crevice with ease. "When you can make it through this narrow crevice, your flying skills will be considered qualified. By then, they'll teach you a special skill." The voice of the Bada clan leader echoed at the entrance of the crevice. Belle looked up at the deep, narrow gap in the rocky wall ahead, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. After all, receiving guidance from a level 51 expert was a rare opportunity. "Hey, race, a tip for you," the clan leader continued. "Psychic energy can aid you, but the key is to align with the wind and maintain your coordination." With that, the Bada leader turned and left. As the leader, it couldn't stay away from the clan for too long. Coordination? Psychic energy? The wind? Belle stood at the entrance of the crevice, pondering the leader's advice. As a butterfly with human-like intelligence, he quickly pieced it together. The biggest challenge of this crevice was the unpredictable strong winds. If he could follow the wind's flow, he'd naturally make it through. Taking a deep breath, Belle spread his wings and slowly flew into the crevice. Though it was dim inside, thanks to the unique structure of the Bada's compound eyes, he could still clearly see the path ahead. "This isn't so bad," Belle thought, feeling a bit smug. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden, violent gust of wind struck him without warning. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and was slammed hard against the rocky wall. "Careless," Belle muttered, struggling to push himself off the wall, replaying the leader's advice in his mind. On his second attempt, he slowed down and focused entirely on sensing the changes in the airflow around him. When the strong wind hit again, Belle immediately activated his psychic energy. A faint pink glow surrounded him as he used opposing force to stabilize himself. This time, he managed to hold his position against the wind. However, as time passed, the effort of maintaining the psychic energy began to drain him. The pink glow around him flickered and grew unstable. Eventually, the wind pressure shoved him back into the rocky wall. "Ugh, it's like this wind is targeting me on purpose," Belle grumbled. To make matters worse, as soon as he hit the wall, the wind stopped. Calming himself, Belle went over the clan leader's words again. Coordination. Could it mean I need to combine psychic energy with my flying skills? The idea troubled him. When using psychic energy, his flying relied entirely on instinct, leaving him unable to split his focus. The moment he tried to pay attention to both, his psychic energy became chaotic and dissipated. Deep within the treetops of the Butterfree tribe, the chieftain was engaged in a serious conversation with a scout butterfly. The scout, its vibrant wings shimmering, spoke excitedly. "Chieftain, the monsoon is approaching. This year's bonding festival has drawn many exceptionally strong tribe members. Their offspring are bound to be even more talented." The chieftain, however, furrowed his brow. His gaze pierced through the layers of foliage, looking into the distance as if foreseeing some looming threat. Every year during this season, we lose members of our tribe. The dangers beyond our borders cannot be underestimated. His voice was heavy with concern. Yet, he straightened his posture and declared firmly, but this time will be different. Our tribe is stronger than ever before. If any enemy dares to challenge us, they will not leave unscathed. Recently, several mature Butterfree who had been training outside had returned to the tribe. Like Belle, they had grown up on their own before finding their way back to the group. The chieftain inspected each returnee, only to find, with regret, that they were smaller than expected, lacked significant potential, and most importantly, did not possess any innate special abilities. The scout butterfly seemed to sense the chieftain's disappointment and offered words of comfort. It's something beyond our control. But fortunately, we have Belle. The two butterflies exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with hope for the future. The chieftain's gaze unconsciously shifted in the direction of Belle's training ground. I wonder how his training is progressing. The scout's body bore a prominent bite scar, a reminder of past struggles. With a bitter tone, he said, "Getting through that area is no easy task. I went through hell back then, especially with those wretched bats." Suddenly, the chieftain's expression changed dramatically. "Oh no, I forgot to warn him about the narrow crevice." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already speeding toward Belle faster than ever before. Although the scout was concerned, he chose not to follow. After all, if it was just dealing with bats, the chieftain alone would be more than capable. At that moment, Belle was sprawled on a tree branch, panting heavily. His body rose and fell with each breath. "Damn it, this place is as tough as I expected," he muttered to himself. "But luckily, I'm smart enough. I'm almost through this." After countless attempts, Belle had finally learned how to navigate the strong winds. Using the keen senses inherent to bug-type Pokemon, he could predict changes in wind direction and maintain stability while flying through the gusts. However, his lack of stamina remained a persistent issue, causing him to be blown away by the wind each time he was worn out midway. Still, his efforts were not in vain. His system displayed noticeable progress in his stats. Host, Butterfree Belle. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow Grade, LV14. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind. Belle's level had risen by 2, and he had even learned a new skill. Although Tailwind was not typically part of a Butterfree skill set, Belle, possessing a human soul, had gained a deep understanding of wind dynamics through analysis and practice, allowing him to unexpectedly master the move. A stream of blue and white energy coursed through Belle's body, a manifestation of the speed boost granted by the Tailwind skill. As his father had once said, "To counter magic, you must use magic." This energy enhancement allowed him to move steadily through the powerful winds. After adjusting his state of mind, Belle resolutely embarked on his trial. He flew alone into the narrow passage, his compound eyes quickly adapting to the dim environment, providing him with clear vision. As he ventured deeper, he deliberately slowed his pace, for the winds grew fiercer the further he went. Suddenly, Belle's antennae detected a slight breeze above his head and instantly identified it as reaching the level of a strong wind. He reacted swiftly, lightly flapping his wings and channeling his internal flight energy. A faint blue aura enveloped his body, making him feel weightless, as if an invisible hand was lifting him, and his speed increased accordingly. "This time I won't lose." Belle adjusted his flight posture. In the next moment, a gust of wind struck him. Despite his preparation, he was involuntarily pushed backward. Yet, Belle remained composed. A pink glow emanated from his body as he used his psychic power to stabilize himself. Through continuous practice, he had learned to distribute his focus skillfully to control his psychic abilities, something the elder of the Butterfree tribe had referred to as coordination. As he gradually adapted to this unprecedentedly harsh wind, Belle began to push forward steadily, the glow around him never fading. He resembled a warrior braving adversity, his determined gaze fixed on the path ahead, undeterred by the dangers that might lie in wait. At this moment, his only goal was to break through the strong winds, escape the narrow passage, and once again feel the warmth of sunlight. Belle's resolve grew stronger, and the pink glow around him intensified. The surrounding pebbles began to tremble and levitate unnaturally. "Just a little more, I must hold on." His eyes contained nothing but the road ahead, seeing the fierce winds merely as obstacles to overcome. Foam. With pink lights swirling around him, Belle finally broke through the barrier of the strong winds and flew straight ahead. His compound eyes glimmered with pink light, and the floating pebbles around him remained suspended in the air. When the winds finally dissipated, Belle's body emitted a faint cracking sound. A system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV15. Ding. Host has acquired the skill Mental Fortitude. Belle blinked in confusion as he snapped back to reality. The pebbles around him fell to the ground with crisp, clattering sounds. While the level up was expected, acquiring the skill Mental Fortitude took him completely by surprise. Psychic Force, as an advanced Psychic-type move, is an upgraded version of Confusion. In the game, it boasts a power of 90, a full 30 points higher than the standard Confusion move. Logically, a level 15 Beedrill shouldn't be able to master such a high-level skill, especially since it's not even a Psychic-type Pokemon. Could I possess some kind of special talent? Just as Beedrill was lost in thought, the atmosphere around him suddenly turned eerie. On the rock wall, pairs of crimson eyes began to emerge quietly, and shadows gradually surrounded him. A chill crept up his spine, and Beedrill instinctively looked up to check. At that critical moment, he rolled to the side in one swift motion. In the next instant, countless poisonous needles whizzed past, striking precisely where he had just been. With a sizzling sound, the poison-type energy corroded the ground, leaving a deep pit. Beedrill quickly turned around, and a data panel appeared before him. Pokemon, Zubat. Type, Poison, Flying. Level, LV12. Ability, Red Trait. Moves, Supersonic, Absorb, Astonish, Mean Look. The information instantly triggered Beedrill's memory of Zubat. This dim environment was the perfect habitat for bat-like Pokemon, and he had foolishly overlooked this fact. As frustration set in, 10 Zubat had already fixed their greedy and menacing gazes on him, surging forward. To these blood-feeding creatures, the plump insect before them was undoubtedly a sumptuous feast. The situation was dire, and Beedrill immediately launched a counterattack. Against multiple foes, an AoE move was the most effective. He flapped his wings rapidly, releasing Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, and Poison Powder all at once, carried by a gust of wind. This triple powder combo, paired with the wind, produced an immediate effect. Most of the Zubat fell asleep and dropped to the ground, while a few became paralyzed. Since the enemies were poison types, the poison powder was nearly ineffective. Seeing an opportunity to break through, Beedrill prepared to escape the encirclement, only to find more Zubat filling the gaps. Cornered, a pink glow flickered in Beedrill's compound eyes. It was time to use the newly learned Psychic Force. A surge of immense psychic energy enveloped the Zubat, blocking his way. With a single thought, a deafening blast echoed as the swarm of bats was hurled violently into the rock wall. Amid the swirling dust, occasional shrieks of pain could be heard. Releasing such a powerful skill had clearly exceeded Beedrill's limits. His figure visibly sagged, completely drained of psychic energy, and his head felt dizzy and heavy. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he might have already collapsed unconscious. Bell panted heavily, his face grim. The recent psychic attack had drained nearly half of his mental energy, and his physical strength was at its limit. Ahead, a swarm of large supersonic bats slowly ascended, continuing to block his path. These bats were elites of their kind, averaging around level 15, a match for his own strength. What was even more unsettling was the faint, looming presence of a purple figure in the darkness. Bell's vision immediately displayed the stats of the Creaturian enormous Golbat. Species, Golbat. Attributes, Poison, Flying. Level, LV35. Ability, Red Trait. Psychic Skills, Supersonic, Absorb, Astonish, Mean Look, Poison Fong, Quick Guard, Air Cutter, Bite. This level 35 Golbat was clearly the leader of the swarm, far surpassing the typical evolution level of 22 for the supersonic bats. If I can't escape, I'll take a few of them down with me. Bell's eyes narrowed sharply. His wings flapped furiously, releasing a burst of 3 powders: Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, and Poison Powder. In the confined space, the supersonic bats had nowhere to evade. Within moments, they succumbed to the effects. Many began to wobble unsteadily, their bodies convulsing, while others displayed purplish poison blotches on their faces. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV16. As the system notification rang out, several supersonic bats had already closed in on Bell. He quickly mustered his remaining psychic energy, unleashing a telekinetic force that sent the nearby attackers flying. However, in a blind spot of his vision, another supersonic bat launched a sneak attack, slamming him into the rocky wall and sinking its fangs into his body. Get off me! Bell roared, beating his wings with all his might. A powerful gust sent the attacker hurtling away, but his previous injuries, combined with his exhaustion, left him teetering on the brink of collapse. Scattered across the ground were the lifeless bodies of several supersonic bats, victims of his deadly telekinetic strikes. Who would have thought I'd get killed by bats? How ironic. Bell muttered, his gaze fixed on the bats that were now shaking off their drowsiness and taking to the air again. He knew his chances were gone. But just as he closed his eyes, resigning himself to death, Bell's eyes snapped open with a sudden surge of resolve. A pink ripple emanated from his gaze. All of you, just die, he roared, unleashing a desperate psychic blast. The narrow corridor echoed with the anguished screams of the supersonic bats as they tumbled to the ground like fallen leaves. This final attack drained every ounce of Bell's strength. Overwhelmed by dizziness, he allowed himself to slip into unconsciousness. The system chimed once more. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV17. A soothing energy coursed through his body, partially mending his injuries. But this faint recovery was far from enough to stave off the inevitability of death. As Bell sank further into despair, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." A familiar voice echoed, and Bell's eyes snapped open as if grasping at a lifeline. "Chief, you're here," he called out, his tone brimming with delight. A surge of immense psychic energy rippled through the air. The surrounding Zubat lost their balance and plummeted to the ground like kites with broken strings. The ones attacking Bell met an even harsher fate, torn apart instantly by the force, their blood splattering everywhere. Despite the gruesome scene, Bell felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Ziek, the Golbat leader, hiding in the shadows, could no longer suppress its fear after witnessing this. It turned and fled deep into the crevice, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Bell turned his gaze toward the entrance. Hovering there was a massive Butterfree, its deep, commanding eyes gleaming with authority. Its body was enveloped in a radiant pink psychic aura, floating effortlessly in the air without even needing to move its wings. This was the aura of a true powerhouse. Just its presence alone had sent the Zubat into a panic, scattering in a desperate attempt to flee deeper into the crevice. With their leader already gone, who would dare stay behind to face certain death? Though they hadn't clearly seen what had just transpired, the blood-curdling screams and the oppressive force were warning enough. Staying meant death. The Butterfree first cast a concerned glance at Bell, then its expression hardened with fury as it focused on the fleeing Zubat. In an instant, several sharp blades of air sliced through the air, striking the Zubat that had previously harmed Bell with precise accuracy. The blades easily pierced through their bodies, cutting the weaker Zubat cleanly in half. But this was far from over. The Butterfree's anger had not yet subsided, and an even stronger psychic wave swept through the area. Bell could feel the overwhelming psychic energy, far beyond his own capabilities. Ziek, Ziek. Countless Zubat let out their final shrieks before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. So powerful. Bell muttered in awe, his heart racing as he witnessed the scene. Was this the true strength of the chief? After eliminating all threats, the Butterfree slowly floated over to Bell's side, its voice filled with concern. "How are your injuries? Are they serious?" Bell felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head gently. His physical wounds were secondary. It was his mental and physical exhaustion that had taken the real toll. The Butterfree carefully examined Bell's wounds before flapping its wings to release a fine dust of healing powder, simultaneously enveloping Bell in a protective psychic field. "These powders will prevent infection. We'll treat you properly once we return, but for now, let me restore some of your depleted energy." The soothing psychic energy enveloped Bell, and he felt his mind clear as if he were soaking in a warm spring. He marveled silently at the effect. His mind was now completely rejuvenated. So this was another way psychic power could be used. "You did well on this trial," the Butterfree chief remarked approvingly, looking at Bell with pride. "Rest up when we return. The tribe will be holding an important gathering soon. It will be your chance to prove yourself and earn the recognition of your kin." Bell could clearly sense that he had become stronger compared to before his departure. This rate of growth even surpassed his previous progress. This change reaffirmed his astounding potential and prompted the clan leader of the Butterfree clan to reassess Bell's value in his mind. "Let's go back." The clan leader hadn't even finished speaking when he gently enveloped Bell with psychic energy. They swiftly left the crevice, and the once piercing winds seemed non-existent under the protection of the leader's psychic barrier. Bell, experiencing the stark contrast firsthand, couldn't help but marvel at how insignificant his hard-earned skills seemed in the face of absolute power. An hour later, the iconic clan tree came into view once more. "Finally home," Bell murmured as he gazed at the familiar territory, his heart swelling with emotion. Though this trial had been perilous, the rewards were immense, especially the tempering of his spirit, which would ensure he maintained his sharp determination in future battles. The clan leader spoke softly. "Rest on the clan tree. It will help you recover from your injuries." With that, he carefully placed Bell on the treetop. This spot was typically reserved for the clan leader, but for someone with Bell's potential, such a privilege was insignificant. After all, everything was for the future of the clan. If Bell could grow strong, the Butterfree clan would secure its dominance over the region. Unaware of the leader's thoughts, Bell found himself surrounded by a gentle green aura, slowly healing his wounds. As soon as he landed on the tree, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. This trial had drained him immensely. Although his mental energy had recovered somewhat with the leader's help, his physical injuries still needed time to heal. A day later, at the break of dawn, the bright sunlight roused Bell from his slumber. Stretching his wings, he savored the comfort that comes after a deep rest following intense exertion. Even as a butterfly, this feeling was equally delightful. With a thought, the status panel appeared before him. Host, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow. Level, LV17. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, supersonic, confusion, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, psychic. Examining the slightly more robust data panel, Bell nodded to himself. This crevice trial had boosted his level by 5, a pace he was quite satisfied with. More importantly, he had mastered 2 critical skills, tailwind and psychic. Without these, he might not have survived. Bell realized that the rapid leveling was likely because he was still at a relatively low level. Progress would undoubtedly become more challenging later. He slowly ascended, feeling the noticeable improvement in his speed. This was the benefit of leveling up. But level 17 was far from enough. He needed to keep growing stronger. Otherwise, the next time he faced an ambush, he might not be so lucky. Scanning the other Butterfrees nearby, Bell mused to himself. Sparring with others should also yield experience, right? Besides, it's reasonable to engage in friendly matches to strengthen bonds with the clan. With this thought, he didn't hesitate any longer and flew directly toward a chosen Butterfree. The Butterfree fluttering among the flowers had no idea it was being watched. Its wings shimmered faintly in the sunlight as it leisurely flitted between the vibrant blooms. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred, and Bell silently appeared behind the unsuspecting Butterfree. "Want to fight? Let's spar," Bell said, locking eyes with the level 16 Butterfree, his gaze alight with anticipation. Huh. The Butterfree turned around, puzzled. No, not today. It's not the right time. Her tone carried a hint of confusion. As a female Butterfree, she couldn't understand why this male was challenging her outside of the mating season. Bell froze. What do you mean, not the right time? The female Butterfree, seeing his confusion, patiently explained, "It's during the annual monsoon season, our breeding period. That's when we hold the clan gathering." Her eyes traveled over Belle's strong physique, clearly impressed by the robust male of her kind. When the Butterfree mentioned that only the strongest could earn the right to pass on their genes, the expectant look in her eyes made Belle instantly realize her implication. As a Butterfree with a human soul, this turn of events left him flustered. "Stop. No fighting. I give up." Belle quickly backed away, desperate to escape the awkward situation. The female Butterfree looked disappointed, mistakenly thinking her physique wasn't appealing enough. As she gazed after him wistfully, Belle decisively turned and flew off. "Clan gathering, my wings. It's just a matchmaking tournament," Bell muttered to himself as he headed toward his usual training grounds. His original plan to level up had been derailed, leaving him no choice but to pursue a slower path of training. Once he reached the deserted training area, Bell began contemplating the practical use of his moves. Based on my observations, the triple powder move has a delay before it takes effect, and it's not very fast-acting. That makes it easy to dodge, significantly reducing its value in battle. As he spoke, he gently flapped his wings, releasing the triple powder technique. Bell observed the drifting speed of the dust particles, his brow slightly furrowed. Too slow. At this rate, it's easy to miss, he thought to himself. Without hesitation, he spread his wings and gave a gentle flap. The dust, propelled by the airflow, began to move rapidly, its speed significantly faster than before. But it still wasn't enough. Bell focused intently for a moment, and a faint pink ripple flickered in his eyes. A barely perceptible psychic force began to swirl around him, and the dust scattered by his wings formed a star-like ring around his body. These minuscule particles, almost invisible to the naked eye, coalesced into a concealed web of attack under the influence of his psychic energy. Although I can't fully control this psychic force yet, and the dust is still a bit too dispersed, both its speed and stealth have improved greatly, Bell assessed his progress. As long as he didn't maintain this state for too long, sustaining the psychic force was manageable and sufficient for an entire battle. With this realization, Bell continued to focus on refining his psychic abilities, striving for greater mastery. These were the skills he frequently relied on. While his strongest psychic force remained his hidden trump card he wouldn't reveal until he reached his peak strength. Every aspect of his training was aimed at improving his chances of survival on the harsh battlefield. A full day of solitary training brought Bell significant improvements in his abilities. The most noticeable change was his increased speed in activating skills, and his psychic energy had become more concentrated. The combination of the dust and psychic force added versatility to his combat techniques, allowing him to subtly lure opponents into abnormal states. That's enough for today, Bell decided, exhausted. As the setting sun cast its golden glow across the sky, he soared through the air, gazing at the horizon. Just as he was about to admire the beauty of the scene, a sharp bird cry shattered the tranquility. A bird resembling a sparrow, with sharp, piercing eyes, darted toward him at high speed. Spearow. Bell was momentarily startled, but after a quick glance at its stat panel, he regained his composure. Pokemon, Spearow. Type, Flying Normal. Level, LV15. Ability, Keen Eye. Moves, Peck, Growl, Leer, Pursuit, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace. Lower level than me. So what if it has a type advantage? Without waiting for the Spearow to close in, Bell initiated his psychic force. A pink glow emanated from his eyes as an invisible power enveloped the Spearow. Chirp. The Spearo's charge was slowed by the invisible force field. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bell quickly created distance and retreated toward the forest. Engaging in an open-sky battle against a close combat specialist like Spearow would be unwise. Once it got too close, he would lose the upper hand. As a Butterfree not adept at melee combat, Bell opted for a Hitandran strategy. Still chasing me? Then I'll make you regret it. Bell smirked as the ravenous Spearow, clearly famished after 3 days without food, stubbornly pursued him into the forest. If it thought it could easily break through his psychic force, then all of Bell's hard training that day would have been for nothing. As the battle of attrition unfolded, Bell quickly widened the distance, fully aware that under the disadvantage of attribute suppression, enduring the opponent's attacks would be nearly impossible. In the air, Spearow's wings glimmered with a pale blue light, and its speed surged dramatically. It soared through the sky in a graceful arc, its body enveloped in a soft blue energy and a faint breeze, diving down like an arrow unleashed from a bow. Bell reacted swiftly, unleashing psychic power to narrowly evade the sharp aerial ace. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, and a sting brushed against his cheek. Seizing the moment when Spearow's attack missed, Bell launched a full-force counterstrike. A radiant pink glow of psychic energy flared, locking Spearow firmly in midair. Spearow let out a piercing screech, struggling desperately, but its body seemed shackled by invisible chains. The intense pressure caused it immense pain. Bell's insect-like body trembled slightly, and the flickering pink light in his eyes betrayed the strain of maintaining control against Spearow's fierce resistance. At last, Spearow broke free from the psychic hold, but it was clearly weakened. Faint purple marks appeared on its face, and its movements were visibly stiff. A strange fatigue crept over its body, yet an overwhelming hunger gnawed at it, leaving no room for contemplation. Spearow forced itself to rally and charged again. A glint of resolve flashed in Bell's eyes as the triple status effects he had inflicted earlier, paralysis, poison, and sleep, had already taken hold. He used his psychic ability to accelerate, creating more distance between himself and the now weakened Spearow. The battle transformed into a carefully orchestrated game of pursuit. Each time Spearow was about to close in, Bell skillfully maintained just enough distance, creating an illusion of near reach that was ultimately unattainable. This performance as the prey left Bell exhausted, but to ensure the success of his hunting strategy, he had to carefully sustain this delicate balance. Finally, after another failed lunge, Spearow sensed something was amiss. The toxins coursing through its body were steadily draining its strength and vitality. Realizing the dire situation, Spearow chose to retreat. It assumed the seemingly fragile Butterfree would be relieved to have survived and wouldn't dare to give chase. The arrogant stance of the Spearow as it turned away made it clear it didn't regard Bell as a threat. If it were an ordinary Butterfree, it might have backed down. But Bell was no ordinary Butterfree, possessed a human soul. Think you can just leave? Not a chance. Bell's wings flared sharply, sending out a surge of pale blue energy. The gust attack not only created a powerful wind current, but also propelled Bell directly toward the Spearow. This was a tactic he had carefully planned, and now, it was time to put it into action. White light began to gather around Bell, his entire body transforming into a glowing streak aimed straight at the Spearow's back. The tackle move, though a simple normal-type attack, was enough to close the distance. Bang! The Spearow didn't even have time to turn before the forceful impact struck it square in the back. Its body slammed hard against the tree trunk, sending sharp waves of pain through its core. But Bell wasn't about to stop there. Like to pick fights, huh? Well, today, you're going to pay for it. Taking advantage of the Spearow's weakened state, Bell lunged forward. His mandibles gleamed with a silver-green light as his bug bite attack sharpened to deadly precision. In the next instant, blood splattered as Bell sank his jaws into the Spearow, pinning it beneath him. To an outsider, it might have looked like an unsettling scene, a butterfly preying on a bird of prey. But in Bell's mind, this was justice. He was determined to end this wretched bird once and for all. Squawk! The Spearow let out a piercing, agonized cry, reminiscent of the screams of its past victims. But now, the roles of predator and prey had reversed. Desperate, the Spearow mustered its remaining strength, channeling pale blue energy into its beak before stabbing fiercely at Bell. Arg! The peck, a flying-type move, dealt double damage to Bell. The searing pain was unlike anything he had experienced before. Yet instead of retreating, the agony only fueled his fury. You think you're the only one who can fight dirty? Bell immediately unleashed confusion, targeting the Spearow's head with precision. At such close range, he could control the move flawlessly. While his jaws continued to tear into the Spearow's body, his psychic attack relentlessly crushed its head. Under this relentless assault, the Spearow's eyes rolled back, and it finally collapsed into unconsciousness. But in the harsh law of the jungle, defeat meant death. Bell locked onto the Spearow's neck and bit down with all his might. Crack! With a sickening sound and a spray of blood, the Spearow's lifeless body fell to the ground. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV18. A warm surge of energy coursed through Bell's body as he felt his newfound strength. He exhaled deeply. Phew, what a damn fight. Though he grumbled, a sense of satisfaction swelled within him. This battle confirmed what he had suspected all along: if he wanted to grow stronger quickly, there was no better way than through combat. After a brief rest, Bell quickly left the area. His sharp eyes scanned his surroundings as his extensive combat experience told him that numerous Spearow allies were likely lurking nearby. Fortunately, the clan's territory was not far off, and he soon returned to safety. Back among his kin, Bell couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. After careful consideration, he decided to report the matter to the clan leader, Butterfree. You're saying there are Spearow intruders nearby? The Butterfree leader's wings quivered slightly, his tone heavy with concern. Yes, I was attacked by a Spearow on my way back. Though I managed to defeat it by sheer luck, I suspect more of them are hiding in the vicinity, Bell reported honestly. As a new member of the clan, he knew little about the intricacies of interspecies conflicts, but he trusted the experienced leader to grasp the gravity of the situation. This is troubling news. The Butterfree leader's expression darkened. Based on past encounters, such a sighting likely indicated that the Spearow flock was preparing for an offensive. Known for their communal behavior, Spearow always traveled in groups. The appearance of one was a sure sign that others were nearby. For the Spearow, survival depended on preying upon the Butterfree clan's harsh reality of the natural order, where survival often dictated conflict. Leader, what should we do? The monsoon season won't wait for us, and now we're also facing an external threat. A guide Butterfree asked anxiously. The guide knew all too well that the leader's decisions would determine the survival of the entire clan. The Butterfree leader pondered for a moment before speaking with resolve. We must prepare for battle. The survival and continuation of our clan is our sacred duty, and it must not end with our generation. Turning to the guide, he gave instructions: spread the word, reduce the patrol range, heighten vigilance, and absolutely forbid anyone from venturing out alone. Only by relying on collective strength to form a defensive perimeter could they stand a chance against a Spearow attack. Bell, stay for a moment. The leader called out to Bell just as he was about to leave. You defeated a Spearow alone, which means its scent lingers on you. Be extremely cautious when venturing out. The Spearow flock will surely seek revenge. The leader's tone was grave, shaped by his own bloody experiences from before he became the clan leader. In the food chain, Spearow held a significant advantage over both Butterfree and Caterpie, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary Butterfree to stand against them. But Bell was different, and this was precisely why the leader valued him so highly. I understand. I'll stay within the clan for now, Bell responded immediately, knowing the gravity of the situation. His quick agreement reassured the leader somewhat. The leader had been closely observing Bell's remarkable growth in strength recently, a progress clearly due to his experiences in the wild. Bell had not disappointed him. With your current mental strength, you should be able to master telekinesis, right? The Butterfree chief asked eagerly, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. Yes, telekinesis is indeed very useful. It feels incredibly convenient. Bell nodded in response, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To him, telekinesis was like a universal key, unlocking countless possibilities. The chief smiled with satisfaction, a faint ripple emanating from his presence. In an instant, a near-invisible ring of fine dust formed perfectly around him. The move, Psybeam with powder, was one Bell was already familiar with, but achieving the chief's level of precise control would require much more practice. Bell immediately demonstrated the same technique. While the dust he generated floated less orderly than the chief's, he managed to display the rudimentary form of the skill. Not bad. Keep practicing, and you'll reach my level soon, the chief said, pleased. Among the entire tribe, only Bell showed such a strong drive to improve. The other Butterfree were either wandering aimlessly or indulging in nectar, completely oblivious to potential dangers, something that deeply worried the chief. Chief, I have another question I'd like to ask. Bell's voice interrupted the chief's thoughts. It was the first time Bell had actively sought the chief's guidance, and this piqued his interest. With the chief's permission, Bell wasted no time explaining and acted directly. His eyes flashed a faint pink glow, and a powerful psychic wave erupted from within him. At first, the chief paid little attention, but as the energy intensified, his expression grew increasingly serious. This level of mental strength, this isn't something ordinary telekinesis can achieve, the chief exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized the technique. Its overwhelming power was unforgettable. Yet, even with his abilities, he had never mastered it. This was far beyond the scope of what the Butterfree species could learn, reserved only for exceptionally gifted psychic-type Pokemon. Bell quickly reached his limit and withdrew the psychic energy. Chief, could there be something wrong with my body? He asked, panting heavily. Seeing the chief standing frozen in place, Bell hurriedly called out to him. The chief snapped out of his daze, looking at Bell with a peculiar expression, as though he were a riddle waiting to be solved. When did you learn this move? The chief asked seriously. I somehow picked it up while passing through the rift last time, Bell answered honestly. Until you've fully matured, avoid using this move as much as possible, especially refrain from using it consecutively, the chief warned gravely. He understood all too well the dangers of overusing such a powerful skill, having witnessed devastating consequences firsthand. Bell could distinctly feel the dizziness that came with using his psychic abilities at the moment, a clear reminder that his mental energy was no longer sufficient to sustain the continuous use of powerful skills. Chief, if the clan gathering proceeds as planned, when exactly will it take place? Bell asked directly. The antennae of the Butterfree chief swayed gently, indicating he was carefully pondering the question. After all, considering the potential threat of external invaders, the timing of the gathering indeed required cautious deliberation. Before the chief could respond, Bell added, if possible, I'd like to know an approximate time so I can prepare. Sigh, the chief's antennae suddenly drooped, and his gaze turned distant. Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing. I remember when I competed for a mate, defeating countless rivals in succession, but alas, his voice trailed off, seemingly lost in memories of some bittersweet moments from the past. Before Bell could clarify, the chief smiled kindly and said, don't worry, I understand the restlessness in your heart. A Butterfree as exceptional as you is rare in the clan. I doubt anyone could be your match. Go ahead and compete. Only the strong are worthy of passing on their genes. I believe your offspring will inherit your talents. Bell was momentarily speechless. His original intention had simply been to use the gathering as an opportunity to gain experience and level up. After all, such a large assembly of his kin was a rare chance for that. But now, the chief had completely misunderstood his motives, and Bell doubted he could clear up the confusion. The chief looked up toward the horizon. Seeing you so eager, I think we should hold the gathering tomorrow. It coincides perfectly with the arrival of the monsoon. Actually, there's no need to rush, Bell said awkwardly. The chief's expression grew serious. I don't want to rush either, but the current situation leaves us no choice. Bell's recent attack had stirred unease in the chief's heart. Such unease could only stem from two possibilities. Either an encounter with a life-threateningly powerful enemy, or a crisis facing the entire clan. Either scenario was enough for the chief to make an immediate decision. It was only then that Bell realized the gravity of the situation. The encounter with the Fiero today might signify a larger threat. Next time, it might not just be one Fiero but an entire group of invaders. Even more concerning was how close the attack had occurred to the clan's settlement. Ordinary Pokemon rarely encroach on another's territory unless driven by survival needs. Clearly, the chief feared that other areas could no longer sustain the Fiero's hunger, and their sights had turned to the Butterfree clan. Go back and get some rest so you'll have enough energy for tomorrow's gathering, the chief said while using his psychic abilities to soothe Bell's exhausted mind, attempting to alleviate the discomfort caused by his frequent overuse of psychic power. Seeing this scene, Bell felt a warmth in his heart. This must be what home feels like, he thought. He gently flew out from the tree canopy and returned to his familiar spot, comfortably lying on the sturdy branch. The faint green glow emitted by the clan tree enveloped him, beginning to heal his exhaustion. The next morning, Bell woke up early and focused on training various techniques within the territory. Just as he was immersed in his training, news came that the clan gathering was about to begin. The clan gathering is starting. Are you ready? Huh? It's starting earlier than expected? Bell exclaimed excitedly. No problem. I'm fully prepared. This time, it'll definitely win Xiao Mei's heart. All around, the young Butterfrees were brimming with excitement. After all, this was a crucial moment tied to their purpose. Bell glanced at his peers, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. These were all experience points waiting to be earned. He quickly scanned the information on his panel. Species, Butterfree, type, bug, flying, level, LV11, talent, red. Species, Butterfree, type, bug, flying, level, LV12, talent, orange. Looking at these Butterfrees, who were 6 or 7 levels below him, Bell felt a bit puzzled. As he wondered if he had leveled up too quickly, the voice of the clan leader echoed in his mind. Haha, no need to doubt yourself. This is the result of your hard training. These clan members are non-combat Butterfrees who live only for the present, so their levels are far lower than the usual patrol Butterfrees. Bell suddenly understood. No wonder these Butterfrees appeared plump and lacked the robust physique he had developed. At that moment, a figure emerged from the tree canopy, hovering above the gathered Butterfrees. The other clan members immediately lowered their heads, and some even descended to a lower altitude in respect. A powerful psychic force swept across the gathering, and the clan leader's commanding voice rang out. With the arrival of the monsoon, our Butterfree clan welcomes the annual clan gathering. Today, you will fulfill the mission you were born for. Remember, only the strong are worthy of having offspring. The weak have no right to pass on their genes. The clan gathering begins now. Suddenly, a strong wind rose in the sky. This monsoon symbolized the renewal of life, heralding the birth and continuation of existence. The Butterfrees swiftly used the wind to their advantage, scrambling to ascend to greater heights. This was the first stage of the gathering, climbing higher. Both males and females competed for the most advantageous positions. As the higher they flew, the more they proved their strength and excellence. However, one particularly striking Butterfree caught everyone's attention. This Butterfree had an unusually large body, with wings twice the size of the others, yet it lingered at the lower levels, its movements slowing, and its expression relaxed. The clan leader noticed this and immediately sent a telepathic query. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Huh? No, clan leader. This doesn't bother me. Ali can keep going. Bell quickly adjusted his expression and responded. But deep down, he was screaming internally. Forget about reproduction for now. Can we just have a battle? I just want to gain experience and level up. Under the worried gaze of the Butterfree clan leader, Bell had no choice but to reveal his true abilities. A streak of purple flashed like an arrow loosed from a bow, instantly surpassing many of the clan members. His incredible speed left the gathered Butterfrees in awe. They began to eye their competitors warily, each unconsciously flapping their wings faster. Every Butterfree was vying for dominance, except for Bell, who was inwardly frustrated. This was already the slowest speed he could manage. Seeing Bell finally exert himself, the clan leader's worry eased slightly. Good, as long as he's fine, he thought to himself. He then shifted his gaze toward the spot in the distance where Bell had previously been attacked. As the leader, he knew he had to remain vigilant during such critical times to prevent any further danger to the clan. Before long, the Butterfree clan members reached their optimal heights. Any higher, and the increasing wind would scatter them, making the effort futile. Once settled, the Butterfrees began their patrols. The female Butterfrees observed the males while keeping a wary eye on other females, and the males busied themselves selecting the best females, bristling with hostility toward their male competitors, ready to fight at any moment. Bell had already secured his position at the center of the densest part of the group. This suited him well. Low-level Butterfrees, though lacking experience, were abundant in number, while the higher-level ones, despite their strength and experience, were few and far between. Naturally, Bell's exceptional presence drew the attention of countless females who eagerly flocked toward him, afraid of missing their chance. So much free experience. Bell smirked slightly, ignoring the eager gazes of the females. Instead, he turned his attention to the male Butterfrees on the outskirts, who were eyeing him with competitive intent. They thought, if I take him down, they'll prove him the strongest, while Bell thought, perfect, I could use more experience, bring it on. And so, Bell began accepting a series of challenges from his clanmates. However, every challenger was defeated with ease, the gap in power too evident. After yet another opponent was repelled, a system notification chimed. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV19. Feeling the warm surge of energy coursing through him, Bell was secretly delighted. It usually took him a long time to level up, but this enthusiastic group of clanmates had practically lined up to give him experience. Just then, another male Butterfree approached. This one exuded an imposing aura. Bell quickly glanced at the challenger's stats. Species, Butterfree. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV17. Talent, orange. Although the challenger was 2 levels lower, he was still among the top tier of the clan and possessed an orange tier talent, making him a worthy opponent. Before Bell could think further, the challenger had already closed the distance. I challenge you, the Butterfree declared without hesitation, charging toward Bell with a burst of white light. Well, bring it on. Bell responded without missing a beat, meeting the charge with a tackle of his own. Bang! A loud collision echoed through the air. Bell merely took a step back, while the opposing Butterfree was forced several meters away by the impact. The difference in strength was crystal clear. Although Butterfree hesitated for a moment, it caught sight of the gazes from its surrounding female companions and mustered up its courage once more, charging at Bell again. Observing his relentless opponent, Bell calmly adjusted his strategy. With a gentle tremor of his wings, he whipped up a fierce gust of wind, forcibly pushing the charging Butterfree back. Then, a pink glow flickered in Bell's eyes as an invisible wave of psychic energy enveloped his opponent. Butterfree immediately lost its balance, drifting backward in a daze. Humph, Bell thought smugly to himself. The chief sure knows how to pick a worthy opponent. If I could breed offspring with it, the quality would undoubtedly be exceptional. The outcome was decided. Around them, the female Butterfree gazed at Bell with admiration, their eyes practically sparkling with infatuation. Yet, in the next moment, this group of females suddenly burst into a fierce quarrel, though their gazes toward Bell remained fervent. The bizarre scene left Bell somewhat puzzled, though he didn't dwell on it. Now that I've gained experience from a high-level Butterfree, next. Bell's gaze shifted downward to a cluster of lower-level Butterfree. Without hesitation, he dove toward them. You all come at me together. The provocative declaration instantly enraged the weaker male Butterfree. Though their strength was lacking, this was a critical stage in their lives. How could they tolerate such provocation? In unison, the group swarmed toward Bell. Bell skillfully dodged the onslaught of the group. Even with his superior strength, being targeted by a coordinated attack was dangerous. Just then, The lower-level Butterfree executed a synchronized long-range combo Tailwind paired with the infamous Trio Powder attack. The fierce winds carried nearly invisible particles, creating an overwhelming assault. Faced with the powerful combo, a flicker of caution crossed Belle's eyes. The Tailwind alone from a dozen Butterfree could be lethal, not to mention the added effects of the Trio Powder. He swiftly maneuvered upward, using the natural barrier of the seasonal wind currents to defuse the attack. As expected, the low-level Butterfree couldn't penetrate the seasonal wind's defense. My turn. Belle's eyes glowed with a bright pink psychic hue as he summoned all his energy, preparing to end the battle decisively. Before his opponents could recover their strength, he unleashed a powerful psychic wave. The lower-level Butterfree were instantly immobilized, then dropped to the ground like falling leaves, unconscious. A system notification chimed in timely. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV20. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Belle's eyes lit up. Mission accomplished. With a sly gleam, he feigned exhaustion, allowing himself to fall alongside the defeated Butterfree. His performance was flawless, indistinguishable from the others who had genuinely fainted. Just then, an even stronger psychic force caught all the falling Butterfree midair. The chief had silently arrived, hovering above. His gaze rested on Belle with a hint of suspicion. This shouldn't have drained him so thoroughly. Could it be an old injury? The chief of the Bada clan gazed at Belle with a mix of suspicion and concern, quickly using psychic power to assess his condition. However, the results were unexpected. Belle's body showed no apparent injuries. This left the chief deeply puzzled. Logically, while using psychic energy could deplete mental strength, a single use shouldn't cause such a significant physical toll. Just as the chief was lost in thought, Belle slowly opened his eyes, letting out a low groan of pain. Ugh, my head hurts. The chief immediately flew to Belle's side, channeling his own psychic power for healing. How are you feeling? Is your body any better? The chief's tone was filled with genuine concern. To him, Belle had always been one of the most outstanding members of the clan, and he couldn't bear to see anything happen to him. The clan gathering will last 3 more days. You still have a chance. The chief noticed the reluctance in Belle's eyes and quickly comforted him. Besides, it looks like quite a few ladies are waiting for your response. With that, he used his psychic power to lift Belle up, allowing him to see the scene above. Belle squinted slightly and saw several female Bada gathered on the treetops, their worried eyes fixed on him. The scene reminded Belle of a wife caring for her injured husband. He couldn't help but close his eyes again, silently thinking, what a sin, what a sin. All right, go rest on the clan tree for now. With your constitution, you should recover quickly. As the chief spoke, he carefully moved all the unconscious Bada to the clan tree. The clan gathering continued. With Belle, the strongest competitor, temporarily out of the picture, the other participants seemed noticeably more relaxed. Some successfully found their ideal partners, while others left disappointed. Even the attitudes of the female Bada softened. After all, under the rules of monogamy, they couldn't afford to wait for Belle, the sole high-quality candidate. By now, Belle had adjusted himself into a comfortable position and quietly opened his system panel. Host, Bada Belle. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Talent, Yellow Grade, LV20. Traits, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Psychic, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psyshock, Whirlwind, Signal Beam. During this time, he had recently mastered 2 new skills, Whirlwind and Signal Beam. The addition of these normal-type status moves and psychic-type special attack skills significantly enhanced his strength. For Belle, who often leveled up solo by defeating monsters, this was undoubtedly the greatest reward. Joining the clan had indeed been a wise choice. With the support of the group, leveling up became far more convenient. Such an abundant source of experience. Without the risk of retaliation, it was practically paradise, Belle thought to himself as he lay on the tree, feeling his mental energy gradually recover. Though he could currently use Psyshock only once, each use brought unexpected gains. No wonder the chief covets the Psyshock skill. It really has its merits. Belle mused. How's your recovery going? The chief's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Belle quickly shut his eyes and replied in a weak tone. My head feels foggy and really uncomfortable. In the distance, the chief slowly flew over. Seeing Belle with his eyes tightly shut and a pained expression, the chief grew even more worried. A sense of unease welled up in Belle's heart. Could it be that his spiritual essence had been damaged? It was indeed a possibility. He was well aware that overusing spiritual force when one's mental strength was insufficient could easily lead to exhaustion, ultimately harming the very core of one's spirit. Such cases were not uncommon among the Bada Butterfly clan. Wait here, I'll find you some medicinal herbs, the clan leader said hastily. His words barely finished before he flapped his wings and took off into the distance. Belle wanted to call out to stop him, but it was too late. Watching the clan leader's figure fade away, Belle felt a deep pang of guilt. He resolved silently. When the clan leader returned, he would come clean about everything. After all, he simply didn't want to reproduce. There was no need to deceive someone who had treated him with such sincerity. A lie should never be covered with another lie. By midday, the first clan meeting had come to an end. Many butterflies descended from the skies in pairs, ready to spend time fostering their bonds. The task of reproduction was not urgent yet. Those without mates still had 2 more chances, but as time passed, the competition would only grow fiercer. After all, the number of female butterflies was limited, and among the males, there were many powerful contenders. Strange, why hasn't the clan leader returned yet? Bell murmured in puzzlement as he rested on a tree. Given the clan leader's speed, he should have been back by now. Alert! A sharp, sudden bird cry shattered the tranquility. Every butterfly instantly turned their attention in the direction of the sound. The atmosphere grew tense as a few elder butterflies silently positioned themselves in front of the younger members. Though these elders were often cared for by the younger generation, they never hesitated to step forward in times of crisis. Bell focused his gaze and noticed that these butterflies were all formidable warriors, ranging from levels 30 to 40 far stronger than he was. The butterfly who had previously guided Bella figured second only to the clan leader in authority stepped forward. Bell quickly explained. The clan leader went to search for medicine. His voice carried a hint of anxiety. Look, it's the clan leader. A startled voice interrupted their thoughts. In the distance, the clan leader was locked in a fierce struggle with 3 large birds, their 4 figures weaving and clashing in the air, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. The clan leader was surrounded. Leave a few fighters to guard the territory. The rest, follow me to rescue the clan leader, the guide butterfly commanded without hesitation. The elder butterflies responded immediately, flapping their wings and taking off in pursuit. Only a few aged butterflies stayed behind to protect the clan grounds. Bell was about to quietly follow, but an elderly butterfly stopped him. It's too dangerous right now. Stay here. Frustrated and helpless, Bell was consumed with worry. The clan leader's predicament was entirely his fault. Though he lacked the strength to fight, he still wished to contribute somehow, even if it was just casting a few transformation skills from the rear. As he brooded over his regret, strange dark shadows suddenly darted past the outskirts of the territory, heading straight for the butterfly clan. At first, the butterflies didn't notice anything unusual. However, Bell was the first to sense that something was amiss. The eerie silence around them unsettled him. This unnatural quiet was strikingly similar to what he had experienced in the rift. As a gifted elf with exceptional perception far surpassing that of his kin, Bell's instincts kicked in. A wave of danger was approaching rapidly. He looked up sharply and, in the dimming twilight, spotted several dark silhouettes racing toward the Butterfree group, using the evening glow as cover. Those familiar shapes it was Spearows. Enemy attack. Above us. Bell immediately amplified his voice with psychic power to warn the butterflies. Without wasting a moment, he shot into the air, his eyes glowing with a pink hue. His wings vibrated, scattering a dazzling array of colorful powder. A surge of psychic energy carried a mix of poison powder, stun spore, and sleep powder straight toward the Spearow flock. This psychic 3 powders combination had proven effective in group battles many times before, and it worked again. The Spearow's charge faltered. A few of them began to spiral downward. Their eyes closed as they fell into a deep sleep. The rest were visibly slowing down, the effects of poison and paralysis starting to take hold. Attack now, commanded several elder Butterfree, immediately launching a counterstrike. They flapped their wings, unleashing sharp air slashes. The powerful gusts further disrupted the Spearow's assault, and a few were rendered unable to fight. The younger Butterfree quickly joined in, orchestrating their attacks with precision. But the tide of battle shifted in an instant. The Spearows split into groups. Some stayed back to interfere with ranged attacks, while others pressed forward. As flying-type Pokemon, they were well-versed in close combat, and had a clear advantage over the bug-type Butterfree. Before long, the first wave of Spearows broke through the defenses, leaving the Butterfree struggling and nearly overwhelmed. Yet Bell was no ordinary adversary. He smirked to himself, thinking, let's see how you handle my new move. Before he finished the thought, his eyes flared with psychic energy, and a radiant, multicolored beam burst forth. Psybeam. With a power of 65, it packed a stronger punch than his usual psychic attack. One of the Spearows was blasted away instantly, and the explosion's shockwave caught the attention of the others. 3 particularly strong Spearows immediately surrounded Bell. His expression grew serious. These opponents were no pushovers. 3 Spearows were in relentless pursuit, 2 at level 19 and 1 at level 18. As a Butterfree with an impressive wingspan of 160 centimeters, Bell maneuvered deftly through the air, widening the gap between them. He was well aware of his role as a special attacker. Close combat had never been his forte. Although these Spearows were significantly larger than their average counterparts, measuring about 60 centimeters in length, they still couldn't match the speed of Bell, the giant, in this aerial chase. With the critical evolution threshold of level 20 looming, Bell knew he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a second. Suddenly, a flash of pink light glimmered in Belle's eyes as a dazzling psybeam shot forward. The level 18 Fiero instinctively tried to dodge, but its movements froze for the briefest moment. That fleeting hesitation was all Belle needed as psybeam struck the Fiero squarely. With a resounding explosion, the bird's dark orange silhouette plummeted straight to the ground. This was no accident, it was the outcome of Belle's calculated plan. During the earlier evasive maneuvers, he had discreetly scattered fine toxic powder into the air. The prolonged poisoning, combined with the devastating impact of the psybeam, left the level 18 Fiero with no chance of survival. The remaining two Fieros showed no sorrow for their fallen comrade. Instead, their eyes burned with indignation and arrogance, as if insulted by the defiance of a mere butterfly daring to challenge predators at the top of the food chain. A sudden burst of white light erupted as the two Fieros, fueled by their rage, began to evolve. Belle, having undergone 2 evolutions himself, was all too familiar with this process of transformation. Once the evolution was complete, his adversaries would become Fiero's more powerful form. Spiro, their strength would surge dramatically. Even Belle couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease at the thought. However, choosing to evolve in the midst of a life-and-death battle was nothing short of a fatal mistake. A glint of cold determination flickered in Belle's eyes. A surge of psychic energy radiated from his body, and another brilliant psybeam burst forth, striking the two evolving Fieros with pinpoint accuracy. Their piercing cries of agony echoed across the battlefield, drawing the attention of countless nearby Pokémon. Not only was their evolution forcibly interrupted, but they also sustained severe injuries, crashing to the ground in utter disarray. Belle, however, wasn't about to let them off so easily. The psychic energy around him intensified, and yet another psybeam erupted. Though typically a single-target skill, under Belle's precise control, it expanded into a wide-range attack, engulfing the two crippled Fieros in its radiant blast. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness blanketed the territory of the Butterfree. The fierce battle on the battlefield came to an abrupt halt. All the Butterfree and Spearow stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Belle. On the ground lay the lifeless bodies of 3 Spearow, a scene so unbelievable that every Pokémon present struggled to comprehend it. A single Butterfree had managed to take down 3 Spearow with such ferocity. Under the veil of night, Belle's figure appeared even more dazzling. The piercing cry of the dying Spearow still echoed in the ears of all the Pokémon, a sound that seemed like a wail from the depths of hell. Yet Belle did not pause. His cold gaze swept across the remaining enemies as psychic energy swirled around him. Just 3 birds, Belle muttered indifferently before unleashing a psybeam toward the nearest Spearow. Most of them were unable to dodge in time, though a few narrowly avoided the attack. The poison coursing through the Spearow was steadily draining their strength. However, the natural hierarchy of the food chain still gave them an upper hand, and Butterfree continued to fall one after another. These Butterfree, who had lived their lives under the shadow of predatory birds, might not have even mustered the courage to fight if not for the need to defend their territory. This is too passive, Belle thought, his voice firm in his mind. After repelling a sneaky Spearow with Psychic, he decisively rose higher into the sky. Though their levels were evenly matched and the Butterfree had the advantage in numbers, what they lacked was the confidence to fight. A glint of pink light flickered in Belle's eyes as psychic energy gathered in his mouth. Listen to me. Everyone, gather now. His powerful cry resonated across the battlefield, commanding attention. Under the moonlight, Belle exuded an invisible yet undeniable authority. The first to respond was a female Butterfree, one who had previously been challenged by him. Without hesitation, she flew toward the strong leader she admired. Soon, more and more Butterfree rallied around Belle, as if they had finally found their anchor. Follow Mephley upward, Belle commanded, leading the swarm as they ascended rapidly. The ravenous Spearow flock pursued them relentlessly. With a cold snort, Belle flapped his wings and unleashed a gust attack. The other Butterfree quickly followed his lead, their combined wind attacks merging into a massive, powerful storm. This was no longer the strength of a single Pokémon, it was the unified force of an entire swarm. The fierce sparrows couldn't withstand the storm's onslaught and were forced to retreat. Belle's wings gave a gentle flutter, releasing a fine dust that shimmered faintly under the moonlight as it scattered into the air. The surrounding Butterfree immediately understood Belle's intent. They spread their wings wide and unleashed their proud racial skill powder trio. Under the moonlight, the swirling wind carried the powder, creating a dazzling yet deadly curtain. The sparrow flock staggered amidst the enchanting but lethal dust, one after another plummeting to the ground, frothing at the beak and lifeless. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of the Butterfree, the remaining sparrows had no choice but to retreat. However, when Belle noticed the sparrows attempting to flee with the bodies of their fallen comrades, fury ignited within him. The defeated have no right to desecrate the bodies of my kin. A surge of powerful psychic energy erupted from Belle, his psychic force binding the sparrows like iron chains, locking them in place. Scree! The sparrows let out piercing cries of agony under Belle's enraged attack. What are you waiting for? Attack! Belle strained to maintain his psychic grip, urging his companions to strike. Yet, the Butterfree hesitated. Their joy at seeing the enemy retreat had not yet faded, and attacking again now felt against their nature. In less than 3 seconds, the sparrows' violent struggles broke Belle's psychic hold. Seizing the opportunity, the flock scattered in all directions, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Belle panted heavily, barely managing to stay upright. Damn it, my psychic power is still too weak. Controlling that many filthy birds was pushing my limits. The battle was over, but the battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen Butterfree. Even the elder members of the group bore numerous injuries. Belle did not blame his companions for their hesitation. After all, they just wanted to survive. At that moment, a group of Butterfree appeared in the distance, escorting their slightly unsteady leader. The chief has returned. The battle-worn tribe, desperate for a source of strength, found solace in the timely arrival of their leader. Belle's relief quickly turned to shock as he noticed the wounds covering the chief's body. It turned out that the chief had been shouldering the burden of the battle elsewhere, single-handedly facing off against 3 Fiero of immense strength. Belle quickly assessed the situation. The chief was at level 51, and those Fiero must have been around level 50 as well. It was clear that the Viridian Forest was teeming with powerful creatures. Any Pokemon above level 50 could undeniably claim a place of dominance in this forest. The Butterfree chief landed swiftly on the tribal tree, his gaze scanning the area with urgency. When his eyes fell upon Belle, they lingered. Thank goodness, he's still here. The gaze of the Butterfly clan leader and Belle met in midair, a fleeting trace of worry evident in both of their eyes. Almost simultaneously, they called out to each other, but it was the clan leader who first flapped his wings and flew over to Belle. Are your injuries healed? The leader asked, his voice filled with concern. Belle understood what the leader was referring to and replied somewhat sheepishly. Clan leader, I'm actually fine. It's just that I don't want to produce offspring. He cautiously observed the leader's reaction, guilt gnawing at him for keeping this hidden for so long, especially as he looked at the injured leader before him. I've actually known for a while, the Butterfly clan leader said, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. As a Butterfree with extraordinary abilities and a higher rank, he had long since seen through Belle's facade. Precisely because of this, he was even more curious about Belle's true thoughts. Gazing at the young Butterfree before him, the leader couldn't help but think of his younger self, letting out a deep sigh. What is it, clan leader? Must it really be? Belle cautiously probed. The leader didn't answer. The clan had just endured a devastating calamity, and now was clearly not the time to continue this conversation. Instead, he flapped his wings and rose above the other Butterfree, amplifying his voice with psychic power. Listen, we've survived this disaster. I grieve for the loss of our comrades, but I believe that life ahead will be better. Though the clan had heard these words many times before, the leader's authority gave them a soothing power. The clan members cheered symbolically before turning their attention to cleaning up the territory, removing the bodies of the fallen Spearow. As they worked, Belle noticed several Spearow corpses scattered near the remains of fallen Butterfree. These were enemies he had managed to fend off, though their numbers seemed insignificant compared to the Spearow who had escaped with their dead. The sight reignited Belle's determination to grow stronger. Only the strong could survive in this world, while the weak faced inevitable demise. As Belle was lost in thought, a guide Butterfly, ranked second in strength within the clan, approached him from behind. The clan leader is waiting for you inside the treetop. I was sent to let you know. Belle turned to look at the companion who had led the charge during the crisis, nodding respectfully. Understood. Thank you for letting me know. The guide Butterfly nodded in acknowledgement before departing, as there was still much reconstruction work to oversee. Shortly after, Belle found himself alone within the treetop, standing before the clan leader. He looked at the leader, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Belle stood quietly in front of the Butterfree clan leader, waiting patiently. The leader's eyes were tightly shut, his body still bearing the scars from the earlier battle. His chest rose and fell faintly with each breath. In this state of deep rest, the leader's senses were heightened, remaining vigilant against any malicious intentions, though he seemed unaware of Belle's presence as a fellow clan member. After a long pause, the leader slowly opened his eyes, his voice tinged with weariness. You're here. Yes, leader. I heard you were looking for me. Belle straightened his posture and responded solemnly. The leader's antennae swayed gently as he spoke with a grave tone. I wanted to talk to you about the clan gathering. Belle's heart tightened, fearing it might involve another matchmaking event. However, the leader quickly dispelled his concerns. Relax. If you don't want to participate, that's fine, as long as your strength doesn't falter. But the leader's antennae drooped noticeably. The interruption of the gathering might jeopardize our Butterfree clan's mission of reproduction. Belle observed the leader's heavy expression. While he sympathized with the leader's concern, he couldn't understand why he was being involved. He looked at the leader, puzzled, silently waiting for further explanation. The leader continued. Your reluctance to reproduce is a minor issue. But the gathering is crucial for the survival of our species. We must consider the younger members of the clan. Now that the gathering has been disrupted by outside forces, I hope you can infiltrate it and act as a shield to ensure the event proceeds smoothly. After speaking, the leader's gaze shifted into the distance towards the direction where the flock of Spearow had retreated. Following his gaze, Bell instantly grasped the leader's concern. The Spearow flock would undoubtedly return. To these bird Pokemon, whose primary prey was Caterpie, the Butterfree clan was the perfect target in inherent conflict of survival. Me as a shield? Bell asked in disbelief. With his current level of 20, he could barely fend for himself against the overwhelming Spearow flock, let alone act as a protector. The leader, however, smiled. The way you rallied and commanded the clan during the attack didn't go unnoticed. Honestly, even I can't match you in that regard. It was thanks to your quick organization of the clan's resistance that we avoided greater losses. The leader had witnessed this scene upon returning from his skirmish with 3 Fearow. So, Bell muttered thoughtfully. The leader finally revealed his true intention. I hope that when the Spearow flock strikes again, you will take charge of organizing the younger Butterfree in their defense, minimizing casualties as much as possible. Bell remained silent for a moment, observing the leader's exhausted expression. Then, with resolve in his voice, he said, "All right, I'll do it, leader." In truth, the task stirred a familiar feeling within Bell, a sense of purpose that reminded him of commanding Pokemon in battle. It felt like being a trainer all over again. So what if he had become a Pokemon himself? He could still lead. 3 mornings later, the territory of the Butterfree was brimming with vitality. The young Butterfree were full of energy, ready to fulfill the most important mission of their lives, finding their other half. Although danger loomed on the horizon, no one was troubled by the unknown threat at this moment. The clan leader soared above the young Butterfree, his gaze casually sweeping over to where Bell was. "Are you all ready?" "Yes, ready." The group of Butterfree responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Good. Then let's begin." With the spread of the leader's psychic energy, the swarm of Butterfree took to the skies. The seasonal winds lifted them higher, carrying them to greater heights. Bell followed at a leisurely pace, blending into the rear of the group. This time, he could feign participation without any pretense. Before their departure, the leader's words still echoed in Bell's ears. "Since you don't wish to reproduce, don't compete with your fellow clan members. I don't know why you're so fond of fighting, but this gathering has a different purpose. You understand what I mean, right?" To this, Bell could only remain silent. After all, one couldn't take advantage of a situation endlessly without consequences. At this moment, the Butterfree were distributed across 3 layers of airspace: lower, middle, and upper. Only a handful of Butterfree could reach the upper layer. To avoid interfering with the gathering, Bell purposely chose the highest level, a space over 1,000 meters high, far beyond the reach of the young Butterfree. Bell noticed a few female Butterfree below, occasionally casting hopeful glances his way. He quietly averted his gaze, not wanting to delay these young ladies in their quest for a lifelong partner. Soon enough, realizing Bell had no interest, the female Butterfree fluttering in the upper tier moved on, seeking other suitable mates. In this male-dominated group, every female Butterfree who could ascend to the upper layer was a rare and precious gem, immediately attracting a swarm of suitors. Except for Bell, no one wished to spend their life alone. Time passed, and scenes of courtship unfolded before Bell's eyes. Some found their destined partners, while others left in quiet disappointment. This gathering brought about the formation of many lifelong bonds. From his lofty vantage point, Bell observed it all, a thought dawning on him. So, competition exists everywhere. Scrawl. Suddenly, a familiar cry ripped through the air. In the distance, several dark shapes rapidly approached, their predatory, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the young Butterfree in the sky. Plump, juicy bugs. Time for a feast. The flock of Fearows suddenly picked up speed, their dark shadows slicing through the sky with the ferocity of predators. Belle fixed her gaze on the rapidly approaching black dots in the distance, her eyes gleaming with an eerie pink light as her expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, alarms blared across the Butterfree territory. The chieftain, acting decisively, canceled the tribal meeting and led the elite warriors into the air. This was a critical moment for the survival of the tribe. A large-scale aerial battle was imminent. Leading by example, the chieftain formed a vanguard unit with the strongest Butterfree warriors, adopting a circular formation to guard against enemy encirclement. On the other side, Belle, leveraging the authority she had established in the previous battle, quickly rallied the younger Butterfree. This time, they assembled much faster, but an unexpected and somewhat comical situation arose. Female Butterfree eagerly swarmed around her, pushing the male Butterfree to the outer edges. Faced with the envious glances of the males, Belle could only twitch the corner of her mouth in exasperation. "Fly lower," Belle commanded decisively, her eyes locked on the rapidly closing Fearow flock. Although Butterfree could fly, their mobility was no match for the bird-like creatures. They needed to regroup with the chieftain immediately, or this young unit might be decimated in the first wave of attacks. The young Butterfree obeyed at once, quickly lowering their altitude. The order was a relief to them. Youthful and spirited as they were, they still tended to rely on their elders, with only a few truly ready to face the crisis heated. As the distance between the two sides rapidly closed, the Fearow flock relentlessly pursued them, their speed increasing. The streamlined bodies of the bird-like creatures gave them a significant advantage in the air, making them far faster than the Butterfree. Just as they were about to rendezvous with the chieftain's unit, Belle's eyes flashed pink again as she used her psychic ability to communicate with the chieftain. Chieftain, prepare to attack. Once we scatter, hit these filthy birds hard. Understood, no problem. The chieftain grasped her intent and signaled the unit to come to a gradual halt. This sudden move threw the young Butterfree into a panic. What? Why is the chieftain stopping? Are they abandoning us? Overwhelmed by the threat to their lives, their imaginations ran wild. Those at the back of the group were particularly anxious, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Belle, however, showed no sympathy for them. After all, they were all Butterfree. If some flew slower than others, they couldn't blame those who flew faster. A surge of intense urgency filled the air as a Butterfree let out a harrowing screech under the razor-sharp beak of a Fearow before plummeting to the ground. The death of the first comrade was like a blaring alarm, jolting the remaining Butterfree into action. Fear-stricken, they unleashed unprecedented speed, desperately struggling to survive in the face of imminent danger. Belle's eyes gleamed sharply, calculating the distance between the two sides with precision. Scatter to the sides, he commanded in a powerful voice. The Butterfree immediately understood, dispersing like a split stream of water to evade their pursuers. The Fearow flock, caught off guard, faltered for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the Butterfree chief led the elite warriors in a counterattack, each one unleashing their most formidable techniques. Strike! The chief roared, releasing a wave of pink energy that crashed into the heart of the Fearow group. The Fearow scattered like leaves caught in a storm, some tumbling helplessly through the air. The ones at the front bore the brunt of the attack, losing their ability to fight on the spot, a testament to the power of the devastating blow. At that moment, 3 dark shadows dived down from above, targeting the Butterfree chief with deadly precision. Belle's eyes narrowed as data flashed across his mental interface. 3 Dodrio, all normal and flying types, at levels 49, 48, and 47, each with the keen eye ability. Just as expected, Belle muttered to himself. He quickly deduced that these 3 must be the leaders of their group, closely matched with the Butterfree chief in strength, differing by only 2 to 4 levels. This realization confirmed his suspicion that level 50 marked a critical threshold of power. Otherwise, such a close contest between 3 flying types and a single bug type wouldn't be possible. While making a mental note of this observation, Belle maneuvered behind the Butterfree chief. He noticed that during the dispersal, the majority of the Butterfree had instinctively followed him, while only a few had stuck to the original plan and veered in the opposite direction. The chief had clearly noticed this abnormality as well, but there was no time to dwell on it. The 3 Dodrio, shrouded in pale blue energy, charged toward the chief with deadly intent. They knew their strategy, while neutralizing the opposing leader, would make the rest of the Butterfree easy prey. The Fearow flock seized the opportunity, diving into the chaos of the Butterfree group. With levels nearly equal, their flying-type advantage over the bug-type Butterfree was overwhelming. In close combat, this advantage became even more pronounced. Fools, Belle muttered coldly as several overzealous Fearow lunged at him, their eyes gleaming with greed, as if victory was already within their grasp. His expression remained unreadable as waves of psychic energy began to ripple around him, and an eerie pink glow flickered in his eyes. A sharp hum pierced the battlefield. A radiant, multicolored beam tore through the sky, streaking directly toward the reckless Fearow, intent on punishing their miscalculation. The beam of Psybeam struck its target like a pink lightning bolt. Belle quickly shifted his gaze, and wherever he looked, Spearows were struck down one after another. This move was supposed to be a single-target special attack, but under Belle's control, the Psybeam transformed into a sweeping laser, leaving destruction in its wake. Ding! A system notification chimed. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV21. Belle pondered silently. As expected, after surpassing level 20, the leveling up process had significantly slowed. Despite its impressive power, Belle's current mental and energy reserves couldn't sustain continuous output of the Psybeam. After each attack, he needed a brief moment to recover. Yet, during these short pauses, more Spearows swarmed in, their eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger. Have these Spearows been starving for years? Belle thought to himself, but now wasn't the time for such questions. The priority was clear: eliminate the enemies in front of him. Once again, pink light burst forth from Belle's eyes, and the Psybeam swept across the battlefield. This time, however, the Spearows seemed to have learned. They adopted coordinated tactics, weaving through the air to evade Belle's attacks with remarkable agility. They're actually working together now, Belle muttered, immediately adjusting his strategy. He ceased the wide-area sweep to conserve his energy and mental strength, instead focusing on precise, pinpoint shots with concentrated psychic energy. His aim was extraordinary, almost as if he had activated a cheat code. Each shot landed perfectly on its target. Bell deliberately aimed for the Spearo's wings. After all, losing the ability to fly at high altitude had consequences, and he trusted Newton's laws of motion to handle the rest. Throughout the battle, he maintained heightened psychic awareness, combined with the unique instincts of his species, making surprise attacks nearly impossible to succeed. One Spearow attempted a sneak attack, but its strike missed entirely. Before it could react, it locked eyes with Bell's glowing pink gaze. This time, Bell aimed directly at its head. Against such a level disparity, he had no intention of dragging things out. As the fight wore on, the intensity escalated. Although Bell quickly took on the role of commander and organized an effective counterattack, several members of his group still fell in battle. It was a brutal clash between species, and even with Bell's strength, as a mere level 21 Butterfree, it was nearly impossible to completely turn the tide against the overwhelming number of Spearows. The wounds on his body were a constant reminder of his precarious state. He was, after all, just an insect that could lose its life at any moment. Sustaining the battle while coordinating the other Butterfrees had drained his mental strength to its limits, leaving him utterly exhausted. Against the relentless and ravenous Spearows, the gentle-natured Butterfree group was clearly at a disadvantage. The inherent species suppression had already caused some of his kin to falter in fear. Bell realized that the only way to turn the tide was to target the Spearow leader. Without such a breakthrough, survival seemed impossible for any of them. Bell stared grimly at the battlefield, calculating how to eliminate the three Spearow. After a brief moment of thought, he began deliberately leading the swarm of Butterfree toward the area where the clan leader was engaged. Along the way, the Spearow continued their relentless attacks, oblivious to the subtle shift in strategy. Aware of the danger posed by the clan leader's powerful attacks, Bell maintained a safe distance to protect the lower-level Butterfree from collateral damage. High above, the Butterfree clan leader's battle with the three Spearow had reached a fever pitch. The Spearow, leveraging their speed and numerical advantage, launched attacks from various angles in an attempt to pin down the clan leader. However, the powerful leader, using sheer strength and level superiority, repelled each assault with ease. None of the Spearow could match its might. Seizing the right moment, Bell began to gather his energy. A pink glow flickered in his eyes as psychic energy rippled around him, growing rapidly in intensity. This was a force far beyond ordinary psychic power. Bell knew all too well that only by defeating the enemy leader could the Butterfree swarm survive this crisis. Merely taking down a few Spearow would not deter the Spearow leader's resolve. In a flash, a powerful psychic wave struck one of the Spearow with pinpoint accuracy. Psychic. Caught off guard, the Spearow froze midair. "Leader now," Bell cried, his eyes bloodshot and his body trembling violently. Maintaining this control skill, far beyond his own level, had pushed him to his limit. Fear. The Spearow broke free from the psychic hold, though its mind faltered briefly. In a high-stakes battle like this, even a momentary lapse could prove fatal. The Butterfree clan leader had been ready, its psychic energy far surpassing Bell's in sheer depth. While it did not possess Bell's mastery of advanced psychic techniques, its raw mental power was overwhelming. A tide of psychic energy surged like a breaking dam, crashing toward the Spearow. The oppressive force of impending death enveloped the bird. Fear. Fear. In the critical moment, the other two Spearow abandoned their companion, choosing self-preservation over loyalty. They perfectly demonstrated the phrase, "every bird for itself in times of peril," with no intention of rescuing their fallen comrade. Though Bell's psychic energy was nearly depleted, a faint smile crossed his face. His goal had been achieved. Under the full-force assault of the Butterfree clan leader, the Spearow stood no chance. The psychic attack struck with undiminished power. Fear. With a final cry, the Spearow spat foam and plummeted unconscious to the ground. The surrounding Spearow halted their attacks, staring in stunned silence at the scene. Instinctively, they stepped back, the greed in their eyes replaced by a flicker of clarity. With their leader defeated and their strength diminished, the thought of continuing their hunt began to waver. "Leader, finish it off," Bell said weakly, his gaze toward the unconscious Spearow on the ground still brimming with killing intent. This was the perfect moment to assert dominance. Failing to deliver a decisive blow would only invite their return. If not for his current state of exhaustion, he would have ensured its end himself. The Butterfree clan leader, hearing Bell's words, gave a slight nod. Using its psychic energy, it lifted the fallen Spearow into the air. As Bell's psychic energy surged, the Spearow's body began to convulse violently. Its beak twitched, its eyes rolled back, and a bloody gash suddenly split its chest open. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering across its feathers and staining the nearby Spearow flock in a vivid crimson as they failed to dodge in time. A flicker of fear instantly appeared in the eyes of the Spearow flock. Watching the gruesome scene unfold, the Butterfree chief hesitated, his heart heavy with reluctance. But Bell's urgent voice cut through his thoughts. "Chief, Look at our kin around you. The sharp reminder jolted the chief back to reality. Taking in the sight of his injured tribe, fury ignited in his eyes, and his psychic energy flared with renewed intensity. With a sickening squelch, the corpse of the Fiero, suspended by psychic energy, was crushed into a bloody pulp under the overwhelming force. The Spearow flock, unable to suppress their mounting terror, let out piercing cries of spear, spear, and scattered in all directions. Despite their frantic retreat, they didn't forget to grab the fallen Butterfree corpses from the ground to sate their hunger. This time, Bell neither had the strength nor the will to stop them, only bitterly realizing his own lack of power. As for the other two Fiero, they had fled the moment their companion was killed. As the leaders of the Spearow flock, their predatory behavior toward the Butterfree was born of fear of death, and now, that same fear had driven them to retreat. The Butterfree chief's display of strength was enough to suppress all three Fiero, let alone the two that remained. Instinct for survival led them to retreat decisively, and without their leader's protection, the Spearow flock naturally followed suit. These Spearow had always deferred to their leaders, feeding only after the leaders had eaten. It was the scarcity of food that had forged their feral nature. Phew, we survived. The surviving Butterfree members heaved sighs of relief, their gazes toward the chief, filled with admiration. Even their attitude toward Bell carried newfound respect. Without these two, they would have faced certain doom. Once the Spearow flock had retreated for good, the Butterfree chief, visibly weakened, gave the order, regroup and rest. The battle had been far more grueling than anticipated. Despite their higher level, the Spearow's flying type advantage over the Butterfree's bug type, coupled with their natural racial superiority, had made the fight exceptionally challenging. The chief had to contend with the coordinated attacks of three Fiero, while evading their close-range strikes. Any direct hit could have been fatal. Thankfully, his psychic abilities offered versatile support, allowing him to attack, defend, and maneuver with agility. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Bell's mind. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV22. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV23. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV24. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV25. Bell felt a warm surge coursing through his body as his power skyrocketed. If he were to face his pre-battle self now, he was certain he could take on three opponents at once, even overpowering them entirely. The Butterfree chief, who flew closer, noticed the dramatic shift in Bell's aura with astonishment. While it was true that bug-type Pokemon were known for their rapid growth, this level of improvement was unprecedented. The chief found it utterly baffling. This kind of exponential strength increase after a single battle was simply beyond belief. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the canopy, filling its interior with a warm glow. After a night of rest, the chief of the Butterfree clan had regained some color in his face. Bell was discussing the follow-up arrangements for the clan gathering with him when the chief's expression suddenly turned serious. After this battle, our clan has suffered greatly. The upcoming proceedings leave me deeply concerned, the chief said, his antennae trembling slightly. Proceedings? Is there something planned after the clan gathering? Bell asked, puzzled. The chief explained slowly. After the clan gathering comes the annual breeding season. The young Butterfrees must follow the monsoon winds to a specific destination. Bell thought for a moment before understanding the deeper meaning the clan gathering was, in reality, a large-scale matchmaking event, and the mysterious destination was where the young Butterfrees would fulfill their lifelong commitments. It doesn't seem like the best time to set out, Bell said worriedly. After just experiencing a battle, both the safety of the journey and the number of potential pairings might be affected, right? A glimmer of light flashed in the chief's eyes. Rest assured, the Viridian Forest is far more expansive than you might imagine. We are but one of many Butterfree clans. This revelation lit up Bell's face. Other clans of Butterfrees would also be making the journey. Judging by the chief's tone, this would be a massive migration, with experienced elders providing protection, greatly increasing the safety of the trip. I want to join everyone on this journey, Bell said firmly. His reasoning was simple. Even on a relatively secure journey, dangers would inevitably arise, providing him with opportunities to grow stronger. From his recent observations, he had become increasingly certain that his strength was tied to the system. Each upgrade brought a tangible boost in his abilities, which had become the key to surpassing his peers. However, the chief's expression turned troubled. To be honest, I don't want you to take part. This journey is fraught with unknown dangers. Even I, among the many leaders of the Viridian Forest, am but an ordinary figure. His tone was heavy, clearly worried that if Bell were to fall, it would be a devastating loss for the clan. Seeing the concern in the chief's eyes, Bell felt a strange emotion stir within him. It turned out he was so important to the chief. But he also knew that to fully harness the advantages provided by the system, continuous battles and upgrades were a path he had to take. Chief, if there's danger, I guarantee I can run faster than anyone else. Bell's wings fluttered gently, a hint of confidence in his tone. He was well aware that while his combat skills might not match the elder Butterfree in the tribe, when it came to escaping, his combination of tailwind acceleration, psychic assistance, and takeoff boost gave him every assurance he wouldn't fall behind. The antennae of the Butterfree chief twitched slightly, and a glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. I've always known you were different. Every battle, I see you in action. It's this proactive effort to train and improve yourself that shows me your potential. Among the entire tribe, only you have the foresight to prepare for the unexpected. The chief paused briefly, his aged voice filled with deep expectation. The future of the tribe will undoubtedly include you. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Thank you, Chief, Bell said with emotion. He deeply appreciated the chief's ongoing support and care, vowing silently to repay it someday. Just as Bell turned to leave, a gentle psychic force held him back. Wait, take this with you. As the chief spoke, a powder blue fruit floated toward Bell. Before he could express his gratitude, the chief gave him a light, psychic nudge forward. Outside the treetop canopy, Bell eagerly examined the fruit in his hands. A system panel unfolded before him. Berry, psychic nectar berry. Description, a rare fruit that grows on steep cliffs. It has unique effects on bug-type Pokemon with psychic abilities, enhancing their potential to a certain extent. Bell's heart skipped a beat. A potential-enhancing fruit. This was a true treasure of nature. He had only come across a similar evergreen berry once before, and it was that fateful opportunity that elevated his talent to the yellow rank, on par with the chief. Among the entire tribe, only the two of them had reached this level, while most others remained within the red to orange range. Realizing that the chief could have used the fruit himself but gave it to him without hesitation, Bell felt a surge of warmth and gratitude. Without further delay, he consumed the fruit. Soon, a wave of warmth coursed through his body. Unlike the usual sensation of leveling up, this energy seemed to gently reshape his body, mending hidden injuries within. In this soothing sensation, Bell drifted into an unintentional sleep. As this happened, the Butterfree chief quietly approached him, sensing the wondrous transformation occurring within Bell. With a satisfied murmur, he said, "It seems the effect is promising." When Bell opened his eyes again, dusk had quietly fallen. He found himself lying comfortably on the tribe's tree without realizing when he had gotten there, his entire body feeling an indescribable sense of ease. How long was I asleep? Bell rubbed his drowsy eyes and suddenly remembered that he had lost consciousness after eating the Yinching fruit. Right? Open the panel. With just a thought, a glowing information panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Botadai Bell. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV25. Talent, green. Trait, compound eyes. Skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite, gust, harden, supersonic, confusion, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, psybeam, whirlwind, psychic. Bell's gaze locked onto the talent section, and his heartbeat instinctively quickened. After a long wait, his talent had finally advanced to the green level. This not only enhanced his control over energy, but also significantly accelerated his growth rate without him even realizing it. It was the first time he had so tangibly felt the immense benefits of an improved talent. A green talent should improve my skill control. Does that mean I can use two skills simultaneously? Eager to experiment, Bell found a stone and attempted to use both confusion and psybeam at the same time. While the stone was indeed lifted by confusion, the psybeam missed its target. Just as I thought, Bell analyzed to himself. While he could now use two skills at once, the operation was highly challenging, and even the slightest misstep could cause one skill to go out of control. Nevertheless, this discovery thrilled him. Being able to use two skills simultaneously proved the feasibility of his idea. From here, it was just a matter of practice before he could masterfully combine them. Through repeated experiments, Bell discovered that the energy control granted by his green talent seemed to only apply to the combination of skills within the same type, and even then, the success rate was inconsistent. When he attempted to pair confusion with skills of other types, he felt a noticeable energy blockage, as non-psychic energies resisted his control. Looks like I was aiming too high. I should focus on perfecting the combination of confusion and psybeam first. Bell realized that this type of skill combination was different from his earlier use of gust paired with the three powders. Previously, he had simply used the skills sequentially, allowing for quicker individual execution and smoother transitions between them. Having worked through this, Bell suddenly felt an itch to test his progress in a real battle. However, as he looked around, the atmosphere and time made it clear this wasn't the right moment. Everyone's probably asleep. Maybe I should patrol the area around the territory instead. Feeling energized after his rest, Bell was eager to find something to occupy himself. Before long, he reached the outskirts of the territory and spotted a few weary-looking Botadai patrolling the area. These watchful butterflies ensured the tribe's members could rest peacefully without the constant fear of danger, a sense of security that came with communal living. Hey there, good evening. As Bell approached, the previously drowsy patrol butterflies instantly perked up, greeting him enthusiastically. Their demeanor resembled workers respectfully acknowledging their boss during a shift. In the tribe of the Butterfree, individual names do not exist. They rely on unique pheromones to identify one another. At this moment, Belle's distinctive pheromone was already widely recognized within the group. It was no surprise his heroic deeds were well known, and this straightforward and virtuous species always repaid kindness with kindness, never shying away from expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. Go take a rest now. I'll take over the patrol from here, Belle said gently to the Butterfree on patrol. Although the patrolling Butterfree showed some hesitation, they eventually left after Belle reassured them multiple times. Watching them fly away, Belle immediately ascended into the sky, intending to use this time to strengthen his combat skills. Based on his recent combat experiences, Belle had categorized his skill set into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of refined skills, such as Psychic, which he frequently used in both combat and daily life. These moves had become second nature to him. The second tier included common skills, like Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Gust abilities from his Bug and Flying types. These moves benefited from a type advantage, making them as powerful as his refined skills. The third tier comprised transitional skills, such as String Shot. While this ability was crucial during his Caterpie stage, it had since become less relevant and was no longer a focus of his training. As Belle practiced tirelessly in the high skies, aiming to enhance the speed, accuracy, and power of his abilities, a shadowy purple figure began to approach stealthily. As a vigilant patrol leader, Belle's sharp senses immediately picked up on the anomaly. Silently, he maneuvered to position himself above the suspicious target. On the ground below, the purple figure moved slowly, its eyes locked onto a Spearo's corpse that had been overlooked in a corner of the Butterfree territory. Although most of the battlefield had been cleaned, some hidden spots inevitably escaped notice. Belle observed intently, and a panel of information appeared before him. Pokemon, Arbok. Type, Poison. Level, 30. Ability, Orange Tier. Seeing this information, Belle's lips curled into a cold smile. In an instant, a beam of Psybeam shot out with a sharp whistle. Hiss! The Arbok let out a pained cry as the unexpected attack struck it. Though Belle was 5 levels lower than his opponent, and even a super effective move couldn't take it down in one hit, he remained unfazed. Despite the level difference, his ability tier was 1 rank higher than the snake's. Coupled with his prior experience battling green tier opponents, Belle was confident he could overpower his foe using his 3 psychic-type moves. And so, an intense battle unfolded under the night sky. Nighttime, within the territory. A series of deafening roars shattered the silence, jolting the slumbering Butterfree awake. Enemy attack. The patrolling Butterfree immediately emitted a distinct warning cry. The rhythmic hum of wings filled the air as members of the group swiftly converged from all directions, flying urgently toward the source of the commotion. Just as the swarm was about to reach the battlefield, a commanding telepathic message halted them in their tracks. Stop. Observe first. Looking up, they saw the clan leader already hovering in the air, calmly observing the battle ahead. In the center of the battlefield, Belle was locked in a fierce duel with an Arbok. You scoundrel, take this. Belle shouted furiously, channeling psychic energy to immobilize the purple serpent. A moment later, a Psybeam shot out, striking with precision. The resulting explosion sent smoke billowing in all directions, but Belle remained on high alert. Suddenly, several venomous needles, glowing with a sinister purple light, pierced through the air, each carrying a lethal dose of poison. Belle's eyes narrowed as his psychic power deftly froze all the needles mid-flight. But it wasn't over yet. A shadowy purple figure burst through the smoke, lunging directly at Belle. Humph! Belle snorted, swiftly ascending higher. His eyes glimmered with a pinkish hue as another Psybeam struck its mark. The thunderous impact was followed by a quick telekinetic suppression. Hiss! Hiss! The Arbok's anguished cries grew weaker until a system notification sounded. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV26. Only then did Belle release his psychic hold, exhaling deeply. Phew! That rush from leveling up through battle is exhilarating. Glancing around, Belle realized that a crowd of clan members had gathered unnoticed. They all gazed at him with admiration, making him feel slightly uneasy. Your strength has improved again. Impressive performance. The clan leader's timely praise echoed. Belle, however, remained grounded. Defeating an Arbok isn't much. It was an advantageous fight, just standard execution. He then asked, Clan leader, why is everyone here? The commotion was too loud to ignore. The clan leader replied with a gentle smile. Then, addressing the group, he instructed, although the intruder has been dealt with, we must thoroughly inspect the territory. If you find any remains, clear them to a safe distance to avoid attracting scavengers. With that, he led by example, using telekinesis to remove the Arbok's body from the area. The other members quickly followed suit. 3 days later, as Belle was diligently practicing his now well-honed skills in his usual spot, the clan leader summoned him. Inside the canopy, Belle flew effortlessly to the leader's side. Clan leader. The leader's eyes carried a mix of concern and sorrow. I'm sure you already know why I called you here this time. Is it time to set off? Belle asked calmly. Belle spoke without hesitation, a hint of excitement in his expression. This journey is on such a large scale. I shouldn't be worried about your safety. But you have to survive. This will always be your home. The elder of the Butterfree clan walked slowly up to Belle, his gaze filled with the care of a senior for the younger generation. Belle wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. In the end, he simply nodded lightly, a confident gleam in his eyes. My fellow clansmen, the elder announced loudly. This time, you will ride the wind and embark on the most important mission of your lives. Remember, this place will always be your home. I will be here, waiting to welcome you back. Now go. At the elder's command, pairs of Butterfree flapped their wings and ascended into the sky. They followed the direction of the seasonal wind, forming a dazzling spectacle under the sunlight. Among the migrating group, Belle's physique far larger than his peers stood out prominently, making him the centerpiece of the team. Surrounded by pairs of companions, Belle couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Did we really need this much PDA? He muttered. Watching a particularly affectionate couple ahead, he sighed in exasperation. Hey, what are you two doing? Can't you wait till we get there? Keep it PG, please. With the southern monsoon aiding their journey, the Butterfree flock flew effortlessly toward their breeding grounds. Suddenly, a dense cluster of black dots appeared ahead. Belle immediately let out a low, buzzing signal of warning. FFF. Stay alert. All the Butterfree instinctively slowed down, their natural obedience to Belle's commands now second nature. Belle observed the familiar black dots carefully. Thanks to the advantage of his compound eyes, he quickly recognized them as other Butterfree clans. This must be the other groups from the Viridian Forest the elder mentioned. He thought to himself. Both sides quickly noticed each other, and their initial caution gave way to friendliness. The other group slowed down to allow for a rendezvous, exchanging pheromones to communicate. You're from the Valley Butterfree clan, right? Yes. Where are you from? We're from the cliffs over there. Through the exchange, Belle learned about the distribution of Butterfree clans in the Viridian Forest. The closest was the Cliff clan, and another group from the river region had yet to join them. The two groups continued their journey, curiously observing one another. Butterfree, who rarely left their territories, were filled with intrigue about the other clans. Belle's unusually large size, nearly twice that of a typical Butterfree, quickly caught everyone's attention. Before long, one curious peer approached him. Hey, buddy, what have you been eating to grow like that? Hearing this, Belle's face darkened, and he chose not to respond. The sheer height was indeed intimidating. It felt like a dead end. As he pondered, the curious Butterfree, noticing his prolonged silence, thought it might have spoken too softly and moved a little closer. Belle quickly waved his wings. All right. Just eat and drink normally, and you'll grow up fine. He felt as though some mysterious force was restraining him, making him reluctant to continue the conversation. A faint unease stirred in his heart. Oh, thanks, buddy. The naive Butterfree earnestly expressed its gratitude. Belle could hardly tolerate the overly enthusiastic companion and hurriedly ascended higher. Before long, he was soaring above the team of Butterfrees. This altitude was something ordinary Butterfrees could never hope to reach. Wow, it can actually fly this high. A powerful Butterfree noticed the anomaly from afar, its eyes gleaming with amazement. For most Butterfrees, this altitude was a restricted zone, even it hadn't reached such heights before maturing. Yet here was this peculiar Butterfree, flying steadily through the high skies. Its curiosity was piqued. Riding the air currents, the strong Butterfree slowly approached Belle. Instantly, Belle sensed that this newcomer was no ordinary individual. He thought to himself, species, Butterfree. Attribute, flying bug. Level, 41. Talent, yellow. From his initial perception, he knew the other's strength was formidable, and now he was certain of it. Sir, what brings you here? Belle asked after a moment of thought, flying alongside the powerful Butterfree, but maintaining a respectful distance. Faced with a superior, he chose to show deference. You're still a young Butterfree, the newcomer exclaimed in surprise upon getting closer. Haha, truly impressive for someone so young. Why don't you interact more with the younger generation down below? And, where's your partner? I don't have a partner. Also, I enjoy solitude, Belle replied candidly. Out of respect for the elder, he chose not to remain silent. The senior Butterfree studied Belle with a puzzled expression. That's unusual. A Butterfree is exceptional, as you should have plenty of admirers. It scrutinized Belle carefully, but found no flaws. Perhaps unwilling to endure such scrutiny further, Belle explained. Raising offspring would only slow down my progress in strengthening myself, so I turned them all down. Hearing this, the elder Butterfree fell silent, then looked at Belle with an expression of admiration mixed with a hint of envy. It was clear that it agreed with Belle's perspective. In this world of survival of the fittest, strength was the foundation of existence. The elder's own achievements had come from relentless training, though it also meant certain sacrifices along the way. Because of this, it missed the opportunity to reproduce during its younger years. Elder Butterfree firmly believed that only by staying focused and training diligently could true strength be achieved. Female counterparts would only slow down the path to becoming stronger. Looking at Bell in front of him, Elder Butterfree found him increasingly pleasing to the eye, and a sense of admiration grew steadily in his heart. Chirp! A sharp bird cry pierced the sky, echoing from afar and quickly approaching. All the Butterfree snapped to attention, and Bell immediately turned his gaze forward. Although the black dot in the distance was still blurry, the sound was unmistakably not from their Butterfree clan. It was a Pidgeotto. The black duck grew larger as it approached, and Bell's eyes narrowed. Data from his interface appeared instantly. Species, Pidgeotto. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV35. Talent, yellow. Bell's expression darkened instantly. The Pidgeotto's strength far exceeded his own and that of the other young Butterfree. No wonder the clan leader had warned that this journey would be fraught with danger. This was what he meant. There's danger. Lower your altitude. Don't fly so high. I'll go handle it. Elder Butterfree quickly instructed, then darted forward at high speed. As a member of the guard team, it was his duty to ensure that at least half of the young Butterfree would survive. As for the other half, fate would decide, as he couldn't protect everyone. Several Elder Butterfree rushed to intercept the enemy, and the battle erupted instantly. Even with the elders holding the line, Bell's heart remained heavy. This level, this scenario, it was all too familiar. If his memory served him right, this Pidgeotto was nearing its evolution stage. Before the thought could settle, the Pidgeotto in the midst of battle suddenly began to change. What's happening? Why is it getting fiercer the longer we fight? The Butterfree elders, who had initially relied on their level and numbers to suppress the opponent, were now filled with uncertainty. The Pidgeotto, with a surge of ferocity, launched an aggressive assault. This is bad. It's showing signs of evolution. Retreat, immediately, an experienced Elder Butterfree shouted. Once the Pidgeotto evolved into a Pidgeot, it would become a formidable aerial predator. At that point, even if they could fight, casualties would be inevitable, and no one wanted to be the one to fall. The Butterfree began retreating cautiously, avoiding direct confrontation with the Pidgeotto. Chirp! With a long cry, the Pidgeotto's attacks became even more relentless, its body glowing with a dazzling white light. It's evolving into a Pidgeot, a fearsome bird of prey in the skies. Amid the cries of alarm, the Butterfree retreated further, their eyes filled with apprehension. While they were tasked with protecting the younger generation, they also had to recognize their limits. Just as the Butterfree were preparing to retreat, a tall figure flew steadily to the side of the Elder Butterfree. His gaze was serious yet unwavering, exuding an aura of confidence that inspired trust. Don't panic. We can win. Watching the evolving Pidgeotto, Bell smirked coldly. His entire body emanated a powerful psychic aura as his piercing gaze locked onto the scene ahead. In an instant, a dazzling beam of Psybeam tore through the air, striking the Pidgeotto enveloped in white light with unerring precision. Chirp! A sharp, anguished cry shattered the silence, followed by a violent explosion that sent thick smoke billowing into the surroundings. The nearby Butterfree scattered in retreat, yet Bell remained steadfast, floating calmly in midair. Flutter! The Elder Butterfree stared at Bell in astonishment, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and complicated emotions. Now keep attacking, Bell commanded decisively, surging forward without hesitation. As a seasoned warrior, he knew that his previous strike had merely disrupted the opponent's evolution. The real battle was just beginning. Inspired by Bell's courage, the surrounding Butterfree felt a pang of shame. If a younger fighter like him could face danger head-on, what excuse did they have to cower? One by one, more Butterfree joined the fray. Bell secretly exhaled in relief at the sight. Facing a level 35 Pidgeotto alone was far from ideal. His initial attack had been both a morale boost and a tactical move, exploiting the opponent's vulnerability during evolution. It was a strategy he had employed before with success. Stay mobile, avoid close combat, Bell instructed as he moved to the outskirts of the battlefield to coordinate the fight. The interrupted evolution left the Pidgeotto in a weakened state, with reduced speed and stamina. Although its flying-type advantage inflicted significant injuries on some Butterfree, their relentless attacks gradually wore it down. Finish it. Air Slash, Bell commanded decisively at a critical moment. A barrage of razor-sharp air slashes tore through the air, striking the Pidgeotto with no chance of escape. Chirp! The Pidgeotto let out a feeble cry before plummeting from the sky, its battered body leaving a trail of blood in the air. Quick, we need to leave. This commotion might draw other enemies, an Elder Butterfree urgently whispered. The participating Butterfree swiftly retreated, regrouping and preparing to search for their scattered comrades. Bell cast one last glance at the fallen Pidgeotto before turning away. As they continued their journey, the Elder Butterfree frequently looked at him with newfound respect. Yet, Bell remained oblivious. To him, this battle was both inevitable and a valuable source of experience. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV27. The notification was a testament to his rigorous training and the experience gained from this fight. filling Belle with a deep sense of satisfaction. Belle stood at the edge of the verdant forest, gazing into the distance with a contemplative look. He was still 3 levels away from being strong enough to handle most of the threats in this area. Thinking back to when he first arrived here, feeling helpless and weak, and then looking at himself now, he couldn't help but smile with a hint of satisfaction. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could become a formidable presence in this region. Suddenly, a sharp insect chirp broke the silence. The entire Butterfree swarm instantly tensed up, their wings quivering slightly as they scanned their surroundings with caution. Belle quickly snapped out of his thoughts, taking a quick glance around before relaxing. "It's one of our own," an excited Butterfree exclaimed, having picked up on a familiar pheromone. The others in the group soon recognized the distinct scent. It was unmistakably a mark unique to their kind. The 2 swarms quickly converged. After a brief exchange, Belle learned that this was a group of Butterfree from the river region. "So, they're the Butterfree from the river," murmured a senior member beside him with a meaningful tone. Sensing there was more to the story, Belle curiously asked, "Is there something special about this group? They don't seem all that different to me." The elder gently wiggled his antennae, motioning for Belle to take a closer look. "Haven't you noticed anything unusual about their antennae?" Belle squinted and finally saw the river group's antennae were noticeably longer. "They've lived by the river for generations," the elder explained. "Over time, they've evolved a unique sensitivity to moisture, allowing them to detect water sources and predict weather changes more accurately than regular Butterfree." As Belle listened to the explanation, his thoughts began to race. This was like having a natural weather radar. He quietly considered whether he should spend some time near a water source to see if he could develop a similar ability. Just as Belle was lost in his daydreams, the elder leaned in closer and whispered mysteriously, "Don't you think they look rather fresh and vibrant?" Belle glanced up at the clear sky. The sun is shining brightly. "Still sharp as ever, aren't I?" the elder remarked with a cryptic smile. "What? Sharp about what?" Belle muttered as he instinctively moved away, flapping his wings and soaring higher into the sky. After a period of steady ascent, Belle finally reached his limit. From this altitude, he could only make out the faint outlines of the swarm below. The strain in his wings reminded him that he could only stay at this height briefly. He wasn't sure if increasing his strength would allow him to surpass this limit, but training at this altitude, where the air pressure was thinner, certainly seemed beneficial. As a bug and flying-type Pokemon, Belle was well aware of his over-reliance on psychic abilities in battle, while his mastery of his own type's moves was lacking. Especially with flying-type moves. Aside from taking off and using Tailwind, he barely had anything noteworthy. Determined not to neglect his flying-type skills, he had chosen to train at high altitudes, immersing himself in the experience of flight. Though he wasn't certain if this would improve his flying-type proficiency, it felt like the right path to take. Just then, a peculiar gust of wind brushed against his antennae. It was the breath of the wind. The airflow brushed against Belle's body as his consciousness entered a peculiar state of enlightenment. A faint current of air began to swirl around him. Though it should have been easily dispersed by the high-altitude winds, it miraculously lingered by his side. Soon, this gentle breeze seemed to take on a life of its own, actively drawing in surrounding air currents and growing in strength. Closing his eyes, Belle instinctively channeled the flying-type energy within him, guiding the airflow to spread toward his wings. The senior Butterfrees in the sky noticed the anomaly and turned their gazes toward Belle. In the next moment, a scene that left them all stunned unfolded. Belle's entire body emitted a faint, bluish glow, enveloped by a solidified current of air. His wings ceased to flap as he remained suspended, entirely supported by his control over the airflow. While the other Butterfrees were still in shock, Belle suddenly opened his eyes. The bluish glow spread instantly to his wings. With a swift forward motion of his arm, a sharp whoosh resounded as a razor-like air blade tore through the sky, even slicing through a drifting cloud in its path. A system notification promptly chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Airblade." A delighted smile spread across Belle's face as he silently commanded the system to open his attribute panel. The bluish information immediately appeared. Host, Butterfree Belle. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV27. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic, Whirlwind, Psybeam, Airblade. Belle began to calculate silently. Airblade, as an advanced version of Gust, not only increased its power from 40 to 60, but also heightened the chance of landing a critical hit. In real battles, targeting an opponent's weak point would almost guarantee a critical strike. Even better, he realized he could fuse the 3 different powders into the Airblade. This move had high speed, significant damage, and made it difficult for enemies to avoid the abnormal status effects within. Even if opponents tried to neutralize the skill, they would have to consider the distance. Otherwise, the explosion's residual powder could still infect them. As Belle was reveling in his thoughts about the new skill, he suddenly noticed his senior Butterfrees had gathered around him. Congratulations, congratulations. You've learned a new skill. Snapping out of his thoughts, Bell smiled and replied, it was just luck. Honestly, I don't even know how I managed to learn it all of a sudden. If it weren't for the slight upward curve of his lips, one might have actually believed his modest words. The airblade technique isn't easy to master. Don't underestimate yourself, Senior Butterfly said gently, her wings fluttering softly as a hint of approval glimmered in her eyes. Many of our kind spend their entire lives failing to grasp its essence. I only managed to learn it a month ago. Hearing this, Bell froze in place. Was it possible that he had already comprehended a skill considered attainable only in later stages? As he stood there lost in thought, Senior Butterfly had already moved ahead to scout the path. The first resting area is just ahead. Follow me, she called out while flying forward alone. As the leader of the group, it was her responsibility to ensure the safety of the resting spot. If anything seemed amiss, she might even have to abandon it altogether. Bell shook off his thoughts, lowered his flight altitude, and followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the Butterfly group arrived at the resting area. The scenery was breathtaking, a harmonious blend of mountains and water, lush greenery, and vibrant flowers scattered throughout the grass, painting a lively picture of nature's beauty. Wow, this place is gorgeous. Finally, a chance to rest after flying for so long. I'm so thirsty. The butterflies began searching for places to perch, their excited chatter filling the air as they admired the surroundings. Bell, however, followed his usual routine. He landed on a rubber tree with thick, leafy branches and skillfully gnawed a small hole into the trunk. This habit, rooted in his childhood, had once been a refuge during dangerous times and remained a comforting ritual even now. I wonder who's taken over my old tree hole, Bell mused wistfully. But he quickly brushed the thought aside. It doesn't matter anymore. I've grown stronger now. Suddenly, a sharp splash shattered the tranquility. The butterflies instinctively took flight, but Bell, instead of joining them, withdrew further into his tree hole. What happened? One of the senior Butterfly asked, stepping protectively in front of the younger members, her expression tense. Someone disappeared while drinking water. I saw a shadow moving in the water. After hearing their accounts, Senior Butterfly immediately ordered everyone to stay away from the water. Based on her experience, this water source was likely occupied by a predator spirit, and the missing companion had most likely become its prey. Remember, stay away from the water. After a brief rest, while continue moving forward, she instructed before turning to leave, indifferent to the grief of a young Butterfly who had just lost a mate. I'm going to save her. A desperate cry rang out as the bereaved butterfly darted straight toward the water. Its gaze was calm yet profound, as if it had already accepted its fate. Another splash broke the silence. A dark shadow shot out of the water like lightning, dragging the brave Butterfly into the depths in an instant. The others watched in silence, their expressions a mix of sorrow and resignation. In this untamed forest, they had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Every loss was simply another inevitability of their harsh reality. Not far away, Bell remained composed outwardly, though ripples of emotion stirred within him. Through his compound eyes, he could see the predator's spirit clearly, its details displayed on a faint blue panel hovering before his vision. Spirit, Gyarados. Type, water. Level, LV33. Talent, orange. Memories of his own near-death experiences surged back, the parallels between himself and the fallen butterfly striking him deeply. I still haven't let go of my doubts. The King Goldeen was at level 33, a full 6 levels higher than Bell, but this did not shake Bell's resolve. He knew that with his green talent, he had a real chance of defeating the orange-talented King Goldeen. Hovering high in the air, Bell gazed down at the calm, undisturbed surface of the water below. If not for witnessing the earlier scene with his own eyes, no one would suspect that beneath this tranquil surface lurked a dangerous creature. A faint pink glow flickered in his eyes as his psychic power extended like invisible tendrils into the depths below. As Bell gradually descended, the surrounding Butterfrees began to stir uneasily. Hey, get out of there. It's dangerous, one young Butterfree called out anxiously. Bell paid no attention. His mind was set on one goal, to hunt down this fish. It wasn't just for the experience points, but also to release the frustration bottled up inside him. Though the 6-level gap meant this would be a perilous battle, Bell, having faced countless hardships, had long since grown accustomed to overcoming challenges. Underwater, the King Goldeen sensed the commotion above. Greedily, it thought about the prey that had delivered itself right to its doorstep and silently swam directly below Bell. To the King Goldeen, it only needed to get a little closer to deliver a lethal strike. Splash! The water's surface exploded as a blackened figure shot upward like an arrow toward Bell. Oomph! This is exactly what I was waiting for. Bell smirked. His wings, glowing faintly with blue energy, gave a gentle flap, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the deadly attack. Before the King Goldeen could fall back into the water, a powerful psychic force seized it, suspending it midair. You were lying in wait, but so was I, Belle said with a cold smile, as the roles of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. The King Goldeen realized it was in grave danger and struggled desperately to break free from the psychic hold. But Belle's mental strength had grown significantly, and no matter how fiercely the King Goldeen thrashed, it couldn't escape. SSSHHH. The King Goldeen retaliated, shooting a high-pressure stream of water toward Belle. With his compound eyes granting him sharp observation and judgment, combined with the unique maneuvering techniques born of human ingenuity, Belle easily dodged the attack with a simple upward motion. Unless the speed of an attack was beyond his reaction time or his movement was restricted, ranged attacks posed no real threat to him. "Get up here," Belle shouted coldly. His psychic power surged, slamming the King Goldeen forcefully onto the land. Although he outwardly dismissed the opponent's attacks as insignificant, Belle knew deep down that his composure only existed as long as he could evade them. As a Butterfree, his natural stamina was low, and a single direct hit could very well result in instant defeat. This was precisely why he approached every battle with utmost seriousness, fully aware that life and death often hinged on a split-second decision. The Goldeen crashed heavily into the ground, its entire body wedged into the cracks and unable to move. Belle's eyes sharpened as his wings flapped powerfully, sending a pale blue blade of air slicing through the air with precision. The strike hit its mark, and with a deafening explosion, a cloud of smoke engulfed the Goldeen's figure. A faint, pained scream echoed through the chaos. Unmoved, Belle immediately launched another air slash, which whistled through the air with deadly accuracy. His experience told him that as long as his opponent could still make a sound, the danger was far from over. The second strike hit its target again, eliciting an even more anguished cry from the Goldeen. The surrounding Butterfree instinctively distanced themselves from Belle, their gazes filled with awe and reverence. High above, the elder Butterfree in the sky cast sidelong glances at him. To them, this fellow who dared to face a powerful foe Hedon, despite his fragile frame, was undeniably a true warrior. The battle raged on as Belle relentlessly sent air slashes into the smoke-covered target. Each time he heard a cry of pain, his brow furrowed slightly, and he adjusted his flight position. He was keenly aware that his opponent might deduce his location based on the angle of his strikes, a possibility that kept him on high alert. As time passed, the cries grew weaker and more sporadic. Belle refused to let his guard down, instead ascending higher into the air while keeping his gaze fixed on the lingering smoke below. In his combat mindset, as long as there was still a sound, the fight was not yet over. The entire Butterfree group fell into a hushed silence. Within a radius of 300 meters, no one dared to approach the expressionless Belle. Distant Butterfree trembled, not even daring to meet his gaze. Even the so-called veterans only observed from afar, occasionally sneaking cautious glances in his direction. Finally, a gentle breeze dispersed the smoke. Belle focused his eyes and saw nothing but scattered bloodstains. The Goldeen had been reduced to nothing but remnants. A system notification chimed in, followed by 3 consecutive level-up sounds. He had jumped directly from level 28 to level 30. This unusually high experience gain left Belle puzzled. Logically, a battle against an opponent just 6 levels higher shouldn't have yielded such a generous reward. It wasn't until he noticed a single intact fisheye among the remains on the ground, staring directly at him, that he began to comprehend. In the deathly silence, a realization dawned on him, and he muttered inwardly, "Damn." It became clear why he was able to level up so quickly. Each time he relentlessly killed the sprites instead of merely defeating them, Belle gained significantly more experience points. This explained the rapid progression of his level. After the battle, the Butterfree swarm began to move. The elder Butterfree led the way, flapping their wings and silently signaling the younger members of the group. Seeing this, Belle quickly followed, and soon the entire swarm was flying in formation high in the sky. The setting sun marked the time for their journey. In this wilderness, the forest at night was fraught with danger. Predators on the ground posed a far greater threat than the birds active during the day. The forest's depths were not a safe haven, either straying from the group often resulted in becoming prey. At this moment, the high skies became their safest refuge. As Belle flew, he noticed an eerie silence around him. This battle had made him realize that he was better suited to being a solitary fighter rather than blending into a team. However, the strength and ferocity he had displayed during the fight had earned him considerable respect within the group. The entire swarm spent the night in a state of unease. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds the next morning and illuminated the Butterfree's wings, the younger members marveled at the clear weather. Yet, they failed to notice the elders scanning their surroundings with wary and solemn expressions. Belle quickly sensed that something was off. The unnatural silence in the forest was unsettling. The usual chorus of insects had completely vanished, as if every creature was hiding from something. At that moment, a familiar bird call shattered the silence. Belle snapped his head upward to see countless dark specks emerging from the clouds. It was a flock of birds. "Everyone stay alert." A loud insect cry echoed through the group, and the young Butterfree descended into chaos. "What do we do?" It's a flock of birds. I don't want to die. Run, run. There's birds everywhere. Watching the panicked swarm, Bell realized they had become the target of these early morning hunters. He immediately flew to the center of the group and let out a piercing cry. Quiet. If you don't want to die, gather around me now. Faced with this situation, Bell remained exceptionally calm. He understood deeply that only through unity could they repel the invading enemy with minimal losses. At that moment, a wave of exclamations erupted among the surrounding Butterfree. It's him, the one who can fend off the enemy. Bell's authority proved crucial in this moment. The dense swarm of Butterfree quickly gathered around him. Not only his own kind, but even Butterfree from other groups were drawn in by a herd mentality. In no time, a massive swarm had formed with Bell at its center. Use Gust, Bell commanded, leading by example as he unleashed the move toward the Pidgey flock. The other Butterfree followed suit, and the combined Gust attacks merged into a powerful whirlwind, trapping the Pidgey group within. While Bell alone couldn't achieve such force, the collective effort more than compensated. However, the Pidgey flock's tactical discipline far surpassed that of the Spearow. They swiftly adjusted their formation, with larger Pidgey taking the lead in a wedge-shaped arrowhead formation. In tightly coordinated groups, they pierced through the whirlwind's blockade and charged directly at the Butterfree swarm. At that critical moment, a faint ultrasonic sound came from Bell. His fellow Butterfree immediately understood and followed his lead, releasing their own supersonic attacks. In an instant, the sharp sound waves echoed across the sky. The Pidgey flock fell into disarray, their tight formation collapsing in chaos. Now's our chance. Bell seized the opportunity and unleashed another Gust attack. This time, with the experience of prior coordination, all the Butterfree moved in perfect unison. A stronger whirlwind quickly took shape, sweeping up the disoriented Pidgey. Many of them, disoriented by the supersonic waves, lost their sense of direction and plummeted to the ground. Just as Bell was about to breathe a sigh of relief, numerous dark shadows suddenly emerged from the forest. It was a flock of Pidgeotto. Only then did he realize that the Pidgey group had been a mere feint. The true elite force, the Pidgeotto, had been lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. The Pidgeotto were far faster than the Pidgey, and in the blink of an eye, they had breached the Butterfree swarm. Chaos erupted as the once united swarm scattered in all directions. The Pidgeotto, however, strategically split the group further, encircling them with precision. Bell made a decisive choice and blended into the scattered swarm. He knew that if he revealed himself now, he would immediately become the primary target of the Pidgeotto's assault. Even so, a few Pidgeotto managed to pinpoint his location and were now speeding directly toward him. Damn it! It's a Pidgeotto with keen eye ability. Bell cursed inwardly as he flapped his wings with sudden force, creating a gust of wind. A gentle breeze quickly enveloped him, lifting him forward with increased speed. This was the effect of the tailwind move, but even so, the pursuers behind him stayed relentlessly on his trail. A pink glow flickered in Bell's eyes as psychic energy surged through his body, combining psychic with tailwind boosted his speed further, finally allowing him to shake off the nearest Pidgeotto. However, when Bell used his psychic powers to scan behind him, he gasped in shock. 1, 2, 3, 9 of them? That many. Upon reflection, it all made sense. The chirping sound he had made earlier while fighting the flock of Pidgey had been far too conspicuous, naturally drawing the attention of the Pidgeotto lurking in the forest. Not to mention, his body twice the size of his peers was an unmistakable target. Instead of escaping unnoticed, his high-speed flight had only attracted more Pidgeotto. They pursued him with unrelenting determination, fixated on this unusual Butterfree. Although Bell was still managing to stay ahead for now, he knew all too well that once the effect of Tailwind wore off, he would inevitably be caught. Just then, Bell spotted a group of elder Butterfree locked in fierce combat, with other Pidgeotto in the distance. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he immediately came up with a plan. Listen up, everyone. Bell let out a thunderous insect cry. We Butterfree are kin, bound by blood and spirit. Unity is strength, and now is the time to fight back. As his call echoed, he deftly sidestepped an ambush from one of the Pidgeotto. When it comes to numbers, us bug types won't back down. Even if it's one butterfly against 3 birds, we can still overwhelm you. Bell deliberately slowed his flight, watching as more and more Butterfree joined the fray, filling him with a sense of pride. In times like these, someone had to step up and lead the charge for the survival of the species. Before long, the previously aggressive Pidgeotto were surrounded by a growing swarm of Butterfree. Some of the Butterfree still carried traces of fear, but their courage in standing their ground was a testament to their resolve. Bell now found himself flanked by a group of allies, all ready to face the 9 Pidgeotto together. The opposing Pidgeotto refused to back down, their bodies glowing white as they dived forward in unison. Bell quickly unleashed another Tailwind, this time channeling its effects to empower all his companions. At the same time, he used his psychic abilities to relay a clear command to the others. Stun Spore. Whirlwind. Having just used telekinesis to aid his escape from pursuers, Bell could now fully unleash the advantages of his superpowers. Under his precise command, two Butterfree swiftly coordinated their efforts. One released Stun Spore, while the other immediately followed with Gust. The yellow powder was swept up by the air currents, forming a deadly barrier that rushed toward the oncoming flock of Pidgey. Although these young Butterfree couldn't achieve the seamless precision of Bell's own abilities, their teamwork was already lethal enough. The Pidgey at the forefront, caught off guard, flew straight into the mixture of paralyzing powder and strong winds. Their movements instantly became sluggish. Fall back. Bell issued the command telepathically, quickly pulling back himself. The supporting Butterfree retreated as well. The Pidgey flock, mistaking their actions for an attempt to flee, immediately gave chase. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Bell's lips as he directed the Butterfree to release poison powder in combination with Gust once more. Already affected by paralysis, the Pidgey were unable to evade the attack. Soon, an unnatural purplish red hue spread across the Pidgey's bodies as the paralysis and poison effects stacked. Bell chose not to use sleep powder, knowing the heightened state of the Pidgey would make them resistant to sleep-inducing effects. A failed attempt would only allow the enemies to get too close, posing a significant threat to the fragile Butterfree. Now, use Bug Buzz. Bell initiated the next attack. This wasn't just an ordinary sound, it was a powerful offensive skill. The Butterfree immediately synchronized their efforts, amplifying the Bug Buzz to the same frequency, creating a devastating sonic wave. Since sound weakens over distance, this coordination ensured no interference with distant allies engaged in other battles. Under the relentless assault of noise, paralysis, and poison, the Pidgey flock finally began to falter. Sensing the opportunity, Bell's eyes glimmered with psychic energy. A multicolored beam of light tore through the air, sweeping from the first Pidgey to the ninth. None managed to evade its path. One after another, the Pidgey fell from the sky, accompanied by a series of explosive bursts. Bell didn't relent, using telekinesis to strike directly at their heads, aiming to eliminate the threat completely. The system promptly notified him of 2 level-ups, bringing his rank to level 32. As Bell surveyed the battlefield, watching the remaining Pidgey being suppressed, a sense of unease crept over him. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry shattered the air. Pidgeot! Bell gasped in realization. The true leader had finally made its appearance. Bell focused his gaze and saw a massive aerial predator hurtling toward the Butterfree swarm at an astonishing speed. This Pidgeot had a majestic appearance, its sharp eyes gleaming like lightning, and its entire body exuded the overwhelming presence of a fully evolved Pokémon. A pale blue panel materialized in front of him. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV46. Potential, yellow. Ability, keen eye. Bell's heart sank. He knew all too well that none of the Butterfree in the group stood a chance against this formidable opponent. As the final evolution of Pidgeot was a natural predator for Butterfree, and the swarm was little more than helpless prey in its eyes. Just as Bell was about to order a retreat, his peripheral vision caught sight of a few experienced Butterfree stepping forward to block Pidgeot's path. The panel displayed their stats. Pokémon, Butterfree. Level, LV43-44. Potential, yellow. Though these veterans were close in level to Pidgeot, they were unlikely to win in an unknown fight. However, with Bell's strategic guidance, a spark of determination lit up in Bell's eyes. He quickly stepped behind the veteran Butterfree and established a mental link with all the members using his psychic ability. Follow my lead, and whatever you do, don't engage it in close combat. Fui. The veteran Butterfree nodded without hesitation. They had witnessed Bell's tactical prowess in previous battles. Despite the level disparity, in this dire situation, their only hope lay in Bell's ability to turn the tide with his clever strategies. Pidgeot. The Pidgeot's piercing cry echoed as it closed in. Descend into the forest. Bell commanded decisively. The veteran Butterfree immediately dove into the trees, followed by the younger Butterfree and Bell himself, all disappearing into the dense forest. Bell understood that in the open sky, the Butterfree stood no chance against Pidgeot's incredible speed, reaching up to Mach 2. The only way to counter it was to use the forest terrain to limit its speed and find an opening to strike back. Pidgeot. The Pidgeot locked onto the strongest energy signatures among the veteran Butterfree and pursued them without hesitation. Even within the forest, its speed was astonishing, rapidly closing the gap. Bell moved cautiously at a safe distance, keeping a close eye on the unfolding battle. Though Pidgeot noticed him, it dismissed him as insignificant due to his relatively weak energy. Stun Spore. Sleep Powder. Poison Powder. Bell commanded decisively. When Bell issued another command, the Pidgeot in the air remained completely unfazed. Facing the powder attacks unleashed by the Butterfrees, this fully evolved Pidgeot displayed its extensive battle experience. Its wings began to gather a faint blue energy, surrounded by a gentle breeze, and in the next moment, a fierce whirlwind roared forth, instantly sweeping all the powder away. This was precisely the experience Pidgeot had accumulated through countless battles against Butterfree. to counter their troublesome powder attacks with ease. As Pidgeot unleashed its flying-type signature move, Hurricane, a faint smile appeared on Bell's lips. He knew that every powerful move had a cooldown period, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. Create some distance, hide behind the trees, and use supersonic. The Butterfrees had already evaded the main force of the hurricane. At this moment, they peeked out from behind the trees and emitted a piercing, high-pitched sound. Pidgeot reacted swiftly, dodging to the side, but Bell's strategy was far from over. Just as Pidgeot avoided the first wave of supersonic, waves of sound attacks suddenly erupted from all directions. Having just used Hurricane, Pidgeot's movements were sluggish. Surrounded by the omnidirectional sound waves, it found itself overwhelmed. In a moment of crisis, Pidgeot let out an earth-shaking screech, attempting to suppress the supersonic attacks. But Bell was prepared. Compete in volume? Fine. Everyone, drown out its voice. Psychic energy rippled through the forest as all the hidden Butterfrees responded in unison. The resonating sound waves instantly drowned out Pidgeot's cry. Before long, Pidgeot descended into confusion, swaying uncontrollably in the air and colliding with the surrounding trees. Bell seized the opportunity. Quiver Dance. Although the Butterfrees were at a disadvantage in both level and type, by using this bug-type boosting move, their speed, special attack, and special defense were all enhanced, finally giving them the strength to stand on equal footing with Pidgeot. When Pidgeot regained its composure and clarity, it was confronted by a formidable Butterfree army radiating newfound confidence. A flicker of uncertainty flashed through Pidgeot's eyes, as if it were weighing its options. One last time, it gathered faint blue energy and released another hurricane to test the waters. Bug Buzz. Bell commanded. The Butterfrees, now fully energized, unleashed a deafening bug buzz, forming an invisible barrier that countered the hurricane. With a resounding boom, the collision of energy sent shockwaves rippling across the area, forcing both sides to retreat. Pidgeot locked its gaze on the scene before it, its eyes finally showing caution. Reluctantly, it decided to retreat. Finally it's gone. At first glance, it seemed that Butterfree had the upper hand, but in reality, it was not so. Pidgeot's eyes flashed with caution. It knew all too well that in this perilous forest, being seriously injured could make it an easy target for other predators. As the leader of its flock, it had to weigh the pros and cons carefully and could not act recklessly. Bell understood clearly that Pidgeot's earlier gust attack was merely a test, a way to gauge whether the Butterfree, after its elegant dance, was worth engaging further. Evidently, after calculating the potential risks and rewards, Pidgeot made the wise decision to retreat. Once Pidgeot's figure had completely vanished from sight, Bell finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, the surrounding Butterfree fell into deep thought. The cost of the battle had been steep. Several companions had become meals for the enemy. This harsh reality sent shivers down the young Butterfree's wings. They had once naively believed that staying within the group would ensure their safety, but this bloody lesson ruthlessly shattered that illusion. All right, take a short rest, and then we move on. The experienced elder Butterfree noticed the somber atmosphere and immediately spoke up to urge the group forward. They offered no words of comfort, knowing that only such painful experiences could truly ignite the determination of the younger ones to grow stronger. This journey was not just about fulfilling a mission, it was also a rare opportunity for growth. Bell was well aware of this. Once a mere caterpie, he deeply understood the lowly position of insect Pokemon in the forest food chain. Even after evolving into a Butterfree, he could not escape the fate of being coveted by stronger predators. Banding together was merely a survival instinct. As the afternoon sun began to dip westward, Bell led the group onward. His unusually large size naturally drew many of his kin to gather around him. Especially after that morning's battle, Bell's reputation within the group had risen significantly. If he had not repeatedly emphasized that he was just an ordinary Butterfree, he might have already been selected as a leader by other groups. By the time night fell, the group was still flying. Along the way, a few Butterfree mysteriously disappeared, but the others were unfazed by it. To them, as long as the overall progress was not hindered, the life or death of individual members was of little importance. Bell, too, maintained a detached attitude. He could not look after every single Butterfree, as long as his own safety was not compromised. Phew, it's about to rain, leader. At that moment, a female Butterfree hurriedly flew to Bell's side to warn him. Bell was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing those remarks. He knew deep down that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, the opinions of this group of Butterfree about him wouldn't change. Instinctively, he utilized the unique sensory abilities of bug-type Pokemon to carefully scan his surroundings, but he found nothing unusual, leaving him puzzled. How do you know that? Bell asked. I come from the Water Source clan, so. The other Butterfree trailed off, and Bell suddenly understood, recalling the introduction given by the elder Butterfree earlier. At that moment, the other Butterfree seemed to sense something as well and anxiously asked, "What should we do, Chief?" The sky was covered in dark clouds, and the monsoon winds were becoming increasingly chaotic. Bell furrowed his brow and quickly scanned the environment. The elder Butterfree flying high in the sky instinctively gathered around him. Due to a special emotional bond, they had long been accustomed to following Bell's lead, paying no mind to the taboo of referring to him as chief. As Bell pondered, he flapped his wings and ascended higher. Traveling during the rain was unsuitable, but taking shelter in the forest risked being struck by lightning. What would be the best place to avoid the rain? His compound eyes suddenly caught sight of a rocky outcrop in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cliff. That's perfect, Bell thought with excitement. The cliff would not only avoid the danger of lightning strikes on the ground, but its protruding rock face could also shield them from the rain. Scanning his surroundings, he found no other shelter that could compare. There's a cliff ahead, follow me, Bell called out, taking the lead in flight, as the other Butterfree followed closely behind. When they finally reached the destination, the rocky wall was just as Bell had envisioned, jutting out prominently. Chief, should we climb onto the rock face? One of the trailing members asked hesitantly. Yes. The forest is prone to lightning strikes, and with our fragile bodies, the consequences would be disastrous, Bell patiently explained. During their flight, he had personally witnessed flashes of lightning amid the dark clouds, which had prompted him to quickly lower his altitude. This only solidified his decision to use the cliff as a shelter. But how do we land here? Another Butterfree asked with concern. Their limbs were equipped with special membranes designed for gripping tree bark, but no one was confident they could maintain their footing on the smooth rock surface. Bell glanced at his own short limbs, clearly not having anticipated this issue either. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to try it himself. Carefully approaching the rock face, he gradually ceased flapping his wings. It works, but the grip is a bit weak. Bell managed to cling steadily to the rock wall, feeling just enough adhesion to maintain his balance. However, during this monsoon season, heavy rain would inevitably be accompanied by strong winds, and the Butterfree clinging to the cliff might be blown away. As Bell hesitated, a few other Butterfree followed his example and landed on the rock face, managing to stick firmly as well. It's possible. Seeing this, the rest of the Butterfree finally set aside their worries and began attaching themselves to the rock wall. In no time, the entire cliff face was covered with Butterfree, creating a spectacular sight. Boom! Thunder roared in the distance as raindrops began to fall with the wind. Before long, a torrential downpour arrived right on schedule. Boom! A flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. On the mountainside, Bell and a group of Butterfrees clung tightly to the rocky cliff, too afraid to make any sudden movements. The raging monsoon winds whipped through the air, carrying broken branches and leaves with a force that was terrifying to behold. Bell dug his limbs into the crevices of the rock, his body swaying uncontrollably in the fierce wind. Watching as his companions began to falter, an idea suddenly struck him. Quickly, he summoned his panel. Silk threads. We still have silk threads, he shouted, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth, shooting a thin white thread that adhered firmly to the rock face. Everyone, use your silk to secure yourselves. Bell's telepathic message spread across the area, reaching the minds of the other Butterfrees. They immediately followed his lead, spinning and anchoring their silk to the cliff. Before long, the entire rock face was covered in a dense web of white threads, allowing the group to stabilize themselves and huddle together against the ferocious wind. But the disaster was far from over. A frail Butterfree lost its grip on the silk and was swept into the air by the violent gusts. Help me! It cried out, flailing desperately as the rain soaked its wings, making them heavy and nearly impossible to control. Bell could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. The storm's sheer force made it hard enough for him to maintain his own balance, let alone attempt a rescue. Boom! Another thunderclap roared, illuminating the terrified swarm of Butterfrees clinging to the cliff. A nearby evergreen tree crashed to the ground, its charred trunk a grim reminder of Bell's wise decision to seek shelter on the rock face. The relentless thunder continued, and more trees toppled one after another. In the chaos, more weakened Butterfrees were pulled into the storm. Cries for help echoed through the air, "Save me! I don't want to die!" Only to be swallowed by the howling wind. Bell and the elder Butterfrees beside him could do nothing but shake their heads in despair. This calamity had become a harsh test of nature's survival of the fittest, and they had no choice but to endure. Any attempt to save others would only put themselves in grave danger. After what felt like an eternity, the storm finally began to subside. The dark clouds slowly parted, and a single ray of sunlight broke through, casting its warm glow on Bell's exhausted face. As he gazed at the long-awaited light, he fell into deep thought. This harrowing journey had given him far more than just strength. It had opened his eyes to the unforgiving nature of the outside world. The idyllic memories of his childhood now felt starkly out of place in this harsh and unforgiving reality of the Pokemon world. Sigh. Fwoosh. In the golden glow of the setting sun, a cluster of dark specks appeared faintly on the distant horizon. As the distance shortened, The outlines of fluttering wings gradually became clear. Whoosh! It's another group, an elderly Butterfree exclaimed in delight. The sound instantly eased the tense atmosphere for these Butterfree. Any moving dark speck instinctively triggered their vigilance. Bell had already spotted the approaching visitors with his compound eyes. As the temporary leader, he silently observed the nearing group of his kind, calculating in his mind. According to the pattern, the closer we get to the destination, the more groups will gather. It seems we're almost there. Whoosh! Greetings. The newcomers quickly flew closer. Interestingly, none of Bell's Butterfree responded immediately. Instead, they all turned to Bell, standing at the forefront, awaiting his reaction. It was then that Bell realized he had unknowingly been placed in the leader's position. Ah, hello, he responded somewhat awkwardly. We come from a clan deep in the mountains. May we travel with you? Asked one of the newcomers, a Butterfree slightly smaller than Bell. After a moment of thought, Bell nodded in agreement. It was close to their destination anyway, and having more companions wouldn't hurt. As night fell, Bell led the now enlarged group to settle on a cliffside. By early morning, all the Butterfree, except Bell, were already awake. Bell, however, remained wrapped in his silk threads, lazily half-hanging on the rock wall, still fast asleep. A newly joined Butterfree approached, intending to wake him, but was stopped by a young member who had long been loyal to Bell. The leader is still resting. Please don't disturb him, the young Butterfree said with conviction. But shouldn't we get moving? Shouldn't we wake him? The new member asked, puzzled. The leader said that traveling in the early morning is dangerous, the young member explained. At this, the Butterfree recalled previous encounters with predatory birds, all of which had indeed occurred in the early morning. Realizing this, the Butterfree climbed back to the cliffside, deciding to follow Bell's schedule. The scene left the newly joined members astonished. In their understanding, Butterfree were always early risers, and Bell's behavior completely overturned that notion. The new elders exchanged uncertain glances but, desiring to be part of the larger group, eventually chose to follow along. And so, the entire clan fell back into slumber, while the instigator, Bell, continued to roam in his dreams. It wasn't until noon, with the sun high in the sky, that Bell finally stirred awake. The leader is awake. That's the longest sleeping Butterfree I've ever seen. The noisy chatter made him frown. As he opened his eyes and saw the entire group waiting, he froze for a moment. Looks like everyone's waiting for me. Bell slowly awoke from the cocoon-like hammock of silken threads, gently fluttering his wings as he flew out. What greeted him was the expectant gaze of a group of Butterfree, leaving him slightly puzzled. Leader, you really are incredible, exclaimed the young Butterfree who had been loyally by his side. At dawn, we spotted traces of other bird clans. Although it caused quite a stir at the time, everyone followed your prior instructions and hid immediately. The newly joined Butterfree finally understood, regretting their reckless actions earlier that morning. After hearing the report, Bell looked at the hopeful faces of his clan members and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Let's go. There's a floral scent ahead we can fill our stomachs, Bell said as he spread his wings and soared into the air. After confirming the direction, he led the group forward. 2 hours later, they arrived at a cliff adorned with countless blooming flowers, each blossom like a star embedded in the sheer rock face. Bell cautiously extended his psychic senses to probe the surroundings. Only after confirming safety did he approach slowly. The leader is amazing, even found a garden like this, the Butterfree in the rear exclaimed in awe. This keen sense of detection might have stemmed from his awakened psychic powers, though Bell believed that hunger had sharpened his instincts. Finally, they could enjoy a proper feast. During their journey, the clan had been forced to carefully forage for food in the forest or sip from mountain springs. The Butterfree each found a suitable spot, extending their specialized feeding organs to savor the nectar. Unlike their caterpie days, their evolved forms were far better adapted to consuming such liquid nourishment. Just as the group was indulging and filling their bellies, a deafening buzzing sound erupted from the distance. It's Beedrill. This is their territory. One of the newer members cried out in terror. They're heading this way. Faced with the imminent threat, the seasoned members remained remarkably calm, their eyes collectively turning toward Bell. This trust was forged through countless shared trials. Even the newer members, who still regarded Bell's unusual size with unease, couldn't help but feel a primal sense of submission emanating from deep within their bloodlines. At that moment, Bell's thoughts had already drifted to another dimension. He watched the swarm of Beedrill rapidly approaching from the distance, and instead of fear, a surge of uncontrollable excitement rose in his heart. Beedrill. Bell's lips curled into a slight smile, and his eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Looks like I can level up again. The sheer number of Beedrill, known for their swarming nature, ignited a fire in Bell, who hadn't experienced battle for a long time. His gaze swept over the Beedrill, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Technically, Beedrill are a type of bee, right? Their hive should have honey. At that thought, his eyes lit up, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. Chief, are you afraid? The surrounding Butterfree had been closely watching Bell's every move. Seeing their leader's body tremble, their hearts sank. If their usually composed leader showed fear, who could they rely on? Even the elder Butterfree, who had once witnessed Belle's strength firsthand, couldn't help but show traces of disappointment. Afraid? Belle couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm too excited to be afraid. Everyone, get ready. Grab your Gardevoir about to pull off something big. His command instantly shifted the somber atmosphere. The Butterfree snapped back to attention, though their expressions were still puzzled. One particularly bold Butterfree cautiously fluttered closer to Belle and nervously asked, Chief, shouldn't we retreat first? Retreat? Absolutely not. Belle shot back without hesitation. We're all bugs here, what's there to fear? As the Beedrill swarm grew closer, he quickly issued orders. Listen up, prepare for battle, and make sure none of these Beedrill escape. This particular swarm of Beedrill hailed from a small colony in the Viridian Forest and was on honey gathering duty today. As they approached their destination, they discovered a group of audacious Butterfree daring to steal their nectar. This blatant provocation crossed the line for the Beedrill. In the hierarchy of the Viridian Forest, Beedrill were among the most dominant forces, and other species typically went out of their way to avoid them. But now, these feeble Butterfree had not only trespassed into their territory, but also dared to steal their nectar. Enraged, the Beedrill swarm decided that if the nectar was gone, these plump and juicy intruders would make an acceptable substitute. Belle stood at the forefront of the Butterfree formation, calmly observing the charging Beedrill swarm. In the past, he would have turned and fled without a second thought, but now, he was no longer fighting alone. Squad 1, use Stun Spore. Squad 2, use Gust. At his command, the Butterfree sprang into action. The front line rapidly flapped their wings, releasing clouds of yellow powder, while the rear line gathered pale blue energy, generating a powerful gust of wind. In an instant, the yellow spores were carried by the fierce wind, surging toward the enemy. Buzz! The advancing Beedrill faltered noticeably. As bug and poison types, they were inherently weak against flying-type moves. The collective gust attack from the Butterfree not only inflicted significant damage, but also slowed the Beedrill's movements considerably. A single Butterfree's gust might not have had such an impact, but Belle's forces were far from just a handful. Only about 10 of them. Belle smirked coldly. In that case, there's no need to let them go. Make sure none escape. Use Bug Buzz. Bug-type moves should have inflicted minimal damage on Beedrill, but the sheer number of Butterfree compensated for this disadvantage. At that moment, over 10 Butterfree simultaneously unleashed their Bug Buzz attack, amplifying into an overwhelming mental assault. The Beedrill's expressions twisted in agony, as if countless fine needles were piercing through their minds. Bzzz. The deafening sound of Bug Buzz drowned out the Beedrill's cries of pain, while Belle remained composed, calmly directing the attack. Under the relentless mental onslaught, the 10 Beedrill finally succumbed, collapsing unconscious one by one. Belle cautiously approached to inspect them, and as a precaution, he added a finishing touch with a Psybeam to ensure they were completely incapacitated. Leader, what should we do next? One of the Butterfree asked. Belle paused to think. How do you all feel about honey? Honey? Where would we even find honey? Most of the Butterfree looked puzzled, though a few older members familiar with Belle's personality exchanged knowing glances. The commotion just now was pretty loud. We'd better find a place to lay low, Belle finally said, glancing one last time at the motionless Beedrill on the ground. He then led the group deeper into the forest, heading in the opposite direction from where the Beedrill had come. It wasn't long before a distant hum began to grow louder and louder. Belle focused his sharp compound eyes and spotted a dense swarm of black figures rapidly approaching. He immediately signaled the Butterfree to lower themselves and hide. Soon, the swarm of Beedrill discovered their fallen comrades. Enraged, they buzzed furiously, scouring the area for the culprits. Fortunately, Belle had led his group to a downwind position and maintained enough distance for the Beedrill to leave empty-handed after their futile search. Using his compound vision, Belle carefully memorized the Beedrill's departure path. Once he was certain the area was safe, he led the Butterfree out of hiding. Watching the direction the Beedrill had gone, Belle fell into deep thought before making a decision. Let's move on. Forget about the honey. Their numbers are no less than ours, and pursuing them would be too risky. We'll search for food elsewhere. Belle's decision was a calculated one. Beedrill were not only individually stronger than Butterfree, but also far more aggressive. Engaging in a direct confrontation with equal numbers would only lead to heavy casualties. The group of Butterfree continued their journey. Along the way, many of the seasoned Butterfree began to further admire Belle's leadership abilities. They had seen clearly how, in the face of potential heavy losses, Belle chose a course of action that aligned with the Butterfree's naturally gentle disposition. Beedrill were formidable opponents, and a heating clash would have been disastrous. This was a result that the shrewd and pragmatic Belle was determined to avoid. By noon, Belle and his group of Butterfree arrived at a small hillside. The landscape was a sea of flowers, with vibrant blooms swaying gently in the breeze. Seeing this, a glimmer of delight appeared in Belle's eyes. All right, everyone dig in, Belle called out, prompting the members of the Butterfree flock to scatter in all directions, each seeking out their favorite flowers. The butterflies eagerly perched on flower buds, greedily sipping the sweet nectar as if to release all the exhaustion from their journey into this feast. Belle, without hesitation, claimed the largest blossom and indulged in the delicious nectar to his heart's content. While savoring the meal, Belle caught a glimpse of something pink out of the corner of his eye near the edge of the forest. Focusing on it, he realized it was a lone pink Butterfree, quietly observing them from the shadows of the trees. The pink Butterfree appeared frail and weary, its slender frame trembling slightly. Spreading his wings gently, Belle glided leisurely toward the figure. However, the pink Butterfree, sensing his approach, panicked and darted deeper into the forest in an attempt to flee. Hey, why are you running? Belle flew a bit closer, finally getting a clear look. To his surprise, it was a rare shiny Butterfree. Shiny Pokemon like this were often ostracized by their kind and were exceedingly rare in the Pokemon world. Yet, nature compensated for their uniqueness. Shiny Pokemon typically possessed extraordinary abilities. Even during the brief moment of proximity, Belle had felt an unusual psychic energy radiating from the other Butterfree. This realization left Belle deep in thought. This was the third Butterfree he had encountered with psychic abilities. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the depths of the forest. Boom! Belle immediately became alert, a familiar energy wave catching his attention. Psychic type? This isn't good. It's here, Belle exclaimed, swiftly flying toward the source of the commotion. The other Butterfree, noticing their leader's urgency, abandoned their meal and followed him into the woods. Within the forest, the pink Butterfree was now surrounded by a group of pig-nosed, white-furred monkeys. Lying before it was a defeated Primeape. The shiny Butterfree, having been abandoned by its kind due to its appearance, had lived alone for as long as it could remember. Though it had later awakened a unique ability that helped it survive, it had failed to notice the lurking danger in the forest amidst its panic. Roar! With a sharp cry, the monkeys charged together. In a moment of desperation, the shiny Butterfree unleashed an astonishing burst of psychic power, repelling the first wave of attackers. However, the effort drained all of its remaining strength. Huff! Is this the end? It thought, watching as the second wave of monkeys closed in. Exhausted, it could no longer fight back. Just then, a massive figure appeared overhead. Bam! With a sharp cry, a far more powerful psychic wave tore through the sky. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the howls of the monkeys echoed throughout the forest. Just in time, Belle hovered in midair, gazing down at the weakened, shiny Butterfree below. A flicker of something unspoken passed through his eyes as he observed the rare Pokemon. Belle's gaze suddenly froze on the section marked Talent, where a striking green glow caught his attention and sent a jolt through his heart. This was the first time he had encountered an elf with the same rare green talent as himself, and the discovery filled him with excitement. As he was lost in the significance of this realization, a distant Butterfree squadron began to converge in his direction. Belle quickly refocused, shifting his attention to the wary group of Primeapes below. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, and the Primeapes parted, making way for a commanding figure, a Fearow-like Primeape that exuded an imposing presence. Belle swiftly analyzed the newcomer. Pokemon Primeape, Fighting type, level 42, Yellow talent, ability, Anger point. Despite the evident disparity in level, Belle showed no fear, locking eyes with the Primeape in a silent clash of wills. By this time, Belle's Butterfree forces had arrived. The younger Butterfrees formed ranks behind him, while the seasoned veterans positioned themselves on either flank, creating a tight defensive formation. Not to be outdone, the Primeapes swiftly regrouped around the imposing Primeape leader. The tension in the air was palpable, a battle on the verge of erupting. Yet, the Primeape leader's gaze occasionally flickered toward the depths of the forest, as though something there weighed on its mind. Finally, under the pressure of the Butterfree's superior numbers, it let out a low growl. Leave my territory. Belle made a decisive call, leading his forces to withdraw from the area. He understood clearly that they had indeed trespassed first. If not for the deterrent force of the elder Butterfrees, the Primeape leader would not have backed down so easily. Yet even if a fight had broken out, Belle was confident they could have secured victory with minimal losses, thanks to the Butterfree's aerial advantage and type superiority. On the way back, a cry of alarm broke the silence. Leader, there's an outsider here. Belle, unfazed, turned to the pink Butterfree in question and said calmly, let her come with us. Those simple words completely changed the pink Butterfree's fate. From isolation and loneliness, she was now embraced by a group that accepted her. Overwhelmed with joy, she fluttered gracefully through the air before settling beside Belle, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. Phew, thank you, leader. Live well, Belle replied, placing special importance on this fellow bearer of a green talent. As someone with the same rare gift, he understood better than anyone how crucial talent was to one's potential and control over energy. It was this very talent that had enabled him to challenge stronger opponents at level 32. Compared to Pokemon with red talents, his energy mastery was far superior. While some of the other Butterfrees still harbored reservations about this pink anomaly, Bell's authority ensured they outwardly accepted the new member. When Bell led the swarm of butterflies back to the sea of flowers, the sight before him ignited his fury. A group of unwelcome intruders was recklessly destroying the beautiful garden. Through his systems analysis, he identified the invaders as beetle-like sprites, Heracross type, bug attribute, with levels averaging around 26, and the strongest among them reaching level 37 with a yellow talent grade. These Heracrosses were clumsily harvesting flowers. Lacking specialized organs, they could only use their pincers to forcibly snap flower stems to feed on the nectar, which severely damaged the integrity of the blossoms. Bell quickly assessed the situation. It was within manageable limits. It was time to teach these intruders a lesson. Form ranks, Bell commanded, and all the Butterfree swiftly assembled. First squad, present, responded a team led by a level 41 Butterfree veteran, with most of its members around level 20. Scatter Stun Spore. At the command, a cloud of powder spread through the air like a sandstorm. Second squad, present, came the reply from another team led by a level 43 Butterfree veteran, with members mostly in their teens. Whip up a gust. The Butterfree in the rear took to the skies, their wings beating rapidly to summon fierce winds. This was the result of Bell's meticulous training. As a Butterfree with a human soul, he had fully leveraged his unique advantage, integrating tactical expertise from his past life into the training of his kin. Though not yet perfect, their coordination was already impressive. The sudden assault caught the Heracross swarm off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, they found themselves surrounded by the very Butterfree they had long considered a weak group, leaving them in utter disbelief. The level 37 Heracross leader was the first to retaliate. Its massive pincers launched a barrage of sharp spikes. Pin Missile, a bug-type physical move capable of continuous strikes. Though each hit only dealt 25 damage, its rapid succession was its strength. Bell snorted coldly and faced it heat. His wings became enveloped in a faint blue energy as a powerful gust roared out, colliding midair with the Pin Missile and erupting in a deafening explosion. Without missing a beat, Bell flapped his wings again, unleashing a sharper wind blade that tore through the air. Join! The Heracross leader, caught off guard, was struck directly by the wind blade, letting out a pained cry. A crack appeared on its hardened shell, and green blood began to seep out. As a bug-type sprite, it was inherently vulnerable to flying-type attacks, and Bell, being of comparable level with superior talent, had the upper hand. Before the Heracross could recover, Bell soared through the dust and rose high into the air, his eyes glowing with pink psychic energy. Another wind blade shrieked as it sliced through the sky. This time, the Heracross managed to react in time, channeling energy into its pincers to form a white glow, slashing the wind blade in half with great effort. However, Bell remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with the certainty of victory. It's over. Boom. Multicolored beams of light tore through the air, and a cloud of explosive dust instantly engulfed the figure of the Heracross. Join! A pained growl echoed from within the smoke, but it did nothing to halt the Heracross's counterattack. Its massive, hardened pincers locked onto Bell's location with precision, as energy surged rapidly within its body. In the next instant, several sharp spikes pierced through the smoke, whistling as they shot toward Bell. Hiss! Bell couldn't dodge in time and was grazed by one of the spikes. Fortunately, being an insect type as well, the damage was within tolerable limits. Even so, he quickly maneuvered to avoid the remaining attacks. Flapping his slightly fatigued wings, Bell couldn't help but grumble internally. Butterfree's stamina really is a weak point. Realizing he couldn't afford to prolong the fight, Bell acted decisively. With a powerful flap of his wings, a sharp blade of air sliced through the sky. Boom. Although the Heracross managed to evade the attack, it had played right into Bell's hands. A sudden gust of wind disrupted the Heracross's rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Bell unleashed another powerful air slash with precision. Join. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV33. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV34. As the yellow-armored Heracross collapsed with a resounding thud, the system's notification echoed in Bell's mind. Feeling his strength increase and his stamina recover, a small smile crept across Bell's face. Level 34. This hunt isn't over yet. His gaze shifted to the remaining Heracross, still locked in battle with other Butterfree. Bell soared into the sky, launching precise air blades that rained down on the enemies below, cutting them down one by one. Half an hour later, the battlefield was thick with the stench of blood, and all the Heracross lay lifeless. Bell felt no remorse for the alchemy, viewed the Heracross as pests, and eradicating them was simply the natural order. System notification, host Butterfree Bell. Type, bug, flying. Level, LV36. Talent, green. Ability, compound eyes. Skills, tackle, string shot, bug bite, gust, harden, supersonic, confusion, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, tailwind, psybeam, whirlwind, air/psychic. After clearing out the Heracross swarm, Bell's level had risen to 36. It seems team battles dilute the experience gains. He mused. This medium-sized Heracross group had provided a wealth of experience, which would have been impossible had he not personally led the charge. While the experience from single-handedly defeating a leader was substantial, Bell preferred this method of efficient, sweeping combat. It was worth noting that the newly joined shiny Butterfree had quickly earned the group's recognition with its outstanding performance. This made Bell reflect on the importance of natural talent. Rest here and recover. We'll set out soon, Bell ordered loudly. He was acutely aware that the battlefield's remains could attract trouble and that lingering was unwise. An hour later, Bell led the group back into the skies. Along the way, he consulted the elders of the group about the journey ahead and confirmed that they were indeed close to their final breeding grounds, just as he had estimated. Along the way, Bell keenly noticed the changes in his surroundings. The flowers grew more abundant, and the climate turned pleasant and comfortable. This area was the sacred breeding ground that the Butterfree clan had passed down for generations. Leader, we've arrived. A crisp chirping sound accompanied the exclamation, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. A vast sea of flowers stretched endlessly before them, where gentle grass-type spirits and gracefully dancing Butterfree coexisted in harmony. The rich fragrance of flowers filled the air, prompting Bell to take a deep breath, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Gazing at this long-sought paradise, Bell recalled the hardships of their journey. All the challenges and trials now seemed worth it. Yes, we've made it here alive. The elder Butterfree who had escorted the young ones gathered around Bell, their mission now complete. Thank you for all your hard work, Bell said solemnly. He was fully aware that without these elders protecting them, they could never have overcome the countless dangers along the way. Though he was referred to as the leader, Bell knew this title was granted only with the elders' silent approval. Without their recognition, no one would have followed his commands in times of crisis. Deep down, he didn't feel he possessed any extraordinary qualities. No need to be modest, one of the elders spoke. We've all witnessed your performance and growth throughout the journey. Your abilities have earned our respect, young one. The other elder Butterfree nodded in agreement, their expressions full of admiration. They had never seen such an exceptional successor. Now, let's discuss something important, the elder said, looking at Bell with a meaningful gaze. I've noticed you don't have a mate yet. With your outstanding qualities, you're sure to attract many females of our kind. Their eyes gleamed with approval and hope. If Bell were to have offspring, the Butterfree clan's future would surely flourish. They reflected on Bell's astonishing growth during the journey. After every battle, his skills and strength improved significantly. Such rapid progress was almost unbelievable. Their own abilities had taken countless years to develop, and had they not witnessed it themselves, they might have thought Bell was somehow cheating. Reproduction isn't my priority. I came here mainly for the experience. Bell quickly waved his hands in protest, but the elders merely smiled knowingly and gestured for him to turn around. When Bell turned, he was stunned. Across the flower field, countless female Butterfree gazed at him with admiration in their eyes. Some even seemed to ignore their male partners entirely, causing those males to glare at Bell with resentment. Wait a second, weren't mates already chosen during the clan gathering? What's going on here? Bell asked the elders in confusion. Huh? Who said mates can only be chosen at the gathering? The elders chuckled with a cryptic smile, and Bell suddenly recalled the clan leader's similarly enigmatic expression before their departure. So, this was the plan all along. Old dang, you sly fox. The next morning, Bell gracefully ascended from the sea of flowers. To avoid disturbing his still slumbering peers, he deliberately slowed the rhythm of his wing beats, quietly heading toward the horizon. A flower field courtship gathering? No way I'm joining that, Bell thought to himself. From conversations with Elder Butterfree in the colony, he had learned that this event was merely a matchmaking activity for Butterfree pairs who already had feelings for each other. The true courtship gathering, however, was a grand event held in the Viridian Forest, where all the young Butterfree participated. When Bell first heard this news, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Not only had he already avoided one gathering, but he had also explicitly expressed his stance to the clan leader early on. And now, here he was, facing the same situation again. Whoever wants to attend that flower field gathering can go ahead. He'll just find some peace and quiet instead. Bell flapped his wings faster, unaware of the faint pink figure quietly trailing behind him. Unknowingly, Bell had flown deep into the forest. The climate here was pleasant, with vibrant blossoms everywhere, making it his chosen spot for training and leveling up. However, with his current strength at an impressive level 36, finding a worthy opponent was no easy feat. Screech! A sharp cry shattered the silence. A brown figure shot down from the sky like an arrow, aiming straight for Bell's vital spot. But with his heightened psychic senses, Bell was acutely aware of his surroundings. The instant the attacker locked onto him, he detected the surge of killing intent. Oomph! An ambush! Bell's eyes glimmered with pink light, as though he had already seen through the trajectory of the attack. He deftly shifted his position, evading the strike. Whoosh! The fierce wind brushed past Bell's body as the attacker narrowly missed him. Screech! The cry of confusion came from the assailant, but Bell wasn't about to give his enemy any breathing room. So it's you again. Remember the last time? The Pokemon you ambushed me with is long gone now. Information about the opponent flashed through Bell's mind. Fearow, flying normal type, level 34, orange tier talent. Bell immediately launched a counterattack. A dazzling Psybeam locked onto the target with precision. With a thunderous explosion, the unsuspecting Fearow was struck hidden, the blast shockwave slamming it to the ground. Bell followed up swiftly, flapping his wings to unleash air slash. He knew a single move wouldn't be enough to secure victory, had to capitalize on the opportunity to deal maximum damage. Whoosh! The pale blue blade of air cut through the sky, striking down the struggling Fearow just as it tried to rise. This time, despite the searing pain, the Fearow forced itself back into the air and charged at Bell. Seeing this, Bell immediately widened the distance, adhering firmly to his principle of fighting from a distance and avoiding close combat whenever possible. Pink light once again surrounded Bell, an invisible psychic energy wove around him like threads. He focused intently, and the Fearow's movements gradually slowed until it was completely immobilized in midair. A confident smirk appeared on Bell's face. Get down. With a resounding crash, the Fearow, controlled by Bell's psychic power, was slammed heavily into the ground. On the dusty battlefield, Bell's gaze remained fixed on his opponent. He gathered his energy, unleashing another beam of illusionary light that struck Fearow with precision. Screech! Fearow let out a cry of pain, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide of the battle. Bell frowned slightly, then released an even more powerful beam. Boom! Amid the explosion, Fearow's figure was engulfed. Though faint, its labored breathing could still be heard, but it was evident that it had lost the ability to fight. Bell knew all too well that in this survival-of-fittest world, battles had to be fought to the very end. Without hesitation, he launched the final blow, bringing the fight to a close. After the battle, Bell quickly left the scene, leaving the remains for the nearby carnivorous Pokemon to handle. He silently noted the absence of the familiar system notification in his mind. It was unusually quiet. As his level increased, gaining experience points became increasingly difficult. The golden days of rapid leveling were now a thing of the past. Suddenly, Bell's combat instincts flared. He spun around sharply, his gaze piercing toward the crown of a tree not far away. Just as he prepared to strike, a familiar, timid voice called out in a panic. Wait, wait. Leader, it's me. Don't attack. From the treetop, a pink Butterfree Bell had taken in before slowly fluttered out. Bell withdrew his gathered energy, frowning as he asked, Why are you following me? The pink Butterfree hesitated for a moment, as if steeling herself, then looked directly at Bell and declared, I want to be your mate. The sudden confession left Bell stunned. As someone with a human soul, such a straightforward approach to courtship caught him completely off guard. In his understanding, relationships were meant to develop slowly over time, not be decided so abruptly. Noticing the apprehension in Bell's eyes, the sensitive pink Butterfree asked softly, Do you despise me because I'm different? Bell quickly clarified, No, I don't despise you. In fact, I think the patterns on your wings are beautiful. It's just that I'm not thinking about having offspring right now. He understood that for Pokemon, reproduction was an instinct deeply ingrained in their nature, a vital part of their existence. Hearing his explanation, the light of hope in Butterfree's eyes dimmed slightly, but knowing that Bell didn't reject her entirely lifted her spirits a little. As long as she could stay by his side, she was willing to accept any outcome. Boom! A sudden, thunderous noise erupted in the distance, cutting their conversation short. Bell and the pink Butterfree turned simultaneously toward the direction of the sound. It was coming from the path they had taken earlier. Oh no! The tribe is in danger. Above the Flower Sea breeding ground, a massive capture net was tightly ensnaring dozens of Butterfree. These graceful butterfly Pokemon struggled relentlessly, using a variety of moves in an attempt to break free, but they were unable to escape the constraints of the specially designed net. Aha, caught them all! A triumphant voice echoed from the sky. The sunlight was suddenly obscured as a flamboyantly designed hot air balloon cast a large shadow below. Drat, it's Team Rocket. Let the Butterfree go. A voice full of righteous indignation called out from the edge of the forest. A young boy dashed into view, wearing a signature red cap and a blue shirt. Standing on his shoulder was a Pikachu, its electric pouches sparking dangerously, its eyes glaring with disdain at these familiar foes. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Following the command of its trainer, Ash, Pikachu leapt into the air, releasing a dazzling surge of electric energy. Pikachu, a powerful bolt of lightning shot straight toward Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Meowth, we were expecting that. Meowth smirked as it raised a special device from the balloon. The electric attack was instantly absorbed, leaving Team Rocket unharmed. This is my latest invention, James boasted proudly. After being fried by you so many times, it's about time we came up with a countermeasure. Enough talk. Let's get out of here. Jessie snapped impatiently. Ash! A shout came from the distance as Brock and Misty hurried over. Team Rocket is bullying Pokemon again. We have to save the Butterfree. Ash said urgently. Oh, it's the other twerps. Let's scram Meowth. Meowth grabbed the control panel, and the hot air balloon began to ascend rapidly. You're not getting away that easily. Ash quickly tossed a Pokeball. It's your turn, Butterfree. In a flash of red light, a well-trained Butterfree appeared in the air. Instantly grasping the situation, it followed Ash's command without hesitation. Use Tackle. Butterfree glowed white and charged at the net, but the powerful collision failed to budge the net in the slightest, and it was instead bounced back. Ha ha, don't waste your energy. Jessie mocked in her shrill voice. This is a custom-made capture net we spent a fortune developing. Ash and Pikachu were caught in a dilemma. While Pikachu's electric attack could strike Team Rocket, it would inevitably harm the Butterfree trapped in the net. Just as everyone was at a loss, the captured Butterfree suddenly fell silent, their gaze collectively turning toward the depths of the forest. Maple. A swift figure darted across the treetops. Look, what's that? Everyone's attention was drawn to the unexpected turn of events. Keeneyed Xiaojing quickly noticed the unusual behavior of the group of Butterfree and followed their gaze. A pink-skinned Butterfree was gliding gracefully toward them, shimmering enchantingly in the sunlight like a dazzling star in the sky. Look, it's a pink Butterfree. Musashi's eyes lit up with excitement, a delighted expression spreading across her face. This is absolutely perfect for me. I've decided I am going to catch it. With that, she eagerly pulled out a Pokeball. Kojiro followed suit, and the two of them simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. In a flash of red light, Arbok and Weezing appeared on the narrow hot air balloon. Arbok used Poison Sting. Weezing used Smog. The two Pokemon sprang into action. Ghostly poisonous energy transformed into sharp needles, while purple gas whooshed forward, launching a dual attack at the pink Butterfree. Whoa! The pink Butterfree's eyes sparkled with brilliance as it instantly froze all the attacks in midair. Despite showcasing its formidable strength, the trembling of its body hinted that this feat was far from effortless. Keep attacking. Musashi shouted in exhilaration, her desire to capture the shiny Butterfree growing stronger. Arbok intensified its assault. Butterfree, let's help. Use Tackle, Ash called out. However, his Butterfree remained motionless in the air, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on the pink Butterfree. Ash, it looks like your Butterfree has fallen in love, Brock and Misty teased knowingly, sharing a laugh. Suddenly, seeing its beloved under attack, Ash's Butterfree snapped out of its daze and nodded firmly at him. All right, use Tackle. This strike, seemingly powered by love, was exceptionally strong. Ah! Kojiro exclaimed in alarm, directing Weezing to charge with a white glow surrounding its body. The two Pokemon collided, both taking significant damage from the impact. Meanwhile, the pink Butterfree, now free from one opponent, began its counterattack. Its psychic powers overwhelmed the poison-type Arbok, forcing it into a tight spot. Just as it was about to deliver a decisive blow, the pink Butterfree suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned to look at the giant net holding the Butterfree captive. The net had been torn apart, and all the Butterfree had escaped. Musashi, Kojiro, don't you think the hot air balloon feels lighter? Meowth asked, noticing something amiss. Before the words had fully left its mouth, a massive shadow loomed over the entire balloon. Meowth, with its back to the shadow, froze in place as a foreboding chill ran down its spine. Well, isn't it Team Rocket's infamous trio? A familiar voice called out from behind. Meow Meow's body trembled violently under the overwhelming pressure of the powerful aura, cold sweat seeping through its fine fur. It slowly turned around, and the sight before it made it gasp. No way, Meow. A massive swarm of Butterfree hovered in the air, creating a spectacular scene. The Team Rocket trio wore wry smiles, their backs already soaked in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends were overjoyed, thrilled that the Butterfree swarm had regained their freedom. That's wonderful. The Butterfree are saved. However, Misty, ever observant, noticed something unusual. But how did such a strong net get torn apart? Hearing this, Ash also showed a puzzled expression, while Brock's sharp gaze turned toward the center of the Butterfree swarm. The group of Butterfree parted, forming a pathway, and from within emerged a particularly large and imposing Butterfree, slowly flying forward. It turned out that while the pink Butterfree had been distracting Team Rocket, Beal had quietly approached the massive net trapping the swarm. Although the net was made of high-quality material that ordinary Butterfree couldn't break, it was no match for Beal's psychic abilities. With just a slight use of telekinesis, Beal tore a hole in the net, earning the respect of the entire swarm. Beal understood that while the Team Rocket trio themselves weren't particularly formidable, their technological prowess was not to be underestimated. The net capable of capturing so many Butterfree was a testament to their impressive research skills. At this moment, faced with the overwhelming swarm of Butterfree, Team Rocket had completely lost their will to fight. The Butterfree glared at them with hostility, and as if receiving a unified command, began flapping their wings in unison. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind swept the hot air balloon high into the sky. Ah, what a horrible feeling. The trio's screams echoed one after another. The pink glow in Beal's eyes gradually faded, and his gaze shifted to Ash. This trainer, who was willing to risk his life for his partner and had performed impressively in the movie, had left a deep impression on him. Ash, Misty, that Butterfree seems to be looking at you, Brock pointed out. Hearing this, Ash and Brock turned their heads. Sure enough, the large Butterfree was staring at them. Beal first examined Ash's Butterfree. Pokemon Butterfree, type Flying Bug, level 25, talent green, ability Compound Eyes. As expected of the protagonist Pokemon, even a casually caught bug type had remarkable potential. Then, Beal's attention shifted to Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder. Pokemon Ash's Pikachu, type Electric with Light Ball, level 32, talent, ability Static Actor. The stats left Beal momentarily speechless. Of course, it's Pikachu. Its talent is listed as a question mark? What does that even mean? Beal wondered silently, then used his psychic abilities to open the detailed description of the actor ability. For Special Pikachu, adapts to opponents, gets stronger against strong opponents, acts weaker against weak ones. Level does not determine everything. This discovery left Beal stunned. So that's it. Pikachu really is acting, he thought to himself with a mix of admiration and disbelief. From a distance, the pink Butterfree quietly flew to Beal's side. Belle's dashing and heroic figure drew the attention of the entire butterfly swarm. The female Butterfree gazed at him with admiration, while many of the males were captivated by his elegant pink form. In their understanding, strength meant everything. To pair with such a powerful mate would surely result in exceptional offspring. After scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, Belle gently fluttered his wings, signaling the butterflies to disperse. He then quietly flew to a secluded spot to rest. Leveled up again, Belle exclaimed with satisfaction as he opened his system panel to carefully review his stats. Species, Butterfree Belle. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Level, LV 37. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psybeam, Whirlwind, Signal Beam. Team Rocket's trio certainly lives up to their reputation. An undeniable experience farm for Ash's journey. Belle mused to himself. Since both they and Ash have appeared, this must be the anime world. This realization brought him some comfort, as it allowed him to estimate the upper limits of power in this world. Humans. Belle sighed softly. To him, human strength still posed a threat. Kind-hearted individuals were one thing, but there were no shortage of underground organizations like Team Rocket. Avoidance, when necessary, was the wise choice. Reflecting on this, Belle couldn't help but lament his current lack of strength, which left him vulnerable against more formidable foes. Leader, about the flower festival. You all go ahead, I won't be attending. Belle interrupted decisively before the other could finish. No way was he, Belle, the kind of butterfly to be infatuated with mere appearances. While his body might act on instinct, his mind remained unshaken. Ugh, leader, these butterflies are so annoying. At that moment, a pink Butterfree flew up to Belle, complaining. Behind her trailed a group of male admirers, their thick hormonal energy palpable from afar. Under Belle's imposing gaze, the pursuers dared not cause trouble and stopped at a respectful distance. What's this? Bold enough to act out in broad daylight. Belle unleashed a wave of psychic pressure, instantly freezing several brash young butterflies in place. He calmly approached, his large form and commanding presence intimidating the others into bowing low, trembling. Sigh, forget it. You can go. After a moment's thought, Belle relented with a resigned tone. After all, pursuing a mate was an innate behavior. It wasn't his place to interfere too much. You again? This is the third time. Belle looked at the pink Butterfree in exasperation, feeling increasingly out of his depth as a leader. While he avoided meddling in matters of love, why did they always end up involving him? Oh, come on, I can't help myself either, she teased. Look at them. They're doing the same thing, constantly circling you. They're about to start fighting over you. Over time, the pink Butterfree had grown more familiar with Belle, her tone now cheerful and lively. Belle swept the area with his psychic sense, and his expression twitched involuntarily. At some point, a crowd of female Butterfree had completely surrounded him. Faced with this situation, he was at a loss for words. Belle had no choice but to keep shifting positions, yet the love-struck female Butterfree persistently followed him, continuously releasing a strong pheromone of courtship. It was a distinctive scent, full of affection, that left Belle feeling heavily pressured. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends were watching the scene with great interest. Seeing his Butterfree caught up in romance, Ash immediately came up with his favorite solution. All right, if that's the case, let's do some special training, Butterfree. Ash exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he clenched his fist. Upon hearing this, Brock and Misty simultaneously facepalmed, their lips twitching slightly. That's so typical of Ash. Although, in a way, training could indeed enhance Butterfree's charm. Coming from Ash, the notion seemed incredibly straightforward. Without delay, the training commenced. Butterfree used Tackle. Fwo. Now use Gust. Fwo. Butterfree, holding absolute trust in Ash, was giving its all, performing various moves with determination. Each time it executed a move, visions of spending sweet moments with the pink beauty filled its mind. This longing fueled its efforts, driving it to train even harder in hopes of impressing its love with strength. Ash is really fired up, isn't he? Misty remarked with a tinge of exasperation. Of course, because he's Ash. Brock, as a longtime companion, was entirely unsurprised. The following morning, as the leader, Belle had no choice but to attend the annual Flower Meadow gathering. It was a collective courtship event for Butterfree from different parts of the Viridian Forest, where outstanding males would earn the favor of females. Due to the limited number of females in the population, not all males would find a mate. However, none of this concerned Belle, as his sole duty was to announce the start of the event. Ugh, this feels strangely familiar. I never thought I'd end up in this situation, Belle mused, reminiscing about his carefree days within the group. Leader, it's time to begin. An elder Butterfree beside him gently reminded. The elders were responsible for maintaining order and ensuring fair competition among the younger generation. Belle ascended to the skies, emitting a clear, resonant cry to capture the attention of all the Butterfree. He deliberately ignored the admiring glances from certain females and, amplifying his voice with psychic energy, announced, "Today marks the annual Flower Meadow breeding season. I hope everyone achieves what they wish for. Let the gathering begin." Before his words had even fully settled, the pent-up excitement of the Butterfree erupted instantly, particularly among those pursuing Belle. Nearly all the female Butterfree swarmed toward him. "Fool! Leader, I love you. Leader, I want to have bug babies with you. Move aside. The leader is mine." Though Belle had anticipated being surrounded, he hadn't expected such an overwhelming scene. Some of the female Butterfree even engaged in brief skirmishes to compete for him. The chaos sparked by their rivalry over a single Butterfree left him utterly stunned. At that moment, the pink Butterfree emerged from the commotion, determinedly making her way toward Belle. She called out loudly, "Leader, he'll protect you." Belle's mouth twitched slightly as he took in the scene before him, silently questioning in his heart, "Are these followers here to protect me, or to stir up trouble?" Behind the pink butterfly, an overwhelming swarm of male Butterfree followed, creating quite the spectacle. After a brief moment of deliberation, Belle decisively took to the skies. While he wasn't afraid to confront this group of suitors, he had no intention of wasting energy on a battle where he would have to hold back constantly. Instead of engaging in such a meaningless dispute, he preferred to hunt wild Pokémon to gain experience points. Effortlessly, Belle soared to a height beyond the reach of the Butterfree below, leaving them staring up at him from the ground. The female Butterfree gazed in admiration, their eyes sparkling with awe. As expected of our leader, flying so high, his abilities must be extraordinary in every way. Meanwhile, the males breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the leader is gone. Now I have a chance. Please, mentor me, Great One. Unfortunately for them, the disparity in strength was too great, and none of the younger Butterfree could even come close to catching up with Belle. From his vantage point high above, Belle quietly observed the situation below. Thanks to his compound eyes ability, which granted him crystal clear vision, he could see every detail of the Butterfree gathering. The female Butterfree wore expressions of disappointment, clearly disheartened by Belle's departure. Suddenly, Belle's sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure. "Huh? Isn't that Ash's Butterfree?" he muttered. But before he could dwell on it, the scene below made him quickly avert his gaze. "Oh no, what are they doing now? I shouldn't be watching this." At that moment, the pink Butterfree had become the center of attention for all the females. If Belle was the Prince Charming of their dreams, then the pink butterfly was the goddess idolized by every male. The male Butterfree put forth their best efforts to impress her, showcasing their most dazzling moves. Among them, Ash's Butterfree stood out the most, executing seamless combinations with remarkable skill, proving himself to be one of the strongest. Though the pink Butterfree was impressed by Ash's Butterfree's performance, thoughts of Belle's earlier display of grace and power lingered in her mind. She shook her head wistfully. Ultimately, he still can't compare to even a fraction of the leader's brilliance. Hidden among the trees, Ash watched his Butterfree shine, cheering and flailing his arms in excitement. "Go, Butterfree. You can do it." He looked as if he might leap into the fray himself. Misty quickly grabbed his head to hold him back. "Calm down. We can't interfere with the natural mating rituals of Pokémon." Brock nodded in agreement, his expression serious. In his view, humans had no place meddling in the natural lives of wild Pokémon, whether for good or ill. "Hey Brock, Misty, look," Ash exclaimed, pointing to the scene with renewed excitement. "My Butterfree just drove off another competitor." At that moment, the pink Butterfree suddenly made a move, as if preparing to step into the fray herself. Just as Ash and his friends were celebrating, the peculiar pink Butterfree in the distance suddenly sprang into action. "Ugh, You bunch of pests. You're so annoying, she exclaimed sharply, her voice laced with anger as a glint of intensity flashed in her eyes. Invisible psychic waves rippled outward, forcefully repelling the swarm of male Butterfree that had been closing in on her. Yet, instead of retreating, these suitors grew even more excited. The display of strength from the pink Butterfree only confirmed her exceptional traits, which they saw as a valuable gift for their offspring. The number of suitors continued to grow, with more and more male Butterfree swarming toward her in relentless pursuit. Left with no choice, the pink Butterfree hovered midair, while the males, adhering to instinctive courtship rituals, refrained from attacking her directly. Instead, they clashed fiercely with one another, competing for her favor. High above, Bell observed the scene quietly. What an irony, he mused. The one who was once shunned has now become the center of attention. To him, strength was the only enduring value. Everything else was fleeting, either serving as a stepping stone to power or a means to an end. Below him, countless female Butterfree had gathered, gazing up at him with longing eyes, hoping for even a fleeting glance of acknowledgement. But they were not human and could never comprehend Bell's thoughts. Their unrequited admiration was destined to be an exercise in futility. The gathering of female Butterfree naturally attracted more male suitors, but to the females, these males paled in comparison to their idol, Bell, the leader. Instinctively drawn to strength, the females saw Bell as an unattainable peak, making the other suitors seem insignificant in comparison. This can't go on. Bell finally realized the seriousness of the situation. If this keeps up, the caterpie birth rate across the entire flower field is going to plummet. As he pondered a solution, the pink Butterfree suddenly caught his eye. Got it! A flash of inspiration struck Bell as he dove downward, swiftly landing beside the pink Butterfree. Leader, the pink Butterfree exclaimed with delight. Listen, the current situation is getting out of hand, so I need a partner to put on an act, Bell stated bluntly, his gaze devoid of warmth. But let me be clear, this is just for show. Don't take it seriously. Yes, I'm willing, the pink Butterfree eagerly agreed, desperate not to lose the opportunity. Seeing her enthusiasm, Bell sighed inwardly, hoping she wouldn't get too emotionally involved. However, the pink Butterfree, already swept up in the euphoria of what she perceived as love, began to dance gracefully. It was clear that she either hadn't fully grasped Bell's words or was choosing to ignore them. To her, the distinction between acting and reality didn't matter. What mattered was that her heart's desire had finally accepted her. Wait, what? What's with the dancing now? Bell muttered in confusion, utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before him. Chief, this is the normal process for establishing a bond, the courtship dance. Powder Butterfly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. If it weren't for Bell's exceptional spiritual sensitivity, he might not have even caught her words. Courtship dance. Bell was taken aback. I don't know how to do that. He searched his memory carefully, but had no recollection of the courtship dance of the Butterfree species. Powder Butterfly's antennae drooped, and her expression dimmed. That shouldn't be. This dance is supposed to be innate for every male Butterfree, she explained softly. In Butterfree tradition, the courtship dance is a sacred ritual where male and female partners solidify a lifelong bond. During the dance, they gradually synchronize their breathing, achieving perfect harmony. This unique dance is a key marker in finding a mate within their community. No worries, you can teach me. Seeing the tears well up in Powder Butterfly's eyes, Bell quickly comforted her. That's wonderful, Chief. Powder Butterfly's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Starting from scratch might actually make it easier to build rapport. She secretly rejoiced, realizing that this would not only speed up the process of confirming their bond, but also deter other Butterfree from coveting the chief. In the distance, a group of female Butterfree was approaching. Powder Butterfly wrinkled her antennae in disgust. The overwhelming scent of female pheromones made her feel queasy. Without hesitation, she grabbed Bell and flew to higher ground, determined to assert her claim in full view of everyone. Behind them, the male suitors seemed to sense something, coming to a halt one by one. To them, Bell was undeniably the strongest in both power and physique. This overwhelming dominance left them hesitant to act. The memory of the chief's formidable presence was vivid in their minds, and the unyielding rule of strength deterred any ambitious thoughts. However, one figure stubbornly refused to give up and continued to follow. It's starting, Chief. Follow my lead, Powder Butterfly said as she began to dance gracefully. Her wings fluttered, scattering vibrant scales into the air, showcasing her elegant movements. Although Bell was initially uncertain, he mimicked her steps and joined in. The initial awkwardness gradually faded. Under Powder Butterfly's patient guidance, Bell started to find his rhythm. The instincts buried deep within his genes began to awaken. Each turn, each crossing of paths, grew increasingly synchronized. The surrounding Butterfree paused in midair, captivated by the performance. Some looked on with quiet sorrow, others offered their silent blessings, and the elder Butterfree nodded in approval. I always suspected this young one had a purpose for keeping that pink outsider around, one elder murmured. This outsider isn't bad. Another elder retorted immediately. If she can get this young one to understand, that's good enough. Why nitpick? Their banter drew quiet chuckles from the other elders. As Bell became immersed in the dance, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, Butterfly Dance. Upon acquiring the Butterfly Dance skill, Bell couldn't hide his delight. This unintentional action had triggered a latent move embedded in his genes' Butterfly Dance, a bug-type status skill that simultaneously boosts special attack, special defense, and speed. Bell knew well that this was one of the most vital moves for a Butterfree, and its triple buff effect was a godsend for a trainer like him, who often took on battles beyond his level. Leader, the final step. Just as Bell was lost in his excitement, the pink Butterfree keenly noticed his distraction and softly reminded him. Oh right. Bell snapped back to attention, nodding eagerly. The joy of mastering this incredible skill added a hint of passion to his voice. As the dance steps of the two butterfly Pokemon gradually synchronized, a peculiar aura enveloped them. They had officially become mates. Crack! A series of heartbroken murmurs echoed around them. Countless male and female Butterfree watched helplessly. Realizing they had lost any chance after all, the pair was now officially bonded as mates. Fuzz, sweet, low hum sounded in Bell's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. No, wait, sis, don't take it seriously. I was just joking, he screamed internally, but it was too late. The pink Butterfree had already embraced this new bond. Fuh. Congratulations, leader, on winning her heart. Despite their disappointment, the other Butterfree could only offer sincere blessings. As the mate of the leader, the pink Butterfree's status instantly soared, second only to Bell himself. Feeling overwhelmed by the sudden shift from an ostracized outsider to the leader's partner, she instinctively moved closer to Bell, her newfound position almost surreal. Ahem. All right, that's enough. Bell quickly stepped in to break the tension. Go about your business. The gathering isn't over yet, so stop staring at me. He silently hoped the other Butterfree would move on and search for new partners. Sure enough, the female Butterfree let go of their previous attachments and began to assess other male Butterfree. This shift immediately reignited the spirits of the males, who enthusiastically resumed their courtship displays. Just as things were settling back into normalcy, a particularly striking male Butterfree caught Bell's attention. It flew directly up to him, its eyes burning with defiance and determination. Oh, you don't seem like a wild Butterfree, Bell remarked, feigning ignorance. That's right, leader. I have a trainer, but I still want to challenge you. This was none other than Ash's Butterfree. Witnessing its beloved bond with another had filled it with a mix of pain and resolve, unwilling to give up so easily. But the outcome was inevitable, and at this point, there was nothing he could do. Bayer's massive figure approached slowly, its two pairs of broad and elegant wings casting a vast shadow under the sunlight, completely enveloping its opponent. It wanted to personally assess the gap in strength between itself and this challenger. More importantly, it didn't want to let down Satoshi's dedicated training. Even knowing I'm the leader of the Butterfree, you still wish to challenge me? Bayer's gaze was as sharp as a blade. From the side, the difference in size between the two Pokemon was strikingly clear. Bayer's sheer presence alone was enough to suppress its opponent. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an outsider daring to challenge the leader's authority was no trivial matter. Very well, I accept your challenge. Bayer's clear, resonant cry echoed through the area. In an instant, the surrounding Butterfree flock gathered, forming a natural battleground. They all bore witness to the scene, both astonished and puzzled by the audacity of this challenger. Some elder Butterfree also emerged silently, forming a protective perimeter to ensure that this battle, which concerned the leader's dignity, would remain undisturbed. Satoshi's Butterfree, though feeling the tense atmosphere around it, did not back down. It quickly assumed a battle stance, fully aware of its opponent's strength. Yet, with the meticulous guidance of its trainer, it brimmed with confidence in its own abilities. In the forest, Satoshi was so excited that he nearly rushed out, itching to join the fight himself. However, the experienced Takashi and Kasumi noticed that this was no ordinary battle. Kasumi attempted to speak up, but Takashi held her back. This battle has already begun. All we can do now is quietly hope for the best. You understand what I mean, right, Kasumi? Takashi's deep gaze focused on the battlefield in the air, his tone tinged with resignation. Bayer quickly scanned its opponent, and a data panel appeared. Pokemon, Butterfree. Type, Flying Bug. Level, LV27. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Moves, Tackle, Gust, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder. So, it leveled up by 2. Huh. Bayer thought to itself, its expression remaining calm. To Bayer, this battle was almost a foregone conclusion. After all, a 10-level difference was not something easily overcome. Only a certain yellow rodent or some exceptionally gifted Pokemon could manage such a feat. You may take the first move, Bayer said calmly, watching its opponent ready itself. The battle was about to begin. Upon hearing this, Ash's Butterfree wasted no time and sprang into action. Its body radiated a dazzling white light as energy surged through it like a tidal wave. Transforming into a streak of light, it darted straight toward Belle. This tackle was unlike any before after days of rigorous training. It had honed this move to a new level. The normal type energy it unleashed was no longer chaotic and scattered but condensed and tangible, exponentially increasing the move's power. Belle fixed his gaze on the incoming figure, which resembled a speeding truck, and after a brief moment of thought, he responded with a tackle of his own. White light enveloped his body as the two luminous figures collided midair with a resounding crash. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as shockwaves rippled outward. Powder, who had already retreated to a safe distance, watched anxiously. Though she had confidence in Belle's strength, she couldn't help but worry. After all, this Butterfree's power was far beyond that of its peers, and even she couldn't guarantee a clear victory against it. As the dust from the explosion began to settle, a figure was sent flying backward from the smoke. A flicker of relief crossed Powder's eyes. It was Ash's Butterfree, struggling to stay airborne as it wobbled and shook its head to dispel the dizziness. When the smoke fully cleared, Belle remained hovering steadily in the air, completely unscathed. Ash's Butterfree finally regained its composure, staring at Belle with disbelief. The gap in strength was far greater than it had anticipated. Just one tackle had already foreshadowed the outcome of the battle. Yet, instead of faltering, its fighting spirit burned even brighter. Carrying the weight of its expectations and hard work, it resolved to give it everything it had. In that instant, Ash's Butterfree seemed to break through some unseen barrier. At this moment, it cast aside the bonds of love, fighting purely for its companions and itself. Hua! With a thunderous roar, Ash's Butterfree's aura underwent a dramatic shift. Belle watched closely, astonished to realize that its level had surged to 32. Though this boost might be temporary, such an overt, cheat mode left Belle inwardly grumbling. Being the protagonist's Pokemon didn't justify bending the rules like this. But no one paid attention to Belle's complaints. Feeling the surging power coursing through its body, Ash's Butterfree's confidence reignited. It was convinced victory was within reach. Ash's Butterfree launched another charge, this time with energy even more concentrated, finally making Belle feel a legitimate threat. This attack now possessed the potential to harm him. Belle stopped toying around. His eyes glimmered with a pink hue as psychic energy enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, a prismatic psybeam shot forth like a laser, colliding head-on with the charging Butterfree. The two forces clashed briefly, but as Belle intensified his output, Ash's Butterfree was quickly forced into a retreat, pushed back by the overwhelming light. Boom! Another explosion erupted as Ash's Butterfree was engulfed by the radiant blast. Moments later, a fierce gust of wind swept through, clearing away the lingering smoke entirely. In the next moment, a sharp blade of air shot swiftly toward Belle. His expression remained unchanged as he tilted his head slightly, allowing the air blade powerful enough to tear through the atmosphere. Grazed past him harmlessly. Utilizing the unique properties of his compound eyes, he took in every detail of his opponent's movements. The slightly awkward attack technique. The air blade's slightly delayed speed leaving nothing unnoticed. This level of attack. A trace of disdain flickered in Belle's eyes. Since his opponent had made the first move, it was time for him to demonstrate what true precision strikes looked like. Through his compound eyes, Belle perceived the movements of Xiao Zi's Butterfree as though they were slowed down several times. He quickly locked onto a few critical weak points on his opponent: the base of its wings and its eyes. Maple. With a soft command, two razor-sharp air blades tore through the air, heading straight for these vital spots. Fuh! Even though Butterfree saw the trajectory of the attack, it was horrified to realize it had no room to dodge. The strikes were not only lightning fast but also executed at such precise and cunning angles that they were clearly intended to incapacitate it. In a split second, it managed to shift its position just enough to narrowly avoid its most vulnerable areas. Boom! The two air blades struck true, and the resulting explosion engulfed Butterfree in a cloud of smoke. This time, it failed to emerge from the smoke for some time, clearly having taken significant damage. The same technique, executed by Belle, showcased a far superior level of understanding and mastery, leaving no doubt about the disparity in their abilities. Without some mysterious force aiding it, Butterfree would likely have been defeated long ago, unworthy of even standing against Belle. As the smoke lingered, Belle instinctively began to gather energy for a finishing blow, but he quickly restrained himself. TSK. He exhaled sharply, chastising himself. Too much killing lately. This reflex is dangerous. He was acutely aware that allowing his bloodlust to take over would ultimately lead to his downfall. While Belle was lost in thought, the smoke began to clear, revealing a heavily panting Butterfree. Unaware of how close it had come to death, it struggled to stay aloft. Belle had given his opponent a brief moment to recover, but a glint of pink light flashed in his eyes as he prepared to deliver the final strike. Butterfree's leader, we surrender. A figure dashed onto the battlefield with inhuman speed. It was Xiao Zi, unable to bear watching his partner endure such a one-sided fight any longer. Witnessing Butterfree's desperate struggle, he decided it was time to cut his losses. Butterfree, I'm sorry. Please come back. Xiao Ji raised the redanned white Pokeball, releasing a beam of red light to recall his Pokemon. However, before Bell could act, an elder Butterfree darted forward, intercepting the recall beam. It glared at Xiao Ji with hostility, its eyes filled with defiance. Did you really think this battle was just a casual fight? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. When Ash's Butterfree challenged Bell, it became more than just a simple duel. In the wild Pokemon world, when one of the same species challenges the leader, it signifies a direct contest for dominancia, blatant provocation. Although Bell himself didn't care much for such customs, the circumstances left him no choice but to respond. Now, as Ash's opponent suggested calling off the fight, an elder Butterfree immediately expressed its discontent. It began gathering energy, its wings shimmering with a dangerous glow, clearly intending to drive away these uninvited intruders. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, instantly became alert. Its electric sacs crackled with bright sparks as it glared fiercely at the elder Butterfree. Its stance sent a clear message. If you want to harm Ash, you'll have to get through me first. Just as the tension reached its peak, Bell's calm voice broke through. Stand down. These two simple words froze all the Butterfree in their tracks. The elder Butterfree looked puzzled but stopped its attack preparations immediately. Bell slowly floated over to Ash's Butterfree, hovering silently in midair. Ash was about to speak, but Brock, who had just arrived, placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Brock shook his head silently, gesturing upward. Ash seemed to understand and watched the scene unfold quietly. Ash's Butterfree was panting heavily as it looked up at Bell. Bell's massive form almost completely eclipsed its view. Bell's gaze was calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. In that moment, Ash's Butterfree seemed to realize something. I can see. As soon as the words left its mouth, the mysterious power within its body dissipated, and exhaustion overwhelmed it like a tidal wave. Its body began to plummet toward the ground. Butterfree. Ash dashed forward, trying to catch it. Just as Butterfree was about to hit the ground, a pink psychic glow enveloped it, gently holding it aloft. Bell's eyes shimmered with the same pink light as he carefully returned Butterfree to Ash's side. Leave this place, Bell said impassively before flying back to the center of the group. Are there any more challengers? I will face them all. His insect-like cry, amplified by psychic power, echoed in the minds of every Butterfree present. Faced with this commanding declaration, all the Butterfree remained silent. Even the sound of their wings became almost imperceptible, as if they feared disturbing the solemnity of the moment. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Bell's overwhelming strength had left an indelible impression on the hearts of the gathered Butterfree, and his authority was firmly established. All right, back to your duties. Dismissed. With Bell's command, the Butterfree present took a deep breath before swiftly dispersing. The pink Butterfree, who had been waiting nearby, immediately flew over to Bell, carefully examining him from head to toe, worried he might have been injured during the battle. I'm fine really, Bell said helplessly. My dear husband, the pink Butterfree said shyly, using a tone of endearment only a wife would use for her husband. Although Bell still felt a bit uncomfortable with this title, he saw no point in correcting her. Ugh, what kind of mess have I gotten myself into? I dug this hole for myself. Bell sighed inwardly. Still, he was relieved that the legacy of the Butterfree clan was finally secured. With Bell as a mate, the other female Butterfree had given up hope. Meanwhile, the courtship rituals among the male Butterfree had resumed in an orderly fashion, and new pairings were gradually forming. Without Bell as an overwhelming competitor, the other males finally had their chances. As the gathering continued, Ash quietly departed with his Butterfree. Thanks to Bell's orders, the other members did not stop them. By tradition, Pokemon who lost a challenge for leadership would typically be banished, but since Ash's Butterfree was not part of the Wild Clan, this rule did not apply. Moreover, Bell had held back during the battle not only as a gesture of goodwill toward Ash, but also because his opponent's determination had left a deep impression on him. In some clans, defeated challengers were executed by the leader to maintain authority, but Bell chose not to follow such practices. It wasn't because he lacked the courage to do so. Rather, Ash's Butterfree hadn't crossed any lines. In fact, Bell admired this Butterfree, especially its unwavering decision to prioritize its trainer over love. That kind of courage earned his respect. Now that I have a decent foundation for self-preservation, as long as I don't overreach, I should be able to handle most situations, Bell murmured to himself, opening his system panel. Pokemon, Butterfree Bell. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV38. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psybeam, Whirlwind, Air Slash, Quiver Dance. Given his current progress, Bell believed he would soon reach level 40. Crossing that threshold would mark the beginning of true combat prowess, the minimum standard for being a competent leader. Once the floral courtship festival is over, I should be able to return to the clan. Belle muttered softly. The pink Butterfree, who had been closely observing him, immediately interjected with urgency. That's not it, leader. Seeking a mate was only the first step. What came after was the real challenge. Fundai's voice grew increasingly softer, until it was almost as faint as a mosquito's hum. Yet, the shy yet expectant look in her eyes conveyed an unmistakable hint. Watching her expression, Belle felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This is moving way too fast, isn't it? Belle thought in frustration. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have stayed far, far away. Didn't we agree earlier that this was all just an act? Nothing serious. Belle awkwardly tried to explain. As I suspected, my husband despises me for being a different species, Fundai murmured, lowering her head with a hint of sadness in her voice. But she quickly lifted her head again, her tone now resolute. No matter. I will do my best to bear you many little bug babies, ensuring your superior bloodline continues. Belle felt his mind unraveling. But in order to maintain his composure, he decided not to argue further. After all, the more he explained, the messier it would get. Playing dumb seemed like the safer option. Though he technically had control over his actions, every time he caught Fundai's hopeful gaze, his heart involuntarily wavered. It wasn't something he could help. His Bodis instincts betrayed him. As a soul who had transmigrated, Belle could control the consciousness of this body, but not its involuntary responses, like breathing, heartbeat, or those peculiar sensations. This was a test of willpower unlike any other. But Belle immediately dismissed that thought. 3 mornings later, as the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, a soft glow of purple accompanied the rising sun. Belle was already hovering in midair, taking in the breathtaking view. His chest rose and fell gently as his eyes reflected a faint longing for that purple hue. But clearly, this wasn't a world of cultivation, and all such fantasies were futile. I've survived another day, huh? A pink figure suddenly appeared beside him. What are you doing, my dear husband? Came the familiar, coquettish voice. Belle turned to glance at Fundai, his mood instantly lifting. Finally, we can leave today. Over the past 3 days, most members of the Butterfly clan had found their mates, and the few who hadn't had come to terms with their situation. But for Belle, the most important thing was that he could finally leave this place that had kept him on edge. Ever since becoming Fundai's mate, his body seemed to be acting strangely, felt unusually energetic, to the point of insomnia. For someone like Belle, who had always maintained a strict sleep schedule, this was beyond absurd. What frustrated him even more was how Fundai stuck to him like glue. No matter where he tried to hide, she somehow always managed to find him. It was enough to drive him mad. If he hadn't checked repeatedly, he would have suspected she'd planted a tracker on him. The worst part, however, was the nights. Other couples would make strange noises in hidden corners, and with Belle's sharp mental acuity, every little sound reached his ears. Coupled with Fundai constantly by his side, these 3 days had been nothing short of mental torture. At last, it was time to leave. With this thought in mind, the elated Belle immediately soared towards the gathering place of the butterflies. He focused his mind, channeling his telepathic energy into a unique insect call. Who? Assemble. This special call rippled through the sea of flowers, instantly catching the attention of all the Butterfree. The flower field erupted with activity as countless Butterfree pairs flitted towards Belle, their wings creating a symphony of fluttering sounds. In less than half an hour, a vast Butterfree legion was ready and waiting. Just as Belle was about to set off, an urgent voice called out from the distance. Butterfree leader, please wait. Belle turned slightly to see Ash running towards him, panting heavily, his feet almost seeming to blur against the ground. When Ash finally reached him, he bent over, catching his breath in large gulps, then looked up at Belle, who was surrounded by the multitude of Butterfree. I hope you can take Butterfree with you. It deserves its own life and adventures. Ash's voice carried a mix of nervousness and hope. Before his words could fully settle, a sudden red light burst from the pokeball at Ash's waist. Butterfree appeared beside its trainer. Who? Is Ash letting me go? Although Ash couldn't understand Butterfree's chirping, he seemed to grasp its feelings in this moment. No, Butterfree, Ash said gently. No matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected. The bond between us will never change. He paused, trying to steady the emotions surging within him, and then smiled with a sense of release. That day, I saw you long to be part of this family. I can't selfishly keep you tied to my journey toward my dreams. You deserve a life of your own. Ash turned to Belle, his voice trembling slightly. Please, Butterfree leader. I ask you to accept Butterfree. The challenge it issued before was at my command, but I beg you to give it a chance. It truly wants to be part of your group. Please. With that, Ash bowed deeply, his cheeks flushed from emotion. The scene fell into silence. All the Butterfree were moved by Ash's sincerity, and many had tears glistening in their eyes. Such a thoughtful trainer. If he wanted to capture them right now, many Butterfree would willingly follow him. The butterfly's gaze shifted to Belle, while Ash's heart pounded in his chest. Misty and the others, who had arrived later, nervously clenched their hands. Bell's expression remained calm as he fixed his gaze on Ash's Butterfree. Who? What do you think? Are you willing to join us? For this Butterfree, whose talent rivaled his own, Bell had no reason to refuse. As for challenging his authority as leader, Bell was well aware that Ash's Butterfree had no such intention. Ash's Pokemon have always been pure and innocent, and that has never changed. If it weren't for his involvement, according to the original storyline, Butterfree's eventual partner would indeed have been Ash's Butterfree. At this moment, Butterfree stood still, its gaze shifting repeatedly between Ash and the ground, its eyes filled with complex emotions. Under Ash's encouraging and expectant gaze, it finally made up its mind, flapping its wings as it stepped forward. Leader, please give me a chance. I'm willing to join. Bell's previously indifferent expression instantly softened, breaking into a welcoming smile. Yes, that's the spirit. Welcome to the Butterfree team. His earlier aloofness had merely been a test, meant to discern Butterfree's true intentions. If Butterfree had chosen to stay with Ash, he wouldn't have forced the issue after all. Nurturing a rookie takes time, and he believed he could level up faster on his own. Yay, that's great. Thank you, Leader Butterfree. Ash cheered, practically jumping for joy. The other Butterfree members also showed their delight, their respect for Bell deepening. The pink Butterfree happily fluttered around Bell, and Ash's heartfelt words earlier had left a good impression on her about this human trainer. That's wonderful, Ash. Misty and Brock stepped forward to congratulate him. Yeah. Ash's smile gradually grew strained as the initial excitement wore off. Sensing something was off, Misty and Brock stopped smiling and asked with concern. But, Ash, are you really okay with this? For any trainer, releasing a Pokemon is like cutting away a piece of their heart, especially since Ash had cared for Butterfree so attentively from its time as a Caterpie. It's fine, really. I mean, I'm going to be a Pokemon master, right? How could I let something like this? Ash's voice grew quieter and quieter, tears already streaming down his cheeks. He quickly lowered his head, not wanting Butterfree, who was now bonding with its new family, to see him like this. Suppressing his trembling body, Ash turned away, forcing a smile that looked more painful than tears. That's great, Butterfree. You have a big family now. Hurry up and go with them. Brock silently patted Ash on the shoulder as Ash wiped his tears, trying to appear cheerful. Bell sighed softly and flew off into the distance. Let's go. It was the last bit of dignity he could leave Ash with. Surrounded by a few senior Butterfree, Ash's Butterfree initially seemed excited, dreaming of a bright future. Suddenly, memories of its journey with Ash from Caterpie to Butterfree flashed through its mind, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. It turned abruptly, only to see Ash, now just a tiny black dot in the distance. Ash, they're gone now. Brock said gently. Ash could no longer hold back his emotions. Tears poured down as his body shook with sobs. Look, Ash, it's Butterfree. Misty suddenly choked up, pointing toward the sky. Where? Ash spun around quickly, a glimmer of hope lighting up his tear-filled eyes. When he saw what was in the sky, a bittersweet smile spread across his face, accompanied by fresh tears. In the sky, Butterfree used its powder to write one last message. Ash, you are my one and only. A magnificent scene unfolded above the evergreen forest, where pairs of Butterfree formed a long, flowing procession, flying toward the horizon. Within the group, Bell's figure appeared somewhat weary. Earlier, he had expended a significant amount of mental energy to help communicate messages for Zubats and Ash's Butterfree by manipulating scales in the air to form words. Although the effort had drained him, it also allowed him to realize his progress in controlling his psychic abilities. Not only had his strength increased, but his precision had also significantly improved. Noticing Bell's pale expression, the ever-attentive powder butterfly quickly moved to his side, gently supporting him with her psychic power, her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, I just need a little rest, Bell reassured her softly. At that moment, Zubats flew over from a distance and stopped in front of Bell, a look of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Thank you, Chief. Bell nodded in acknowledgement while carefully observing her. Helping Zubats was, in a way, an investment. He looked forward to her becoming a valuable ally in the future. Where are we now? Bell asked, shifting his gaze toward the distance. We're nearing the forest's edge, Powder Butterfly replied. That's our breeding ground and the safest haven for our young Caterpie. She didn't elaborate further, but Bell understood her implication completely. As someone who had lived through it, Bell was well aware of the characteristics of the outer forest. The Pokemon here were generally weaker, making it an ideal environment for newborn Caterpie to quickly develop survival instincts while naturally filtering out stronger individuals. It was a process he himself had experienced. Survival of the fittest was nature's unyielding law. Chief, we're almost there, one of the senior Butterfree called out from above. Hearing this, Bell looked ahead, his eyes briefly glowing pink as he used his psychic powers to take in the distant scenery. The familiar surroundings stirred memories within him, moments of hatching from his egg and making a home in a tree hollow felt as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. It's been a long time, my old home, Belle murmured wistfully. Before long, the group of Butterfree reached their destination. Belle surveyed the area and declared, "Here will do." The elder Butterfree immediately began scouting the surroundings and soon confirmed that the location was indeed ideal for habitation: lush vegetation, abundant moisture, and an environment perfectly suited for young caterpie to thrive. Seeing Belle choose such a suitable area with such precision, the elders couldn't help but feel a deeper sense of respect for their young leader. Yet, Belle remained oblivious to their silent admiration. Belle chose this location purely from a practical standpoint. It was not only an ideal hiding spot, but also highly suitable for newly hatched caterpie. He surveyed the surroundings and issued orders to his tribe to begin setting up camp. Moments later, Belle's eyes glimmered with a pinkish light as he started using his psychic powers to thoroughly scan the area. As expected, he quickly identified a potential threat. Without hesitation, he unleashed a psychic attack toward a nearby bush. A group of hidden Rattata let out sharp squeaks before collapsing unconscious. On the outskirts of Viridian Forest, these low-level Pokemon posed no threat to Belle in his current state. Belle maintained his psychic scanning, directing a few Butterfree to deal with scattered enemies he detected. Only when his mental energy reached its limit did he reluctantly withdraw his psychic powers. Clearing his throat, he gave a few symbolic reminders about safety precautions before leading the elder Butterfree into the sky. "Leader, do you have any further instructions?" one of the elders asked respectfully. "My psychic range is limited. I need to personally check the areas I couldn't scan," Belle replied, a faint and almost imperceptible flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. This flicker became more noticeable when Pink Butterfly followed closely behind him. The elders, however, failed to notice this subtlety. They merely nodded solemnly and said, "Such minor tasks can be left to us, leader. You have more important matters to attend to." They cast a meaningful glance at the Pink Butterfly standing beside Belle. Pink Butterfly's face flushed with embarrassment, but her gaze remained steadfast as she looked at Belle. Yet, Belle seemed entirely unaffected, immediately responding, "As the leader, it is my duty to eliminate external threats. My decision is final." His resolute words struck a chord with the gathered Butterfree. To avoid further discussion, Belle swiftly flew forward, with Pink Butterfly happily following close behind. The elder Butterfree watched the two disappear into the distance and exchanged knowing smiles. "Those two are truly a perfect match," one of them remarked. Reaching the edge of his psychic detection range, Belle resumed his scanning. "There's an Ekans hiding in the bushes to the lower left," he announced. The elders acted immediately, swiftly neutralizing the threat. Belle continued to identify hidden enemies in the area, while the Butterfree efficiently dealt with them one by one. Meanwhile, the younger Butterfree were busy preparing for an important event, selecting nesting sites and gathering nutrients. Belle glanced at the hopeful Pink Butterfly beside him and felt a primal energy stirring within. Internally, he couldn't help but cry out, "What a dilemma!" The wind tonight howled with an unusual fervor. A faint, fresh fragrance filled the forest, accompanied by the rhythmic chorus of insects, as if narrating a tale of spring. Beneath the canopy, a cluster of Butterfrees huddled close, forming a warm, intimate community. The gentle breeze brushed past, yet the green leaves remained motionless. At dawn, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting soft beams into a dim tree hollow. Belle slowly opened his eyes, carefully moving away from the sleeping Pink Butterfly beside him. He stood at the entrance, stretching in the morning light, a rare sense of relief and contentment filling him. Surveying his surroundings, Belle's gaze fell on the sawdust-covered floor and the modified hollow, stirring memories of his youth. This was the sanctuary he had crafted as a caterpie. Guided by faint recollections and his extraordinary abilities, he had managed to relocate this haven from his past. To accommodate the size of two adult Butterfrees, he had remodeled the once small refuge into a more spacious and comfortable dwelling. "Husband," the gentle call of the Pink Butterfly brought Belle back to the present. He turned to his mate, a tender glint in his eyes. "You rest well. I'll go gather some tree fruits," he said, before taking flight into the skies. As he soared, elder Butterfrees along the way greeted him warmly. "Chief." These loyal members of the clan had kept watch throughout the night to ensure the newlyweds were undisturbed. Belle nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." After brief exchanges, he learned that the night had passed peacefully, with intruding Pokemon swiftly driven away. When Belle inquired about the location of tree fruits, one of the elder Butterfrees gave a knowing smile. "Chief, you might not know this, but for newlywed Butterfrees, bug yellow fruit is the best nourishment." Noticing Belle's interest, the elder's expression grew serious. He gestured toward the direction Belle had come from and hesitated before continuing. "In the forest where bug yellow fruit thrives, I detected the pheromones of other formidable bug-type Pokemon. The scent is strong, and their strength may be formidable." The elder's tone carried a clear note of caution. He initially intended to advise the chief to seek other, safer fruits. However, as Belle glanced down at the clan members below, Determination had already ignited in his eyes. Fo! A sharp, clear cry pierced the morning air's signal to assemble. Fo! Fo! The clan responded in unison. The swarm of butterflies responded in unison, and in no time, the entire sky was filled with the silhouettes of Butterfree. Bell stepped forward resolutely, with the Beautifly silently following by his side. He surveyed the surroundings and declared firmly, "All female Butterfree stay here to rest. Male Butterfree, follow me." The simplicity of the command left no room for doubt. The butterflies seemed to sense something amiss. The male Butterfree bid farewell to their partners and gathered around Bell. Turning to the Beautifly still at his side, Bell's expression turned slightly stern. "That includes you," he said. But I want to stay by your side." The Beautifly lowered its head, admitting fault, with a hint of playful whining in its tone. "No excuses. Be good," Bell said, softening his tone slightly. The Beautifly, understanding the situation, obediently flew back to the forest below. "Move out," Bell commanded, immediately activating his tailwind ability. A gentle breeze lifted the Butterfree, not as strong as a monsoon, but sufficient to quicken their pace, greatly benefiting the group's journey. The team was led by a seasoned elder Butterfree, with Bell following closely behind. For this mission, Bell had deliberately left behind some of their forces to protect the resting female Butterfree. Although the surrounding environment was relatively safe, caution was always wise. The grand procession moved onward without encountering any obstacles. An hour later, the elder Butterfree leading the way stopped and approached Bell, speaking in a low voice. "Leader, the place I mentioned is just ahead." Bell followed the direction indicated and saw a peculiar forest ahead. The leaves glowed faintly yellow, and the trunks were unusually wide and tall. A sharp, insect-like scent caught his keen senses. "Everyone, take a moment to rest," Bell decided, allowing the butterflies to recover their strength while he carefully assessed the situation. "You, come with me to take a closer look," Bell said, signaling to the elder Butterfree. The two lowered their altitude quietly, moving forward to investigate. Within the forest, a fruit with a greenish-yellow hue hung from a branch of the yellow-tinged tree. Beneath it lay a group of brownish-yellow creatures resembling crabs, equipped with small pincers and 4 legs, with 2 mushrooms growing on their backs. They basked leisurely in the sunlight, their faces radiating contentment, entirely unaware of the 2 pairs of eyes watching them from above. A faint pink sheen flickered in Bell's eyes as the elder Butterfree cautiously clung to a tree, careful not to make a sound. That must be the bug yellow fruit. Bell silently recalled the properties of this fruit. It nourishes bug-type Pokemon and is particularly beneficial for pregnant ones, enhancing the potential of their offspring. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he had been nourished with such a fruit during his youth, perhaps his current abilities would be even greater. After a closer observation, Bell identified the creatures as Paras, dual bug and grass-type Pokemon. Their levels were around 21, with yellow tier potential and the spore ability. The average level of the entire group seemed to hover around 20. Just then, in a shaded area not far away, a small hill appeared to tremble slightly. Bell's gaze snapped to it, revealing a Parasect, also dual bug and grass type, but at level 40 with green tier potential and the dry skin ability. That must be their leader, Bell thought, sensing the latent aura it exuded, one that bore a certain resemblance to his own. Narrowing his eyes, Bell contemplated silently. It seems this might just be a winnable fight. Bell stood still, carefully weighing whether to launch an attack. His thought process was meticulous and methodical. First, the comparison of strength between the 2 sides. Second, the value of the potential rewards. And finally, the possible extent of losses. These 3 considerations perfectly aligned with the fundamental purpose of battle. Suddenly, a crucial detail caught his attention. The opponent was a bug grass-type Pokemon, which happened to be 4 times weaker against flying-type moves. Bell's eyes lit up as he recalled his previous battle against a Spearow, where even a 2 times weakness had given him a hard time. The thought of a 4 times advantage made him secretly excited. He quietly retreated, signaling for the Butterfree elder to stay behind and observe, then swiftly flew back to the assembly point. "It's been a while since I heard the system's notification sound. I kind of miss it," Bell muttered to himself as he picked up speed. Before long, Bell had gathered an impressive squadron of Butterfree at their previous resting spot. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived near the Paras territory. "Halt," Bell commanded, and all the Butterfree came to an orderly hover in midair. At that moment, the scouting Butterfree elder quickly flew back, and Bell immediately inquired about the situation. Seeing the elder shake its head to indicate no abnormalities, Bell had it return to its place in the formation. One sharpied Butterfree suggested going ahead to distract the opposing leader, but Bell shook his head. "No, I'll take care of it myself. You guys just focus on keeping watch." This arrangement was spot on. The Butterfree in the group were generally low level, most only knowing Gust, with a few capable of using Air Slash. But this suited Bell's plan perfectly. Gust, with its moderate power, could clear out the lower-level Paras while also providing support during Bell's duel with the leader. As for the final blow, he intended to land it himself. After all, Only by defeating a strong leader could the entire team secure better resources. Quiet, Bell ordered in a low voice. Keep a low profile and follow silently. Under his lead, the Butterfree squad stealthily approached the skies above the Para's territory. In a team battle, seizing the element of surprise was key. The sunlight gradually became obscured, and the Paras on the ground assumed it was merely the clouds blocking the sun, paying no heed. Meanwhile, the Parasect hiding in the shadows let out a sigh of relief. It was naturally vulnerable to harsh sunlight due to its dry skin, and now it could finally move about freely. At that precise moment, Bell seized the opportunity. A burst of psychic energy carried an insect-like hum that echoed across the sky. Now, bring the wind. The sound of insects chirping filled the air as the entire squad of Butterfree flapped their wings in perfect unison. Gusts of wind combined and swirled together, gradually forming a powerful air current. Thanks to Bell's careful planning, the Butterfree maintained a dispersed formation to avoid friendly fire. The howling wind, like an invisible giant hand, slammed forcefully toward the Paras clustered on the ground. The Paras, startled from their slumber, let out cries of pain. The relentless gusts battered their small bodies, and the sudden, searing pain left the newly awakened creatures momentarily bewildered. In the shadows, the imposing Parasect leader stood with a grave expression. Though the wind affected it as well, its higher level meant the damage was minimal. It cautiously raised its gaze, and its pupils contracted sharply. It saw countless Butterfree filling the sky. These Pokemon, known for their gentle nature, were acting completely out of character. But why? Before the leader could think further, other Parasect rushed out from the shadows. They positioned themselves protectively in front of the smaller Paras, shielding them from the brunt of the wind. The display of solidarity within the group was admirable, but Bell had no intention of testing their willingness to surrender the coveted berries. He believed only in achieving results through strength. The leader was locked on. Bell's gaze met the Parasect leaders in midair, one serious, the other heavy with resolve. No words were necessary. Their mutual determination made it clear that the battle was inevitable. Without hesitation, Bell launched his attack. With a powerful sweep of his wings, two invisible air blades sliced through the sky toward the Parasect leader. The leader reacted swiftly, crossing its massive pincers and summoning a purple cross-shaped toxic blade to counter. Boom! The collision of energies erupted in an explosion, the resulting smoke obscuring both sides' vision. Suddenly, an air blade cut through the haze, striking the Parasect leader with precision. Screech! It let out a piercing cry as its massive body was forced backward, carving deep trenches into the ground. This outcome was exactly as Bell had anticipated. Before the battle, he had continuously used Quiver Dance to enhance his abilities, and now those efforts were paying off. While the Parasect leader's toxic blade had managed to nullify one of the air blades, the second attack had broken through with unstoppable force. As the dispersing wind cleared the smoke, Bell launched another assault. Two more sharp air blades tore through the sky. This time, the Parasect leader had learned its lesson. Its pincers glowed white as it deftly deflected both blades. However, Bell remained unfazed. The vibrant colors in his eyes began to shift and swirl, and the psychic energy around him surged, building toward an even more powerful strike. In an instant, an invisible psychic force surged forward like a tidal wave, causing ripples to ripple through the air along its path. Parasect's massive body suddenly sank, its limbs digging deeply into the ground. A flicker of shock flashed through its compound eyes. This oppressive force felt eerily familiar, just like those detestable yellow foxes. But how could a mere Butterfree possess such power? The psychic pressure grew heavier and heavier, forcing Parasect to brace itself with its massive pincers. Under the immense strain, the ground quietly began to crack, spiderweb-like fractures spreading outward. Hovering in midair, Bell was astonished to realize that she hadn't even unleashed her full strength, yet her psychic power had already reached an unimaginable level. This is the result of all my hard work, Bell thought to herself, quickly refocusing her attention on the battle. In the blink of an eye, Parasect had begun to adapt to the pressure, slowly pushing itself upright. Seeing this, Bell held nothing back, channeling her full psychic power. This time, Parasect's massive body didn't sink further into the ground but instead began to rise into the air. Despite its enormous size, its weight was insignificant in the face of Bell's full effort. Controlling her psychic energy, Bell hurled Parasect high into the sky. You're dominant on the ground, but how will you fare in the air? She murmured. Her wings began to shimmer with a faint blue energy, and a gust of wind swirled around her. Moments later, razor-sharp air blades sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. Without the ground to stabilize itself, Parasect struggled to maintain its balance, let alone evade the incoming attack. The air blades struck with pinpoint accuracy, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Bell unleashed two more air blades, which whistled toward their target. Screech! Parasect let out a shrill, agonized cry as the relentless assaults continued. Its quadruple weakness to flying-type moves made each strike feel like salt being rubbed into an open wound. No matter how strong it was, enduring such relentless attacks was impossible. Who could have imagined that the usually gentle Butterfree could be so ferocious? The thunderous crash of Parasec's fall startled the surrounding Paras. As the dust settled, they stared in shock at the sight of their leader, defeated and unable to fight. The wind still howled, but the light in the Paras' eyes had dimmed, replaced by an overwhelming fear. Phew! Stop! Belle's chirping voice rang out, and the other Butterfree immediately obeyed, ceasing their attacks. System notification. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV39. Belle hovered midair, gazing down at the scene below with a calm expression. He remained focused on his primary objective for this mission, collecting the worm yellow fruits. Battling the wild Pokemon was merely a side benefit. At his signal, the Butterfree under his command sprang into action, fluttering toward the treetops to harvest the green and yellow fruits. Meanwhile, Belle shifted his attention to the Paras swarming on the ground. Bang! A Paras was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Belle's lips curved into a satisfied smile. While each Paras offered only a small amount of experience, their sheer numbers made up for it. The combined experience from this Paras swarm and their Parasect leaders was likely on par with that of the Parasect boss he'd defeated earlier. Belle skillfully subdued one Paras and Parasect after another, all of which had already lost the will to fight. The system automatically registered his victories and awarded him experience points, sparing him the need to finish them off. This suited Belle, just Fanny had no intention of unnecessary slaughter. Against enemies who approached with malicious intent, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. But today, his goal was purely self-interest. Time passed, and soon Belle had defeated the entire Paras swarm. The substantial experience propelled him past the level 40 threshold, advancing him by 2 levels in one go. This breakthrough felt more intense than any he'd experienced before. He could distinctly feel the surge of energy coursing through his body. Crack! It was as if some invisible barrier had shattered. Belle's aura shifted abruptly, and countless air currents began to swirl around him, gradually enveloping his form. When the currents dispersed, a powerful gust swept through the area, causing the surrounding trees to bow under its force. Ah, refreshing. Belle relished the newfound power welling up from within. It felt as though he could effortlessly channel energy and unleash his skills with a mere flick of his fingers. His strength had undoubtedly reached a new level. He summoned his system panel. Pokemon, Butterfree Belle. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV41. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psybeam, Whirlwind, Psychic. Looking at his increasingly impressive panel, a sense of pride swelled in Belle's chest. He couldn't help but reflect on his humble beginnings, when his skill set was sparse, and silently thanked every opponent who had contributed to his growth along the way. Glancing at the sleeping Paras swarm below, Belle chuckled softly. Do you speak, humans? The Paras seemed to ask. I was never human to begin with, Belle murmured. After expressing silent admiration for the peaceful slumber of these young Pokemon, Belle turned and ascended toward the Butterfree already waiting for him in the sky. Is everything taken care of? Belle asked coolly. Leader, not a single one was left behind. We've packed them all. The Butterfree replied enthusiastically, each carrying a worm yellow fruit in their grasp. Let's head back to the nest, Belle commanded. With that, the Butterfree flock set off on their journey home. Along the way, the Butterfree were beaming with joy, chatting amongst themselves. Hee hee, our mates are in for a treat this time. Maybe they'll be so pleased they'll even grant us some extra favors. Exactly, and it's all thanks to our leader, right? The leader is unbeatable. Hearing their hushed conversations, Belle's lips twitched slightly in mild exasperation. While he didn't actively encourage such thoughts, he saw no reason to correct them. After all, faith in the leader was a positive force within a tribe. I may have managed to grow stronger, but I can't get too reckless just yet, Belle thought to himself, recalling the Butterfree clan leader's formidable level 51 strength. Looks like I still have a long way to go. At noon, a gentle breeze swept through the treetops, creating a rustling symphony. Suddenly, the sky darkened as countless butterfly wings fluttered under the sunlight. Leading the swarm of Butterfree was Belle, returning with his squad to their nest. Belle observed his team as they flew. Through the battles and training of recent times, the squad's strength had noticeably improved. This mission had been fruitful. The gathered berries were enough to ensure every female Butterfree could enjoy a full meal, with some left over. As Belle was lost in thought, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility. The nest. Something's happened, a team member exclaimed in alarm. Belle's expression shifted from shock to icy determination. They dare, he growled, and without another word, he surged ahead at an astonishing speed, leaving the rest of the squad far behind. A whirlwind swirled around Belle as he flew, his eyes glowing with an eerie pink light. Each beat of his wings stirred up powerful gusts. The seamless combination of tailwind, psychic, and agility was a feat Bell had only mastered after surpassing level 40, a skill set unimaginable for his past self. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the area near the female's nest. Amid the thick smoke, several injured elder Butterfree stood guard, shielding the females. A pink Butterfree took to the air, her voice calm as she reassured the group, "Do not panic. I can sense the leader's presence. He'll be here soon." Though it was a kind lie, it was the wisest move to stabilize the group under the dire circumstances. Hearing this, the female Butterfree visibly brightened. In their community, it was rare for mates to be separated. Belle's absence on this mission, coupled with the attack on the nest, had left them deeply uneasy. As the smoke thinned, a scyther with a vibrant green body emerged from the shadows. In the forest, two human figures crept closer. One pulled out a handful of pokeballs, while the other released a Fearow from his own. "Fly high and intercept those Butterfree, especially the pink one," the man commanded, his eyes glinting with greed. It became clear that these were Pokemon poachers, specializing in capturing rare Pokemon for profit. Their mission had initially been to capture Pokemon in Viridian Forest, but stumbling upon a shiny Butterfree was an unexpected windfall. While ordinary Butterfree held little value, a shiny variant was highly coveted among nobles and researchers, fetching a price several times higher. "Scyther, use Air Slash," one of the poachers shouted. The green figure swung its scythe-like arms, sending invisible blades slicing through the air. One struck a Butterfree with precision. "Free!" A piercing cry echoed through the sky. 3 Butterfree lay on the ground, all defeated by their opponents. Haha, Butterfree really lives up to its reputation of being fragile and weak. It couldn't even withstand a single strike from my Scyther. The poacher sneered arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with pride. Scarface noticed his companion's smug demeanor, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Fearow, take down that pink Butterfree first. Use Aerial Ace." Fearow shot forward like a sharp blade, speeding toward the pink Butterfree. The pink Butterfree refused to back down, its eyes glowing with a bright pink light. "Oomph, I may not be as strong as my mate, but I won't go down without a fight." A powerful psychic force rippled outward from it. Fearow's movements were suddenly hindered, and a flicker of surprise crossed its face. However, it quickly regained its resolve, flapping its wings with greater intensity. The pink Butterfree's body began to tremble, and the glow in its eyes flickered. At the critical moment, the pink Butterfree unleashed a sudden burst of psychic energy, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Fearow crashing to the ground. Scarface was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly turned greedier. Well, not bad at all," he remarked with a sneer, though his face betrayed nothing but disdain. "Scar, looks like you're struggling to handle this one. Let me give you a hand." Pockmarked Face chimed in suddenly. "Scyther, target that pink Butterfree. Use Quick Attack. Stay out of this. The other targets are just as important. I don't need your help here." Scarface barked angrily. A dangerous glint passed between their eyes. Out here in the wilderness, a few lives lost were hardly out of the ordinary. "Fearow, drill peck," Scarface commanded sharply. The Fearow, having recovered from its earlier fall, launched a renewed attack. Facing the combined assault of Fearow and Scyther, the pink Butterfree knew it was a losing battle. Yet, it chose to fight on, determined to leave a mark in the mind of the one it loved. In the sky above, the other female Butterfree cowered and flitted away, too afraid to intervene. The defeated Butterfree on the ground struggled in vain to rise. Suddenly, one of the elder Butterfree charged into the fray. It was the only one left capable of fighting, and it had made its choice: protect the mate of their leader at all costs. "Enough. The leader's mate is not yours to harm," the elder Butterfree declared, placing itself in front of the pink Butterfree. With a deafening explosion, it was sent flying, while the pink Butterfree was pushed back by the shockwave. Fearow and Scyther emerged unscathed. The elder Butterfree's sacrifice had only bought them a brief moment of respite. "Foolish. Fearow, use Air Slash to finish it off. Scyther, join in with Air Slash too. End it." 2 deadly blades of wind sliced through the air toward the elder Butterfree. Closing its eyes, it accepted the fate it had chosen. The pink Butterfree desperately tried to intervene, but it was too late. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a massive shadow, radiating an intimidating aura of killing intent, suddenly descended upon the battlefield. Boom! 2 air blades clashed midair and exploded. Amid the smoke, Senior Bada suddenly opened her eyes, a gleam of joy flashing within them. This familiar orate was unmistakably the leader. Beside her, the pink butterfly seemed to share the same thought, turning toward the center of the smoke and shouting excitedly, "It's my husband!" An invisible pressure instantly dispersed the smoke. At the center stood a massive figure buyer. Its imposing presence radiated an aura that sent chills down anyone's spine as it locked eyes with the enemy. "Wah, what the heck? It's just an oversized Bada. Scyther, take it down." The pockmarked poacher hesitated for a moment before angrily giving the command. Beside him, the scar-faced man instinctively stepped back, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Scyther remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Its gaze was fixed on Buyer, tense and alert, as if afraid the opponent might vanish in an instant. As a Pokemon forcibly subdued through unnatural means, it shared no bond with the pockmarked man. The fact that it hadn't fled already was purely due to its innate instincts. But now, faced with the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Buyer, it chose to ignore its trainer's orders. This oppressive orate had only ever encountered it in apex predators. Damn it, Scyther, what are you doing? Attack already. The pockmarked man roared in frustration. Buyer's eyes glinted coldly as a thought crossed its mind. Perfect. I can test that move. In the next moment, a long-dormant power surged forth. Buyer's eyes began to glow with a pink radiance, so intense it seemed to spill out like light bulbs. Psychic energy condensed into a tangible form, gradually shaping into a pink energy sphere before it. Psychic. This was Buyer's first time unleashing its true strength in months. A fully formed psychic attack required gathering immense psychic energy into a sphere and infusing it with sufficient mental power before detonating a move of devastating force. On the other side, Fearo's pupils contracted in terror, its face filled with panic. The looming threat of death awakened its primal survival instincts. Flying-type energy surged throughout its body, forming an ethereal bird-like aura on its exterior. Sky Attack, a high-power flying-type move with a base strength of 140. Buyer sneered. To its eyes, the bird-shaped aura around Fearo was unstable, flickering in and out of existence. With such a vast gap in strength, this half-baked move posed no real threat. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the bird-shaped aura instantly. The psychic attack struck Fearo with full force. In its final moments before losing consciousness, Fearo finally comprehended the sheer terror of that devastating blow. Even if it had 3 more lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Scarface muttered to himself, his face pale. That was his strongest Pokemon, yet it had been defeated so effortlessly. His gaze quickly darted to his companion beside him, and a sinister smirk crept onto his lips. Perfect, that fool's caught the monster's attention. He silently retreated behind his companion, thinking to himself, better him than me. After dealing with the Fearow, Bell turned his attention to the Scyther across from him. One glance from Bell carried an invisible pressure that froze the Scyther in place, unable to move. Bell swiftly scanned its stats, bug and flying type, level 39, on the verge of breaking into level 40, with a green aptitude. There was no denying if that had not encountered him. This Scyther could have achieved remarkable heights in the future. But since it had chosen to fight, it would not leave alive. Bell began channeling his psychic powers again. This time, his telekinetic energy was even more refined, though it would drain his stamina faster. Yet, he had full control over it now. A pink energy orb formed instantly, hurtling toward the Scyther with incredible speed. Just a measly Butterfree's attack slice it apart. Pockmarked Face shouted recklessly. Scarface, standing nearby, realized the danger and quickened his retreat. The Scyther ignored its trainer's command and narrowly dodged the attack with a quick attack. Unfortunately, its trainer wasn't as lucky. Help me. Pockmarked Face's desperate scream was abruptly silenced as the psychic energy orb exploded, leaving him in pieces. This scene stirred no emotion in Bell. In this world, trainers dying in the wild was a common occurrence. This was just another ordinary act of slaughter. With its trainer gone, the Scyther seemed to gain a newfound sense of freedom and immediately turned to flee. But Bell had no intention of letting it go so easily. With a single beat of his wings, countless invisible blades sliced through the air toward the Scyther. I'll leave right away. This was all the human's orders, the Scyther pleaded, struggling to block the attacks with its scythes. Yet, its trembling arms and heaving chest betrayed its weakness. Breaking through the threshold of level 40 was no simple feat. It was outmatched in every way, be it energy reserves or sheer presence, compared to Bell. Meanwhile, the other human, who had been marked by Bell's psychic powers, was still foolishly attempting to escape. Bell let out a cold laugh. Trying to run? Not a chance. Before Bell returned to the nest, the larger group had already surrounded the area under his instructions. At this moment, a disheveled figure was darting through the forest with Scarface. He ran while glancing nervously over his shoulder, terrified of pursuers closing in. The more intense the fight, the better. Scarface smirked smugly, though his feet never slowed. Those pitiful elves, nothing but tools. They probably haven't even realized I slipped away yet. Despite his bravado, Scarface was well aware of the formidable tracking abilities of the bug-type elves, so he dared not let his guard down. Just as he thought he was about to escape danger, the sky above him suddenly darkened. He looked up abruptly, only to see countless Butterfree surging out from the surrounding forest, sealing off all his escape routes in a dense swarm. It's over. Scarface's face turned ashen, his earlier arrogance completely extinguished. Meanwhile, Bell was facing a pleading Scyther. After pretending to deliberate for a moment, he spoke. I'll let you go. But before the Scyther could show relief, Bell added. On one condition: you must fight me fair and square. Regardless of the outcome, I'll let you leave. The Scyther hesitated. It knew full well it was no match for Belle. Otherwise, it would have fled long ago. But with no other options in this dire situation, it finally agreed. Fine. I hope you keep your word. Belle smirked inwardly. He had already assessed that with Scyther's agility in the forest, pursuing it would be no easy task. Moreover, with his tribe recently attacked, he had more pressing matters to attend to and couldn't afford to waste time. However, he wasn't willing to forego the experience points Scyther could offer, so he devised this strategy. The battle erupted instantly. Though Scyther feared death, its warrior spirit and innate combativeness were no less intense than Belle's. Maple. Belle launched the first attack, sending 2 air blades slicing through the air. Scyther's body glowed white as it narrowly evaded the strike with its sharp combat instincts, charging straight toward Belle. Oh, interesting. A glint of surprise flashed in Belle's eyes. The Scyther's strength exceeded his expectations. Just as Scyther was about to close the distance, Belle's eyes gleamed pink. A wave of invisible psychic energy immobilized the opponent midair. Belle's lips curled into a faint smile. Close combat was indeed his weakness, but it was also a trap he had meticulously set. The fact that Scyther had managed to get this close was merely because he had allowed it. Close combat was a double-edged sword for both the Scyther and Belle, but Belle was already fully prepared. With a gentle flutter of his wings, a cloud of shimmering, multicolored powder enveloped the Scyther's face. The effects of the 3 powders were immediate. The Scyther collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, its face turning an eerie shade of purplish blue. Its body convulsed uncontrollably, and its expression was filled with helpless agony. "Ah, you falling asleep at the drop of a hat," Belle remarked with a sly smirk. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Under Belle's relentless assault, the Scyther quickly lost consciousness. Gazing at his opponent's near-death state, Belle hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to deliver a fatal blow. This battle, sparked by 2 poachers coveting the Butterfree, had been intense but caused no fatalities, just a few scars left behind. "Come, Butterfly, carry it away and dump it somewhere far from here." Although Belle showed mercy, he had no intention of allowing this potential threat to linger within the tribe. Whether the Scyther would awaken before danger struck was no longer his concern. With the threat removed, peace returned to the Butterfree clan. Husband, after the battle, Powder Butterfly immediately flew to Belle's side, inspecting him carefully. Only when she saw that he was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Belle reassured the anxious female Butterfree around him. "Your mates will be back soon." As his words trailed off, his gaze shifted to the distant horizon. "They're here." In the distance, a grand procession appeared, each Butterfree carrying vibrant fruits in their grasp. "Fuh!" The female Butterfree chirped joyfully, their long-awaited partners finally returning. The group quickly arrived, and the leading Butterfree reported to Belle. "Chief, the task you assigned has been completed. That human is dead in the wilderness." Its tone was laced with hatred, clearly having detected the scent of their kin on the human and showing no hesitation in exacting vengeance. "Good, well done. Now distribute the bug yellow fruits and make sure everyone gets one," Belle instructed. He had already calculated that the collected fruits were sufficient for all the females. Under the care of their mates, the female Butterfree consumed the fruits and soon fell into a deep sleep. As the chief, Belle received 6 fruits. Handing them to Powder Butterfly, he said, "You eat first, see how many you can handle." Without hesitation, Powder Butterfly accepted them. These were resources Belle had worked hard to secure, and she didn't want to waste his effort. After swallowing one, a warm sensation spread through her belly. Feeling she could eat more, Belle handed her another. Soon, under the fruit's effects, Powder Butterfly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Seems like this stuff works pretty well," Belle murmured, staring at the 4 remaining fruits in his hand. He began to ponder if this fruit was beneficial for bug-type Pokemon. Perhaps it was worth trying himself. Belle swallowed the remaining 4 golden bug fruits without hesitation. At first, he felt no different, and just as he was beginning to think the fruits were useless, a surge of fiery warmth suddenly coursed through his entire body. A wave of intense dizziness followed, causing him to lose consciousness and drift into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was the worried face of Fundai. "Dear, you're finally awake." Fundai's voice carried a palpable sense of relief. Belle gently flapped his wings and slowly rose into the air. "How long was I asleep?" "An entire night," Fundai replied truthfully. Hearing this, Belle froze for a moment, a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. He immediately muttered to himself. System panel. Fairy, Butterfree Belle. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV43. Talent, Green. Trait, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic, Air Slash, Quiver Dance, Whirlwind, Psybeam, Signal Beam. New. It worked, Belle thought with excitement. The 4 golden bug fruits not only raised his level by 2, but also granted him a new skill, Signal Beam. This bug-type special attack boasted a power of 75, benefiting from a same-type attack bonus and the ability to confuse enemies. Compared to his usual Psybeam, it dealt an additional 10 points of damage. A faint shimmer of light danced in Belle's eyes. Another weapon in my arsenal. The subtle glow seemed to draw others in without them realizing it. As he reveled in his gains, Belle suddenly remembered something and turned to Fundai. What about you? How are you feeling? Fundai didn't answer directly. Instead, she gently lifted her abdomen, a gesture whose meaning was unmistakable, though Belle didn't immediately catch on. It wasn't until Fundai moved closer, allowing him to sense the faint pulse of life emanating from her abdomen, that he finally understood. I'm going to be a father? Belle's gaze instinctively fell on the source of the movement. The resolute expression he usually wore softened in an instant. Our baby says it feels very comfortable. Fundai's face radiated maternal joy. Though the child had yet to be born, she was already immersed in the bliss of impending motherhood. Hearing this, the last trace of hesitation in Belle's heart melted away. From this moment on, he was no longer just a Butterfree who was Fundai's mate, a soon-to-be father, and a protector for his family. Don't worry. Our child will grow up safe and sound. Everything will be all right, Belle declared with unwavering determination, a silent promise forming in his heart. Fundai replied softly. She had no doubt she had chosen a strong and dependable partner. And so, time flowed quietly. Each day, Belle tirelessly flitted between the woods and the flower fields, searching for the best food to provide for his beloved mate. Every day, Belle carefully selects different varieties of fresh flowers, searches for the ripest berries, and even braves the risk of sneaking into bee drill hives to steal honey, all just to provide the best nutrition for the pregnant pink butterfly. One early morning, as Belle woke up as usual, the pink butterfly seemed to sense his movement and opened her eyes. Husband, are you going out to look for food again? She asked, her voice tinged with drowsiness, her gaze still a bit hazy. Belle glanced at her noticeably swollen belly and gently replied, Yes, you rest well in the tree hollow. He'll be back soon. During this time, Belle's demeanor had quietly changed. He had become increasingly tender and attentive toward the pink butterfly, yet more vigilant and defensive toward outsiders. Once, when several elder members of their group who had no caregiving duties came to report their patrol findings, Belle nearly attacked them. Fortunately, the pink butterfly noticed in time and stopped him. Later, the elders explained that this reaction was caused by the special pheromones released by female Butterfree during pregnancy, which triggered a protective response in all male Butterfree. Thanks to Belle's meticulous care, the pink butterfly's health improved steadily, and her belly grew larger by the day. Come back quickly, okay? She murmured, nuzzling close to Belle and inhaling his scent deeply. This kind of affectionate gesture had become increasingly frequent lately. She also began to keep a deliberate distance from other Butterfree, spending most of her time in a sleepy daze. He'll be back soon, Belle reassured her before spreading his wings and darting off like an arrow toward the horizon. As Belle flew, he reflected with satisfaction on his growth over the past month. His level had risen to LV 46, and he had mastered 2 new skills, Swift and Protect. His combat experience had also significantly improved. The Protect skill, in particular, came to him naturally. Whenever he thought about safeguarding the pink butterfly, a green barrier would instinctively form. Meanwhile, the Swift skill was a result of his creative adaptation of the tackle move after observing other Pokémon. To manage his bouts of irritability, Belle had developed a habit of seeking out sparring partners during his outings. This habit had earned him a reputation in the Viridian Forest. After all, how often does one encounter a Butterfree that willingly dives into bee drill nests? Hee little ones, here I come. Belle chuckled softly to himself as he flew toward the familiar hive. In a dense forest, a massive Butterfree glided through the air, its powerful wings stirring up a gust that sent the surrounding leaves rustling. The creature, named Belle, flickered its enormous compound eyes subtly, skillfully slowing down and disappearing silently into the thick foliage. Not far away, amidst a cluster of flowers, 3 bee drill were diligently collecting nectar, their wings vibrating rapidly and creating a rhythmic buzzing sound. Belle's compound eyes carefully observed the coloration of their bodies years ago. In his youth, he had often visited bee drill hives and had developed a keen skill for identifying high-quality honey. The brighter the bee drill's coloration, the larger their colony tended to be, and the better the honey they produced. As Belle calculated his next move, the 3 bee drill completed their nectar gathering and flew in perfect formation deeper into the forest. Belle spread his wings and followed them with nimble precision. Despite his large size, he controlled his movements with remarkable accuracy, ensuring he didn't disturb the focused bee drill. The air carried a faint trace of pheromonese, a warning signal from the bee drill to deter intruders. The forest was eerily devoid of other bug-type Pokémon, but such intimidation meant little to Belle. With his exceptional speed and strength, he had long grown accustomed to coming and going as he pleased. Before long, a steep cliff came into view. On the cliffside, a massive hive jutted out, catching Belle's attention. His eyes brightened as the thought of sweet honey filled his mind. He remembered the pink Butterfree at home, who was about to give birth, and his resolve to secure this nutritious treasure grew even stronger. Belle's wings gave a powerful beat, and he shot into the air. Rather than attempting to reason with the notoriously aggressive Beedrill, he decided to let his strength do the talking. He soared to a height unreachable for most bug Pokemon, his compound eyes gleaming with determination. His wings vibrated rapidly, summoning a cloud of fine dust that swirled around him. With a single thought, he unleashed a fierce gust of wind, carrying the dust downward toward the hive. His movements were fluid and precise, a testament to his vast experience. Inside the hive, the Beedrill were busily attending to their tasks, each fulfilling a specific role. At the very center of the bustling activity, a noticeably larger Beedrill, the queen of the hive, was surrounded and guarded by her loyal subjects. In this group, she is the center, the most important part of this massive Beedrill swarm. Within the hive, the Beedrill queen sits gracefully at the heart of the nest, enjoying the meticulous care of her colony members. The others toil tirelessly, bringing her food and tending to daily tasks, while her sole focus remains on the sacred duty of laying eggs. The hum of buzzing conversations echoes throughout the hive, the unspoken yet understood language of the colony. However, something unusual soon occurs. The buzzing gradually diminishes, as though suppressed by an invisible force. One by one, the Beedrill fall silent, and this eerie stillness spreads through the hive like a plague. The Beedrill queen senses the anomaly, but before she can react, a wave of drowsiness washes over her. She notices, bewildered, that her attendants have ceased their activity, yet she finds herself powerless against the overwhelming lethargy and succumbs to sleep. High above, Belle listens with satisfaction as the hive below grows quieter and quieter. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he effortlessly descends to the hive. Soon, he skillfully collects the honey, packing it into a white pouch woven from spider silk. His face smeared with golden honey, he tastes the sweet prize and mentally rates the quality of this hive's honey, easily ranking it among the top 5 of his recent visits. However, not long after Belle departs with his spoils, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The Beedrill queen suddenly awakens, and upon seeing the damage inflicted on her colony, a surge of fury ignites within her. She lets out a piercing command, rousing the entire swarm. The eyes of every Beedrill glow with fiery red anger as they immediately follow the scent trail Belle left behind. At that moment, Belle is leisurely making his way through the forest, imagining the joy of sharing the delicious honey with Xiaofun. Suddenly, he senses a looming threat behind him. Turning around, he is met with the sight of a furious Beedrill army charging toward him. Their blackened yellow bodies glint in the sunlight, their eyes blazing with murderous intent, and their sheer momentum sends wild Pokemon scattering in fear. Faced with this anticipated confrontation, Belle remains calm and motionless, clutching the honey-filled pouch tightly. A pink glow flickers in his eyes as a powerful gust of wind stirs around him. Countless specks of powder rise with the wind, forming a dazzling tornado under his control. Even without his butterfly companions, Belle has grown far stronger than before, and the energy radiating from him dominates the entire sky. I took it. What can you do about it? Belle declares boldly, standing his ground against the swarm, ready to face the ensuing fierce battle. As the Beedrill swarm approached Belle, they were immediately overwhelmed by an oppressive aura that seemed to suffocate them. The buzzing of their wings carried an undertone of unease and restlessness, while their insect instincts screamed a dire warning. This Butterfree ahead exuded a deadly threat and was far from harmless. The Beedrill swarm's compound eyes locked onto the white bundle in Belle's hands. The familiar scent of honey confirmed their suspicions. This was the culprit who had stolen from their hive. However, the thief before them possessed a power far beyond what they had anticipated. Belle's commanding presence radiated an authority that reminded them of their own queen's imposing majesty. Under the weight of Belle's aura, the Beedrill swarm managed to regain a sliver of composure, yet not a single one dared to approach her. If not for their sheer numbers giving them a sense of security, they likely would have fled in panic. Still, leaving empty-handed was not an option. They had to answer to their queen. After some nervous jostling, one Beedrill hesitantly buzzed forward, stopping about 3 meters from Belle. Could you please return the honey to us? It asked cautiously. Belle's cold gaze swept over the swarm as she quickly assessed the balance of power. I can take them, she decided internally, and with a precise burst of psychic energy, she pushed the negotiating Beedrill back. Her silent response made her stance crystal clear. What she had taken would not be returned. This display infuriated the Beedrill swarm. Though they feared strength, they would not tolerate such blatant disrespect. The thought of their honey being stolen and their polite request being met with cold rejection drove them into a frenzy. In an instant, they abandoned reason and charged at Belle in a unified attack. Belle remained on high alert. She knew well the danger posed by a group attack, especially from a swarm of Beedrill renowned for their coordinated assaults. A quick glance revealed their average level was around 17, with some elite members reaching level 23. As the enraged swarm closed in, Belle confidently executed a pre-planned combination move. Under her control, a whirlwind formed, trapping the charging bee drill in its powerful vortex. A faint smirk played on Belle's lips as she watched her opponent struggle. Unbeknownst to them, her stun spore, sleep powder, and poison powder had already been subtly dispersed within the whirlwind, gradually sapping the bee drill's strength. Even if they managed to escape the vortex, they would be utterly exhausted by then. Under Belle's relentless attacks, the swarm of bee drills couldn't even touch his shadow, falling to the ground one after another. The system notification chimed in, announcing that Belle had ascended to level 47 as a Butterfree, possessing both bug and flying attributes. His green trait and compound eyes ability gave him a significant edge in battle, allowing him to master a wide range of skills, from basic moves like tackle and string shot to powerful ones like quiver dance and signal beam. This time, Belle showed no mercy. Amid the howling wind, the entire Beedrill swarm was annihilated by his attacks. The outcome left him calm and unruffled. His initial psychic attack had been a warning, but these arrogant Beedrills not only ignored the presence of a stronger opponent, but also charged at him with killing intent. Faced with such self-destructive behavior, Belle had no reason to hold back. The vast Viridian forest would hardly notice the disappearance of one insignificant Beedrill colony, and as for their queen, she was of no concern to him. The battle brought an unexpected windfall and immense surge in experience points. Although a single Beedrill offered negligible experience, their sheer numbers, combined with the bonus from defeating them, allowed Belle to break through another level barrier. This made him realize that as his strength grew, leveling up wasn't as slow as he had imagined. The key was finding opponents that matched his power. Carrying his spoils, Belle quickly returned to the nest. He held a bundle of honey wrapped in white silk, flying excitedly toward the tree hollow. Xiaofan, look what I brought you. Something delicious. Let's try something fancy today. Before he could finish speaking, the previously listless pink Butterfree perked up, her round belly wobbling as she slowly fluttered toward him. The older Butterfrees guarding the hollow immediately moved to her side, nervously shielding the pregnant female from any potential harm. Seeing this, Belle silently nodded and quickly approached, using his psychic power to form a pair of gentle hands to support her. Didn't we agree you'd wait inside the hollow? Coming out like this makes me worry. But I missed you, my dear. Pink Butterfree replied, her voice soft and affectionate. Faced with her playful charm, Belle could only respond with a helpless yet indulgent smile. The two Butterfrees embraced, their wings gently flapping in unison, a unique way their species expressed love. The older Butterfrees nearby watched the scene with a mix of awkwardness and admiration, their antennae glowing faintly. Let's head inside. This honey is especially delicious, Belle said softly, carefully guiding Pink Butterfree into the hollow. She followed his lead like a shy bride, allowing him to care for her. As they passed the two elder Butterfrees standing guard, Belle handed them some evergreens he had collected along the way. Here, I picked these on the way. They're still fresh. Thank you, Chief. The two elders gratefully accepted the fruit, their excitement reflecting their recognition of Belle's leadership. Unbeknownst to them, they had fully accepted him as their leader. Watching this once small caterpillar grow into a powerful figure who surpassed them, the elders couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pride and wonder. A few mornings later, just before dawn, the sky was faintly lit. Belle stood in front of the tree hollow, staring intently at the layers of silken threads covering the entrance, his hands unconsciously twisting together. Even for someone as fearless as him, it was hard to hide the anxiety welling up inside. Why isn't it done yet? Could there be any danger? Belle's voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, a few elder Butterfree nearby exchanged knowing smiles. Don't worry, Chief, one of them said calmly. Complications during delivery are rare for Butterfree. Besides, with the high-quality nutrients you've been providing, she'll be just fine. Just as the words left their mouths, a faint sound, "Foo," came from within the silken cocoon. Belle, as if sensing something, abruptly turned his head and hurried to the hollow's entrance. He was about to act but then hesitated, glancing back at the elder Butterfree. After receiving their reassuring nods, he carefully began to peel away the silken threads covering the entrance. Inside the hollow, the sight before him filled Belle with both joy and heartache. He approached the delicate Butterfree, his voice softer than ever. My dear, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? All the tenderness in Belle's heart was poured into these simple words for his mate. My love, I'm fine. I just need some time to rest. The Butterfree replied weakly but warmly, nuzzling Belle gently. The ordeal had left her drained, requiring plenty of recovery time. Yet with a strong partner like Belle by her side, she felt no worry. A powerful mate meant a steady supply of high-quality nourishment, exactly what she needed most now. The Butterfree lowered her gaze to the 3 Pokemon eggs nestled against her, her eyes filled with a radiant maternal glow. Belle, too, felt a deep connection as his eyes fell upon the 3 Caterpie eggs. He could clearly sense that these future offspring not only inherited their parents' genes, but also carried a familiar wave of psychic energy, and their potential surpassed even his own youth. System panel. Belle murmured in his mind. Instantly, the data for the 3 unborn little ones appeared clearly before him. The first, Caterpie unhatched, bug type, level 0, deep green-blue talent, shield dust ability, nose tackle, string shot, and bug bite. The second, shiny Caterpie unhatched, bug type, level 0, deep green talent, runaway ability, nose tackle, string shot, bug bite, and has inherited but not yet mastered confusion. The third, Caterpie unhatched, bug type, level 0, green talent, shield dust ability, nose tackle, string shot, and bug buzz. Belle was thrilled to discover that all 3 little ones had talents rated green or above. This realization filled him with hope and excitement for the future. Belle gazed at the deep green glow of talent, a flicker of delight flashing in his eyes. This profound shade of green signified that the talent had reached the pinnacle of the green spectrum, and with just one more step, it might break through to the theoretical light cyan realm. The discovery brought a gratifying smile to Belle's face. His offspring's potential had already surpassed his own, even as their father. Reflecting on his own evolutionary journey, Belle knew all too well that improving one's talent was no easy feat. He recalled his days as a Caterpie, struggling to climb from red to yellow. It wasn't until he received the help of the Butterfree elder that he managed to break through to the green level. Though the leap in talent appeared significant, few understood the hardships behind it. Belle vividly remembered risking his life as a Caterpie, sneaking into dangerous territories just to obtain an evergreen fruit. Later, as a Butterfree, he would never have acquired the rare cyan fruit without the elder's powerful assistance. Thinking of all this, Belle looked at the 3 eggs before him and couldn't help but let out a faint, wry smile. "These little ones sure are lucky," he murmured. Despite his words, his eyes shone with profound anticipation. After all, talent directly determined the future limits of strength and combat ability. This meant his offspring were destined for an extraordinary future. But first, these hatchlings had to survive. According to the Butterfree tribe's traditions, once eggs were laid, they were to be hidden in a secluded spot and left to fend for themselves, letting natural selection determine who would survive and join the tribe. This age-old custom aimed to instill a sense of combat readiness and vigilance in the offspring. Those who survived, even if their talent was average, would already possess basic combat skills and could contribute to the tribe. Belle furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He wasn't quick to judge this traditional method. Indeed, Butterfree with combat awareness were worlds apart from those who only knew how to eat and drink. The former strengthened the tribe, while the latter could become a burden, even a bad influence. Yet the greatest flaw in this approach was that offspring with exceptional potential might perish prematurely. Looking at his 3 extraordinarily gifted eggs, Belle couldn't bring himself to leave them to chance. A glance at the pink Butterfree's anxious expression told him she felt the same. After a moment of deliberation, Belle's gaze grew resolute. Why adhere rigidly to tradition to cultivate survival skills and combat awareness? His own childhood experiences offered an alternative. Belle's mind began to race with ideas. The tribe's traditional rituals could remain, but his offspring would need a different path. On a deeper level, having too many Caterpie survive might not even be beneficial. A certain deity's green surveillance system would not allow ecological imbalances. Even if this area wasn't under direct watch, nature had its own rules of balance. One day, a swarm of predatory birds might descend upon the Butterfree tribe. That would be nature's way of self-regulation. Belle's eyes grew increasingly profound, the glint of wisdom in his gaze wiping away any trace of a whimsical sprite. He now resembled a calculating human strategist, meticulously planning every move. 3 days later, all the female Papilio butterflies had completed their mission of laying eggs. At that moment, a quiet yet inevitable farewell began to unfold. The butterfly partners chose to distance themselves from the nest, seeking food far away and even deliberately reducing their visits. They understood deeply that the stronger the bond, the more painful the parting would be. To avoid such heart-wrenching agony, they forced themselves to keep their distance, refraining from seeing their yet-to-hatch offspring. The male butterflies coped better, as their genetic makeup instilled in them a natural detachment from their offspring. Their role was limited to providing nourishment for the females. But for the females, this separation was especially tormenting. Their maternal instincts cried out in their very blood, urging them to protect their young until they could fend for themselves. Even knowing they must ultimately let go and leave their unborn children to survive on their own, the females endured the searing ache of longing, accompanying their partners to forage in an attempt to distract themselves from the pain of letting go. As time passed, and with the patient guidance of their partners, most of the females gradually released their attachment to their offspring. However, one particular pair quietly and secretly relocated their young, unnoticed by the others. On that day, Belle soared high in the sky, his expression solemn and gaze resolute. As the leader of the Papilio butterflies, he represented the tribal leaders in making a formal declaration. After months of effort, our younger generation has fulfilled their sacred mission. From this moment on, the reproduction cycle of the Papilio butterflies officially concludes. May all our kin take care and cherish one another. A heavy silence fell over the scene, and a quiet sorrow spread through the air. Belle's speech exceeded everyone's expectations. What could have been a simple farewell turned into a moving moment, as his powerful words stirred a wave of sacred pride. This bittersweet emotion rippled through the crowd, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Brother, always remember, across the mountains, your brothers are waiting for you. Take care on your journey back. Farewells echoed one after another. Different groups prepared to part ways, with the females following their male counterparts back to their respective tribes to integrate into new communities. Belle watched this tender moment, his heart inevitably stirred. From their humble beginnings to their current strength, from standing together against external threats to overcoming countless challenges, this group of followers had long surpassed the simple relationship of leader and tribe members. As the farewells came to an end, all the Papilio butterflies instinctively turned to look at Belle, their leader, embodying wisdom, strength, and natural talent. Silence spoke louder than words, and their quiet reverence was the deepest form of respect. Among Belle's own tribe, pride shone brightly in their eyes, and they couldn't help but feel a touch of smugness. See that? That's our village's leader. Badadai's eyes were filled with reluctance and sighs, while a trace of profound regret flashed in the gaze of the female Badadai. This scene immediately aroused Fendai's vigilance. She quickly moved closer to Belle, gently nuzzling him to assert her position. All right, all good things must come to an end. Everyone, take care. Belle didn't linger and was the first to spread his wings, flying in the direction of the clan. The other Badadai followed closely behind, forming a neat formation. The rest of the group began to disperse in twos and threes, and the massive gathering quickly dissolved. After flying for some distance, Belle suddenly stopped. The Badadai behind him gradually caught up, their gazes still filled with respect as they looked at him. Leader. Belle turned around, his expression serious. From now on, I am no longer the leader, and you are not allowed to call me that. Understood? Yes, leader, we understand. A few of his kin replied in unison, making Belle chuckle helplessly. Internally, he sighed, you don't understand at all. However, he didn't blame them. After all, for a group of Badadai, breaking a habit wasn't easy. Belle was adamant about this to avoid any conflict with the current clan leader. A clan could have only one leader, and the current leader had been a great benefactor to him, especially showing him extraordinary care during his youth. To accept the title of leader now would be as awkward as a son returning home only to outrank his father. You all head back first. I have something to take care of, Belle said. After observing his surroundings carefully, he noticed that Fundai, who had been by his side, was nowhere to be seen. However, the others clearly hadn't noticed this detail. Once they left, Belle unleashed his psychic energy to scan the area. Soon, his gaze locked onto a dense tree canopy. You still love hiding in the treetops, don't you? Belle teased, and the canopy gently rustled. Fundai cautiously emerged, carrying 3 oval-shaped white eggs close to her chest. It's just a habit, Fundai replied shyly, lowering her head as a blush spread across her face. No matter where she hid, Belle always managed to find her immediately. Haha, I won't tease you. How are our little ones? Belle's expression turned serious, fully aware of how fragile the eggs were. Don't worry, the little ones are doing well, Fundai said with relief, but then her expression turned concerned. What about you? How are you planning to explain this to the clan? Don't worry, Belle said firmly. I'm not that inflexible. If the clan leader doesn't agree, then we'll leave the clan and start a new one. Raising their children was something they couldn't hide, especially under the watchful eye of the clan leader. If the leader opposed it, Belle was determined to leave with Fundai. As for the leader's kindness, Belle resolved to repay it in the future. He was confident in his own strength. Deep within the evergreen forest, in a basin surrounded by mountains, stood a towering ancient tree. Swarms of Butterfree fluttered gracefully around its canopy. This was the sacred tree of the Butterfree clan and the home of Belle. Maple. A swift figure streaked through the air, Belle, accompanied by his mate, Powderfree, flying toward the clan tree. Powderfree carefully cradled 3 oval-shaped Pokemon eggs, following closely behind Belle. Suddenly, a powerful psychic wave swept over the pair. Belle's eyes glimmered with a faint pink light as he looked up toward the tree's canopy. He immediately recognized it as the clan leader's probing and responded by extending his own psychic abilities to communicate. Husband, Powderfree, sensing the overwhelming power, glanced at Belle with concern. But seeing his calm demeanor, she relaxed slightly, instinctively holding the eggs closer to her. Let's go. It's fine, Belle reassured her softly, supporting Powderfree as they continued their flight toward the canopy. At the tree's center, an elderly yet imposing Butterfree hovered effortlessly through sheer psychic power. The clan leader needed no wing beats to remain suspended in the air. Leader, he's back, came the excited chirping of the Guidefree outside. As the senior who had once led Belle, the Guidefree was filled with anticipation for the young clan member chosen by the leader. Leader, I've returned. Belle's voice resonated in the minds of the 2 Butterfree. Moments later, 2 figures emerged Belle, with a sturdy frame and steady presence, and an unusually colored Butterfree by his side, moving closely and affectionately. It's good to have you back, child, the leader said warmly, his eyes resting on Belle's now fully developed wings. He then turned his gaze toward Belle's companion, teasing lightly. And this is your mate? Though Belle's face flushed slightly, he maintained his composure. Ahem. Yes, this is my mate, Powderfree. Sensing the relaxed atmosphere, Powderfree eased up as well. Leader, greetings. And greetings to you, Elder, she said politely. The Butterfree leader studied the young mate with satisfaction, having already sensed her latent psychic abilities. Chief, these 3 eggs on my chest are the children of Shao Fun and me. Without hesitation, Belle stepped forward, his gaze firm in response to the chief's inquiry. Each of them possesses extraordinary abilities, which is why I brought them back. As Belle's words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the treetop. The chief's expression remained unreadable, his deep eyes giving nothing away. Xiaofan stood nearby, her heart racing, but her maternal instincts kept her standing tall, meeting the chief's gaze without flinching. The chief suddenly let out a soft sound, breaking the tension. Belle immediately looked up, noticing a flicker of intrigue in the chief's eyes. These 3 little ones seem to have remarkable abilities. The chief remarked thoughtfully. Yes, chief. It's precisely because of their inherited gifts that I decided to bring them back, Belle explained. The chief fell into contemplation, his brow furrowed. You are aware of the rules of the Butterfree clan. Can you guarantee that these eggs will adapt to our environment and way of life? Rest assured, chief, Belle replied resolutely. I will personally train them in survival instincts and combat skills, ensuring that each one becomes strong and capable. Very well, the chief suddenly said. They may stay within the clan. Belle's heart leaped with joy, but the chief's tone shifted. However, you must defeat me first. The sudden twist left everyone stunned. The guide Butterfly quickly stepped forward. Chief, this is... No need to say more. The chief's commanding voice cut through the guide Butterfly's words. If you wish to defy the rules, you must prove your strength and earn the respect of the clan. Belle caught a fleeting look of encouragement in the chief's eyes. Is the chief testing me? He wondered. Though uncertain of the reason, he had no time to dwell on it. Very well, I accept, Belle declared with determination. Xiaofan hurried to Belle's side. Husband, if it's too much, I can raise the children on my own. You don't have to. Don't worry, this is what the chief intends. Belle reassured her gently through telepathy. The chief nodded in satisfaction and instructed the guide Butterfly, inform the clan. The battle will take place tomorrow morning. Understood, chief. The guide Butterfly responded, silently hoping that Belle would not be cast out of the clan. After a brief exchange, the chief dismissed Belle to rest. As Belle descended from the treetop, a sudden glint appeared in his eyes, as if he had sensed something unusual. As evening fell, the clan grew noticeably quieter. A few members of the Ba De Dai clan patrolled the perimeter of their territory, their wings shimmering faintly in the twilight as they silently safeguarded their homeland. Belle arrived at his usual spot, as he always did, to feel the gentle vitality emanating from the clan tree during the night. This warm energy not only helped the spirits recuperate, but also allowed them to rest peacefully. Ah, such a nostalgic feeling, Belle murmured, gently running his hand over the rough bark of the tree. His gaze softened as he looked at the sleeping pink butterfly beside him. Rising carefully, he made sure not to disturb any of his clanmates as he took flight toward the treetops. As Belle approached the canopy, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Within the tree's crown, the Ba De Dai clan leader slowly opened his eyes and floated upward. Belle's expression shifted, and he immediately flew closer to the canopy. Clan leader, I'm here. The Ba De Dai clan leader hovered before Belle, his eyes glowing with a soft pink light. A wave of psychic energy began to scan Belle's body. Belle stood calmly, opening his heart without reservation. The clan leader's expression gradually transformed from focused to astonished, as he scrutinized Belle like a rare treasure. Your strength? It surpasses even mine, the clan leader finally said, his voice filled with both admiration and respect. Then tomorrow, I can give it my all in the battle, the clan leader murmured to himself. Wait, are you serious? Belle exclaimed, staring back in disbelief. He had assumed tomorrow's match would be a symbolic sparring session, but now it seemed far more serious. What did you expect? If it weren't to convince the clan, you'd already be fit to take my place as leader, the clan leader said with a grave expression. Clan leader, why is this necessary? Belle asked, seeking answers. It's a matter of necessity, the clan leader sighed, his brow furrowed. Once you've defeated me, I'll explain everything to you, the clan leader concluded before returning to the branches to rest. Though Belle had countless questions, he had no choice but to leave quietly. After Belle departed, the clan leader reopened his eyes, gazing at Belle's retreating figure. Child, I am old now. Whether the Ba De Dai clan can survive this looming disaster depends entirely on you. The next morning, a shocking announcement spread throughout the clan. The clan leader was going to battle a uniquely gifted member of the tribe. The entire Ba De Dai clan was shaken by the news. As the news spread, The initial skepticism within the group quickly dissipated in the face of the unfolding scene. In the vast open space, Belle and the Butterfree chief stood opposite each other, about 10 meters apart. The surrounding tribe members instinctively formed a complete circle, silently awaiting this momentous showdown. The nature of this battle was identical to Belle's previous duel with Ash's Butterfree competition for the leadership of the tribe. The victor would become the new leader of the Butterfree clan, while the defeated would be permanently exiled. Even if the chief showed mercy and allowed Belle to stay, the 3 Pokemon eggs would remain out of his reach. "Foh," declared the guide Butterfree, acting as the temporary referee, in a loud voice. "This battle will commence under the witness of all Butterfree. Both sides, prepare yourselves." Belle and the Butterfree chief locked eyes, and their fighting spirits ignited instantly. Energy surged within Belle, while the chief was surrounded by a powerful psychic aura. Observant spectators noticed that the chief had spread its wings to take flight, a rare stance it adopted only when facing a formidable opponent, allowing it to better channel its psychic abilities. Clearly, Belle's strength had earned the chief's full attention. There was a newfound sense of mutual respect in the chief's gaze toward Belle. Though Belle was no longer the leader, his innate commanding presence remained undiminished, making him a worthy rival to the Butterfree chief. "Foh, let the battle begin." The intensity between the two fighters grew more overwhelming, even astonishing the guide Butterfree, who stood by the chief's side. "What a remarkable young one. His presence rivals the chief's, even surpasses mine. To reach this level in just a few years, it's unbelievable." On the battlefield, both fighters instinctively launched into quiver dance at the same time, aiming to achieve their peak states before clashing. This was not only a battle for leadership, but also a pinnacle confrontation between the old and the new. Belle was the first to complete his enhancement. With a swift motion of his wings, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade of pale blue energy that sliced through the air. The chief, however, remained unfazed by the incoming attack. With a flash of pink light in its eyes, it instantly bisected the energy blade, causing a powerful explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. The surrounding Butterfree backed away in alarm. The battle raged on. When Belle hesitated to make the next move, the chief broke the stalemate with a signal beam. Belle immediately countered with the same move, and the two beams collided midair, locked in a fierce standoff. Both fighters intensified their attacks, causing the beams to grow thicker and the point of impact to erupt with sparks. As the energy reached its breaking point, a massive explosion engulfed both combatants. Outside the battlefield, Pink Butterfree watched with concern but remained confident in her husband's victory. Meanwhile, Ash's Butterfree observed the fight with excitement, itching to join the fray. "Foh!" From within the smoke, 2 figures shot into the sky almost simultaneously. The earlier exchanges had merely been a warm-up. The real battle was only just beginning. Boom! A fierce energy storm swept across the sky. In midair, Belle and the great butterfly elder clashed again and again, each collision unleashing waves of astonishing power. The elder initially held back, intending to leave some room for restraint, but Belle's display of strength forced it to go all out. A pink beam suddenly cut through the sky, aimed straight at the elder. Its pupils contracted as it instantly gathered all its energy, countering with a dazzling signal beam. The 2 energy rays collided in midair, erupting into blinding sparks and flashes of electricity. In just a heartbeat, the energy reached its limit and exploded, sending both combatants flying apart. Whoa! Below, the guide Butterfly, serving as the impromptu referee, was left trembling in awe by the terrifying shockwaves. This battle had long surpassed its understanding, with the combatants displaying power on an entirely new level. The onlookers, other members of the tribe, could barely make out the 2 blurred figures darting through the sky, their movements too fast to follow. Explosions of light erupted continuously above, but even the techniques being used were impossible for them to discern. This level of combat was far beyond their reach. Suddenly, the 2 figures came to a halt high in the air. While Belle's breathing was slightly labored, the pink glow surrounding him and the waves of energy emanating from his body showed no sign of diminishing. The sheer intensity of his energy caused the light to take on a physical presence. In contrast, the great butterfly elder's condition appeared less stable, its breathing visibly heavy. "Haha, I suppose age has finally caught up with me. I can't keep up with the younger generation anymore." The elder laughed heartily, though it couldn't fully mask the instability of its energy. The toll of time was evident in this high-stakes battle, creating a stark contrast with Belle's vitality. Belle gazed at the elder, his eyes filled not with triumph, but with profound respect. He could clearly sense that, were it not for the elder's age-related limitations, he would have already lost. The elder's energy strength still surpassed his own. His ability to hold on this long was purely due to the elder's waning stamina. "Child, brace yourself for my final strike." The great butterfly elder, aware that it could no longer sustain such an intense battle, resolved to unleash all its remaining strength in one last moment of brilliance. Before its words had even fully landed, a massive surge of energy erupted from its body. The compound eyes of the butterfly clan chief glowed with dazzling pink radiance, like two bright bulbs piercing through the darkness, while the surrounding air quivered under the terrifying energy emanating from him. At this moment, Bell, standing as his opponent, truly understood what it meant to face an insurmountable difference in power. The overwhelming pressure brought by a three-tier gap in level was more than he could have ever imagined. Though Bell had long been aware that surpassing level 40 marked a critical divide in strength, it was only now, confronting the level 51 clan chief, that he fully grasped the magnitude of this disparity. In any ordinary battle, faced with such a fearsome technique, Bell would have chosen to retreat and wait for a better opportunity. But now, as the Butterfly clan chief unleashed his full power, Bell made the decision to stand his ground and fight Heaton. Intense air currents began swirling around Bell, and the pressure surged dramatically. He summoned every ounce of his strength, preparing to respond with his most powerful strike. Threads of psychic energy wove around him, gradually compressing the howling winds into a perfect sphere. The external gusts abruptly ceased, but within the sphere brewed an energy so immense that even Bell furrowed his brow in apprehension. This was a new technique Bell had improvised on the spot, using psychic force as the foundation, enveloping it with flying-type energy, compressing it to its absolute limit, and then stabilizing the volatile power within using mental focus. By now, the air around both combatants had become distorted and warped, a clear sign that the energy had reached its critical threshold. Everyone, get out of here. The aftermath of this strike will be devastating. The third strongest butterfly, the one known as the guide butterfly, sensed the imminent danger and urgently warned the others. Its caution snapped the onlookers out of their daze. This level of combat was far beyond what they could endure. For their own survival, all the butterflies scattered in all directions, retreating as far as they could. Even the guide butterfly withdrew to a safe distance of over a kilometer. With the spectators gone, Bell and the clan chief had no reservations left. They unleashed their ultimate attacks simultaneously. A powdery blue energy sphere collided with a surging tidal wave of psychic force in midair. For a brief moment, the two forces held in a stalemate before the energy at the center exceeded its limit. With a deafening explosion, the entire battlefield was engulfed in blinding white light, and the figures of Bell and the clan chief vanished within the radiant brilliance. The shockwave from the blast swept across the area, uprooting massive trees and reducing the ground to rubble. When the light finally faded, all that remained was a colossal crater, with no trace of the once lush forest that had stood there before. Dust swirled in the air as a figure struggled to rise, breaking through the debris and floating unsteadily. "Look, it's him!" a member of the Butterfree clan exclaimed. The others turned their gaze to see Bell's massive frame, battered and scarred, yet still standing tall in midair. "But, where's the chief?" "Where is the chief?" another clan member asked anxiously, scanning the surroundings with unease. All eyes eventually fell on a raised mound of earth, where an unbelievable sight lay: a figure who had always led the clan, undefeated until now, the Butterfree chief, unconscious and motionless on the ground. This can't be. The chief actually lost." The clan members carefully lifted the chief, their faces filled with disbelief as they took in his injured and unresponsive state. They had no choice but to accept the truth. Bell had indeed defeated their leader. The guide butterfly, acting as referee, stepped forward to confirm the outcome. Then, with a solemn bow to the equally battered Bell, it spoke. "We welcome the new chief." The guide's voice echoed through the forest, and the other Butterfree quickly followed suit, bowing and chanting, "We welcome the new chief." The chorus of insect calls rippled across the valley, drawing the attention of nearby creatures. Bell, the center of everyone's focus, remained unusually calm. Perhaps he was used to such moments, or perhaps he was simply too exhausted. Slowly, he floated toward the unconscious former chief, and the gathered butterflies respectfully parted to make way. Among the crowd, a powder butterfly watched Bell with concern, her worry evident. If not for the solemnity of the occasion, she would have rushed forward to support him. Meanwhile, Ash's Butterfree gazed at the new leader with admiration and respect. Reaching the former chief, Bell prepared to use his psychic powers, but was met with a sharp pain from his depleted energy. Despite his unsteady state, he gently refused help from the others. "Some things are only meaningful when done personally," he said with great effort. Struggling, he released silk threads to lift the former chief's body. Though the weight caused him to sink lower, he persisted, securing the former leader on his back. With trembling movements, Bell ascended toward the clan's tree canopy. Upon reaching the inner crown, he carefully placed the former chief in the designated resting spot. "From here on, I will carry the path forward." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating both the old and new leaders, marking this moment of transition. And so, Bell officially became the new chief of the Butterfree clan. 3 days passed, and as chief, Bell discovered that his responsibilities were far greater than those he had faced as a leader before. Food, living conditions, territory safety. and the well-being of his tribe all required Belle's attention. However, with the capable assistance of Pink Butterfly, these cumbersome tasks became much more manageable. Belle only needed to set the overall direction, and the other members would handle the details on their own. The guide Butterfly took on the temporary role of security, allowing Belle to worry less about the safety of the territory for the time being. With his human way of thinking and prior experience as a leader, Belle quickly adapted to his new role, efficiently delegating specific tasks to his subordinates. During this time, he did not idle, but focused on absorbing the combat experience from his battle with the tribe leader, constantly refining his ultimate move. Whoosh! Belle gazed at the massive crater ahead, his expression serious. The results of this experiment were less than satisfactory. There was significant energy leakage during the attack, and the internal structure was unstable, prone to premature explosions. In his vision, this move should have a faster charge time, a more concentrated impact range, and hit with 100 accuracy. Even if it couldn't cause large-scale destruction, it should at least severely damage the enemy with a single strike. After repeatedly analyzing the details and process of releasing the move, Belle began making improvements. Calling it just ultimate move feels too casual, he thought to himself. Why not give it a proper name? Let's call it Energy Storm Bomb. Energy highlights the feature of being enveloped by a superpower shell, and Storm Bomb emphasizes the destructive power of its core. The battle with the tribe leader had been immensely rewarding for Belle. First, it broadened his horizon. She had truly witnessed the power of a level 50 and above. Although he had managed to defeat the Butterfree tribe leader despite being at a lower level, the victory was extremely hard fought. If he had faced the tribe leader in their prime, he wouldn't have been confident of winning. Belle then summoned the system panel to check his attribute growth. Host, Butterfree, Overlord. Attributes, Bug, Flying. Level, LV50. Talent, Green Trait, Compound Eyes. Skills, Psychic, Confusion, Signal Beam, Air Slash, Swift, Protect. Unique skill, Energy Storm Bomb. His gaze lingered on the words, Overlord, and Belle recalled his experiences as a leader. Even back then, he had vaguely sensed a special power emerging within him, or perhaps it was a unique aura, akin to the majesty of a leader. Over time, he gradually realized that this change was closely tied to his role as a leader. When he officially became the leader of the tribe, it seemed as though the belief of the other butterflies converged upon him in some mysterious way. In the early days of his leadership, this aura was faint, especially since the butterflies eventually returned to their original tribe. However, after defeating the former tribe leader and officially becoming the new leader, this aura solidified, transforming into a tangible overlord presence. Belle had now become a true overlord Pokemon. This transformation brought him tremendous gains. The experience from defeating the tribe leader, which would have only been enough to raise him by one level, now propelled him up an additional level, reaching an unprecedented height. His internal energy became more dynamic, his stamina surged, and even his talent advanced to an epic level, ascending to the green tier. These changes allowed him to channel energy with greater stability, and the ultimate move he developed was recognized by the system as a unique skill. Put simply, Belle now felt as though he could easily take on 10 of his past selves. After completing his daily training, Belle returned to his territory. Chieftain, the old chieftain has awakened. A rapid flapping of wings sounded nearby, and soon, the young G's Butterfree hurriedly flew to Belle's side. As one of Belle's newest recruits, this Butterfree displayed exceptional talent and had recently become highly valued. Belle once remarked that a member with such immense potential would achieve great things in the future. Moreover, it carried the unique Child of G buff, which brought a boost of fortune to the entire Butterfree tribe. Got it. You can go back and continue your training, Belle said with a brief nod. Watching G's Butterfree leave, he paused in thought for a moment before spreading his wings and soaring toward the highest canopy of the tribe's sacred tree. Inside the hollow of the canopy, an elderly Butterfree was slowly rising. Over the past 3 days, the tribe's tree had been steadily channeling life energy into its body, slightly improving its condition. However, the once majestic and powerful aura it carried was no longer present. Foam, Belle called out as he flew into the tree hollow, gazing at the elder with respect. Through his innate sense as a Pokemon, he could clearly perceive the elder's state. Pokemon, Butterfree. Weakness attributes, Bug, Flying. Level, LV45 continuing to decline. Potential, Yellow. Compared to before, the Butterfree chieftain's life force was now like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Chieftain, Belle's voice carried an uncharacteristic softness and concern. Child, I am no longer the chieftain, the old Butterfree said with a gentle smile. Seeing how far you've come, I can rest easy. Belle's throat tightened, and a wave of guilt surged within him. If only he had not accepted that duel back then, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. While becoming the chieftain had indeed brought him tremendous growth, he had never intended to gain power at such a cost. All the care and guidance the old chieftain had given him over these past months remained etched in his heart. There's no need for guilt or worry, the old Butterfree said. his voice now deep and weathered. Life and death are natural cycles. Besides, you've lifted a heavy burden from my shoulders, and for that, I feel an unprecedented sense of relief. After a brief pause, the elder continued, more importantly, I no longer have the strength to face the impending calamity. You must lead the tribe through the challenges ahead. The Viridian Forest is about to face an invasion from outside humans. Many Pokemon will be captured, and our tribe may not escape this fate either. After hearing the words of the Butterfree elder, Bell immediately connected it to the poachers they had encountered earlier. However, his instincts told him that with the strength the elder had displayed, ordinary poachers wouldn't be enough to cause such concern. Outsiders. How many of them are there exactly? Bell asked gravely. The Butterfree elder fell into brief contemplation before raising its head, its expression grim. It seems they are an organized group, and the most peculiar thing is that they all wear the exact same colors. This statement gave Bell a critical clue. Organized group, uniform colors. As someone with human reasoning, he understood that elves often struggled to distinguish between different humans. To them, humans were fundamentally similar, aside from their varied clothing. But now, the elder's specific mention of uniform colors set off alarm bells in Bell's mind. What color exactly are they wearing? Bell asked urgently. Mostly white. The elder recalled with effort. No, there were a few in black, as well they looked like leaders. It then added, oh, and they all had the same emblem on their chests, like this. The elder used leaves to arrange a pattern on the ground. When Bell saw the R-shaped emblem, his face darkened instantly. Memories from his past life surged to the surface that was the symbol of Team Rocket, the most formidable black market organization in the Kanto region. No wonder even the Butterfree elder was so wary. Team Rocket's power was far from ordinary. From creating legendary Pokemon to capturing Rattata, there was nothing they wouldn't do. This group possessed technology rivaling that of the Pokemon League, and if captured for their experiments, one's life and death would be completely at their mercy. Bell knew that if it were just about himself, he could simply leave and escape elsewhere. But as a key member of his tribe, he had to think about the well-being of the entire group. Please rest assured, Elder, Bell said solemnly. I will do everything in my power to lead the tribe through this crisis. Hearing this promise, the Butterfree elder visibly relaxed. It gazed at Bell with a sense of pride, seeing the result of years of nurturing. With a thought, a fruit radiating a rich life essence gently floated down from the top of the sacred tree. I am old now. I hope this fruit will help you grow even stronger. The elder said softly. Bell stared at the unique fruit from the sacred tree, and a system notification immediately popped up. Tree fruit, Viridian berry. Note, a fruit formed by the unique energy of the Viridian Forest, containing immense life force and offering multiple benefits. As he looked at this unexpected gift, Bell suddenly understood the elder's impressive level of 51 was thanks to the incredible natural treasure it had relied on. Upon learning the true nature of the disaster, Bell's heart grew exceptionally tense. As the only Butterfree who possessed intelligence on Team Rocket, he felt a profound sense of responsibility and knew he had to prepare for the impending crisis. One day, Bell soared into the sky, gazing far and wide. As his eyes scanned the horizon, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He recalled the words of the Butterfree elder who intentionally avoided the title leader because the Butterfree were divided into multiple groups, and their current numbers were far from what they could theoretically achieve. But Bell had a completely different understanding of this. In his view, the absence of a leader among the Butterfree was simply because no one had emerged as a truly powerful figure capable of earning the respect and allegiance of all. Strength, he believed, was the foundation of all status. Reflecting on the current state of his fragmented and leaderless kind, a wave of discontent surged within him. In recent days, sleep had eluded him. He was consumed with worry about the approaching threat of Team Rocket, while memories of his past leadership days crept into his thoughts. Back then, his peers had addressed him with the title of leader. Now, the determination to unite the entire Butterfree species had firmly taken root in his heart. Unity is strength. In the face of a formidable adversary like Team Rocket, even though he lacked a human form, he possessed a mind as sharp and strategic as any human's. Bell was convinced that under his leadership, the Butterfree could unleash astonishing power. At that moment, a ray of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating Bell's expansive form. His eyes burned with intensity, and his heart surged with boundless ambition, as if he could already envision the bright future of the Butterfree under his command. That night, resolute in his decision, Bell ascended to the top of the tribe's sacred tree. Under the luminous moonlight, he retrieved the Viridian fruit bestowed upon him by the elder. To unite the tribes, he needed a strength that could overpower the other leaders. Without hesitation, Bell consumed the fruit. Almost immediately, energy within him surged violently, coursing through his body like a tidal wave. Countless specks of light manifested around him, and a fierce wind swirled with him at its center. The air pressure plummeted, and the leaves of the sacred tree quivered violently in the storm. His eyes gradually filled with a radiant pink glow. Within the tree's canopy, the elder Butterfree suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the immense power emanating from above. The familiar sensation was unmistakable. Light was the sign of a breakthrough. Remembering how he had once broken his own limits after consuming the fruit, the elder's heart brimmed with pride and relief. This young one will surpass me, after all. Finally, with a resounding explosion, Belle's aura surged to an entirely new level. The host had leveled up, now reaching LV51. Belle felt the energy coursing through his body like a flowing stream, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the power of surpassing level 50. The energy flowed effortlessly under his command, as if it had become an extension of his body. He could now manipulate every ounce of strength with ease. Skills like Energy Storm Blast are so much easier to execute now, Belle thought to himself, finally understanding why the elder of his kind could wield psychic energy with such mastery. Once energy was fully under control, the execution of skills became versatile and dynamic. The tidal-like psychic waves that the elder demonstrated were now something Belle could easily replicate. My dear husband chief. The energy surge released during his breakthrough caught the attention of the entire group. Pink Butterfly, sensing the transformation in her mate's aura, immediately darted over. The other Butterfree also gathered around, their eyes filled with concern for their leader. Don't worry, this is just a normal breakthrough, Belle reassured the group. Pink Butterfly smiled with relief at his words, and the rest of the clan let out a collective sigh, followed by a burst of cheerful celebration. As their leader, Belle's advancement in strength undoubtedly gave the entire group a stronger sense of security. Seizing the moment with everyone present, Belle decided to announce his plan. He slowly ascended into the air, his commanding gaze sweeping over the gathered Butterfree. I have decided to conquer the other Butterfree clans and unite us all as one. His declaration left the crowd stunned. Uniting all the clans? That would mean challenging every clan leader and essentially igniting interclan conflict. Rest assured, I alone am enough, Belle stated calmly. You only need to follow the elder's instructions while I'm away. I'll be back soon. But, Chief, we've just barely. One Butterfree began to speak, but was immediately silenced by the overwhelming aura Belle released, unable to utter another word. I'm not asking for your opinion. Understand. Belle's voice was devoid of emotion. The trembling Butterfree nodded repeatedly in fear. The rest of the clan instinctively took a step back, unwilling to risk drawing his ire. At that moment, Belle's authority within the group reached its peak. The next morning, Belle stood at the top of the clan's sacred tree. The clan members gazed up at their leader with awe and reverence. Pink Butterfly flew to his side and softly said, My dear husband, please come back safely. She understood all too well that, as the chief, Belle's responsibilities were beyond her influence. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Belle responded briefly. The urgency of uniting the clans left no room for delay. With a powerful beat of his wings, he shot into the sky like an arrow, vanishing into the distant horizon in an instant. Above the canopy of the eternal forest lies the exclusive domain of bird spirits, a sky that has belonged to them since time immemorial. In this vast expanse, two dominant bird clans, the Pidgeot and the Fearow, have waged endless wars over limited resources. Their mutual hatred runs deep, etched into the very essence of every member of their species. The Pidgeot clan, with its superior evolutionary potential, often holds an edge in individual strength. However, the Fearow clan counters with its rapid evolution cycles and overwhelming numbers. In this ongoing struggle, Pidgeotto, the intermediate evolution of Pidgey, frequently becomes a prime target for the hunting Fearow, leaving only a rare few to fully evolve into Pidgeot. On this day, 3 Fearow and 1 Pidgeot crossed paths in the sky. Just as tensions escalated and conflict seemed inevitable, a piercing sound echoed from above. The sky darkened abruptly, as if a massive figure had blocked out the sun. The 4 birds looked up, following the shadow, and saw a colossal butterfly-like silhouette hovering high above. Its sheer size was awe-inspiring. The shadow it cast on the ground could easily envelop several bird spirits. The figure's owner, Belle, noticed the commotion below. Spotting the 4 small figures gazing up at him, he felt a faint sense of familiarity and began descending toward them. In mere moments, he had reached their vicinity, observing them thoughtfully, the scene stirring a vague recognition within him. As Belle moved out from the shadows into the sunlight, the 4 birds finally got a clear look at him. Their eyes instantly lit up with predatory intent. Wasn't this the kind of delicious bug they had always imagined as prey? But this one was unimaginably massive. Each bird displayed the demeanor of a hunter, yet kept a wary eye on the others, unwilling to let anyone else claim this unexpected feast. After all, wasn't there endless conflict rooted in the scarcity of food in the forest? The 4 birds tacitly formed a circle surrounding Belle. A bug this big must be incredibly tasty. The thought crossed all their minds simultaneously. At last, the impatient Fearow could hold back no longer and launched the first attack. The Pidgeot, on the other hand, remained calm, biding its time to seize the prey at the perfect moment. A faint breeze swept through, and Bell, lost in his thoughts, immediately snapped to attention. His eyes flickered with a sharp glint as an immense mental force unfurled like a web, swiftly locking onto the attack trajectories of the three Fieros. Bell's gaze grew colder, and the greed in their eyes awakened painful memories of the times he had been treated as mere prey. Rage surged within his chest, and an overwhelming aura erupted uncontrollably from Bell. Yet, the three Fieros stubbornly charged forward. However, their speed began to falter, and the flapping of their wings slowed as if an invisible force was weighing them down. Not far away, a Pidgeot keenly sensed the anomaly and silently withdrew behind the three birds. At that moment, Bell fully unleashed his aura, and a terrifying pressure engulfed all the birds in an instant. This oppressive force instilled in them a powerful sense of submission, as though they were facing an unchallengeable ruler. The greed in the Fieros' eyes faded, replaced by clarity and fear that gripped their hearts. They finally realized that the Butterfree before them was an unbeatable monster. Instinct screamed at them, "Run!" In the blink of an eye, the three birds burst forth with unprecedented speed, nearly 3 times faster than when they had arrived. The Pidgeot had already fled far away without leaving so much as a whisper of wind. But in just a heartbeat, the three Fieros were immobilized midair, 500 meters from Bell, by an invisible psychic force. They struggled desperately but couldn't move an inch, their earlier arrogance completely extinguished. "Oh, one of you managed to get a kilometer away already." Bell's icy voice rang out behind the three Fieros. Before the words had fully settled, a beam of multicolored light shot toward the distant black speck that was the Pidgeot. In an instant, the speck plummeted rapidly, trailing a dark plume of smoke as it crashed into the ground. "That feels better," Bell said casually, turning to face the three Fieros playing dead. A chillingly gentle smile spread across his face. "Pretending to be dead must be exhausting. You won't have to pretend anymore." Bang! The bodies of the three Fieros were crushed under the pressure of Bell's psychic force, their blood splattering against the barrier in front of him, slowly dripping down. Below, the flocks of Pidgeys and Spearows locked in battle suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had their leaders disappeared? Before they could look up, a downpour of blood rained upon them. When they turned their gaze skyward, a Sharpied Pidgey let out a terrified screech. "What is that? Such a horrifying presence. Sigh, even though I've restrained my aura, it still seems too conspicuous for them." Bell murmured to himself, though his eyes glinted with an icy chill. Today, the hunt was about to begin. Chirp! The silence of the forest was shattered by a piercing bird cry. What should have been an ordinary sound of avian calls was now filled with sheer terror and agony, sending chills down one's spine. At the heart of the forest, a scene of carnage unfolded like a vision of hell. Blood stained the once verdant ground, and the mangled remains of Pidgeys and Spearows were strewn across the area. The thick metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, drawing wave after wave of predators. They lurked in the shadows, their greedy eyes flickering with both hunger and apprehension, countless pairs of crimson pupils glinting ominously in the darkness. Low growls of hunger echoed intermittently, yet none of the creatures dared to disrupt the eerie equilibrium. Their gazes were locked on a single target hovering mid-Dira Butterfree. These predators had never encountered an insect of such overwhelming power before. The commanding aura emanating from it triggered an instinctual fear deep within them. Their primal instincts screamed a warning. Do not provoke this formidable being unless you wish to join the corpses on the ground. Reason triumphed over hunger, and not a single creature dared to take the risk. High above, Bell, the Butterfree, remained indifferent to the commotion below. His focus was entirely on the system notifications ringing in his mind. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV52. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV53. The slaughter of 2 medium-sized flocks of birds, along with 3 Fieros around level 35 and 1 Pidgeot at level 39, had yielded a significant boost in experience points. The system interface promptly updated. Host, Butterfree. Dominant attributes, Bug, Flying. Level, LV53. Talent, Green. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psychic, Whirlwind, Psybeam, Quiver Dance, Signal Beam, Swift, Air Slash, Protect. Exclusive skill, Energy Storm Bomb. Gazing at the impressive stats on his panel, Bell couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. From a small, insignificant bug to a dominant force, his rise had been paved with countless fallen foes. These enemies hadn't been coerced, they had come to him of their own accord. Such opportunities were something he hoped to encounter more of in the future. Against enemies harboring murderous intent, Bell showed no mercy. He had long mastered the art of leaving no loose ends, ensuring no creature was left with a chance for revenge. Scanning his surroundings, Bell's expression remained calm as he sensed the countless covetous eyes hidden in the shadows. The creatures lurking there averted their gaze whenever he looked their way, terrified of drawing the attention of this powerful being. To them, the corpses on the ground were Bel's spoils of war. If not for the overwhelming disparity in strength, they would have rushed forward to claim their share. But now, the other party's composed and unhurried demeanor exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. The group of butterflies exchanged glances with Belle for a moment before lowering their heads and retreating, their reverence evident without a word. Belle let out a soft sigh. At this moment, he wished these butterflies would muster the courage to challenge him, even if it was just a hint of hostility. As someone who was not inherently bloodthirsty, he always had a reason for taking action. Seeing the butterflies in the shadows scatter and flee, Belle decided not to linger. Maple. High above the clouds, Belle soared freely, his heart yearning for a worthy challenger, even one slightly weaker. Unfortunately, such warriors were exceedingly rare. I remember there's a group of Beautifly near the river ahead. Let's take a look. With that thought, a gentle breeze swirled around him. With a light beat of his wings, he covered a distance of 300 meters, arriving above the river to observe before heading upstream. By a pool upstream, lush greenery surrounded the area, and countless Beautifly thrived here. This was their sacred lake of life, passed down through generations, a witness to their legacy. I miss the old leader. One Beautifly, who had once served under Belle, couldn't help but reminisce about the past glory. Chill. Keep your voice down. If the leader hears you, we'll be sent downstream to toil again. In this group, the ordinary members were all under the rule of the leader. Each leader had their own governing style, but all demanded that the needs of the leader be met first. Otherwise, the disobedient would be sent to the perilous downstream area to cultivate flowers. The downstream was far beyond their territory, teeming with predators lying in wait. Few who ventured there ever returned. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through the Beautifly's territory. Though harmless, the wind sent the butterflies tumbling in all directions. Beautifly leader, come out and face me. Belle's commanding voice resonated across the area. The butterflies looked up, and the Beautifly who had been reminiscing about Belle felt a surge of emotion. Tears glimmered faintly in its compound eyes as memories of their migratory battles flooded back. The formations, the charges, the triple powder attacks, the mastery of the wind. Overwhelmed with nostalgia, the Beautifly no longer cared for its current leader's authority. It flew up alone, stopping just beneath Belle, gazing with fervent admiration at the figure radiating a sovereign aura presence, both commanding and reassuring. With a passionate cry, it proclaimed, "Welcome back, leader!" Before the words had fully settled, countless cries of loyalty erupted from below. "Welcome back, leader!" The deafening sound of insects filled the air as hundreds of Butterfrees turned their gaze in unison toward the proud figure standing tall Belle. His size far surpassed that of his kind, emanating an undeniable aura of power. Fuh! A crisp cry broke the silence. Perched on the branches of a lush, towering tree, a Butterfree with an equally formidable presence stared warily at Belle. Belle looked down at the other from above, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "You must be the leader of this group, right?" "Fuh! And who might you be?" The Butterfree, known as the river leader, spoke with a tone laced with caution. It could feel an unprecedented pressure emanating from Belle's presence that only a true powerhouse could exude. Belle's extraordinary size alone was enough to prove his exceptional nature. "Who I am is irrelevant," Belle replied flatly. "What matters is that from now on, this group answers to me." "Got it." Though the river leader's heart burned with anger, it dared not show it. Its piercing gaze toward Belle betrayed the unwillingness lurking within. "Oh, not convinced," Belle sneered. He was no stranger to situations like this. In his eyes, there was nothing a good beating couldn't resolve. And if it truly couldn't, there was no need to resolve it at all. Eliminating the problem would suffice. The only reason he offered a chance was because he saw value in the river leader's combat strength. The river leader's words weren't even finished when Belle suddenly appeared before it like a phantom, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying. Boom! The massive tree behind it shattered, leaving a gaping hole as the river leader's body was embedded within. "My patience has its limits." Belle's voice was icy and sharp. Before the river leader could rise, an invisible, overwhelming force pinned it down. A chilling glint flashed in Belle's eyes as the threat of death enveloped the river leader entirely. It all happened in an instant, leaving no time for thought. I submit." Faced with Belle's looming presence and the screaming instinct for survival, the river leader ultimately chose to yield. In the face of death, all creatures instinctively choose life. Belle had already considered the possibility of betrayal. Yet, with external threats looming, every ounce of strength was valuable for now. Once the tribe was fully unified, he would naturally grant the river leader a chance to challenge him again. This strategy had proven effective time and time again within the tribe. Most beings of this kind were straightforward, acknowledging only strength. Power decided leadership. With the river leader's submission, the other hesitant Butterfrees followed suit, acknowledging Belle as their leader. Belle rose into the air, surveying the crowd below with a commanding gaze. "Since you've all joined our family, I'll keep it short. As long as I'm here, I promise none of you will suffer. I'll make sure you live well and thrive. And next, I will continue to welcome back other groups and integrate them into our family, ensuring that the Butterfree tribe will never be alone again. Bell stood before the gathered Butterfrees, his voice firm and resolute. His inspiring speech, a product of his vast experience from a past life, successfully ignited the enthusiasm of every Butterfree present. These words not only instilled a profound sense of belonging among the group, but also elevated the tribe's cohesion to new heights. Bell understood that the tasks ahead would now proceed much more smoothly. He planned to replicate the successful strategy from the Monsoon Conference by showcasing his strength to unify the group. Sure enough, whenever he demonstrated his skills, the tribe members couldn't help but be drawn to him, gradually seeing him as their central figure. Strength was the foundation of everything. Surveying his surroundings, Bell had yet to encounter another Butterfree stronger than himself, which gave him confidence in his ability to take charge. After a quick assessment, he soon grasped the distribution of power within the tribe. There were numerous members below level 30, over 50 above level 30, and only 2 who had reached level 40 or higher, one of them being the opposing tribe's leader. The leader of the River tribe had reached level 44. While this number left Bell slightly disappointed, he quickly reminded himself that achieving a level of strength like his own tribe leader through consuming vast quantities of berries was a rarity, especially among Butterfrees, whose innate potential was not particularly outstanding. As night fell, the entire group moved forward safely under Bell's guidance. Any potential danger was preemptively dealt with by him. Notably, during the long march, Bell, out of boredom, developed a new technique called Tailwind, constant focus. This idea was inspired by an anime from his past life and conveniently addressed the issue of the group's travel speed lagging behind his own. The application of this technique was ingenious. While clearing the path ahead, Bell expanded the range of his Tailwind ability and adjusted the energy wave frequencies, significantly boosting the flight speed of the group behind him. And this was merely the effect of dispersing the Tailwind skill to accommodate the group. If the range were narrowed for his sole use, the enhancement would be even more pronounced. What was even more exciting was that Tailwind, constant focus, provided a permanent speed-boosting buff. This meant that Bell could gain a speed advantage even before a battle began. Such an improvement was entirely reasonable, given that the Tailwind skill was always active. After all, in the wild, who cared about rules? Maximizing one's abilities was only natural. At one point, Bell considered developing a similar technique called Quiver Dance, constant focus, but he quickly abandoned the idea. The nature of the Quiver Dance skill made it unsuitable for continuous use. It had a clear limit to its benefits, and maintaining the dance consumed a significant amount of energy. In contrast, Tailwind, constant focus, was feasible because Bell's strength had already reached a certain level, allowing his internal energy to form an automatic circulation system. The subtle flying-type energy generated during flight could be adjusted to sustain the Tailwind effect, enabling him to enjoy a constant speed boost at all times. In the days that followed, Bell led the vast swarm of Butterfrees, tirelessly traveling between various clans. Although they initially faced some resistance, Bell's relentless efforts and persuasive tactics eventually convinced the clans to join this newly formed alliance. As Bell soared high into the sky and gazed downward, the sight before him left him awestruck. Countless Butterfrees were scattered everywhere, resembling floating clouds of purple, their sheer number overwhelming. Bell couldn't even begin to estimate their exact count, only knowing that this was far beyond anything he had ever seen before. "Let's go, I'll take you all home," Bell exclaimed with excitement. Under his leadership, the immense swarm of Butterfrees began to move, a majestic procession heading toward the basin. Even with Bell using his full Tailwind ability, it was impossible to encompass the entire group. Along the way, every creature they encountered quickly stepped aside, filled with awe and respect, not daring to provoke such a formidable force. Meanwhile, in the territory within the basin, the old chieftain sat alone atop the treetops. This was supposed to be the residence of the current chieftain, Bell, but he had humbly left it to the elder. Suddenly, a scout butterfly hurriedly flew in. "Chia, Chief Elder, they're coming again. And this time, their numbers are enormous." Hearing this, the elder let out a long sigh, looking up at the lush canopy above. This sacred clan tree, imbued with mystical properties, had inevitably drawn the greedy eyes of opportunists. The Butterfree clan had managed to claim this land only because of the elder's formidable strength in his prime. But now, with age catching up to him and his power waning, and with Bell yet to return, it seemed retreat might be the only option to protect the clan. Memories swept over him. 10 years ago, he had been nothing more than an ordinary caterpie who stumbled upon this haven and the magical clan tree by chance. Here, he had grown into a powerful Butterfree. To escape loneliness, he had attracted others of his kind, building a thriving community. The clan tree had nurtured and protected the entire clan like a mother. But the good times did not last. As the clan grew, predators drawn by the abundance of food began to notice the extraordinary nature of the tree. In the wild, strength was everything, and only the strong had the right to claim territory. The elder knew this harsh reality all too well. Clearly, they had set their sights on the territory of the Bada clan leader. At that moment, with the overwhelming power of the clan tree, the Bada leader had surpassed its limits, stepping into a realm beyond level 50. The intruders, faced with an insurmountable gap in strength, were forced into a retreat, ultimately fleeing in disarray. However, this victory brought no joy to the clan leader. It could keenly sense an invisible constraint upon its strength, making further progress impossible. What worried it even more was the realization that once it left the protection of the clan tree, its power would recede uncontrollably, like a tide withdrawing from the shore. This harsh reality made the clan leader finally grasp the importance of innate talent. Without this foundation, it could never truly stand firm in this realm. It considered itself fortunate to have glimpsed the view of this level, thanks to the power of the clan tree. Yet at the same time, this also meant that its potential had reached its end, its strength permanently anchored at this critical point, always at risk of decline. The Bada clan leader gazed up at the familiar canopy, its eyes filled with reluctance. This canopy held a decade of its memories and had been its warmest home. But as it looked at the carefree lives of its clan members outside, it knew a decision had to be made. You take the weaker members and leave this Placigo as far as you can and find him. The clan leader ordered the guide Butterfly gravely after a moment of deep thought. But clan leader, what about you? The guide Butterfly stepped slowly toward the entrance of the canopy. I will stay and protect our home. These 3 words carried the weight of the clan leader's entire being, as if infused with a lifetime of resolve. In that moment, the guide Butterfly looked at the clan leader's upright figure, and for a fleeting second, it saw the once dominant and spirited warrior in its prime. Clan leader, let me stay with you. I told you to find him. Only he can truly protect our home, the clan leader interrupted firmly. Only it knew that it was already at the end of its strength, incapable of defending their home. The invaders were ruthless, relying on sheer numbers to overwhelm their opponents, and even facing 10 at once might not be the worst of it. Yet despite this, it would never abandon the nest it had guarded for the past decade. The guide Butterfly looked at the once mighty clan leader, its heart filled with conflicting emotions. The leader it remembered had always been the first to step forward in the face of danger. This selfless spirit was something it would forever respect and seek to emulate. Clan leader, take care. With those words, the guide Butterfly began fulfilling its duty, gathering the weaker members and leading them away from danger. As the guide Butterfly departed, the Bada clan leader's face softened into a peaceful smile. It imprinted the image of every clan member into its heart, memories of the past flowing through its mind. I am but an insect, a short-lived creature. Why cling to these remaining days? With this thought, the clan leader felt a newfound clarity. It knew its time was limited, and even without this crisis, it would not live much longer. To choose its own end in this way was a great blessing. Clan tree, oh clan tree, you have nurtured me, and now, I can finally stay by your side. The leader murmured softly in its heart, gazing toward the horizon. Buzzing filled the air as a massive swarm of beedrills approached from the distance, their numbers overwhelming. Their eyes locked onto the towering tree, their intentions unmistakable. Buzz, today, we claim this land. As the beedrills invaded the basin, the battle-ready members of the Butterfree clan stood on high alert under the leadership of their elderly chief. At this critical moment, a remark from Bell suddenly echoed in the chief's mind. Chief, why don't you ever boost your stats before engaging in group battles? At the time, the chief had been at a loss for words. But after some deep thought, it realized Bell was right. Preparing oneself and maximizing one's abilities before a fight was indeed a wise strategy. Perhaps the habitual mindset of wilderness combat had limited the chief's tactical vision. Everyone, use Quiver Dance to boost your stats to the max, the chief commanded decisively, taking to the sky with a powerful flap of its wings. Inspired by their leader, the rest of the clan followed suit. The dense swarm of Butterfree painted a dazzling tapestry in the air. As mysterious energy surged through them, their morale soared, and their inner strength grew more potent. After completing their stat boosts, the chief recalled Bell's tactics of using fewer members to outmaneuver larger forces. Powder moves, followed by whirlwind, the chief ordered. The clan members executed the well-practiced moves seamlessly, their actions honed to perfection from countless training sessions under Bell's guidance. Their bodies moved with instinctive precision, showing no sign of hesitation. On the other side, the aggressive swarm of beedrills collided with the sudden gust of wind. Some inhaled the sand and dust carried by the gust, slowing down significantly and falling behind. However, with their overwhelming numbers, unaffected beedrills continued to surge forward in waves. Even the experienced Butterfree chief knew that plunging into the swarm recklessly would mean certain doom. Air Slash, the chief commanded while unleashing a powerful psychic attack. Drawing on its vast combat experience, it knew exactly which moves were most effective against these relentless beedrills. Unfortunately, After a full minute of intense battle, the Beedrill's advance had only slightly slowed. The sheer difference in numbers was staggering. Each Beedrill taken down was immediately replaced by 3 more. Without a significant power disparity, it was nearly impossible to turn the tide. Damn it, they're breaking through. Other clan members muttered anxiously as they continued their attacks, fully aware of the dire situation. The Beedrills pressed on relentlessly, sacrificing themselves without hesitation to clear a path for their advancing swarm. You've all done well. Now, leave the rest to me, the chief said in a deep, resolute voice. The body of the Butterfree clan leader suddenly erupted with a powerful surge of energy, an invisible force rippling outward in waves. Turning to the clan tree, it silently murmured in its heart, "Oh, clan tree, this may be the last time I borrow your strength." A radiant, crystal-clear Everlife fruit, brimming with vitality, floated before the leader. It was the last one it had saved for itself after sharing with Belle. Without the slightest hesitation, the leader swallowed the fruit whole. In an instant, the aura surrounding the leader stabilized, and then began to steadily rise. If Belle were present, she would undoubtedly notice that the leader's level had returned to its peak at 51. However, this newfound power came at a cost. The leader's body began to flash with a periodic green glow, dimming and brightening. It was a clear sign that its life force was burning away at an alarming rate. The power of the Everlife fruit had temporarily filled the gap in the leader's energy reserves, but this life-draining combat method was merely a fleeting burst of strength. The leader was fully aware this was its final, desperate stand. "Huh. 3 years ago, I drove you away, and I can do it again today," the leader roared, and the psychic energy it had been gathering exploded outward. A tidal wave of telekinetic force surged forth like a tsunami. This was the ultimate technique Belle had once experienced firsthand, and now it was the leader's strongest attack. The Beedrill swarm at the forefront froze in midair as if time itself had stopped. In the next moment, they fell like withering petals, crashing to the ground and bursting apart. Their green blood splattered into grotesque floral patterns, causing every Pokémon present to hesitate for a brief moment. Only the clan leader sneered coldly. Influenced by Belle, it had long understood against enemies who came with murderous intent, there was no need to hold back. "Huh. If you're not afraid of death, come on. They'll send you on your way." The leader's presence was more commanding than ever. After a brief silence, a piercing insect cry shattered the stillness. "Attack! Tear it apart!" ordered the Beedrill queen from the rear. As the monarch's will was absolute, the swarm immediately launched another charge, heedless of their lives. Fight alongside the clan leader. The other Butterfree, inspired by the leader's determination, rose in defiance. If they abandoned this home, where else could they go? The fierce battle raged on for 3 minutes. Those at the front of the Beedrill swarm fell in a single move under the leader's power, yet they kept coming, endless and relentless. As the prolonged struggle wore on, the leader's strength began to wane, and its telekinetic attacks grew weaker. Finally, some Beedrill broke through the defenses and closed in on the leader. For the tribe fight. A sorrowful cry pierced through the air, followed by the cold, merciless thrust of a spear that impaled a Butterfree warrior. The light in the fighter's eyes faded, and their body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Protect the chief." Another Butterfree fell beside their leader. The chieftain fought back tears, focusing intensely on the enemy before them. Though they refrained from using their psychic powers, their consciousness was slipping. Even so, they desperately summoned the last remnants of their mental strength. As the last reserves of psychic energy dwindled, a Beedrill seized the opportunity and struck, blinding the chieftain with a brutal sting. Darkness engulfed their vision, and the buzzing of countless wings filled their ears. Yet, the searing pain was no longer their concern. "Chief, look out. Protect Doug." The final sting pierced through the Butterfree chieftain's chest. Yet, an eerie smile spread across the chieftain's face. "To take so many of them down with me, that's worth it." Before the last word faded, a flicker of light passed through the chieftain's eyes, and life left their body. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. In an instant, a 10-meter radius around the chieftain's remains was cleared. Piles of Beedrill corpses formed a gruesome mountain, with the chieftain's body resting at its peak. "We've won. From now on, this place belongs to..." Before the Beedrill could finish, a sharp blade of air whistled through the battlefield, slicing the speaker cleanly in half. Green blood sprayed out, splattering across the surrounding swarm. "Who dares?" The enraged Beedrill queen at the center roared, but her fury was met with an even fiercer assault. Slash, slash, slash. The air blades grew more frequent and more powerful, cutting through the Beedrill ranks with deadly precision. In the chaos, multiple Beedrill fell with each strike. "Protect the queen." The surviving Beedrill quickly formed a defensive wall, shielding their queen. The sound of slicing filled the air, like the scythe of death harvesting lives. "They're above us." After heavy losses, the swarm finally located the source of the attack. A massive, butterfly-shaped shadow loomed within the clouds, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Before they could react, Two parallel beams of pink energy tore through the defenses, striking the swarm with devastating force. The lasers swept through the densest clusters, and amidst the relentless explosions, scores of Beedrill were reduced to charred remains. Seeing her numbers dwindle rapidly, the queen made a decisive command. Poison stingers. Counterattack. High above the clouds, Bell exuded an aura of sheer intimidation, his presence chilling the air as if his wrath had physically lowered the temperature. He remained silent, his overwhelming fury manifesting through the sharp precision of his devastating skills. It all began with his encounter with the guiding butterflies, Ling Lu Dai and Xiaofan. From the moment he first laid eyes on them, Bell noticed something unsettling in their expressions. Upon learning that their homeland had been plundered, he immediately took off alone, racing back to his territory. Mid-flight, a sudden psychic wave from the clan leader struck him, sending a shiver through his being and amplifying his growing sense of dread. Desperately, he pushed himself to fly faster, his wings beating so furiously they seemed to blur. But when he finally arrived, he was too late. The clan leader of the Butterfree was already. An unprecedented rage erupted within Bell, transforming into an immense surge of combat strength. As a barrage of violet poison needles rained down upon him, he let out a cold laugh. The winds around him roared to life, rapidly intensifying into a powerful cyclone. This was his newly improvised technique, the Tailwind, modified tornado shield, ingeniously utilizing the principles of tornado formation. As expected, the ferocious winds rendered the attacks of the distant Beedrill swarm ineffective, failing to breach even his outermost defenses. Leveraging his robust physique and masterful skills, Bell flew swiftly along the edges of the tornado. The whirlwind followed his movements, descending upon the enemy swarm below. Under his control, the seemingly ordinary tornado transformed into a horrifying engine of destruction. As he closed in on the swarm, the Beedrill queen, sensing the danger, fled in panic. Those unable to escape were instantly consumed by the storm, their bodies shredded into fragments. Green insect blood stained the tornado, painting it with a ghastly hue. This was the Tailwind, modified tornado annihilation technique. Normally, Bell carefully deliberated before creating new skills, but in his current state of unbridled fury, he acted without hesitation. The latent power coursing through his blood awakened completely, freeing him to unleash his full potential. Enhanced by the energy control granted by his cyan potential, the variations of his Tailwind techniques flowed seamlessly. The mangled remains of the Beedrill served as a grim testament to the terrifying power of his cyan potential. What is this thing? What kind of monster is it? The Beedrill queen's cold indifference began to waver as her protective circle of guards fell one by one. Her unease and fear grew with each passing moment. Suddenly, the sky plunged into darkness. Within the swirling tornado, Bell sensed a familiar presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed his psychic energy, his voice laced with murderous intent as his insectal cry echoed through the chaos. Today, none shall escape. Above the territory, the newly arrived butterflies quickly responded to Bell's command. The once dense swarm of butterflies swiftly split into two flowing streams of silvery motion, flanking from both sides and encircling the swarm of Beedrills below. The Butterfrees unleashed their abilities one after another, raining down concentrated attacks that effectively distracted the enemy swarm. Bell's offensive maneuvers intensified dramatically. Her eyes gleamed with the glow of psychic-type energy, and every beat of her wings released razor-sharp air blades. The Tailwind, once a potential threat, now worked in her favor, amplifying the ferocity of each strike. Under such a relentless siege, the Beedrill swarm was forced to retreat step by step, unable to break through the defensive line to reach the Butterfrees. A flicker of alarm flashed in the Beedrill queen's eyes. Bzzz. How is this possible? The Butterfrees outnumber my swarm. What shocked the Beedrill queen even more was the overwhelming combat prowess of the Butterfree leader. Bell fought like an unstoppable war machine, taking down Beedrill after Beedrill with precision and power, a stark contrast to the aging Butterfree from before. Although their energy levels were comparable, the oppressive aura radiating from Bell far surpassed her predecessor. Bzzz. The Beedrill queen finally realized the situation had taken a complete turn. This was no longer just a battle for territory, it was a crisis that threatened the survival of the entire swarm. Continuing to fight to the death would likely lead to the annihilation of the Beedrills. While the queen could rebuild her swarm, such a drastic reduction in numbers would severely undermine their collective strength, a fatal blow for a species reliant on their hive's unity. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Beedrill queen made a difficult decision. She signaled the surrounding guards to stand down and flew forward alone. Bzzz. Esteemed leader of the Butterfrees, I wish to speak with you. Before she could finish, a sharp airblade whistled past, slicing a nearby Beedrill in two. The warm, viscous insect fluid splattered onto her face. Oops, my bad, couldn't hold back. What were you saying again? Bell hovered in the air, her tone dripping with mockery. Suppressing her fury, The Beedrill Queen glanced around at the menacing Butterfree swarm and finally spoke in a deep voice. Bees easy. I deeply regret invading your territory. I promise to lead my swarm away from your land immediately. At the same time, the Beedrill seemed to sense the Queen's release of pheromones, gathering behind her in a resolute formation, ready to fight to the bitter end if necessary. Faced with the situation, Bell narrowed his eyes slightly and gradually withdrew his aura. After a moment of silence, he uttered a single word, curtly, fine. This unexpected response left the Queen Beedrill stunned in place, as she had been bracing herself for the worst. She even doubted her own hearing. Did he really agree? After all, her swarm not only invaded his territory, but also killed his kin. By all logic, this should have been an irreconcilable feud. However, her brief joy was quickly interrupted by Belle's icy voice. Letting you leave is possible, but only if you come out and face me in an unknown duel. This condition immediately reminded the Queen Beedrill of an unspoken rule in the wild. When two tribes clash, their leaders could resolve conflicts through a duel, with the victor holding the right to decide. With this in mind, her confidence returned. To her, it seemed that Belle, the leader of the Butterfree, wanted to settle the matter in this traditional way. After all, the reputation of her Beedrill swarm was no small deterrent. If it's a resolution you want between our two tribes, then I accept, the Queen Beedrill declared haughtily. And regardless of the outcome, I will leave this place. With that, she flew to Belle's level, unleashing her aura. As the leader of a vast swarm, she enjoyed the best resources her group had to offer, and her strength was nothing to scoff at. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten her earlier precarious situation. Belle gazed at her calmly, sensing her aura. But soon, a frown crept across his face. Her strength was far weaker than he had anticipated. The system panel revealed the truth. Species, Queen Beedrill. Type, bug, poison. Level, LV 5110. Talent, green. Belle quickly pieced it together. Her actual level was only 41, and the current level 51 power was likely due to some kind of amplification from the swarm. Realizing this, Belle let out a cold laugh and attacked without hesitation. Two sharp air blades whistled through the air, targeting the Queen Beedrill's vital points. Hiss! The Queen Beedrill barely dodged the attack, but Belle's assault was relentless. Two beams of light shot toward her instantly. She instinctively tilted her head, but her wing was still struck. Boom! The explosion was deafening. This strike showcased Belle's overwhelming power while exposing the Queen Beedrill as a mere facade of strength. Below, the Beedrill swarm instinctively tried to come to her aid, but they were sternly warned and blocked by the surrounding Butterfree. To them, a duel between leaders was sacred and inviolable. Besides, their leader clearly held the upper hand. Missed, Belle muttered to himself in frustration, but his eyes immediately lit up with an even more terrifying glow. His entire body became enveloped in an eerie pink light, and the air pressure around him plummeted. A pinkish-blue energy sphere began to form. Convergence Storm Blast. Belle unleashed his ultimate move without giving his opponent any chance to recover. A duel? It was merely a pretext to eliminate her. As he recalled her earlier apology for invading his territory, his fury only burned hotter. They had trespassed on his land, slaughtered his kin, and thought a simple apology would suffice. Belle sneered coldly. No apologies were necessary, just leave your life behind. Danger! A massive sense of alarm exploded in the Bee Queen's mind. Although the air blade merely grazed its wing, for a fragile creature like this, such a countering attack had already cost it the majority of its life force. Even more perilous was the next strike from Belle, which was already roaring its way forward. A faint yet inescapable force had locked onto the Bee Queen, leaving no room to dodge. Buzz! The Bee Queen finally realized the overwhelming disparity in strength between itself and its opponent, recalling the suffocating fear of being completely dominated moments ago. Just as the smoke began to clear, Belle's ultimate move was Ryadia Ferocious. Powdery blue energy orb came hurtling toward it. In a panic, the Bee Queen activated a green protective barrier, simultaneously attempting to summon its swarm for support. However, against Belle's meticulously laid trap, this was nothing more than wishful thinking. The energy orb reached its target in the blink of an eye. With a shattering crack, the protective barrier splintered to pieces. The charged storm projectile struck directly, unleashing an energy explosion accompanied by a piercing insect wail. Bees easy. Below, the swarm of Beedrills seemed to sense their queen's demise and instantly descended into chaos. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Belle's mind. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV 54. After slaughtering countless Beedrills and absorbing the Bee Queen's experience points, Belle had finally broken through to a new level. Phew! I'm terribly sorry for accidentally killing your queen, Belle said mockingly, gazing coldly at the now disorganized swarm of Beedrills below. But don't worry, I'll send you to join her shortly. This insincere apology was nothing more than a taunt. His carefully planned assassination of the Bee Queen was intended to dismantle the cohesion of the swarm. As expected, without their leader, The Beedrill swarm had fallen into utter disarray. Free powder. Tailwind. Bell commanded. Instantly, the Butterfree swarm sprang into action. Sandstorms filled the air, and fierce winds howled as the Beedrill swarm faltered under the relentless assault. One by one, the Beedrills fell, succumbing to the combined effects of sleep and paralysis. Although they had natural resistance to poison powders, the current onslaught was more than enough for the Butterfree swarm to secure an easy victory. Bell didn't idle for a moment. Like an experience-hungry fanatic, he refused to let a single fallen Beedrill go to waste. To him, this massive swarm was nothing less than a moving treasure trove of experience points. Although each individual Beedrill offered only a small amount of experience, their sheer numbers ensured that the accumulation would push his level even higher. With this in mind, he began systematically finishing off the hypnotized Beedrills, determined to ensure that every single one met its end at his hands. After an intense battle lasting over an hour, the scene was nothing short of carnage. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the severed limbs of Beedrills lay scattered across the ground. Their green bodily fluids dyed the earth in an eerie hue. Suspended midair, Bell radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. His eyes glimmered with a chilling, murderous intent, as though the very embodiment of death had descended upon the battlefield. System notifications echoed one after another. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level, LV55. Ding. The host has leveled up. Current level, LV56. Ding. The host has learned a new skill. Hyper Beam. Bell's attribute panel updated accordingly. Butterfree, Overlord. Type, Bug, Flying. Level, LV56. Talent, Cyan. Ability, Compound Eyes. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Gust, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Tailwind, Psybeam, Whirlwind, Signal Beam, Air Cutter, Safeguard, Hyper Beam. Exclusive skill, Energy Storm Blast. The massive experience gained from this massacre propelled Bell to soar 2 levels higher, reaching an impressive level 56. Even more astonishing, amidst the thick atmosphere of slaughter, his exceptional talent led him to grasp the essence of mortality itself, allowing him to master the formidable normal-type skill, Hyper Beam. At this moment, with his overlord-like presence and the enhancement of his Scientier talent, Bell had gained the power to challenge foes far above his level. His cold gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield as he furrowed his brow and ordered, "Humph! Clean up the battlefield. Get rid of this trash." At his command, the Butterfrees immediately sprang into action. Even the former clan leaders, who once held high status, dared not delay. They rushed to join the cleanup efforts, eager to prove themselves. This battle had solidified Bell's undisputed position as the leader. Those who had previously harbored resentment now worked harder than the ordinary Butterfrees, obedient as domesticated pets. Bell nodded subtly, satisfaction flickering in his heart. Displaying strength at the right moment truly yielded remarkable results. The clan leaders who had shown hints of defiance when defeated were now unrecognizable in their submission. Unbeknownst to Bell himself, his aura had undergone a transformation. The dense, killing intent that surrounded him was enough to make any creature instinctively retreat. For the typically gentle Butterfree clan, having an unrelenting and battle-hardened leader like Bell was a stark anomaly. His display of power and authority left no room for doubt, earning the respect and loyalty of the entire clan. Meanwhile, outside the Viridian Forest, a stealth aircraft approached silently. Inside the cabin, a man dressed in black with a bold R emblazoned on his chest stared at a monitor and asked the crew, "How much farther?" One of the crew members worked swiftly at the console and replied, "Sir, we're almost there. Just ahead." The man glanced at his watch, his tone low and commanding. "This time, in addition to capturing Pokemon to bolster our forces, make it a priority to locate its trail. Stay sharp." Understood, the crew responded in unison. Simultaneously, at a remote and unknown lake, the air above the water began to ripple with a strange distortion. A mysterious portal slowly materialized, and from within, a faint, ethereal voice drifted out. Time. After the war, Bell approached the body of the Butterfree clan leader alone. Using his psychic powers, he gently lifted the leader and flew to a picturesque hill not far from the clan tree. Under his control, the soil on the ground began to loosen and gradually formed a suitable burial pit. Bell gazed at the leader's face, his eyes filled with reverence and sorrow, as if he wanted to etch this face into his memory forever. Once the burial was complete, a fresh green twig was placed atop the newly formed mound. Bell bowed deeply 3 times, his voice soft as he said, "Clan leader, rest in peace. As long as I live, I will never let the clan face destruction." Each bow carried the weight of his gratitude for the leader's kindness over the years. The next morning, Bell awoke abruptly from his sleep, his eyes tinged with confusion. Beside him, his mate, the pink Butterfree, cradled 3 eggs in her arms. Startled by his sudden movement, she looked at him with concern and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" I feel like something unusual has entered Tokiwa Forest, Bell replied, gazing out of the cave with a hint of unease in his voice. At that moment, he failed to notice that the clan tree beneath them appeared more lush and vibrant than usual. Perhaps you've been too exhausted lately, or maybe the toll of so much bloodshed has left you mentally drained. The pink Butterfree said worriedly, her eyes fixed on her husband. In her view, Belle, who once disliked violence, had been forced onto a path of blood and conflict. After the Great Battle, Belle had nearly annihilated the entire Beedrill swarm, and the aura he now exuded was chilling. The members of the clan no longer looked at him with admiration for their leader, but rather with a tinge of fear towards someone they saw as different. Although no one dared to openly express such emotions, it was clear they were avoiding contact with him. For this reason, the pink Butterfree had been particularly attentive, staying by Belle's side and engaging him in conversation. It's nothing, probably just my imagination, Belle said with a reassuring smile. Once his mate fell back asleep, however, he quietly left the nest. The changing attitudes of the clan and his mate's care had not escaped Belle's notice, but these things did not sway his resolve. To him, the opinions of others were as insignificant as dirt. The Butterfree clan had fallen to the bottom of the food chain because of their excessive weakness. If they could unite like the Beedrill swarm, they wouldn't have to endure being bullied by every opportunistic foe. With this thought in mind, Belle flew above the clan's territory and selected a few of the strongest members to accompany him. Together, they flew toward the outer regions of the forest. Spread out and search for anything suspicious, Belle commanded. His conviction that something was amiss grew stronger by the minute the Pokémon in the outskirts of Tokiwa Forest were unusually quiet, as if deliberately avoiding something. This eerie silence heightened Belle's vigilance, and he was certain that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Chief, what exactly do you mean by suspicious places? Belle, deep in thought, was suddenly interrupted by the question. It dawned on him that his explanation had been too vague. The elves, known for their straightforwardness, could easily misunderstand such ambiguous phrasing. Suspicious places refer to anything unusual, like unfamiliar elves you've never seen before, Belle patiently clarified. The Butterfree team member nodded thoughtfully, then turned and flew off in one direction. Belle chose a different path to begin his search. As he ventured further toward the outskirts, something unusual caught his attention. A part of the forest that was usually teeming with playful elves was eerily empty today. This discovery only solidified his suspicion. Something significant had happened in the Tokiwa forest, and it was likely under threat from an unknown entity. Suddenly, Belle's compound eyes spotted an odd platform on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that it was covered with a thin, glowing membrane that camouflaged itself to match its surroundings. Belle's expression grew serious, and without hesitation, he unleashed a sharp air blade. Maple. As the membrane tore apart, a pitch-black platform was revealed. At that exact moment, a large iron net dropped from above, covering the platform entirely. Although the net was empty this time, Belle immediately recognized it as the work of Team Rocket. Fuh! Just as Belle realized the gravity of the situation, a sharp insect cry echoed from the distance. Ugh! I should have noticed sooner. Belle berated himself, but wasted no time, darting toward the source of the sound at full speed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, two Team Rocket members stood around their prey. One, a grunt in a white uniform, impatiently glared at the netted Butterfree. TCH. What bad luck, why'd we catch such a common Pokemon? Hey, come on, his partner said, emerging from the bushes. Butterfree might be common, but this one's got decent potential. It'll do for now. After all, it's for the rookies, they can't afford to be picky. As he spoke, he pulled out a redanned white Pokeball and tossed it at the Butterfree trapped in the net. The red light hit its target, and the Butterfree was absorbed into the ball in a flash of energy. However, cracks quickly formed on the ball's surface, and the Butterfree broke free. Refusing to cooperate, huh? What a waste of a Pokeball, the two grunts grumbled angrily. Inside the net, the Butterfree remained calm, scanning its surroundings as if waiting for something. Go, coughing. Teach it a lesson with tackle. A purple, spherical Pokemon emerged from its Pokeball and charged straight at the Butterfree. In the critical moment, the Butterfree relied on its instincts to execute its most practiced combo: Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder followed by Gust. It first released a cloud of purple powder, then flapped its wings forcefully. This combination, used frequently in recent battles, had become second nature. Cough. Before coughing could get close, it was hit squarely by the powder, which clung to its face. Then, a sudden gust of wind sent it spiraling backward. Damn it, you useless piece of trash. Go, Gulbit. Use Air Slash. The Team Rocket member snarled through gritted teeth, hurling a Pokeball in a graceful arc. A flash of red light erupted, and a massive Gulbit appeared. Its purple wings unfurled with a sharp snap as a cutting gale of air blades roared toward its target. Butterfree attempted to repeat its earlier tactic, but this time, the Air Slash was unfazed, hurtling straight for its mark. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, a familiar voice rang out. Don't use Poison Powder on poison types, come on. Before the words had fully settled, an even sharper air sliced through the skies. Trapped in the iron net, Butterfree felt only a sudden gust of wind before realizing it was unharmed. When it opened its eyes, the sight before it was shocking. Moments ago, the two Team Rocket members had been brimming with arrogance. Now, only one remained, collapsed on the ground, a pungent yellow puddle spreading beneath him. And the other? His severed head lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Leader! Butterfree cried out in delight. Belle descended gracefully from the sky, her claws effortlessly tearing apart the iron net to free her companion. She paid no attention to the terrified gaze of the surviving Team Rocket member. Seizing the moment, he scrambled to his feet and tried to flee. But another Butterfree suddenly appeared, blocking his escape. Moments later, countless Butterfree emerged from the dense forest, surrounding him completely and cutting off any chance of retreat. Ah! Belle hovered closer to him, her tone almost apologetic. I forgot you're human and can't understand what I'm saying. Originally, I was hoping to ask you for some information. The Butterfree on either side parted, creating a path. Belle sighed softly. Oh well, guess you'll just have to join your companion. With a crisp snap, the last Team Rocket member met the same grim fate as his partner. After taking down the two individuals, Belle was about to leave when an abrupt voice broke the silence. What's going on with you two? Why are you taking so long to come back? Belle's expression turned serious as he looked in the direction of the sound. Using his telekinetic powers, he retrieved a black device from one of the corpses. It was a walkie-talkie with a location display screen, and frantic inquiries were coming through. Hello? Can you hear me? Hurry up. Beep beep. Belle quickly memorized the location displayed on the screen before crushing the walkie-talkie in his hand. He turned and began moving swiftly toward the indicated location, with a silent group of Butterfree following close behind. Although they didn't utter a word, they could sense the gravity of the situation from the leader's grim expression. This path leads to the depths of the Viridian Forest, Belle thought as he ran. Team Rocket seems to be searching for something important. Meanwhile, deeper within another part of the forest, a man dressed in black was leading a Team Rocket squad further into the woods. His team members carried detection devices, meticulously monitoring their readings. Sir, the data shows a significant energy trace in this direction. Without hesitation, the man in black signaled for his team to change course. Along the way, they encountered several wild Pokémon attempting to block their path, but none posed any real threat against his strength. His Houndoom stayed vigilant by his side, guarding the group. Keep moving. This time, we must capture it, the man in black commanded in a low voice. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, a green figure darted nimbly through the trees, pausing occasionally to sense its direction. It, too, appeared to be searching for something. The figure was gradually approaching Belle's territory, where the trees were noticeably denser than before. As Belle continued on his path, he began to recognize the route. Isn't this the way we came earlier? Before he could finish the thought, a loud explosion echoed from not far away. Belle looked up to see a column of thick black smoke rising into the sky. The intense heat could be felt even from a considerable distance. A fire type, and one as strong as me. Belle muttered, his brows furrowed. A fire-type Pokémon of such power appearing in the Viridian Forest was undoubtedly the work of an outside trainer. He worried about the potential threat to his kin having promised the Elder to protect them. He felt bound to fulfill his duty. As Belle contemplated the situation, one of the Butterfree cried out in alarm. Leader, the smoke is coming from somewhere very close to our territory. Belle paused, his expression darkening as he let out a frustrated sigh. Finally, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. By now, the commotion had also caught the attention of the other Butterfree in the distance. High above, the Butterfree known as Powder hovered, assuming the role of interim leader in Beel's absence. She bore the weight of leadership with a composed demeanor, and all the surrounding Butterfree members watched her in silence. Even the seasoned elders of the clan dared not voice any dissent. Their restraint was understandable after witnessing Beel's formidable power and ferocity firsthand. No one wished to test the boundaries of what had become an unspoken taboo. Deputy leader, what should we do next? A group of younger Butterfree quickly gathered around Powder. These were Beel's loyal followers, and the title Deputy Leader was one that Beel had personally bestowed upon her, signifying her authority second only to his. Recalling Beel's teachings, Powder deliberately emulated his commanding tone as she issued orders. Stay vigilant, and keep a close watch on the intruders. If they come any closer, issue a warning. Should they ignore it, prepare to engage immediately. The other Butterfree observed Powder's demeanor and couldn't help but see echoes of Beel in her. The resemblance was uncanny. Soon, the entire clan began to move in an orderly fashion. This massive army, formed from the united Butterfree clans of the Tokiwa Forest, was far larger than any ordinary swarm. When they collectively took to the skies, they exuded the menacing aura of an overwhelming insectoid force. In the distance, a man clad in black noticed the disturbance in the sky. Beside him, his Houndoom let out a low, warning growl. What unfolded before them was a living, writhing cloud that blotted out the sun, casting an oppressive shadow over the land. The sheer magnitude of the swarm was suffocating, a sight capable of stirring primal fear in anyone. The man, a high-ranking rocket executive named Bishaz, tensed visibly. He had not anticipated that the depths of Tokiwa Forest harbored such a vast and organized Pokemon swarm. Even if they were just Butterfree, their sheer numbers were enough to make him hesitate. Commander Bishaz, one of the rocket members, holding a device, approached with a grim expression and showed him the monitor. The green dots on the screen were heading straight for the swarm, and the distance between them was alarmingly close. Bishaz clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. As a rocket executive, being obstructed by an unknown swarm of Pokemon while his target slipped further away was an insult he could hardly stomach. Just then, another squad member, peering through binoculars, confirmed nervously, "Sir, they're Butterfree." An overwhelming number of them. His voice trembled, and cold sweat soaked his back, though he struggled to maintain his composure in front of Bishaz. Snatching the binoculars, Bishaz took a brief look before hurling them back at the subordinate with force. Without a word, he recalled his Houndoom, which had been on high alert, and issued a chilling command. Everyone, switch to camouflage gear and remain absolutely silent. If anyone dares to provoke them, they'll face immediate execution. The group collectively shuddered, exchanging uneasy glances. With grim determination, Bishaz donned his camouflage gear, his thoughts racing. Time was running out. The boss's patience with him was waning, and this mission was his last chance to prove his worth. He cast a calculating glance at the team behind him. A flicker of malice in his eye. She was no stranger to covering his tracks by any means necessary. The subordinate who caught the shattered binoculars looked down at the broken pieces in his hands, dread creeping into his heart. This mission might very well be their undoing. The rocket team members quickly changed into camouflage uniforms. As a cadre, Bishaz naturally let the others take the lead while he stayed at the rear. His formidable strength left the group with no room for objection. They could only comply silently. A strange bush was slowly moving. To avoid alarming the Butterfree swarm above, everyone crawled forward close to the ground, even deliberately lightening their breaths. Time ticked by second, though their progress was slow, it was steady and cautious. Bishaz kept a close watch on the monitor in his hand. The green dot indicated that the target was near the giant tree ahead. As soon as the time was right, he could capture the target in one move with the newly developed special Pokeball. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek as he suppressed his excitement and pressed on carefully. Suddenly, a shadow streaked across the sky. Bell arrived at the territory just in time, swiftly flying to the top of the clan's tree. "Where's the enemy?" he immediately asked the pink Butterfree beside him. The pink Butterfree visibly relaxed upon seeing Bell. "There was some movement outside the territory just now, but it seems they were scared off by our swarm." Bell frowned deeply. "Did you see them retreat with your own eyes?" He was well aware of Team Rocket's methods. They would never give up so easily. His instincts told him the enemy was still lurking nearby. "Well, they only disappeared after the Butterfree swarm gathered." "Is something wrong?" the pink Butterfree asked in confusion. From her perspective, the current size of their swarm was enough to deter most intruders from persisting. Bell's expression grew increasingly grim. He immediately unleashed his psychic powers for a thorough search. Within mere seconds, his psychic scan detected an unusual life force nearby. "This is bad. Retreat now." Before the words had fully left his mouth, several red beams suddenly flashed, and a large number of Pokemon appeared on the ground. Inferno, Hurricane, Hyper Beam. A barrage of attacks rained down like a storm, with three of the most powerful strikes aimed directly at Bell. Damn it, they're playing dirty. Bell had no time to think. Using his psychic powers, he pushed the pink Butterfree aside, while swiftly forming a green barrier to shield himself. Protect. The three powerful attacks struck the barrier almost simultaneously, searing flames, fierce winds, and a devastating beam of light. Against these attacks, each nearly as strong as himself, cracks began to form on Bell's protective shield within moments. Damn it. With limited time, Bell swiftly gathered his energy, his eyes emitting an illusory beam of light. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as Bell was thrown heavily to the ground amidst the smoke. He coughed up several mouthfuls of insect blood, but ignored his injuries, forcing himself to endure the pain and take flight once more. A dark shadow streaked past the spot he had just vacated, its eyes filled with shock. Bell wasted no time and immediately deployed an improved version of the Tailwind Tornado Shield. Two figures slammed into the wind wall, but failed to break through the barrier he had preemptively set. After a brief standoff, they were forced back by the overwhelming wind pressure, their faces also reflecting disbelief. Only then did Bell have a moment to catch his breath, though the pink glow in his eyes dimmed slightly. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. His psychic power had been expanding his field of vision all along, preparing for this exact moment. Below the battlefield, Bishaz watched in cold sweat, astonished by Bell's combat instincts. How could a wild Pokemon possess such advanced battle skills? Could it belong to some powerful trainer? But now wasn't the time to delve into such questions. The swarm could breach the firepower net at any moment and tear them apart. He needed to subdue Bell quickly to have any leverage for negotiation. Houndoom, mean look. Pidgeot, quick attack. Sizer, air slash to block the escape. This has barked his orders without hesitation. Pidgeot turned into a blur of white light, striking first with such speed that Bell could barely react. He managed to twist his body to avoid a critical hit, but was still sent flying backward. As he tumbled through the air, a barrage of air blades rained down on him. Bell frantically flapped his wings, dodging left and right, but a black beam, already locked onto its trajectory, struck him squarely. A thin black film enveloped Bell instantly, his movements hindered by an eerie gravitational pull emanating from Houndoom. Seizing the opportunity, Bissess shouted, Sizer, Hyper Beam. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Pidgeot, Hurricane. Faced with 3 devastating attacks, Bell's expression grew grim. He channeled all his psychic power to predict the incoming trajectories, while activating a protect barrier and secretly gathering energy. He narrowly dodged the Flamethrower with a precise angle, while the Hurricane and Hyper Beam were blocked by the protect shield. After 2 seconds, cracks began to appear in the shield. Bell willingly dropped the defense and unleashed the Hyper Beam he had been charging. The massive beam collided with the whirlwind and energy blasts, creating a spectacle so intense that all the Pokémon present couldn't help but turn their attention. Bell's attack initially gained the upper hand, but as the opposing forces increased their output, the energy at the collision point erupted violently. The shockwave rippled outward, with Houndoom swiftly raising a protect shield to defend its trainer. However, many of the other Rocket members weren't as fortunate, with only a few managing to evade in time. Even Bell couldn't completely avoid the aftermath. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse yet defiant. I'm still alive. And now, you're out of chances. Behind him, countless Butterfree had broken through the Rocket's defenses, gathering around him in a formidable swarm. Bixius stared intently at the dense swarm of Butterfree behind Bell, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The Butterfree leader before him was covered in scars, clearly at its limit. Just one more round of attacks, and victory would surely be his. But it was too late. He had missed his golden opportunity, and Bell had successfully stalled long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of Team Rocket members, the price paid to hold back the swarm. A lone survivor, trembling, spoke up, Sir, as long as we live, there's still hope. We should retreat. His voice was tinged with undeniable fear. If he made it out alive, he swore never to set foot in this forest again. If just one Butterfree swarm was this formidable, how terrifying would the other Pokémon tribes be? These Butterfree seemed endless every time they were pushed back. More would take their place. The entire team had fought with all their might, barely managing to hold the swarm at bay for a single minute. Yet in those fleeting 60 seconds, their once proud officers failed to take down even the wounded Butterfree leader. Every Team Rocket member present understood that battles between experts were often decided in an instant unless both sides were evenly matched. But the power of this Butterfree leader had far exceeded their expectations. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Bixius suddenly roared. Houndoom instantly understood its master's intent and turned sharply toward the trembling team member who had just spoken. Wait, sir, I was Ro. The man's plea was cut short as his screams were silenced, his body reduced to ash in an instant. The other members, witnessing this, fell silent in terror. Bell paid no attention to the internal strife. His sole focus was on eliminating the man before him. Bug buzz, he commanded sharply. At his order, every Butterfree began flapping their wings in unison, emitting a synchronized, piercing sound aimed directly at their enemies. Arg, I can't take it anymore. With a thud, the first victim collapsed, blood streaming from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The others desperately clutched their ears, but it was futile. One by one thud. Thud, the second, the third. Team Rocket members fell in succession, their faces showing an eerie sense of relief in their final moments. In the end, only Bixius remained, struggling to stay upright. His Pokémon had long since succumbed to the relentless bug buzz, drained of all strength and unable to fight back. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. In the depths of despair, a manic grin spread across Bixius's face, one that even Bell found unsettling. If I can't live, then none of you will. He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing an array of strange explosives strapped to his chest. In an instant, alarms blared in Bell's mind, and a massive, flashing warning gripped his thoughts. Danger! Die all of you! Insects! Accompanied by a piercing beeping sound, a deafening explosion instantly engulfed the entire world. In the blinding white light, the countless Butterfree vanished into nothingness. At that critical moment, the ancient clan tree behind Bell seemed to come alive, its canopy unfurling rapidly to envelop his body. A petite green figure suddenly appeared at the center of the explosion. Its expression was solemn as its hands moved swiftly, conjuring a green energy barrier that encapsulated the entire blast. The trees of the evergreen forest seemed to resonate with this unexpected visitor, emitting a soft green glow. As the energy of countless plants converged, the aura of the green figure surged higher and higher, reaching an unimaginable peak. The energy barrier, unyielding against the terrifying explosion, began compressing the blast's range instead. The green figure let out a powerful cry. Timeo. With a final, forceful strike, the explosion vanished without a trace. Exhausted from its task, the figure floated gently down onto the branches of the clan tree. Sensing its fatigue, the tree extended several large leaves, weaving a comfortable cradle for the savior. In the depths of unconsciousness, Bell drifted in darkness, unable to perceive anything. Where am I? He tried to speak, but no sound came out. After what felt like an eternity, a small green light appeared in the void, like the first ray of dawn awakening his dormant consciousness. When Bell opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a small, green, onion-shaped sprite. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV 57. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV 58. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind as Bell stared at the unexpected visitor before him. Sprite, Shalebi. Type, Psychic, Grass. Level, LV 70. Ability, Child of the Verdant Forest. Trait, Natural Cure. Skills, Confusion, Heal Bell, Magical Leaf, Future Sight, Healing Wish, Leaf Storm, Perish Song. After reading Shalebi's stats, Bell slowly closed his eyes. Timeo. Huh. Big butterfly, why are you lying down again? Shalebi tilted its head in confusion, circling Bell curiously as it examined this peculiar being. Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck Bell. Wait, what about my clan? He bolted upright, startling Shalebi into retreating. I'm sorry, I was too late. Shalebi avoided Bell's gaze. It was this tree that instinctively protected you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have. Bell's face turned deathly pale. Ignoring his weakened state, he rushed out of the tree's canopy. Before him lay a lush, verdant forest, but the sight only made his heart ache. His territory was void of any Butterfree. That instant of searing heat had been enough to reduce those fragile lives to nothingness. Huh, I knew it. All of this was just a dream. Bell's voice was filled with anguish and self-mockery. Bell, oh Bell, you were too careless. You were too arrogant. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as his laughter carried the weight of regret and scorn for his own foolishness. As he laughed, his eyes gradually turned hollow, all pride and emotion draining away. Standing behind him, Shalebi sensed an inexplicable threat emanating from Bell, along with an indescribable feeling of unease. This faint, elusive power compelled it to step forward and try to console him. Actually, there's still a chance, but you might not be able to bear it. Shalebi appeared behind Bell, a hint of hesitation flickering across its expression. It spoke softly. I do have the ability to travel through time, but I've already drawn upon the forest's power once to stop the earlier explosion. For now, I cannot call upon this gift again. What Shalebi didn't reveal was that its journey through time to get here had already drained most of its energy. As it thought about how the Butterfree clan had suffered because it had inadvertently led enemies to them, a wave of guilt surged through its heart. Its gaze gradually grew resolute while it lacked the divine authority of other Shalebi capable of effortlessly manipulating the forest's power to traverse time. It could still create minor temporal disturbances. Bell, upon hearing this, spun around sharply, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Shalebi. As one of the few legendary Pokemon in the world of Pokemon with dominion over time, Shalebi's abilities were something he knew well. If he could travel back to the past, he might be able to prevent this disaster from ever happening. Seeing the glimmer of hope rekindled in Bell's eyes, Shalebi's expression turned grave, cutting through his hopeful thoughts. I can send you back to the time before the disaster struck, but this time is different from usual. I won't be able to accompany you. The power of time is unpredictable, and you might be swallowed by temporal turbulence. Shalebi paused briefly. Even as a Pokemon adapted to navigating temporal passageways, I wouldn't dare traverse recklessly. Whether you can withstand the pressure of the time stream remains unknown. In other words, I might die, Bell said calmly. Seeing Shalebi nod, he replied without hesitation. That's fine. Just send me back. The worst that can happen is my death. I've stopped fearing that. Recalling the promise he had made to the Butterfree leader, Bell's determination only deepened. Shalebi stopped trying to dissuade him and led Bell to the base of the clan's great tree. Did you know? This tree is where I was born, Shalebi said, gazing at the towering tree. You carry a life force similar to mine. I don't know why, but the tree spirit feels close to you, and that's enough. Shalebi flew to the top of the tree's crown, and the ancient tree immediately responded. Glimmers of green light began to flow from the tree's trunk toward Shalebi. A vivid emerald glow enveloped Shalebi, and the surrounding space began to ripple and distort faintly. Come to me, Shalebi instructed. I will imbue you with temporal ripples, granting you the ability to traverse time. Hearing the call, Bell stepped forward resolutely to stand before Shalebi. Shalebi's voice echoed gently in his mind. Be prepared. If you feel any discomfort during the transfer, let me know immediately, and I will withdraw the time ripple. Suddenly, a strange force began to flow into Belle's body. Shio. With Shalebi's cry, ripples spread through the space around Belle. The sensation left him in awe, as though he were floating within the vast river of time itself. Scenes of light and shadow flashed before his eyes, and Shalebi reminded him in time. Find the moment in time you want to reach, then follow the guidance to step into the passage. Belle quickly locked onto the target scene, and in an instant, his entire body transformed into a streak of white light and vanished. Shalebi gazed at the spot where Belle had disappeared, breathing heavily, but with a satisfied smile on its face. However, at that very moment, a mysterious force quietly erased all traces of Belle's presence in the timeline. Shalebi's expression shifted from exhaustion to shock. How is this possible? He's completely vanished from the river of Timino past. No future. This meant Belle could not return unless he actively revealed his location. Otherwise, Shalebi would never be able to find him. What secret does he hold? Shalebi murmured, sinking into deep confusion. Meanwhile, Belle found himself engulfed in a void of pitch-black darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light flickering in the distance ahead. That must be my target time point, he confirmed to himself and immediately began to flap his wings, flying toward the light. However, an invisible resistance made it nearly impossible to move forward. With each flap of his wings, the time ripples surrounding him dimmed further. Belle silently thanked his decision to target just one day prior any further into the past, and he might not have been able to reach it all. As the time ripple was on the verge of depletion, the dark forces behind him began to close in. Gritting his teeth, Belle mustered all his strength in one final burst, leaping toward the light just within reach. If I'm going to die, I might as well fight until the end. With that thought, his figure finally disappeared into the radiant glow. But what Belle didn't realize was that the mysterious power of this space had already begun to infiltrate his body. Ah, husband, what's wrong? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Belle's eyes snapped open, and the figure he had longed for day and night appeared before him. Almost instinctively, he rushed forward and pulled her tightly into his arms. Xiaofun, is it really you? You're alive. Belle's voice trembled, unable to hide his overwhelming emotions. Husband Fendai gently reminded him, this isn't appropriate in front of everyone. Besides, there's still an urgent matter we need to address. Her expression became noticeably more serious as she spoke the latter part. Belle immediately realized the gravity of the situation. After releasing her from his embrace, he listened carefully as Fendai explained the current state of affairs. Once he confirmed the timeline of events, he walked calmly to her side and said in a low voice, lead the tribe away from here. I have something important to take care of. Before Fendai could ask any questions, Belle had already leapt into the air. He emitted a clear insect cry to summon the Butterfree tribe. All members, follow Fendai to the flower field we previously visited and gather seeds. Next year, our territory will achieve food independence. The tribe members responded one after another, gathering around Fendai. Under Belle's encouraging gaze, Fendai led the tribe away from the area. Once the group was out of sight, a cold glint flashed in Belle's eyes. He casually hovered over a certain patch of ground, his energy already gathering within. Suddenly, Maple. With a thunderous explosion, Belle's eyes gleamed with a vivid pink light. His psychic power locked onto the stunned Bishas. In an instant, a precise hyper beam shot forth. The air blade cut sharply, cleanly severing Bishas' head. The triple assault was so swift that Bishas didn't even have time to react, leaving behind only a headless corpse and a lifeless head. Crack! With its trainer's death, the poke balls on Bishas' waist automatically opened. Red light flashed, releasing Pidgeot, Scyther, and Houndoom. But no sooner had they appeared than a piercing white beam swept toward them. The three Pokémon screamed in agony as the violent energy waves engulfed the area, annihilating the Team Rocket members at the heart of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Belle's rigid state also dissipated. The surviving Team Rocket members looked on in terror, their faces filled with disbelief as they shouted, impossible. How did it detect us? Belle's Butterfree hovered in the air, its massive body casting a shadow that enveloped the lifeless corpse of Xiaz on the ground. The Rocket Team members present couldn't help but gasp in fear, their terror rising like a tidal wave as they faced the imposing Pokémon. A monster! It's a monster! Panicked cries echoed one after another. The intense aura of killing intent radiating from Belle made everyone instinctively want to flee. In a desperate attempt to escape, they scattered in all directions, but their futile struggle was nothing more than a doomed fight in Belle's eyes. His eyes glowed with an eerie pink light as a surge of immense psychic energy swept across the area like a tidal wave. Psychic. Despite its slight dilution due to dispersion, even a trace of Belle's psychic power was enough to shatter the consciousness of these ordinary humans. With a mere exertion of will, the Rocket Team members collapsed to the ground, reduced to empty husks devoid of awareness. Having dealt with the lesser threats, Bell turned his cold gaze toward three Pokemon standing not far away. They had assumed battle stances, but to Bell, they were nothing more than prey marked with data. Pidgeot, flying, normal type, LV54, light green potential. Scyther, bug, flying type, LV55, light green potential. Houndoom, dark, fire type, LV55, green potential. Bell first set his sights on Houndoom, firing a green signal beam that streaked through the air. Houndoom responded calmly, unleashing a blazing column of fire to counter the attack. The two forces collided midair, but Bell's attack quickly overpowered the flames, breaking through to strike Houndoom directly. A resounding explosion followed, sending Houndoom tumbling through the air like a broken kite. Meanwhile, Pidgeot and Scyther had already closed in on Bell. However, he simply sneered, and an invisible wave of psychic energy instantly immobilized the two Pokemon midair. They struggled in vain, their eyes filled with terror. Without a trainer to command you, you're nothing but a bunch of weaklings. A more powerful surge of psychic energy descended, freezing the two Pokemon in place before slamming them mercilessly into the ground. A cloud of dust rose, nearly burying their defeated forms. It's time to end this. A concentrated psychic wave began to form in front of Bell, the surrounding winds howling as they converged. Psystrike. The devastating move unleashed its full force, draining the last bit of strength from the three Pokemon, leaving them in an eternal slumber. Ding. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. The host has leveled up. Current level, LV59. The host has leveled up. Current level, LV60. Feeling the warm surge of power coursing through his body, Bell gazed up at the sky, thinking that the calamity had finally come to an end. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. You seem a little different somehow. Bell spun around warily, only to relax slightly as a green figure slowly materialized before him. I have to ask, why do you legendary types always like to sneak into people's minds and talk like this? He muttered. Shalebi covered its small mouth and chuckled at Bell's complaint, a sly glint in its eyes. You seem to know me, let me guess. You must have traveled here from the future, right? Bell nodded slightly to confirm, but the next second, his expression turned tense. Wait, there's still a bomb that hasn't been dealt with. He spun around abruptly to look where Bisses had been earlier, only to find the bomb had disappeared. You mean this? Shalebi waved the object in its hand. This thing is dangerous. I can't let you play with it. Seeing the bomb safely in Shalebi's possession, Bell finally relaxed. As long as it didn't explode. Shalebi flitted around Bell's large frame with interest, examining him closely. Let's not talk about that. I came back home for a visit, but it seems I've stumbled upon an interesting creature suddenly. It frowned. Why do I feel a familiar power coming from you? I can't quite place it. Bell knew exactly why. The temporal energy within him originated from the future Shalebi, so it was no surprise it recognized it. Changing the subject, he asked, technically speaking, this place is my domain now, and since you were born from this tree, what does that make us? The question interrupted Shalebi's train of thought. After contemplating for a moment, its eyes lit with certainty. Did the future me help you? Though it sounded like a question, the tone was filled with conviction. Since you already know, why bother asking? Bell replied with a shake of his head and a smile. At that moment, Bell's body suddenly trembled. A system notification echoed. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV61. Reaching level 60 should have been a moment worth celebrating, but Bell's expression grew serious. How is this possible? I was just, before he could finish, a wave of weakness struck him, causing him to stagger. I remember now. Shalebi exclaimed. Your condition, it's because you've been tainted by the power of time. It quickly flew to Bell's side, using its abilities to investigate. Its expression grew increasingly grim. How much temporal energy have you absorbed? Seeing Shalebi's alarmed expression, Bell gave a wry smile. Well, I saw I was still some distance away from reaching the light point, and my temporal energy was running out. So, unwilling to give up, I just rushed forward. Shalebi froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait, are you serious? You've got guts, I'll give you that. The temporal energy lingering in those pathways is something even I avoid, and you just charge straight in? Its tone turned grave as it explained. Listen to Mayweather's situation is dire. The power of time is accelerating your growth at a dangerous rate, but your species' lifespan. Before it could finish, Shalebi stopped short. In front of it, Bell's face bore a serene smile, as if he had seen through everything and let go of all attachments. That expression left Shalebi more confused than ever. At this moment, his own life seemed insignificant in the face of the other's calm demeanor. As fragile as a drifting leaf, how much time do I have left? In his final moments, a figure lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Shalebi hesitated to speak, his expression conflicted, but finally, with a determined gaze, he approached Bell. I will share my time ripple with you. It can temporarily suppress the power of time. You have 1 hour left. As he spoke, Bell's face aged visibly, and the vitality in his body gradually diminished. Without hesitation, Shalebi once again activated the power of his time ripple, sharing a portion of it with Belle. Perhaps because Shalebi's ripple carried a trace of life energy, Belle's appearance returned to normal, and his vitality appeared stable. But both of them knew this was only temporary. If there's a chance, it'll repay your kindness in another life. Belle refrained from words of gratitude, finding them too hollow and inadequate. Go now? Time waits for no one. Shalebi urged weakly after sharing his time ripple. Seeing this, Belle wasted no time. Determining his direction, he swiftly flew towards the horizon. This time, his speed was not as fast as before, but thanks to his level 61 strength, he was still able to maintain a considerable pace. At the flower field, Pink Butterfly suddenly felt a pang in her heart, as if sensing something was about to be lost. Instinctively, she turned around. She saw a large, familiar figure rushing toward her. Husband. Pink Butterfly smiled radiantly upon seeing Belle. Her beauty dimmed the brilliance of the budding flowers around her, leaving the other Butterfree members momentarily stunned. Ahem. With Belle's gentle reminder, the Butterfree group quickly looked away, understanding the moment. A Pink, wasn't this the place where we danced for the first time? Belle said, his gaze shifting slightly. Pink Butterfly, blushing, shyly approached Belle and softly responded with a hum. Look, since we're here, how about we yes? Pink Butterfly exclaimed in delight, agreeing without hesitation. And so, the two Butterfree began to dance gracefully over the vast and vibrant flower field. Every movement they made was filled with care and sincerity. Belle, in particular, gave his utmost effort to match her dance. As time passed, their final move formed the shape of a heart, concluding their courtship dance. When the sunset painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, its glow fell upon Belle. He slowly rose above the other Butterfree, his voice resonating with firm resolve. I declare, from this day forward, we Butterfree will be a united group, a family. We will no longer suffer at the hands of outsiders. We will rely on each other, trust one another, and never be divided. Long live the swarm. Moved by his passionate proclamation, the Butterfree in attendance echoed his cry with their own voices. Long live the swarm. The scene shifted to Belle, who approached Pink Butterfly and softly said, I have something to take care of. If I don't return, it means I've already gone home. After saying this, Belle turned to take one last look at the Pink Butterfly, the one tethering him to this life. Wait, do you really have to go? She asked, her voice trembling. Belle didn't reply. He simply spread his wings and flew toward the distant horizon. Reaching a cliff, Belle gazed at the setting sun, his heart falling silent as his eyes began to lose focus. Moments later, he peacefully left the world behind. Full this time you didn't notice me, did you? A single tear fell from the treetop, not far away. Pink Butterfly, unable to contain her sorrow, collapsed from the canopy to the ground. She desperately crawled toward Belle, gently embracing his cold and lifeless body. Her own vitality quickly began to fade. The male butterfly drifts with the wind, the female butterfly follows. The end of this chapter. Once again, darkness engulfed him. Belle regained consciousness, but he couldn't see a thing. He let out a bitter laugh in his mind. How many times had he gone through this cycle? Was he truly destined to be forever separated from the light? Calming himself, he focused carefully on sensing his surroundings. Drawing on his past experience as a caterpie, he quickly came to a conclusion he was once again trapped inside a Pokemon egg and was about to hatch. Belle wanted to check his status panel to confirm his condition, but the system seemed intent on giving him a surprise and remained inaccessible. Just then, an odd sensation of discomfort crept in, as if the eggshell was leaking. Before he could think further, his body instinctively moved ever so slightly. Crack! A faint fracture appeared on the eggshell, and dim light seeped through the crack. A surge of excitement filled Belle, and he began to wiggle with all his might. The cracking sounds grew louder and more frequent until, finally, the eggshell shattered completely. Eagerly, he looked around, but the scene before him left him stunned. The vast, blue world was empty. Apart from the broken pieces of his eggshell beneath him, there was nothing and no one. This time, he was truly an orphan, with no companions born alongside him. What now? Not even anyone to share eggshell snacks with. Belle muttered to himself with a hint of sarcasm. Resigned, he picked up the pieces of his eggshell and began to eat them. As he swallowed the last fragment, the familiar system notification chimed. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV1. The system panel unfolded before him. Pokemon, Trubbish. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV1. Ability, Deep Green Diminishing. Trait, Adaptability. Moves, Tackle, Smokescreen. Acid, Sludge Wave sealed by inheritance. Belle's gaze lingered on the ability section for a long time. The deep green ability should have been something to celebrate, but the note, diminishing, made his brows furrow. Suddenly, he remembered the barely noticeable crack on the eggshell before he hatched it wasn't caused by his efforts to break out. A chilling realization struck him. The egg must have suffered some sort of damage before he hatched, leading to its fracture. That was why he was born with innate deficiencies, and his ability was now gradually fading. How powerful could my original ability have been? This thought filled Belle with regret, as though he'd lost a fortune. Still, there was no use lamenting now. At least he had managed to hatch in time. Otherwise, his ability might have deteriorated even further. Thinking about this, Bell couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and curiosity. His parents must have been extraordinary Pokemon. The fact that he inherited a move as powerful as Sludge Wave, with a base power of 95, was proof enough. Unfortunately, he couldn't wield such a potent move yet, just as in his previous life, when he had been unable to control psychic powers. It would take an immense amount of energy accumulation, something that could only be achieved over time. At this stage, Bell was still very weak, with his energy reserves severely depleted. He couldn't even muster the strength to release the most basic skill, Mud Wave. Glancing around, he noticed the deep blue seawater enveloping his body, making it clear that he was currently in the ocean. Having just hatched, Bell slowly moved his body, adjusting to this brand new form. The surrounding water temperature was just right, providing a sense of comfort. His immediate priority was evident: survive and grow. If possible, he needed to find treasures like the evergreen fruit that could enhance his potential. Watching the system display the continuous depletion of his innate talent, Bell was filled with anxiety. If his talent dropped into the red zone, it would be a devastating blow. But he quickly steadied himself. Breathe, stay calm, stay calm. The ocean is vast and boundless. There must be treasures here to boost my potential. He was well aware that the treasures of the ocean were no less valuable than those on land, especially the rare resources suited for aquatic spirits. Once he became familiar with his body, Bell began to rely on his instincts. Without trees to hide in, he needed to find a different place for shelter. He cautiously observed his surroundings, deliberately heading toward areas with ample light. Before long, a vibrant coral reef came into view. His instincts told him that this was the perfect habitat toilet, abundant with seagrass and hidden from view. It was an ideal refuge. However, the path to the coral reef was guarded by a school of razor-finned fish, their sharp teeth glinting as they prowled the waters in search of prey. Bell immediately recognized the familiar greed in their eyes. Through the system, he observed that most of the razor-finned fish were below level 10, with only a few exceeding that. The strongest among them was level 15 and significantly larger than the rest. Faced with a group of predators far stronger than himself, Bell began to strategize. Through careful observation, he noticed an obvious hierarchy within the school. Smaller razor-finned fish often lost out to larger ones, and over time, the gap in strength only grew wider. The weaker individuals were eventually starved and eliminated. Waiting is the best option, Bell calculated. I just ate my eggshell, so I'm not hungry yet. No need to take unnecessary risks. As a level 1 newcomer, wandering aimlessly was as good as courting death. The ocean was far more perilous than land, with limited hiding spots. Encountering a group of social predators would almost certainly be fatal. Just then, Bell witnessed a chilling scene. A razor-finned fish swimming near the seabed suddenly vanished without a trace. The sight sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to scan his surroundings nervously, fearing some terrifying predator might be lurking in the sand. Thankfully, the system issued no warnings, allowing him to breathe a small sigh of relief. Ambushers, hidden threats, predators. This ocean is a death trap, Bell muttered to himself. It became clear that leveling up was an urgent necessity. The dangers of the ocean far exceeded his expectations. In a pitch-black space, Bell slowly opened his eyes, his awareness hazy. He looked down at himself and realized his body had transformed into a flickering, ethereal soul-like state. The familiar sensation sent a jolt of alarm through him. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed through the space. Host has died. Initiating transfer. As the sound of the notification faded, an overwhelming force engulfed Bell, pulling him with a tidal wave of intensity. His world spun uncontrollably, and his consciousness teetered on the edge of dissolution. When the sensation finally subsided, the system's voice returned. Transfer complete. This is the system space. Initiating reincarnation settlement. Bell opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The sight before him took his breath away. The space resembled an infinite starry sea, with countless shimmering points of light stretching endlessly into the distance. The awe-inspiring beauty eased the tension within him, if only slightly. The experience of living another life felt like a dream, yet it was undeniably real. Immersed in the identity of Bada, he found his original body almost unfamiliar when he thought back to it. Ding! Settlement complete. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations to the host for achieving an rank evaluation. Rewards: Soul Strength 10, Reincarnation Points 10. As soon as the announcement ended, a wave of warmth surged into Bell's soul. The sensation was indescribably soothing, like soaking in a hot spring. After a few moments, the warmth dissipated, replaced by a surge of energy and an overwhelming sense of power. A system interface appeared before him. Host: Bell. Soul Strength 11. Reincarnation Points 10. Account: LV61 Bada. System: Is this account what I think it is? Bell eagerly inquired. Ding! As the host suspects, you can temporarily transform into your previous reincarnation, bought a die? In other worlds, the system replied. However, this will require the expenditure of reincarnation points. A friendly reminder, 1 point per minute, with no refunds for incomplete minutes. The steep cost instantly deflated Bell's excitement. 10 reincarnation points meant he could only maintain the transformation for a maximum of 10 minutes. Still, upon reflection, he realized this could serve as a critical trump card. After all, starting over in a new life meant beginning with minimal strength, and surviving alone in the wild as a fledgling spirit was bound to be a formidable challenge. Bell fell into deep thought. Reflecting on his experiences as a green caterpillar, he realized that survival had only been possible thanks to caution and sheer luck. If he had encountered a powerful predator, he would have long since met his end. Just as he was marveling at how considerate the system was, a cold, mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Reincarnation will commence in 10 minutes. 5 reincarnation points will be automatically deducted. A bitter smile appeared on Bell's face. It seemed that this high-level account couldn't be used so freely. After all, even achieving in strength evaluation only rewarded 10 reincarnation points. What rewards could he expect for anything lower than that? Before he could dwell on it further, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Time's up. Reincarnation commencing. Searching for a world. Ding! World locked. Good luck, host. The familiar sensation of being pulled away washed over him, and Bell's consciousness once again plunged into the cycle of reincarnation. In the unfathomable depths of the ocean, a heart-pounding chase was unfolding. A brownish-purple seahorse spirit clutched a spirit egg tightly as it frantically darted through the water. Behind it, a pack of ferocious Sharpedo pursued relentlessly, their crimson eyes glinting with greed and bloodlust. To these predators, a lone seahorse was the perfect prey. The seahorse was already gravely injured, and the Sharpedo were closing in fast. Gazing tenderly at the spirit egg in its grasp, it made a resolute decision and swam toward the ocean floor. The Sharpedo quickly adjusted their course and continued the chase. In a desperate bid for survival, the seahorse summoned the last of its strength to release a cloud of violet poison mist. Seizing the moment while their vision was obscured, it carefully buried the spirit egg in a layer of sand at the seabed. But just then, one of the Sharpedo broke through the poisonous haze, closing in with terrifying speed. Dark brown energy gathered between its razor-sharp teeth, radiating a menacing aura. The seahorse tried to evade, but its injuries had slowed it down. Crunch! The Sharpedo's deadly jaws clamped down on the seahorse's body. The rest of the pack swarmed in, tearing the seahorse apart in an instant. Blood spread through the water, staining the surrounding sea a dark red. As the Sharpedo prepared to enjoy their feast, a sleek, azure figure surged out of the darkness. Before the Sharpedo could react, one of them was caught in the jaws of this massive new arrival. The remaining Sharpedo scattered in all directions without hesitation, abandoning their companion without a second thought. Such betrayals were a common occurrence for them. The intruder was none other than the apex predator of the ocean, the Gyarados. Displaying its immense jaw strength, it tore its prey in half with ease. Nearby predators lurking in the shadows watched the scene with fear, none daring to challenge this ruler of the food chain. Once the Gyarados finished its meal and swam away, the other predators rushed forward to scavenge the scraps. Amid the ensuing chaos, the sand at the seabed was disturbed, revealing the faint outline of the spirit egg. Upon closer inspection, a barely noticeable crack had appeared on its shell. Compared to before, Bell was now feeling troubled. To survive, he needed to find a safe haven. Just as he was worrying about this, a sudden commotion broke out in the distance. Swoosh! Bell immediately became alert. He saw a fight erupting within a school of razorfin fish. This was his chance. He silently sighed to himself and seized the opportunity, cautiously swimming toward the coral reef on the other side. Along the way, Bell paid extra attention to the sandy seabed. He called up the system panel, carefully searching for any predatory creatures that might be hiding in the sand. His close brush with death earlier had made him extremely cautious. "You can't see me, you can't see me," he kept muttering in his mind as he slowly approached his destination. Suddenly, his gaze swept across a particular patch of sand, and the system immediately displayed a data panel. Creature: giant claw crab. Water attribute: level 11. Talent: yellow. Without a second thought, Bell stopped in his tracks and changed his route. Good thing I was vigilant, or I'd have been done for, he thought with relief, realizing he had been only 4 or 5 meters away from the lurking giant claw crab. This close call made Bell even more cautious. From that point on, he meticulously scanned his surroundings every time he advanced, ensuring there were no hidden threats. 3 minutes later, he finally reached a coral reef that matched his boat's coloration. Here, his form blended seamlessly with the environment, making it difficult for predators to spot him. Meanwhile, the razorfin fish school in the distance had ended their infighting. Bell watched as a cloud of blood spread through the water, and the torn remains of a razorfin fish slowly sank to the seabed. Yikes! Brutal! Even more ruthless than me, he muttered, shrinking back slightly at the sight of them devouring one of their own without hesitation. He began to doubt whether he had chosen the right place. This area seemed just as fraught with danger. There's no such thing as a perfectly safe place. He'll just have to grow stronger here, he murmured with a wry smile, slowly slipping into the coral thicket. This was an instinct he was born with, allowing him to evade most threats. 3 hours later, just before nightfall, the razorfin fish school finally dispersed. They too needed to avoid the nocturnal predators that would soon appear. Taking advantage of this moment, Belle, still hiding among the coral, carefully observed his surroundings. The coral reef stretched far and wide, resembling an underwater cliff that extended all the way to the surface. At this thought, Belle couldn't help but recall the system's mention of his trump card could temporarily transform into the form of his past life as a Butterfree using reincarnation points. Although the time was short, reaching level 61 had greatly boosted Belle's confidence. He was keenly aware that once he transformed into a Butterfree, few creatures in this vast underwater region could rival him. However, reality was harsh. Was currently trapped on the ocean floor with a pitiful level 1 strength. Belle calmly analyzed the situation. His trump card could only last for 5 minutes, and each use would consume 1/5 of its total chances. To survive, he had to reserve this ace for the most critical moment. His immediate priority was to reach the surface, as Butterfree couldn't survive underwater and could only unleash its true potential near the ocean's surface. Surveying the intricate coral reefs around him, Belle frowned. At his current level, even swimming upward along the reefs was fraught with risks, as threats could easily be lurking within. Enhancing his level became his top priority. As night fell, the underwater world grew increasingly silent. Belle carefully observed his body, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Recalling the disguise technique of the kingler he had encountered earlier, he used seaweed to camouflage himself as a patch of decaying algae. This disguise not only attracted herbivorous sea creatures, but also provided an excellent ambush spot, hidden among the corals. After roughly 2.5 hours, his first prey, a red Magikarp, leisurely swam closer. Belle held his breath, his body swaying gently with the current, blending seamlessly with the surrounding seaweed. Through instinctive perception, he quickly gathered information about his target. Water type, level 5, orange aptitude. The Magikarp species was renowned for its adaptability, with the potential to ascend to the top of the food chain after evolution. However, this particular one clearly hadn't reached such a stage yet. As it approached unsuspectingly, Belle made his move. Splurt. A precise shot of purple dissolving liquid hit the Magikarp square in the eyes. Taking advantage of the moment its vision was obstructed, Belle's body glowed white as he lunged forward. Crash. The Magikarp didn't even have time to react before being knocked unconscious. Belle swiftly dragged his prey into the coral thicket and delivered a fatal blow. Ding! System notifications sounded in quick succession as Belle immediately leveled up from 1 to 3. Feeling the familiar warmth coursing through his body, he smiled in satisfaction. Growing stronger truly was a wonderful feeling. After a long while, the coral reef where Belle resided had a new addition, a pile of white bones. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, sticking out his tongue as he thought to himself, ugh, Magikarp is absolutely terrible to eat. Barely any meat on them at all. No wonder so few Pokemon bother hunting them. Glancing at the corroded eyeballs, he even regretted not tasting it first. Although the meal was unappetizing, it at least filled his stomach. More importantly, this hunt brought an unexpected benefit. Leveled up. Since most other Pokemon disdained hunting Magikarp, their numbers had grown plentiful. For Belle, they were practically free experience points. No matter how bad they tasted, he wouldn't pass up the chance to grow stronger. From then on, whenever a Magikarp came by to forage, it would fall victim to Belle's ambush. The bodies of the slain Magikarp always bore marks of corrosion, with their eyes mysteriously missing. After a whole night of hunting, Belle was both physically and mentally exhausted but immensely satisfied. His status panel now read: Pokemon, Skrelp. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV7. Talent, Green. Ability, Adaptability. Moves, Tackle, Smokescreen, Acid, Sludge Wave. Thanks to his efforts that night, he successfully leveled up to 7. Although his talent had dropped from deep green to ordinary green, he managed to stop it from declining further by consuming prey. At least I don't have to worry about it getting worse, Belle thought. Even though it's a step down, I finally have some ability to protect myself. Carefully, Belle moved the remains of his prey to a concealed spot far from his nest, avoiding the foolish mistake of leaving them piled at his doorstep. As dawn broke, he remained alert, hiding within the coral in Skrelp's natural state of semi-sleep. However, by afternoon, an unexpected event unfolded. Roar! A deafening roar jolted Belle awake. He snapped to full alertness, his gaze piercing through the murky water to locate the source of the sound. A massive, deep blue Gyarados was swimming toward his direction with an imposing presence that sent nearby Pokemon scattering in fear. Belle's heart sank. The enormous creature seemed to be heading straight for him. Could it be because I hunted its fellow Magikarp? He wondered nervously. No, That doesn't make sense. Gyarados and Magikarp usually don't interfere with each other. Then why? Before he could finish his thought, another roar interrupted him. Roar! Instinctively, Bell recoiled, glancing over his shoulder. There, standing majestically atop a coral reef, was a sleek blue and white Kingdra, facing off against the Gyarados. The two powerful Pokemon locked eyes, and their intense standoff filled the water with tension. Bell's vision lit up as the data panels of both formidable creatures appeared before him. Bell stared at the stats of the two powerful Pokemon before him. Kingdra, a dual water dragon type, level 48, with a deep green potential, and Gyarados, a dual water flying type, level 47, also with a deep green potential. The intensity of this matchup made him instinctively take a step back into the depths of the coral reef. As someone who had once reached this level himself, Bell knew all too well how terrifying the battle about to unfold would be. The tense standoff between the two Pokemon made it clear that this place would soon turn into a battlefield of chaos. The wisest choice was to stay as far away as possible. Watching from a distance could still risk being caught in the crossfire. Sure enough, the instant negotiations broke down, Gyarados and Kingdra launched into a fierce clash. Bell had already planned his escape route. The other side of the coral reef also led to the surface. If the battlefield showed any signs of expanding in his direction, he wouldn't hesitate to retreat. Roar! Roar! Their deafening cries shook the ocean as the water churned violently. Coral shattered into fragments, and many weaker Pokemon, unable to escape in time, perished on the spot. Bell, however, like a seasoned survivor, wedged himself securely into a crevice in the coral, silently observing the battle. Peering through the gap, Bell frowned deeply. Gyarados' battle style left him speechless. Why is this physical attacker fighting like a special attacker? He thought to himself. It could easily take down Kingdra with its powerful bites, yet it insisted on trading hydro pumps. While its presence was imposing, its tactical choices were baffling. Eventually, Bell couldn't bear to watch anymore. Judging by the sheer ferocity in the eyes of both Pokemon, this battle was never meant to be a long-distance exchange of attacks. He shifted his gaze away and took in the aftermath of the battle. Scattered across the seabed were the lifeless bodies of weaker Pokemon, while the survivors trembled in the shadows, too frightened to move. Once upon a time, I was just like them, Bell mused, hiding in dark crevices, struggling to survive. In the midst of a battle that struck fear into the hearts of the weak, he was perhaps the only one who could maintain such composure. As he pondered his immediate survival, his eyes landed on the corpse of a crab not far away. The Pokemon stats were displayed. Kingler, deceased, water type, level 21, with an orange potential. Seeing the abandoned body, Bell's eyes lit up. Found a business opportunity. It was time to stock up. Bell stared at the distant corpse, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes before he forced himself to look away, scanning his surroundings with caution. The body of the Kingler was indeed tempting, but he knew well the importance of safety. By now, the battle between the Gyarados and Kingdra had shifted further away, and the violent aftermath had subsided to an acceptable level. After confirming there were no Pokemon lurking nearby, Bell carefully began to move. The timing was perfect. Most Pokemon were still trembling in fear from the distant fight, making this the ideal opportunity to act. He slowly approached the Kingler's corpse. Although the system had already scanned the surrounding area, past experiences kept him on high alert. Just barely manageable, Bell muttered as he wrapped his tail around one corner of the corpse and began dragging it towards his coral reef nest. The intense sounds of the distant battle provided excellent cover for his actions, as the other Pokemon remained hidden in their shelters, too preoccupied to notice him. Once back at his nest, Bell immediately set to work on processing his prize. Using acid, he carefully broke the corpse into smaller pieces and stashed them in the crevices of the reef to avoid drawing attention. Time to feast. Time to feast, he murmured excitedly, eagerly devouring the meal. Aware that the scent of the meat could attract unwanted visitors, Bell decided to finish it all in one go, leaving no leftovers for the night. An hour later, Bell contentedly patted his slightly rounded belly. Despite the Kingler's imposing size, there wasn't as much edible meat as it seemed, most of it concentrated in the claws. Not bad at all, though, he remarked while tidying up the remnants and tossing them far away. Meanwhile, the distant battle finally reached its conclusion. Kingdra had narrowly emerged victorious, forcing the injured Gyarados to retreat. Bell speculated that if Gyarados hadn't insisted on relying on its ranged attacks, the outcome might have been worse. After all, Kingdra, who excelled in ranged combat, would likely be even more formidable in close quarters. Ah, what a shame, Bell said, patting his round belly with satisfaction. In this skirmish, it seemed the biggest winner was him. The energy contained in the level 21 Kingler's meat was no small thing, and the massive level gap allowed him to jump 5 levels in one go. Checking his stats panel. Pokemon Marini. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV12. Nature, Green. Ability, Adaptability. Moves, Peck, Smokescreen, Acid, Sludge Wave. Sealed move, Water Gun. With this level up, Bell had also successfully learned a new move, Water Gun, making the overall gains from this endeavor quite substantial. Bell gazed at the giant crab's lifeless body before him, feeling a pang of regret. If only he had devoured it immediately after its death, the energy contained in the level 21 crab meat would have been far greater. He glanced down at his slightly bulging abdomen. The energy he had consumed was still being slowly digested. This reserve should sustain him for a considerable period, and the leftover energy might even help him level up a few times. However, Bell quickly dismissed any thoughts of complacency. As a Laralgi, training during the juvenile stage was crucial. Missing this golden period would make future progress twice as difficult with half the results. He began contemplating a training regimen. Sit-ups in seawater were clearly impractical, so he shifted his focus to skill training. Water Gun, a skill he had just mastered, seemed to hold immense potential. If used effectively, it could serve not only as an offensive tool, but also as a critical means of escape. Bell recalled the principle of action and reaction from physics and thought of Ash Ketchum's ingenious, yet logical tactics in animated series. If he could accurately control the backward thrust generated by the water gun, it might allow him to achieve speeds far greater than regular swimming. To test this theory, Bell began experimenting. Rather than focusing solely on power, he prioritized increasing water pressure. Observing the long, nozzle-like structure of his mouth, he tried contracting the muscles around it to enhance the pressure of the spray. As water-type energy gathered in his mouth, a sharp jet of water shot out, creating ripples in the surrounding seawater. At first, Bell managed to stabilize his posture, but when he deliberately relaxed his body, the powerful recoil sent him hurtling into a nearby reef. Ow! The impact stung, but the result exhilarated him. With such propulsion, he could certainly achieve incredible speeds in open water. Though he still needed to practice controlling his direction, this was undoubtedly an effective way to compensate for his lack of speed. Over the next 3 days, Bell diligently adjusted the water pressure and spray angle, striving to improve his control over the skill. Finally, when a school of razorfin fish began pursuing him, he transformed into a streak of violet lightning, effortlessly shaking them off using the propulsion of his underwater jet. Though the experience was thrilling, Bell quickly tempered his excitement. Until his strength reached a certain level, being overly conspicuous was unwise. Thankfully, this little indulgence hadn't attracted the attention of any more powerful creatures. As he cautiously swam back to his habitat near the coral reef, Bell's mind was already planning his next movito explore the upper regions of the reef. After 3 days of training, Bell had fully absorbed the corpse, advancing by 1 level as he had anticipated. Now, as a humble trash algae, Bell possessed considerable strength. Level, LV13. Attributes, poison water. Ability, adaptability. Talent, green. Skills, tackle, smoke screen, acid, sludge wave. Sealed inherited skill, water gun. It's time to leave this refuge, Bell murmured, taking one last look at the crevice in the coral reef that had sheltered him for so long. Without hesitation, he turned and swam toward the unknown depths of the sea. As he navigated the upper layers of the coral reef, he encountered an unwelcome visitor. A level 12 Goldeen with an orange talent was charging at him aggressively. A cold glint flashed in Bell's eyes as he quickly gathered energy in his mouth and unleashed a pitch-black smoke screen. The Goldeen, having gone days without food, was desperate and unwilling to let this small purple seahorse escape. It rushed into the smoke without hesitation, firing a water gun in Bell's direction. However, this attack inadvertently exposed its position. Bell had already slipped out of the smoke undetected, and with precision, he launched a burst of purple acid toward the source of the water gun. Thanks to his adaptability ability, the power of this poison-type move was significantly enhanced. The acid grazed the Goldeen's tail, instantly corroding a large patch of scales and causing it to cry out in pain. The anguished cry allowed Bell to pinpoint his target. Without hesitation, he fired another round of acid, this time covering the Goldeen's entire body. The searing pain overwhelmed the Goldeen, causing it to collapse into unconsciousness. A system notification immediately chimed. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV14. After defeating his opponent, Bell wasted no time leaving the battlefield. He was well aware that in these waters, the commotion of a fight could easily attract other predators. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a swarm of creatures, drawn by the scent of blood, descended upon the Goldeen's lifeless body, vying for a share. This underwater world is fraught with danger. Without formidable strength, it's all too easy to become surrounded and overwhelmed, Bell thought grimly, hiding amidst the coral. The battle had reinforced his understanding of the importance of vigilance and caution. After a brief rest among the coral clusters, Bell continued his journey upstream. As he moved forward, the shimmering surface above became increasingly clear. The visibility around him improved noticeably, and the corals in the upper layers appeared even more vibrant. Sunlight pierced through the water, illuminating the upper corals and allowing them to perform photosynthesis more efficiently. Hiss! Bell couldn't help but marvel. The underwater world may be full of dangers, but its beauty is no less stunning than that of the land. In the distance, a mesmerizing sight made him pause and gaze in awe. Colorful coral reefs sparkled under the shimmering light, while scattered rays of sunlight filtered through the surface, creating a dreamlike scene. Belle was utterly captivated by the beauty, standing still for a moment, entranced. Just for this view alone, the trip was worth it, he exclaimed, quickening his pace. Along the way, the herbivorous sprites, noticing this unfamiliar presence, kept their distance and moved aside. These herbivores usually traveled in groups, increasing their chances of survival when encountering predators, and larger groups could even fend off or intimidate weaker predators. Before long, Belle reached the upper region. He carefully observed the surrounding coral clusters. Let's see which coral would make a good home. As a level 14 sprite, his sense of security was still lacking, so he knew he needed to act cautiously when seeking shelter. Suddenly, a promising spot caught his eye, a shaded area teeming with corals and surrounded by jagged rocks. It was perfect for an ambush predator like him. The abundant coral vegetation would attract herbivorous sprites, while the dense rock formations provided natural cover and an ideal hunting ground offering both protection and opportunities for ambushing prey. Just as Belle was about to choose a specific location, a system panel popped up, making his face twitch. Sprite, Lobster Soldier, water level, LV12. Sprite, Big Claw Crab, water level, LV11. Feeling wary, Belle inspected a few more crevices, and additional system panels appeared. Sprite, Shelter, water level, LV13. Sprite, Corsola, water, rock level, LV12. So, am not the only one who's taken a liking to this prime spot. Belle thought to himself, raising his guard, worried he might become prey instead of predator. No wonder he hadn't encountered any carnivorous sprites along the way. They were all lying in wait here. His gaze landed on a protruding crevice beneath the rocks, and he felt a twinge of frustration. Losing out on territory was one thing, but lacking the strength to claim it was what truly stung. Just then, another panel appeared. Sprite, Seahorse, water level, LV20, talent, green. Belle stared at the data panel of the black seahorse, cautiously stepping back. A 6-level disparity, coupled with its notable talent, made the odds of winning this battle slim. He pondered silently rather than risking it here. It might be wiser to seek another opportunity elsewhere. As his gaze wandered, an ideal hiding spot caught his attention, a natural coral crevice. Surrounded by dense coral growth that blocked out the sunlight, the shaded area seemed perfectly suited for the survival needs of a seahorse spirit. This will do, Belle murmured, carefully surveying the surroundings. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he quietly slipped into the crevice. The interior was unexpectedly spacious, bringing a glimmer of surprise to his eyes. From now on, this is Belle's territory, he declared silently, staking his claim. After a brief pause, Belle's attention turned to his own status panel, where the glaring LV14 stood out prominently. Now that he had a safe place to settle, it was time to focus on strengthening himself. In the wild, survival ultimately depended on power. Drawing on the experience from his previous life, he knew that as long as he accumulated enough experience points, his strength would grow significantly. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Belle's face. No wonder the chieftain and the others looked at me with such strange eyes, but before he could finish the thought, his smile froze. So this really is the next life. A complex mix of emotions surged through him as he silently swam out of the crevice, gazing at the sky beneath the ocean's surface. Memories came rushing back like tidal waves. The chieftain, Xiaofan, how were they doing now? A trace of melancholy flickered in Belle's eyes. Though his life as a Butterfree had been fraught with challenges, he had ultimately fulfilled his promise to the chieftain, helping the group overcome their crisis. Yet, the debt he owed her was one he feared he could never repay. As Belle immersed himself in his memories, a sudden surge of malicious intent enveloped him. Instantly alert, he felt the presence of danger with an almost unnatural sensitivity, a result of his heightened soul strength. Following the source of the undisguised killing intent, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. Creature, Sharpedo. Type, water, dark. Level, LV16. Talent, yellow. Belle's expression turned icy as he recognized the data. Lisha. He muttered the name under his breath. The Sharpedo was closing in fast. To it, this seaweed-like creature was undoubtedly a herbivorous spirit and an easy meal. Seeing no signs of a powerful aura, it assumed its target was weak and defenseless. Without hesitation, it launched its attack. Facing the oncoming razor fin, Belle narrowed his eyes slightly, his earlier gloom instantly transforming into a raging fury. Rather than retreating, he stood firm, silently preparing for the attack. The razor fin, seeing its prey standing its ground, grew even more ferocious. A mere meal dares to defy me? It snarled, its body instantly enveloped by a swirling current as its speed surged. Water shot forth like a jet. As the lethal strike approached, Belle closed his eyes and focused, activating a peculiar sensory ability. Within his mind, he could clearly perceive every movement of the razor fin. His body seemed to act on its own, shooting a precise stream of water while deftly sidestepping the attack. Boom! The razor fin slammed heavily into the reef behind him. The opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, Bell unleashed a barrage of violet, dissolving liquid. Although the razor fin managed to evade some of the attacks with its water jet propulsion, the remaining toxic spray struck true. The searing pain elicited a piercing scream from the predator, its earlier arrogance completely extinguished. A tide of fear surged through the razorfin. It realized it had underestimated its opponent. This was no mere prey. Its scales, corroded and riddled with holes, left it retreating slowly. Bell's adaptive abilities were now demonstrating their incredible power. Even though the toxin wasn't particularly potent, its corrosive properties were enough to be deadly. Noticing the razorfin's attempt to flee, Bell let out a cold laugh. You dared to target me, and now think you can escape unscathed? Dream on. Using the recoil from his water jets, he accelerated in pursuit. The razorfin, terrified out of its wits, darted desperately toward the surface, abandoning its usual combat prowess. It didn't even dare glance back. With his well-honed, underwater jet technique, Bell followed closely, his speed only increasing. At the perfect moment, he used his sharp instincts to predict the razorfin's path and unleashed a precise spray of dissolving liquid. This time, the razorfin had no way to dodge and collided head-on. With a sizzling sound, the razorfin's bloodied and mutilated body began to sink slowly, its life extinguished before it could even struggle. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV15. Ding! Congratulations to the host for observing and mastering a new skill, Water Surge. Bell gazed toward his distant home, his brow furrowed. Without hesitation, he used his newly acquired Water Surge to speed back. Once home, he reflected on the battle. My strength is still too weak. I let it get too far. I should have incapacitated it right when it first charged at me. All in all, the battle had been fruitful. Had mastered a new speed-enhancing skill and leveled up. However, regarding the new skill, Water Surge, Bell knew its limitations. It was essentially a simplified version of his underwater jet, purely for acceleration. As for using it to ram into enemies, he chuckled to himself. With my current attack power, that's not even worth considering. After the battle, Bell's life gradually settled into a steady rhythm. He began selectively seeking out duels with other Pokemon to improve his level and combat experience. This strategy proved highly effective. His level had already climbed to 18. As a Skrelp, Bell's stats were notably unique. He possessed dual poison and water types, with a natural ability called Green and an adaptability trait. His skill set included basic moves like Tackle and Smokescreen, as well as advanced ones like Acid and Sludge Wave. Additionally, he had inherited two powerful moves, Water Gun and Aqua Jet, which were sealed as genetic abilities. Bell's combat style left a lasting impression, or rather, a psychological scare in his neighbors. Whenever he passed by, the other Pokemon would scramble in terror, retreating deep into their burrows as if they'd seen a ghost. This reaction left Bell feeling somewhat awkward, even making him question whether he should continue challenging them. However, through these battles, Bell noticed something intriguing. His combat awareness and perception far exceeded those of Pokemon at his level. After careful consideration, he attributed this extraordinary sharpness to the soul strength he had enhanced in the system space earlier. Though his body remained fragile, his powerful soul endowed him with exceptional battle instincts, which undoubtedly gave him an edge. To his delight, this also seemed to accelerate his skill mastery. Had managed to learn Aqua Jet after just a single glance. As Bell pondered how to further improve his strength, his gaze fell on Horsia's cave. Since both were seahorse Pokemon and shared dragon typing post-evolution, they could be considered distant relatives. Out of respect for this connection, Bell had consciously avoided battling Horsia. Today, however, he decided to visit this relative and gauge its attitude. Horsia, it's me, Skrelp. I've come to pay you a visit. Bell called out loudly from outside the cave. It wasn't long before Horsia cautiously peeked out. Upon recognizing Bell, it relaxed slightly. It had heard about Bell's recent activities and noticed that Bell had deliberately avoided engaging with it. Being a peace-loving Pokemon and sharing a seahorse lineage with Bell, Horsia had no desire to become adversaries. Oh, it's you, Skrelp. What brings you here today? Horsia asked warmly, fully emerging from its cave. Well, I've been feeling restless lately and wanted to ask if you know of any good spots for a fight, Bell stated directly. This straightforward manner of communication was common among Pokemon. So, you're a battle enthusiast too, huh? Horsia replied with a smile. Bell's spirits lifted at this response. It seemed Horsia indeed knew something. After all, Bell was still new to the area and unfamiliar with its surroundings. Horsia's expression then turned serious. There is a place where you can spar, but it's quite far and very draining. If it's not absolutely necessary, I'd advise against going there. To reach this place, one must navigate through an underground current passage and then head toward a vast lake. In those waters, strength is everything. The weak don't even have the right to set foot there, let alone traverse the perilous passage. Bell gazed at his companion, his eyes deep with thought. A large lake, An underground current, this was clearly another arena for the strong. He fell into contemplation, weighing the risks and benefits. He had already challenged nearly every spirit in this region, and finding another willing opponent was becoming nearly impossible. Yet, his current level was far too low, leaving him constantly on edge. Who could guarantee that a fierce Gyarados wouldn't suddenly appear from the depths of the sea and claim the entire region? What would he do then? And how would he handle similar threats in the future? Bell understood his own nature well, calm and composed, but never one to accept defeat. Fighting and leveling up, weren't they all for the purpose of driving away invaders? In this world where the strong prey upon the weak, only the powerful have a voice. The weak are forever at the mercy of fate. With this realization, Bell stopped hesitating. No problem. Take me to the passage. Hearing Bell's decision, Mo Seahorse silently offered a blessing for his relative. Follow me, it said, cautiously swimming toward the ocean floor. Bell followed closely behind. A blue and a purple seahorse, the two moved slowly toward the deep sea. Along the way, thanks to Bell's sharp senses and the guidance of his system panel, they managed to avoid most of the potential dangers. After 3 hours of arduous travel, Mo Seahorse finally came to a halt, its expression turning serious as it gazed at a narrow black crevice not far ahead. We're here. That over there is the entrance to the underground current. Don't get too close, or you might get sucked in. Bell followed its gaze. At first glance, the crevice looked no different from an ordinary crack, but his keen senses detected something unusual: a faint, almost imperceptible pull flowing steadily from within. One misstep, and anyone caught in that current would find it nearly impossible to escape. No wonder Mo Seahorse had stopped here. It must have its own harrowing experiences with this place. Don't be fooled by the weak pull you're feeling now, Mo Seahorse warned further. Get a little closer, and you'll feel its true power. If you approach the opening, there's almost no coming back. Bell nodded silently. The underground currents were named for their immense, yet concealed strength. Even in his previous life, such currents were a natural phenomenon feared by many, with warning signs and safety nets often required to ensure people stayed away. This is as far as it'll take you, Mo Seahorse said, turning to leave. Whether or not you go in is up to you, but I suggest you fill your stomach first. You won't find much to hunt along the way. Watching as Mo Seahorse swam away alone, Bell made a mental note of its scent and appearance, silently vowing to repay this kindness one day. Thank you, Brother Mo. Hearing Bell's gratitude, Mo Seahorse paused briefly but didn't look back, continuing its journey into the distance. As the figure disappeared into the water, Bell began his preparations. First things first, the needed to eat. A vast lake, huh? 3 hours later, Bell arrived at a rocky outcrop not far from the dark passage. After some rest, his physical strength and mental state had returned to their peak. Gazing at the deep crevice ahead, Bell took a deep breath and began to move forward cautiously. Even before getting close, he could feel a faint yet undeniable pull tugging at his body. Frowning, Bell thought to himself, if I can feel the pull from this distance, this passage must be easy to enter but hard to leave. At that moment, he finally understood why the Mo Seahorse had spoken of the dark passage with such a grave expression. As the distance shortened, the pull grew stronger. At first, Bell could still resist with his own strength, but soon the force became overwhelming. The power of nature is truly formidable, he muttered to himself in awe. Suddenly, Bell's body was completely sucked into the crevice. Darkness enveloped him instantly as violent currents surged around him, propelling him forward. He tried to resist, but his efforts were in vain. Against the might of this natural force, any struggle seemed utterly insignificant. The swirling currents threw Bell off balance, making it nearly impossible to stabilize himself. After several failed attempts, he finally learned to go with the flow, focusing all his energy on maintaining his equilibrium. Thankfully, the water temperature remained tolerable, making the long wait slightly less grueling. After a solitary journey of 2.5 hours, a faint glimmer of light finally pierced through the darkness. Finally, the exit. Bell's heart leapt with relief. Drifting through such a confined and narrow space had tested even his patience. With one final surge, Bell was thrust out of the dark passage. What greeted him was a completely different underwater scene. Vast fields of swaying aquatic plants, scattered Magikarp swimming leisurely by, and a stark contrast to the ocean environment he had left behind. Most striking of all was the change in the water itself. It was no longer salty. As Bell took in his surroundings, his body suddenly froze completely. What's happening? He tried to move, but his entire body refused to obey. After a brief moment of panic, Bell calmed himself and began analyzing the situation. The distinctive features of this environment, the unique aquatic plants, the drifting Magikarp, and the faint discomfort he felt all confirmed that this must be the large freshwater lake the Mo Seahorse had mentioned. The stark difference between seawater and freshwater was the root cause of his boat's rigidity. However, Bell didn't panic. He silently waited for his special ability adaptability kick in. This innate trait would help him overcome this challenge. The unique abilities of these traits extend far beyond combat. Often, It's the overlooked details that are key to a creature's survival. Bell understood this well as Compound Eye's ability in his past life had allowed him to track fast-moving objects. Now, his adaptability trait was living up to its name, helping him gradually adjust to the freshwater environment. This realization jolted Bell into awareness. Without this trait, his reckless leap into the lake would have been suicidal. It's common knowledge that fish need time to acclimate to new water temperatures, yet he had acted so impulsively. Bell silently reprimanded himself, his gaze becoming more vigilant. Scanning his surroundings, he found nothing but a few Magikarp. The eerie silence unsettled him no matter how sparse the aquatic life. There should have been more than just these creatures. Just then, a sudden sense of danger surged through him. Instinctively, Bell tilted his head to the side, narrowly dodging a water jet that whizzed past him. Turning to locate the source, he saw a blue, crocodile-like creature glaring at him intently. A glowing panel appeared. Totodile, water type, level 13, green talent. Having missed its ambush, the Totodile lunged at him ferociously. Bell's expression turned icy. As the creature closed in, he spat a glob of purplish acid, striking it squarely in the face. Raff! The Totodile let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Bell unleashed another burst of acid. The corrosive substance disfigured much of the creature's face, and it gradually succumbed, sinking lifelessly to the lake bed. Seems like this place might actually be suitable after all. Bell thought coldly. Without delay, he left the scene as per his usual practice. Moments after his departure, the Totodile's corpse was silently dragged away by some unseen, writhing entity from the depths. Now acclimated to the water, Bell moved with noticeably greater agility. He approached a dense patch of underwater vegetation but refrained from diving in recklessly. While the environment seemed promising, such areas often concealed ambushers. If he could be a predator, others could just as easily lie in wait to prey on him. At his current level 18, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. After careful consideration, Bell decided to bypass the area. His wilderness survival instincts reminded him that the roles of predator and prey could shift in an instant, with outcomes decided by the smallest margins. Until his strength was fully developed, caution was the wisest course. After some exploration, Bell finally discovered an ideal shelter, a small cave with its entrance obscured by aquatic plants. It was perfect for his needs. Following his routine, Bell thoroughly inspected the cave, only to be greeted by an unsettling panel. Crawdaunt, water dark type, level 36, green talent. Bell stared at the opponent's data panel, his pupils contracting sharply. Level 36. That familiar number brought back memories of his encounter with the Black Seahorse. Now, faced with this overwhelming power disparity, he couldn't even withstand a single move. Damn it, is there really no place for me outside the ocean? Bell muttered to himself while retreating and calculating his next steps. Dusk had already cloaked the waters, and without a safe hiding spot, the nocturnal predators wouldn't spare a lone seahorse like him. As he anxiously scanned his surroundings, a section of the rock wall caught his attention. The surface was smooth and damp from years of water erosion, and the internal structure appeared soft and pliable. Bell's eyes lit up. If there's no shelter, I'll just make my own. He swam over to the rock wall and channeled the toxic energy within him. Splat! A jet of purple dissolving liquid shot out, striking the surface of the rock. Sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive liquid began eating away at the rock, creating a depression. With Bell's precise control, an opening started to take shape. The first-generation hideout is officially online. Bell continued spraying the toxic liquid, quickly carving out a narrow entrance that led to a spacious interior. Though rough on the outside, it was more than adequate as a temporary refuge. For extra safety, he even carved out a back door within the cave. Phew, this sense of achievement. Bell couldn't help but smile as he admired his handiwork. The residual purple liquid on the cave walls wasn't just his mark, it also served as a natural defense mechanism. Any reckless intruder would likely be corroded to nothing. As night fell, the lake grew eerily quiet. Smaller creatures retreated into hiding, while a cluster of blue tadpoles huddled together, finding solace in each other's presence. Bell settled into his toxic den, slipping into a state of light rest. Suddenly, splash! A dark shadow darted across the water's surface like lightning. Moments later, more shadows plunged into the depths, scouring the area for prey. The persistent splashing jolted Bell awake, and he immediately sensed the presence of several powerful auras descending deeper into the water. Speaking slowly, Bell retreated into the cave. The back door, intentionally built during construction, served as his escape route. If faced with a formidable enemy, he could leave at any moment. Indeed, the night is truly dangerous. Bell felt relieved that he hadn't stayed outside, his gaze gradually growing cold. It was then that he sensed something unusual, an unfriendly visitor. Bell's eyes shifted to the cave entrance as the opponent's stats appeared before him. Spirit, Savage Base. Attribute, Water. Level, LV20. Talent, Orange. Outside the cave, the Savage Base had already caught the scent of its prey. A greedy glint flickered in its eyes. As a nocturnal predator, this type of spirit was infamous for its ferocity, never ceasing once it locked onto its target. Its stomach had already started secreting digestive fluids, preparing for its first meal of the night. Living up to its fearsome reputation, the savage base charged into the cave without hesitation, immediately pinpointing Belle's location. However, the cave was riddled with toxic traps that Belle had set up in advance. Sizzle. The intense pain caused the savage base's eyes to redden with blood, but this only fueled its aggression. It opened its jaw full of sharp teeth and lunged straight at Belle. Just 2 levels higher, and its talent is weaker than mine. I can take this. Belle stood his ground and unleashed a spray of corrosive liquid he had been preparing. Unfortunately, the savage base, in its predatory state, reacted swiftly and dodged the attack. In an instant, the savage base closed in on Belle, its deadly fangs aiming for a critical blow. Splash! Belle responded calmly, enveloping himself in water and swiftly dodging to the right. Snap! The sharp sound of its jaws echoed through the water. If that bite had landed, it would have been instant death. This wasn't some cartoon. The battles between wild spirits were far more brutal than one could imagine. Frustrated, Belle seized the opportunity and fired another shot of corrosive liquid, quickly following it with 2 more to form a blockade. This time, the savage base had no way to escape. The streams of purple venom corroded its body until it was left in a pitiful state. Roar! With one final anguished cry, the savage base's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, lifeless. A system notification sounded. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV19. Ding! Congratulations! Host has learned a new skill, Shadow Clone. Belle finally let out a sigh of relief. This had been the most perilous battle since his reincarnation. If not for dodging that fatal bite, the best outcome would have been mutual destruction. That was close, Belle thought, silently thankful, though the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. The adrenaline rush from narrowly escaping death brought an indescribable thrill. Well, looks like dinner is sorted. Belle glanced at the savage base's lifeless body and slowly approached it. A moment later, Belle reviewed his status panel with satisfaction. Host, Lala Algae. Attributes, Poison Water. Level, LV19. Talent, Green. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Tackle, Smokescreen, Acid, Sludge Wave. Sealed inherited skills, Water Gun, Aqua Jet. New skill, Shadow Clone. Nowadays, Belle has reached level 19 in this lake, with his strength improving by leaps and bounds. His newly mastered Shadow Clone technique not only serves as a life-saving skill in critical moments, but also allows for coordinated combat, making it a versatile ability. As night fell, despite the earlier battle being over, Belle found it difficult to rest. Feeling the powerful presences roaming outside, he decided to stay safely in the cave until dawn. Carefully sealing the entrance with loose stones, he relied on his innate night vision to clearly perceive everything in the darkness. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the lake's surface, illuminating the cave where Belle resided. As the stones tumbled away, his figure slowly emerged. Phew! Survived another day, he exclaimed, looking at the revitalized lakebed with a cheerful heart. Today feels like a great day for a fight. He swam energetically toward the lake's surface, and as he broke through the water, he was greeted by lush greenery surrounding the area. The scene reminded him of his memories of the Tokiwa forest, though this was not the same place. Lost in thought, he was suddenly alerted by movement in the distance. 2 humans were setting up fishing gear by the shore. Ah, fishermen! Belle exclaimed in surprise. Memories of his past life as a human surged within him, and seeing humans again filled him with mixed emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to swim closer to investigate. On the shore, a young boy with a blade of grass in his mouth held a fishing rod, smiling as he said, "The weather's great today, perfect for fishing." "Yeah, let's hope we catch something valuable, like a rare spirit," the young girl replied, her face beaming as she looked at her childhood friend. Beside them, a cheerful Mario let out an enthusiastic cry. The boy, clearly an experienced fisherman, skillfully chose a spot and prepared everything meticulously. With a graceful arc of the fishing line, the fishing began in earnest. As Belle swam toward the shore, he suddenly noticed the alluring bait scattered in the lake. Before he could think further, he saw a swarm of red figures rushing to devour it. "They might look clueless, but they sure are fast when it comes to food," Belle muttered, watching the Magikarp compete for the bait with a twitch of his mouth. Curious, he approached one of the deliciously scented little spheres and swallowed it in one gulp. "Wow, that's tasty," he thought, savoring the flavor. But just as he was enjoying the treat, the Magikarp around him suddenly scattered in all directions. Following the commotion, Belle saw one isolated Magikarp struggling as something entangled it, desperately trying to break free. From the perspective of an observer, Belle witnessed the entire fishing process for the first time. The Magikarp frantically swam toward the lakebed, only to be restrained by the fishing line. Gradually, as it exhausted its energy, it was slowly pulled toward the shore. This methodical tug-of-war gave Belle a newfound appreciation for the art of fishing. Belle watched the scene before him in silence. A Magikarp struggling desperately in the water, unable to escape its predicament. This sight sparked an idea in his mind, and he quietly swam toward that direction. On the shore, a little girl was fully focused, preparing herself, with her Azumarill already in position. A young boy, though tired, couldn't hide the excitement on his face. The joy of catching a fish had wiped away all his fatigue. It's coming. The boy tensed up and called out loudly. Got it, I'm ready. The girl, his childhood friend, immediately understood his signal. In the Pokemon world, capturing wild Pokemon often required a battle, with success only achieved by knocking the opponent unconscious. With a sudden pull of the rod, the lake's surface exploded, and the Magikarp was yanked out of the water, dangling from the hook. Go, Azumarill, use water gun. Azumarill. The blue Pokemon instantly unleashed a sharp stream of water, aiming straight at the Magikarp in midair. The Magikarp, unwilling to give up, resolutely used Splash, but it was a futile struggle. A minute later, the boy maintained a forced smile, but his childhood friend knew him too well. Who could be truly happy about this? After an hour of waiting, all they had caught was a fish no one really wanted. Looking at the Magikarp now placed in the bucket, the boy tried to stay upbeat. Well, it's a start. I think it's not bad. Let's keep going, he said, casting his line again under the encouraging gaze of his friend. The faint whiz of the fishing line cutting through the air was perhaps the only thing soothing his wounded pride at that moment. Unnoticed on the lakeshore, Belle observed everything. He lowered his gaze in thought, his eyes eventually landing on the chubby blue Pokemon on the shore. Pokemon, Azumarill, type, Water Fairy, level, 22, talent. Yellow. Belle calculated silently. Not bad. This level should yield a decent amount of experience. He slowly swam toward the bait in the water. Driving away a few Magikarp eyeing the bait, Belle approached the hook. You've worked so hard. Let me give you a hand. Carefully avoiding the hook, he sampled the bait, then bit down on the fishing line and gave it a firm tug. On shore, the boy immediately noticed something different. There's another one. This time it's definitely not a Magikarp. Feeling the weight on the line, his smile grew brighter. This kind of pull was unlike any ordinary Magikarp. It had to be a rare water-type Pokemon. As long as it's not a Magikarp, I don't care what it is, he said aloud, though his heart was already filled with anticipation. The force on the line was stronger than anything had ever caught. Here we go, come on. After a 3-minute tug-of-war, the boy suddenly felt the resistance weaken and assumed the Pokemon was tiring out. Just as he prepared to reel it in, he noticed how easy it had become. Huh, that's it. Not even a final struggle? Concern crept into his voice. Did it get away? When the hook finally emerged from the water, he froze. The bait was gone, replaced by a purple figure firmly biting the fishing line. At that moment, Belle was yanked out of the water, his face wearing a drowsy, indifferent expression. Internally, he grumbled to himself. This kid fishing is way too indecisive, so slow and hesitant. What's with all this dragging around? As a spirit being reeled in, he gave a token struggle, but seeing the boy persistently tugging at him, he decided to just give up resisting altogether. On the shore, the young boy rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief at the little purple creature before him. As memories surfaced, he finally recognized its identitia devolved form of the Tuazao dragon, called Lalazeo. The realization made him so excited he nearly shouted out loud. For most trainers, dragon-type spirits were not only extraordinarily powerful, but also exceedingly rare. For common trainers like them, encountering a genuine dragon-type spirit could easily be a once-in-a-lifetime event. And now, right before his eyes, stood a Lalazone that could evolve into the elusive Tuazao dragon. Oh, your starter spirit is decided, the little girl exclaimed in excitement. As his frequent fishing companion, she immediately recognized this rare purple spirit. The Tuazao dragon was rarer than most dragon types, dwelling deep in the ocean and existing in painfully small numbers. Belle glanced at the two excited kids on the shore and smirked internally. Starting the celebration already? Are you sure you can even take me on? Without hesitation, the young boy adopted a serious expression and asked his childhood friend for control of her Marill. Fully aware of her limited battle skills, the girl handed over command without a second thought. The two exchanged a quick look, their seamless teamwork requiring no words. Marill understood immediately, stepping forward to face Belle. Its positioning was precise, ensuring that even if Belle tried to retreat to the lake, it would be blocked instantly. Lalazeo, capture battle. If you lose, you're coming with me, the boy declared firmly before launching his first attack. Marill, bubble beam. Rielu. Marill cried out, unleashing a dazzling stream of blue bubbles that shot straight toward Belle. Hiss. Belle retaliated without hesitation, spitting out a stream of purple liquid in response. This move, Acid Spray, was his specialty. With his adaptability ability and same-type attack bonus, its power far exceeded the norm. The bubble beam was instantly corroded, and the purple liquid surged forward with unstoppable force. The sheer intensity of this attack made it clear how devastatingly powerful this skill really was. The collision between the foamy light beam and the purple liquid was almost a foregone conclusion. The venom surged forward with unstoppable force, pushing the light back. The young boy's pupils contracted sharply as he thought to himself in alarm. The poisonous talent of this algae is far beyond imagination. Azumarill, use rollout to dodge immediately, the boy commanded calmly. Azumarill quickly ceased its bubble beam attack, spinning its body to evade the venom's assault. Keep rolling and circle around the algae. A glint of determination flashed in the boy's eyes. Bell instantly grasped its opponent's strategy. Trying to stack damage with rollout? Not that easy. Its body became enveloped in water as it skimmed low toward the lake. Hurry, catch up to it. Don't let it escape, the boy urged, his tone laced with urgency. Azuma, feeling its trainer's anxiety, Azumarill dashed toward Bell without hesitation. Gotcha! A sly grin spread across Bell's face. The water surrounding it dissipated in an instant, and it gathered an intense concentration of poison energy in its mouth, releasing a deadly stream of acid spray. Sizzle! Azumarill, having never experienced such excruciating pain, immediately fainted, its body collapsing heavily in front of Bell. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV20. Bell smiled with satisfaction, its gaze shifting to the unconscious Azumarill. The boy and girl instantly tensed, fully aware of the instincts of wild Pokemon. Algae, please, I beg you, spare Azumarill, the boy pleaded sincerely. Beside him, the girl was already in tears, trembling uncontrollably. Bell glanced at the two of them briefly before turning and leaping into the lake. The respect they had shown was enough. It slowly sank toward the lakebed, swimming back to its nest. On the shore, the pair quickly picked up Azumarill. Before leaving, the boy cast a hopeful look in the direction where Bell had disappeared. Though disappointed, he firmly believed that one day. But just after they departed, a shadow quietly emerged. Algae, a poison dragon. Ha ha ha, a real treasure. The seed of greed began to take root in that moment. On its way back, Bell suddenly felt a jolt of unease and turned sharply. What was that ominous, malicious presence? It was not from the two humans. Earlier, they weren't strong enough for this. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bell decided to remain hidden for the time being. Hopefully, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, it might have to find a new home again. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, as Bell ventured out for food as usual, it unexpectedly caught wind of some news. The rainy season? The first time he heard about this news was 3 days ago. That day, a light drizzle fell from the sky, which was shrouded in a gray, oppressive atmosphere. Bell was out alone, as usual, looking for opponents. While disguised as a cluster of seaweed drifting with the current, he overheard a conversation between a few slowpokes. The rainy season is about to begin. Yeah, and that scent that draws us will appear soon. To Bell's surprise, the slowpokes, known for their placid demeanor, showed an unusual expression of obsession. Maintaining his seaweed disguise, he quietly drifted away from the scene. Even now, Bell was still pondering this mystery. What could possibly make such calm creatures display such fascination? However, he quickly shook his head. Forget it. For now, I should focus on getting stronger. He opened his status panel. Host, Lala Algae. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV25. Talent, Green. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Tackle, Smokescreen, Acid, Sludge Wave. Sealed Inherited Skills, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Double Team, Tail Whip, Poison Tail, Protect. This was the result of 3 days of effort. Among the 3 new skills he'd mastered, 2 were naturally learned through leveling up. Only Protect was something he comprehended by combining his past life's experience with observing other Pokemon. The key to this skill lay in first gathering an energy cloak and then constructing a defensive barrier. Without the boost of his green talent and energy perception, mastering this skill would have taken even longer. Learning Poison Tail and Tail Whip also gave him an edge in close combat. However, he had now encountered a new challenge. Pokemon of similar strength had started avoiding him, while weaker ones had long fled at the sight of him. Though eager to grow stronger, Bell understood the importance of knowing his limits. With the help of the system panel, he could accurately assess which opponents he could challenge and which ones to avoid. It was precisely this caution that allowed him to maintain an undefeated record over the past 3 days. At least I have some ability to protect myself now, Bell mused. Surviving in the wild without the protection of a group is truly tough. If it weren't for the Butterfree tribe and the leader's care in my past life, I would have had to start over a long time ago. As the sky grew darker, Bell swam back toward his resting place. Despite his progress and strength, he knew the importance of staying cautious when necessary. The main reason was still a lack of strength. At night, Bell could clearly sense certain presences that were beyond his current ability to handle. As night fell, the lake grew increasingly silent. Bell had already used stones to seal the entrance of the cave tightly, preventing any aura inside from leaking out. At that moment, several dark shadows quietly descended onto the lake, moving with purpose as they searched the waters. Curled up inside the cave, Bell's eyes suddenly snapped open. His heart pounding violently, an unsettling feeling washed over him again. This time, it was exceptionally close, right nearby. He quickly swam to the back entrance of the cave, his gaze fixed intently on the stone-sealed entrance, ready to make his escape at any moment. In life-or-death situations, survival was the top priority. Out on the lake, three figures spread out to search. They were the Pokemon of a trainer, tasked with finding a small, purple creature. Before departing, the trainer had shown them a picture of their target and repeatedly stressed the importance of reporting back immediately upon discovery, without alarming the target. To ensure this, the Pokemon suppressed their auras to the minimum. Caw! Suddenly, one of the Pokemon, a blue-feathered creature, seemed to sense something and called its two companions in a low voice. The three Pokemon quickly regrouped. The blue Pokemon's eyes glowed faintly pink as it carefully scanned the surroundings, while the other two remained silent, clearly trusting their companion's abilities. Bell instantly recognized the familiar energy psychic power. A Pokemon was probing the area, and it wouldn't take long for them to find him. His expression grew serious as his vigilance heightened. He retreated a few steps further, ready to flee through the back exit. He was almost certain these intruders were after him, and their intentions were far from friendly. The only reason he hadn't fled yet was his desire to assess their lineup and determine if there was any chance to fight back. Suddenly, a wave of psychic energy rippled through the air. The blue Pokemon let out a low cry and rushed toward the cave where Bell was hiding, with the other two Pokemon close behind. In no time, the blue Pokemon arrived at the entrance, its sharp eyes fixed on the stone-sealed opening. Bell quickly assessed the opponents. Golduck Water type, level 35, green talent. Seeking Water type, level 34, deep yellow talent. Palpitoad Waterground type, level 30, green talent. Caw! The blue Pokemon immediately launched a jet of water, shattering the stones sealing the entrance. With a loud crash, dust and debris filled the air. Suddenly, a stream of purple liquid shot out from within the smoke, striking directly at the blue Pokemon. Golduck couldn't dodge in time and was splashed by the acid, causing it to howl in pain and fury. By the time it recovered, Bell had already broken through the back exit and made his escape. As for the trainer's instructions, Golduck had long chosen to ignore them. After all, its trainer wasn't exactly a virtuous person. Even the methods used to capture Golduck had been underhanded. There had never been genuine trust between the two. Squawk! A furious roar echoed through the cavern as Golduck unleashed a powerful hydro pump, blasting the cave entrance wide open. Torrents of water surged in like a breached dam, but Bell had already fled moments earlier, narrowly escaping the deadly attack. Nearby, the blue Toxicroak and Kingdra flinched at Golduck's enraged demeanor. However, Golduck paid them no mind. Its eyes glowed with a pink psychic aura, locking onto its target's direction in an instant before dashing off like an arrow in pursuit. The two Pokemon left behind exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Toxicroak remembered something, and after a quick, hushed discussion with Kingdra, the pair decided to double back and alert their respective trainers. Meanwhile, Bell was frantically fleeing, using the propulsion of its aqua jet to speed through the water. In mere seconds, it had traveled over a kilometer. However, the disparity in strength was clear. Golduck's figure was rapidly closing in. Damn it, the gap is too big. Bell cursed inwardly, adjusting its movements with agility. While maintaining its aqua jet, it suddenly fired a water gun at the blue figure chasing it. Using the recoil from the water gun, Bell's speed surged further, momentarily outpacing Golduck. Golduck, however, remained unfazed. Its body began to shimmer with a brilliant white light as it powered through the water gun and executed a quick attack, closing the gap once again in an instant. In this critical moment, inspiration struck Bell. Its tail began to glow faintly with a white light as it used Tail Whip. Though seemingly a simple instinctive motion, the move, imbued with normal-type energy, caused Golduck to falter for a split second, lowering its defense. This brief hesitation created an opportunity for escape, and the distance between them widened once more. But Golduck quickly regained its composure, countering with its own aqua jet and immediately following up with Psychic. Bell suddenly felt an invisible force pulling at its body, slowing it down with every passing moment. As Golduck closed into mere inches away, it made an eerie gesture. Bell's instincts flared in alarm, but it was too late. Disable had already taken effect, freezing its body in place. Drat! I let my guard down. Bell cursed internally. In the blink of an eye, Golduck was upon it, closing in for the decisive strike. Golduck's tail slowly curled upward as streams of azure water coiled around it like ribbons. Bell watched his opponent unleash Aqua Tail, a bitter taste in his heart, though a trace of an inscrutable expression flickered in his eyes. He knew this battle would be perilous, yet he showed no intention of backing down. As soon as the immobilization wore off, Bell channeled his inner poison energy. A violet glow swirled around his tail as he charged forward without hesitation. Golduck noticed this and curved its beak into a cruel smirk, gathering even more water energy around its tail. The moment their gazes met, The air between them seemed to thicken with palpable killing intent. Bang! The violet short tail and the blue long tail clashed violently, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the water. Golduck remained composed, though a glint of satisfaction flickered in its eyes. A level difference of 25 versus 35 was no small gap. Even with comparable innate abilities, such a disparity couldn't be bridged overnight. Bell was struck by an overwhelming force, his violet figure sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A mouthful of violet blood sprayed from his lips. Golduck instinctively dodged the splatter, clearly wary of Bell's infamous acid spray. Despite his battered state, Bell bared a grim, victorious smile. The eerie expression set off alarm bells in Golduck's mind. It surged forward, determined to finish him off for good. But this played right into Bell's plan. He had finally broken free from the water's surface. Splash! Bell's violet form burst out of the water, droplets scattering like sparkling diamonds under the moonlight. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped him, and his aura shifted dramatically. A system notification chimed. Respawn point 1, Butterfree remaining time, 59 seconds. Boom. An overwhelming psychic pressure descended like a tidal wave, pinning Golduck midair. For the first time, Golduck truly understood what it meant to be utterly outclassed. As his opponent's terror-filled gaze met his own, a cold glint flashed in Bell's eyes. Crash! The lake's surface turned crimson in an instant. "Tsh, such a short window of time," Bell muttered as he eyed the fleeting, illusory numbers before him, calculating quickly. Well, barely enough. Before his words had fully settled, his figure had already vanished into a blur. Moments later, two Pokémon returned to their respective trainers. "Hehehe, found them? Well done." A man in black let out a sinister chuckle, greedily eyeing the captured Dragalge and Skrelp, already imagining the high price they could fetch her, perhaps keeping them for himself. But before he could entertain the thought further, a razor-sharp air slash tore through the night, heading straight for him. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. Thud! A headless corpse crashed heavily onto the ground. The king goldfish and the blue toad on the water's surface abruptly looked up, staring at the butterfly, emitting an overwhelming, suffocating Origo way. In an instant, they realized they were no match for this butterfly. Just as the two creatures were about to turn and flee, Bell's wings had already moved. He hadn't forgotten the malice these two had shown him earlier at the cave entrance, which was even worse than that of the Golduck. Two sharp blades of air sliced through the space, and soon, the lake water was stained with two more lifeless bodies. After finishing everything, Bell glanced at the illusory numbers before him and muttered under his breath, "So short." He quickly found a safe spot and reverted from the Butterfree form. Cough, cough. Violent coughing racked his body as Bell bitterly realized that this time, his internal injuries wouldn't heal automatically just because his transformation had ended. Fortunately, the unique constitution of his kind would allow him to recover gradually. Though the injuries were severe, they were not beyond healing. Bell slowly swam toward the lakebed. This stretch of water had been carefully probed earlier with psychic power during his Butterfree form and was deemed safe, making it a suitable place for him to recuperate in his injured state. Before long, he entered a dense patch of underwater vegetation. His earlier psychic scan had revealed no threats in this area, allowing him to rest with peace of mind. Found it. Of course, there had to be algae at the lakebed. Bell discovered a lush patch of green algae within the vegetation. This was precisely why he had chosen this spot. Driven by instinct, he swam into the algae, and his entire body and mind instantly relaxed. I guess there's a reason why I resemble algae. In this secure and comforting environment, Bell's mood began to lift as he swam freely among the aquatic plants like a carefree little fish. 3 days later, a purple silhouette darted out like lightning, knocking out a horned fish before skillfully spraying it with purple liquid to finish the hunt. Dinner is served. Bell dragged his prey back to the algae patch and leisurely began to feast. As he ate, he reflected, "The past few days of rest have paid off. My injuries have mostly healed, and I can move without any issues now." After finishing the entire fish, Bell raised his head to look toward the lake's surface. Through the layers of water, he saw a sky full of dark clouds, heavy and foreboding, as if signaling the arrival of something significant. This must be the rainy season approaching, Bell thought calmly. He paid particular attention to the weather changes because of what he had observed in recent days. Most of the creatures in the lake had inexplicably gathered in the southern part of the lake. While he wasn't entirely sure of the reason, piecing together bits of overheard conversations, he deduced that something major was about to happen there. If I remember correctly, the southern part of the lake connects to the ocean, doesn't it? A trace of curiosity flickered in Bell's mind. The difference between fresh water and salt water was already evident to him, and having experienced it upon his arrival, he quickly dismissed the idea that this group of freshwater spirits sought to venture into the sea. Their gathering must be for another purpose. Contemplating this, Bell set off toward the southern lake. After a long journey, he finally arrived at his destination, and the sight before him left him in awe. The entire surface of the lake was teeming with spirits some he recognized, while others were entirely new to him. What was even more astonishing was that entire clans of spirits had arrived together. As Bell approached the lake, he felt an unusual aura in the air. It was gentle and comforting, yet carried an irresistible allure. Considering the sheer scale of the spirits gathering, Bell began to piece together a theory: what else could possess such a powerful draw other than a water-related treasure or a divine beast? Suddenly, a loud crack split the sky, followed by a flash of lightning and a torrential downpour. At that moment, Bell sensed something and instinctively swam toward the lake's surface. The other spirits, as if guided by an unseen force, began moving in the same direction. When the spirits surfaced, a dense white mist rose from the lake. Even more remarkably, the pouring rain seemed to avoid this area entirely. Bell immediately realized this was the manifestation of a powerful presence. The spirits around him suddenly parted, creating a wide, open space. Bell felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though something profoundly significant was about to appear. Sure enough, with a soft breeze, the white mist began to dissipate, revealing a majestic figure, a noble crest, an elegant stance, and piercing ice-blue eyes as clear as mirrors. It was Suicune. The data panel displayed automatically. Spirit, Suicune. No divine authority attribute. Water level, LV70. Gift, deep blue. As Suicune stood effortlessly atop the lake's surface, Bell couldn't help but wonder, were all these spirits gathered here merely to witness Suicune's presence? Although Suicune was undeniably extraordinary, the alluring aura that had drawn the spirits clearly wasn't emanating from it. Just then, Suicune suddenly raised its head and let out a resonant cry. The surrounding mist parted, forming a pathway leading to a dark, mysterious cave. The enigmatic aura was emanating from deep within the cave. The trial has begun. You may proceed, Suicune murmured softly, and Bell felt a wave of calm wash over him. A trial? As the only outsider from the sea, Bell was utterly baffled. Fortunately, Suicune adhered to tradition and began to explain. As before, you will travel through this waterway to reach the underground water palace. Suijun stood on the shore, his piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered spirits as he meticulously explained the trial's rules. The path is lined with numerous obstacles, and at a certain point, participants must swim against the current. Those who fail will be swept back to the starting point by the water. The ultimate reward of this trial is the sea emblem. Its bearer not only earns the honor of becoming a palace guardian, but also gains the freedom to traverse the vast ocean. As soon as he finished speaking, Suijun leapt gracefully onto the cave's rocky wall. His eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, which resonated instantly with the surrounding rock. The entire cave was soon bathed in a soft, azure glow. Go now? With this command, the spirits surged forward, leaving the lake's surface notably emptier. Bell swam into the cave, but did not immediately dive underwater. Floating on the surface, he took a moment to observe the space. It was far more spacious than he had anticipated. The flowing blue light along the cave walls, powered by some unknown mechanism, perfectly illuminated the cavern's depths. Guided by an inner sense, Bell began his exploration. Yet, more than the trial itself, Bell's thoughts were occupied by the mention of the palace. The sea emblem? The sea palace. His mind wandered to the figure of Prince Manafi. As a seasoned gamer in his past life, Bell was all too familiar with this mythical sea creature. While its combat abilities were modest, its power to rally others was unparalleled. Even the most unlikely creatures would respond to its call. Truly, the title of the Sea Prince was well-deserved. No wonder so many water-type spirits were drawn here. The thought filled Bell with anticipation at the possibility of meeting the Sea Prince. He dove into the water, swimming toward the source of the mysterious energy he sensed. Before long, he encountered a massive fissure ahead. Without hesitation, Bell slipped through it, finding himself among other spirits participating in the trial. To his surprise, there was no sign of conflict among them. Each spirit was wholly focused on following the enigmatic energy. Observing this peaceful scene, Bell couldn't help but reflect on his earlier assumptions. He had expected fierce competition and fights over the sea emblem, but reality painted a different picture. These spirits adhered strictly to their own principles. Some hunted for survival, others fought for their communities, but none harmed their kind without reason. The journey continued uneventfully for about an hour until the water's flow abruptly shifted. This is an undercurrent. Bell's experience kicked in as he immediately slowed down and steadied himself. He knew from prior mistakes that forcing his way through would be futile. However, the native lake spirits, unaccustomed to such conditions, were unprepared for the impending danger. What's happening? In just a brief minute, the stubborn elves gradually exhausted their precious energy as they struggled against the undercurrent. While they did manage to make some progress, it was evident that such efforts couldn't be sustained for long. When the undercurrent abruptly ceased, Bell calmly caught up with the main group. The elves who had been battling the current moments ago were now forced to slow down, conserving their strength for the uncertain journey ahead. The group continued swimming forward. After only a few minutes, another undercurrent struck. Bell maintained his strategy, holding his position without retreating while the other elves stubbornly pushed against the flow. This time, the current was noticeably stronger, and the strain was evident on their faces. As their energy waned, some of the weaker elves were mercilessly swept away by the relentless current. Witnessing this, Bell finally understood what Suicune meant by elimination. In this struggle against the current, one either advanced or was swept back. When the undercurrent subsided again, Bell seized the opportunity to push forward. He had grasped the essence of this trial. It was a unique endurance race, where success hinged on timing and taking advantage of the lulls in the current. Throughout this intermittent test of undercurrents, some elves regretfully fell behind, while others persevered. Bell, despite his relatively weaker abilities, cleverly used the crevices in the underwater rocks for cover, conserving his energy and eventually making it into the leading group. The elves in the leading group were far more powerful than Bell. Though they were puzzled by his faint presence, the urgency of the situation left no room for further thought. Bell silently marveled at the strength of these elites. There was a Slowking with water and psychic attributes LV41, green talent, and a Blastoise with water attributes LV45, deep green talent. Seeing the final evolution form of one of the starter Pokemon, Blastoise, was a testament to the extraordinary influence of the Prince of the Sea. Suddenly, Bell sensed something and slowed his pace. A powerful and unprecedented current surged forward, forcing even Bell to step back. He quickly adjusted his position, moving to the rear of the leading group and using Blastoise's massive body as a shield, which significantly reduced the pressure on him. This particularly fierce undercurrent lasted for a full 3 minutes, sweeping away most of the elves. Even the leading group suffered losses. When the current finally subsided, Bell noticed that the water ahead was growing brighter. Guided by the aura, he and the remaining elves instinctively looked upward toward the surface. As a group of sprites emerged from the water, the breathtaking scene immediately captivated Bell. The space unfolding above the water's surface was astonishing. Countless water stones were embedded in the surrounding rock walls, emitting a faint azure glow that illuminated the entire cavern. These evolution stones, brimming with pure and potent water-type energy, shimmered with a mysterious radiance in the dim light. Bell gazed at the extraordinary sight, lost in thought. Such a dense concentration of water energy and an abundance of water stones couldn't be mere coincidence. Suicune or Manaphy must have left their mark here. Legendary Pokemon have always been cherished by the world, much like the mystical life-giving tree of the last era, the very birthplace of Celebi. Kamei! A sudden roar from Blastoise snapped Bell out of his reverie. He turned toward the sound, just in time to see cracks forming on the rock wall. With a thunderous crash, debris scattered as a massive cavity was revealed. Heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer, and an invisible pressure filled the air. Under the bluish glow, a colossal, oddly shaped Pokemon emerged. Barbaracle, a rock and water dual-type Pokemon with a deep green aura and an impressive level of 50. Without hesitation, Barbaracle launched an attack, summoning several large boulders and unleashing an ancient power toward the sprites. Bell's brow furrowed as he quickly shielded the group of sprites behind him and dove into the water. As a mere level 25 Carvania, he knew all too well that a single strike from this opponent could easily defeat him. The battle erupted instantly on the water's surface. Blastoise, armed with its powerful cannons, led the trial Pokemon with a resolute expression, counterattacking with all its strength. Explosions echoed, water splashed wildly, and the shockwaves even reached underwater, leaving Bell disoriented and forcing him to dive deeper. Blastoise, fully aware of the overwhelming strength of their adversary, directed its allies to proceed with caution. The clash quickly escalated into an intense skirmish, with water cannons and rocks colliding in rapid succession. Barbaracle effortlessly shattered the incoming water jets with its sheer force, then suddenly dove into the water, launching a ferocious assault on the group. As a close combat expert, this was the moment for it to display its true power. "Are you kidding me?" Bell muttered under his breath, cursing as he noticed Barbaracle diving into the water. He had hoped to avoid the battle, but it seemed he had been dragged into it regardless. Barbaracle's sharp eyes soon caught sight of the small figure. Although surprised that such a weak Pokemon had managed to reach this place, it quickly recalled its master's command. Anyone who set foot here must be expelled without exception. The massive Carracosta swiftly swam towards Bell, energy of a neutral type gathering in its hands as it prepared to unleash its move, Split Strike. Bell's expression changed dramatically. In the nick of time, he reacted instinctively, summoning a torrent of water to envelop his body and propel him rapidly toward the surface. However, the level disparity between them exerted an overwhelming pressure far beyond Bell's expectations. The opponent's speed was astonishing. In a desperate move, Bell fired a high-pressure water jet. Bang! Although the water jet failed to harm Carracosta, the recoil force allowed Bell to narrowly evade the incoming Split Strike. his form brushing past the opponents. By now, the other Pokemon, including Blastoise, had formed a defensive formation, their gazes locked on Caracosta's splashdown point. Suddenly, the water erupted violently, and Bell's small, purple figure darted through the air, closely followed by Caracosta's razor-sharp claws. Huff! That was way too close. Bell panted heavily as he retreated behind Blastoise, his heart still racing with fear. If not for his quick reflexes, he might not have survived that attack. Caracosta, Blastoise, with the battle cries of both sides echoing, every Pokemon on the field launched an all-out assault. Caracosta crossed its massive arms, green energy rippling around them, as it relentlessly pushed forward against the barrage of attacks. The trial Pokemon, led by Blastoise, responded with unyielding determination. Bell and the others unleashed their signature moves in unison, with Blastoise's twin cannons delivering the most ferocious firepower, forcing Caracosta to stagger back repeatedly. It was the only one capable of exerting significant pressure on the formidable foe. This isn't working. There's no coordination. Bell thought anxiously as Caracosta inched closer to breaking through their defenses. He knew all too well the devastating power of Caracosta in close combat. If it got within striking range, none of the Pokemon present would stand a chance. Even Blastoise, with its formidable endurance, wouldn't last long. Determined, Bell silently slipped beneath the water's surface. Caracosta, the massive Pokemon, finally broke through the defensive line, its colossal claw aiming directly for Blastoise, the greatest threat. Boom! Blastoise was caught off guard and sent tumbling several meters, a crack appearing on its shell, a testament to the sheer power of the attack. Seizing the momentum, Caracosta pressed forward, swiftly taking down the other Pokemon one by one with devastating blows. Just then, a blue head suddenly charged at it with incredible force. Blastoise, Duong, crash! Caracosta was sent flying by the unexpected impact. Blastoise had risen again, standing steadfast like an unyielding fortress, shielding its comrades and offering a glimmer of hope. Caracosta, the mighty Pokemon, resurfaced, visibly panting. That blow had clearly taken its toll, and combined with the damage from earlier ranged attacks, its stamina was waning. However, the trial Pokemon were in an even worse state. Most were incapacitated, and even Blastoise was battered and bruised. If the standoff continued, defeat seemed inevitable for the trial team. Caracosta, Blastoise. As the two sides faced off, a streak of purple venom suddenly sliced through the air, and Bell's figure emerged silently behind Caracosta. Flanking? That's my specialty. The scene shifts back underwater, where Bell holds his breath, intently observing the battle. Suddenly, his eyes light up as chance has finally arrived. The Barnacle Titan's exposed nape is struck precisely by the corrosive liquid, the searing pain causing the massive creature to lose its focus in an instant. Blastoise, now's the time, Bell commanded decisively, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Responding without hesitation, Blastoise raised its cannons and unleashed twin torrents of water with immense force. The powerful streams roared forward, slamming the unsuspecting Barnacle Titan into the rocky wall with a thunderous crash. The overwhelming water pressure embedded the colossal creature deep into the unyielding stone. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV26. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV27. Hearing the consecutive notifications echo in his mind, Bell finally exhaled in relief. Surveying the devastated battlefield, his eyes landed on the unconscious Barnacle Titan. Its massive body, sinking into the water, was swiftly swept away by an eerie current, vanishing into the depths of the dark waters. Bell quickly turned to assess his team's condition. As expected, the battlefield was nearly empty. Only Blastoise and Slowking remained by his side. The other Pokemon had likely been carried away by the same mysterious current. With the battle over, the exhausted Blastoise finally relaxed. Slowking stepped forward immediately, releasing gentle healing waves to tend to its companion's injuries. Bell approached his two partners and spoke in a low voice. Looks like it's just the three of us now. Meanwhile, outside the trial grounds, Suicune sensed a disturbance. Its eyes glowed with an infinite blue light, and the surrounding water trembled in response. Only three remain, Suicune murmured. The eliminated Pokemon nearby lowered their heads in silent acknowledgement. As Bell and his companions deliberated, the surrounding water stones suddenly and unexpectedly lit up with brilliant radiance. Bell tensed, and the three instinctively drew closer together. Yet, what happened next defied all expectations. The water stones dissolved into shimmering starlight, and the trio's bodies began to gently rise. Nafii! A soft, melodic cry echoed through the void as the blue starlight transformed into three streams of energy, flowing into Bell and his companions. The exhaustion from battle gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV28. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV30. Ding! Host's congenital defect has been repaired. Talent restored to deep green. Ding! High concentration of water energy detected. Host's talent has advanced to light cyan. During this remarkable transformation, Blastoise and Slowking drifted into a deep slumber. Only Bell, as his consciousness began to blur, faintly heard the system's notifications continuing to echo in his mind. Swish. As the last traces of starlight flowed into their bodies, the figures of the spirits slowly retreated into the water. A spiraling current swept in, pulling all three of them into a deep, shadowy underwater passage. Hiss. That was such a refreshing nap. Bell stretched his body in the cool water. Beside him, Blastoise and Slowking began to stir, their drowsy eyes slowly opening. Looking around, they found themselves in an underground water pool. The rocky walls were embedded with a special type of glowing stone, emitting a soft light distinctly different from the sheen of water stones. Blastoise! Blastoise suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Look over there. Why do I feel such a strong sense of closeness? Following Blastoise's gesture, Bell's gaze landed on the center of the pool. There stood a statue of Manaphyte's adorable face, flowing blue ribbons, golden lashes, and large, sparkling eyes made it appear almost lifelike. The three companions found themselves captivated by the statue, an inexplicable feeling of intimacy welling up in their hearts. However, Bell quickly grew vigilant. Beyond the sense of closeness evoked by the statue, there was an even stronger pull, beckoning him. That feeling is getting stronger. It's nearby. Bell decisively swam downward. Blastoise and Slowking snapped out of their trance, sensing the same strange energy, and promptly followed him. When Bell reached the base of the statue, he discovered three objects resembling seashells. A glowing screen appeared before him. Relic of the ocean, seashells imbued with the essence of the ocean by the legendary Pokemon Manaphy. They can guide the bearer to the Ocean Palace and grant the ability to breathe underwater. This must be the key item Suicune mentioned. Bell exclaimed, realization dawning on him. This ability to breathe underwater, whether in freshwater or saltwater, is the crucial link that allows freshwater Pokemon to journey into the ocean. Bell picked up one of the seashells, watching as it transformed into a blue light and merged into his body. Blastoise and Slowking followed suit, each gaining the power of a seashell. 3 seashells exactly? Bell pondered to himself. It seems Suicune has been watching over us all along. With the treasure in hand, a new problem arose. They couldn't find any exit. We've got what we came for, but there's not a single opening to get us out of here. As soon as Bell finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the surroundings. Familiar currents of water surged forth as if they had a will of their own, enveloping Bell and the other Pokemon. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated within the flowing water. Don't worry, this is my power. It will guide you out. The voice belonged to Suicune, carrying an almost magical quality that immediately calmed both Blastoise and Slowking. Even Bell felt an uncontrollable sense of tranquility upon hearing it. Suicune can truly perceive the trials. Bell thought quietly, but then he let it go. If that's the case, so be it. This journey has already been rewarding enough. He quickly opened his data panel to review his progress. Host, Lala Algae. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV30. Talent, Pale Cyan. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Tackle, Smokescreen. Acid, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Double Team, Tail Whip, Poison Tail, Protect, Sludge Wave, Water Pulse New. This trial had boosted his level by 5, bringing him to level 30. He had also instinctively learned a new water-type skill, Water Pulse. What pleased him the most was that his talent had finally advanced to Pale Cyan. Although it was just Pale Cyan, it was still a significant improvement. Bell analyzed that if he had addressed his talent deficiencies earlier, the pure water-type energy within the Water Stone might have been enough to elevate his talent to Cyan. Suddenly, Bell noticed with delight that the restriction mark next to the Sludge Wave skill had disappeared. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing the poison-type energy within himself. Sure enough, he could now use the skill. However, he quickly realized that the energy consumption for this move was immense. Could only be used 2 or 3 times before depleting his poison-type reserves. Looks like I'll need to make every shot count. If it misses, it'll be a huge waste, Bell joked to himself, though his heart was filled with joy. Finally having a powerful move he could rely on gave him a newfound sense of confidence. While Bell was deep in thought, the water currents guided by Suicune had already carried the 3 of them out of the underground palace and back to the passageway they had entered from. Bell curiously observed the status of his companions. Blastoise. Type, Water. Level, LV48. Talent, Cyan. Slowking. Type, Water, Psychic. Level, LV45. Talent, Pale Cyan. All 3 Pokemon now had talents within the Cyan range, and their strength had significantly improved. Among them, Blastoise stood out the most. Not only had its level increased by 3, but its talent had also reached Cyan. Slowking, on the other hand, had gained 4 levels due to its lower starting level, and its talent, like Bell's, was now at Pale Cyan. Bell gazed at the panels of Blastoise and Slowking, his mind swirling with thoughts. As Pokemon that had successfully completed the trial, they were likely destined to journey together to the ocean in search of the legendary Abyssal Palace. After a long and arduous journey, the trio finally returned to the starting point. Thick white mist curled around them, and Bell cautiously scanned his surroundings. He could sense Suicune nearby. Sure enough, a graceful figure emerged from the top of the cavern, and Suicune's elegant form came into view. Congratulations to all three of you for successfully completing the trial, Suicune said, its gaze falling on Bell. You don't seem to belong to this lake, do you? Meeting Suicune's gaze, Bell responded calmly. That's correct. I came here from the ocean. A flicker of understanding crossed Suicune's eyes. I see. With your dragon-type lineage, you indeed possess remarkable adaptability. Freshwater cannot constrain your movements. It paused briefly, its expression turning serious. However, this lake is ultimately too small to contain your future. Your ultimate transformation must take place in the ocean. Otherwise, your potential may be stifled, and you might even fail to evolve. Remember this. These words caused Bell's expression to shift as he reflected on his current situation. A bitter smile crept onto his face. Yes, the deep sea was truly his destined home. This he had long understood. He simply hadn't realized that the lake's environment could impact his evolution. Fortunately, his level had not yet reached the critical point for evolution, so there was no immediate cause for concern. For completing this trial, you have earned the Abyssal Token as your reward. Whether or not you choose to venture to the ocean and seek out that individual is entirely up to you. Suicune's figure dissolved into the wind, leaving only its final word echoing faintly in the air. Maple. Kamei, so you really came from the ocean? Blastoise exclaimed in surprise as it approached. Nearby, Sloking's eyes sparkled with longing at the mention of the word ocean. Bell pondered for a moment before asking, do you plan to go to the ocean? To search for the Abyssal Palace? Blastoise and Sloking hesitated, their expressions revealing unresolved attachments. I think I want to return to my clan first, and then I'll decide whether to head to the ocean, Blastoise said. Sloking nodded in agreement. After all, this lake was their birthplace, and the emotional ties were hard to sever. Bell understood their choices. This meant he would be journeying to the ocean alone. However, he was no longer the same as before. With his current level 30 strength, he was well prepared to face most of the dangers the ocean could present. Moreover, he could always access his full potential, which had yet to meet a worthy opponent. It seems you've already made up your mind, Blastoise said, stepping forward. Yes, we've shared a bond. I hope we can meet again someday, Sloking said with a warm smile as they bid farewell. After exchanging a few words, the three Pokemon set off on their separate paths. Bell turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the vast ocean awaited. The next morning, the lake was exceptionally calm. A sleek purple figure darted effortlessly through the water, causing the lake's inhabitants to retreat in fear wherever it passed. This reverence stemmed from Bell's growing strength, had become a well-known presence throughout the entire lake. Following the guidance of the Blastoise, Bell knew the river leading to the ocean was nearby. He carefully searched the area and soon detected a strong current emanating from a narrow crevice. Found it. Without hesitation, he approached the crevice and was swiftly carried away by the powerful current, his purple silhouette vanishing beneath the lake's tranquil surface. Meanwhile, in a quiet mountain range far away, a man and a woman were camping. Outside their tent, a blue Azumarill hopped around. Its small face filled with displeasure. It was clearly unhappy about being left outside, while its trainers enjoyed themselves without it. After about half an hour, the tent finally opened. The man emerged, sweat glistening on his forehead and his face flushed, yet he wore a satisfied smile. Sorry about that, Azumarill, he said sheepishly. The woman peeked her head out as well, catching her breath. Oh dear, our little Lulu is the cutest. Don't be mad anymore, okay, she cooed. After some coaxing from the pair, Azumarill reluctantly put on a face of grudging forgiveness. Xiaomei, let's head to the river to freshen up, the man suggested, a mischievous glint in his eye and a playful smirk on his lips. The woman glanced down at herself and nodded. All right, let's go. I feel so sticky. Not far away, the sound of rushing water echoed as the river meandered through the landscape. Suddenly, a purple figure darted through the water, and a head resembling seaweed broke the surface. It was Bell, finally arriving after his long journey. He surveyed his surroundings, concluding that this river must indeed be the tributary leading to the ocean. Feeling ravenous, Bell soon discovered a pool teeming with fish. Without hesitation, he struck, his body slicing through the water like an arrow toward his prey. Within moments, a fish dangled from his mouth. These were rare, non-Pokemon creatures of the magical world, and their flesh was surprisingly tender and delicious. As he finished devouring his third catch, he suddenly heard the voices of a man and a woman coming from above. Hey, stop that, a woman's playful voice floated over the water. It's fine, the water's a bit cold. I'll warm it up for you. In the water, Bell was leisurely enjoying a delicious fish when he was suddenly disturbed by a rhythmic and pleasant sound. Huh. What's that noise? He muttered warily, swallowing the last bite of his meal as he cautiously rose to the surface. The scene before him left Bell momentarily stunned. Wait, so bright, he murmured to himself, his mind racing. This situation is a bit complicated. Don't look, don't look. Just as Bell was preparing to dive back underwater, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility. A woman, her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment, stared at him as a small cloud of dust swirled at her feet. You! Bell exclaimed, immediately darting away, putting 100 meters between them before continuing his escape upstream. What happened, Xiaomei? Did I hurt you? The man asked, stopping his actions and looking at her with concern. The woman stopped him and pointed into the distance. Look over there. Doesn't that look like the same Lala algae we encountered before? The man followed her gaze, his eyes suddenly alight with determination. It really is. This time I won't fail. The two quickly tidied up, returned to their camp, and dressed properly. The man grabbed a redand white pokeball, brimming with confidence. Maril, follow the river upstream and track down the Lala algae, the woman instructed as she approached the riverbank. Maril, the Pokemon responded energetically, diving into the water and swimming in Bell's direction. Don't worry, we'll capture it this time, the woman reassured the man. Trust me, this time, it's in the bag, the man replied firmly. Meanwhile, Bell finally stopped to catch his breath. Phew, this should be far enough. He let the current wash over him, trying to calm down, when suddenly a blue figure appeared in front of him. Maril, the Pokemon struck a battle-ready pose, its expression serious. Bell stared at it, trying to recall a vaguely familiar memory. Maril, where are you? A familiar voice called out from the shore. Bell's eyes widened in realization. Oh, it's that couple again. Maril immediately surfaced, responding to its trainer's call. The couple hurried over, and Bell, intrigued, surfaced as well, locking eyes with them. Lala algae, please give me another chance, let's battle. Hearing that the other person still hadn't forgotten him, Bell remained silent. From his earlier observations, this Maril had made some progress, but was still lacking in strength, failing to ignite his enthusiasm for a battle. However, when the man reached for a pokeball at his waist, the fighting spirit in his eyes rekindled Bell's interest. This time, I'll face you with my new partner. Bell immediately understood, stepping back a bit to clear the area for the upcoming battle. His actions made it clear that he accepted the challenge. Go, Bizel! With a crisp click, the pokeball released a burst of red light, and a sleek yellow otter leapt nimbly into the water. Bell quickly scanned the opponent's stats. Pokemon Bizel, type water, level LV32, potential green. Though the opponent's level was slightly higher, Bell's potential was enough to compensate for the gap. His expression grew serious. Bizel water gun. The man initiated the attack with a cautious probe. Without waiting for the move to finish, Bell focused his mind, conjuring a swirling sphere of water. Water pulse. Boom. The water jet and the water sphere collided midair, creating an explosion that filled the battlefield with a thick, white mist. Bell seized the opportunity, diving into the water to create some distance. Quick attack. Charge in. The man's command rang out. Bizel immediately pursued, darting through the water with astounding speed, closing in on Bell's position. Its speed even outpaced Bell's. Bell responded by using Aqua Jet to increase his velocity, simultaneously firing Water Gun to counter. Bizel deftly dodged, but its evasive maneuvers slowed it down. Bell capitalized on the brief opening, spraying a stream of purple acid. Bizel showcased its agility once again, narrowly avoiding the toxic attack. Bell used the moment to widen the gap between them further. The man, now in the water with a pair of goggles, observed Bell's disadvantage in close combat. We'll use Aqua Jet too. Get close, and then use Crunch, he commanded loudly. Bizel enveloped itself in a torrent of water, transforming into a sharp arrow as it surged toward Bell. In the aquatic environment, quick attack speed was hindered, but Aqua Jet, being a water-type move, unleashed its full potential. As Bizel closed in, Bell's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In the next instant, a dense black smoke screen erupted, engulfing both Pokemon completely. Damn it, we fell for it. The man looked down at the murky water, realizing with frustration that the battle's rhythm had been completely disrupted. Bizel, track the water currents and try to locate the opponent. Unable to discern the situation clearly, the man decided to let his Pokemon act on its own, offering guidance only when necessary. In the flowing water, an intense battle was unfolding. Bell's natural talent and keen instincts far surpassed his opponent's, allowing him to instantly pinpoint the location of the Bizel. Positioned downstream, the Bizel struggled to track Bell's movements due to the current, leaving it at a disadvantage. Its brows furrowed in frustration, its expression betraying panic, making it an easy target. Seizing the opportunity, Bell summoned the toxins within him and unleashed his most powerful move yet, Sludge Wave, with a power level of 95. A dense purple toxin began to coalesce in the water, darkening the surrounding area in an instant. The toxic substance spread rapidly with the current, and the downstream trainer quickly felt its effects. Feeling unwell, he immediately surfaced, and struggled to swim toward the shore. At the same time, Belle's sludge wave hit the unsuspecting Beisel directly. Intense pain coursed through its body as its skin turned a sickly purple hue, showing clear signs of poisoning. Its complexion grew increasingly pale before it eventually lost consciousness, left to drift aimlessly on the water's surface. The man weakly raised his pokeball, recalling the Beisel with a flash of red light. However, as he completed the motion, he collapsed onto the ground, his own face showing an unnatural purple tint. A system notification sounded. Ding. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV31. Ding. Host has acquired a new skill, Toxic. Feeling a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, Belle was about to leave when a panicked voice from the shore caught his attention. Ajwang, what's wrong? Wake up. A girl frantically checked on the man, noticing his pale, purplish complexion. Realizing he was poisoned, she hastily rummaged through her bag, her hands trembling as she retrieved an antidote and administered it to him. However, even after some time, the man's condition showed no signs of improvement. The girl broke down, crying out in despair. How is this possible? Could it be fake medicine? Those people swore this was a special antidote. Kneeling beside him, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Why is it that we, the low-level trainers, are always the ones to suffer? What am I supposed to do? In the water, Belle silently emerged to the surface, observing the scene. It was then that he realized the truth. In his first attempt to use Sludge Wave, he had failed to fully control the immense toxic energy. The excess toxins had leaked into the water and flowed downstream, inadvertently affecting the man. Did I cause this? Belle thought to himself, regret washing over him. Belle sensed that something was wrong and immediately appeared beside the poisoned man. Lalazeo, please, we've already lost. I promise we'll never bother you again. Please, don't hurt my love. The girl clung tightly to her partner, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, a flash of white light burst forth, and Maril leapt out of its pokeball unbidden, positioning itself protectively in front of its trainer. Though fear flickered in its eyes, it stood tall and unwavering, shielding its master. Belle frowned deeply, his expression impatient. If he had truly intended to take the boy's life, why go to so much trouble? The immediate priority was to try to extract the poison, otherwise, the man would surely perish. Xiao Mei. The man managed to say weakly, the purple poison marks creeping up his neck, his lips pale. He barely opened his eyes and looked at Belle with a gaze full of trust. The woman understood her partner's silent plea, recalled Maril into its pokeball, and dropped to her knees, begging, please save him. I'm begging you. Ignoring the woman's cries, Belle focused on examining the man's condition. This is bad. The poison has spread throughout his body, he thought grimly. This is my first attempt, I'm not sure if it will work. Belle summoned the toxic energy within himself. In theory, toxins of the same origin should resonate, allowing him to draw it back. A purple glow emanated from his body, enveloping both him and the man. The woman held her breath, her hands clenched tightly, afraid to make even the slightest sound that might disrupt the critical moment. Minutes passed, and Belle's expression grew tense. Suddenly, the barely conscious man bolted upright, turning his head to expel a mixture of blood and purple venom. The toxic substance corroded the vegetation it touched, leaving no doubt about its deadly potency. The man gasped for air, as if he had just escaped death itself. You're awake at last. The woman cried with relief, throwing herself into her lover's arms. Wiping her tears, she suddenly straightened up and scolded, no, there cannot be a next time. All right, I promise, the man replied weakly, still recovering from the ordeal, unable to do anything but agree. Belle was about to leave the water when a desperate voice called from behind. Lalazeo, please wait. He turned to see a man, supported by his female companion, struggling to reach the shore. Belle hesitated for a moment before turning to face them. This is for you, as thanks for saving my life, the man said solemnly, carefully retrieving a black box from his backpack. At that moment, Belle's heart skipped a beat. The instant the box appeared, he felt an inexplicable resonance, as though whatever was inside was calling out to him. This is a dragon scale, the man explained. I stumbled upon it at a black market stall. However, it's imbued with a deadly toxin, making it unusable for other dragon-type creatures. But since you're a poison type and will gain dragon attributes upon evolution, I thought. The man scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trailing off with a sheepish laugh. Belle's eye twitched slightly as he stared intently at the man. Internally, he chuckled to himself. So, you were planning to use this to capture me? It seemed this treasure, originally intended to enslave him, was now about to fall into his hands by sheer coincidence. Belle was tempted, couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He stepped forward, and the man willingly placed the box before him, his expression one of resignation. It seemed fate had decided they were not meant to be. Could you also heal my Beisel while you're at it? The man asked hesitantly as Belle prepared to leave. Belle glanced back at him, a mix of exasperation and amusement flickering in his eyes as he felt the weight of the box in his grasp. Later that afternoon, Belle found a secluded spot. This should do. No other creatures will bother me here, he murmured eagerly. He wasted no time submerging the box in water, destroying it. A deep purple scale fell into the water, immediately emitting an otherworldly violet glow that seemed to beckon Bell. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed the scale in his mouth. In an instant, a brilliant purple light engulfed Bell. The scale transformed into a radiant energy that merged with his body, their resonance reaching an overwhelming peak. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! A source of compatible power has been integrated. The host has gained significant experience. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV 32. Ding! The host has leveled up. Current level, LV 36. Ding! The host has learned a new skill, Dragon Pulse. As the light faded, Bell felt an incredible surge of power coursing through him. He immediately checked his status panel. Host, Lalazeo. Dragon Scale Attributes. Poison, Water. Level, LV 36. Aptitude, Light Cyan. Ability, Adaptability. Skills, Tackle, Smokescreen. Acid, Water Gun. Aqua Jet, Double Team. Tail Whip, Poison Tail. Protect, Sludge Wave. Toxic, Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse New. What is the origin of this scale? It boosted me by 5 levels, and even unlocked a Dragon-type move ahead of schedule. Bell marveled, focusing his attention inward on the dragon scale within him. Let's find out what secrets you hold. Bell stared at the system's description of the dragon scale, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. This scale, from the powerful poison algae dragon, not only carried potent venom, but was also exclusively wearable by poison-type spirits. Even more intriguing, if a spirit of the same type acquired it, the effects could be unexpectedly profound. No wonder he had felt that strange sense of anticipation earlier. This time I've really hit the jackpot. Bell chuckled softly, feeling the surge of strength coursing through his body. With this newfound power, he felt significantly more confident about the upcoming ocean journey. Following the river downstream, the salty tang of the ocean gradually filled the air. An hour later, the vast, endless blue sea finally came into view. As Bell gazed at the familiar waters, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him was finally home. Without hesitation, Bell dived into the sea. The moment the water enveloped him, he could feel the energy within him come alive, every cell in his body seemingly infused with renewed vitality. Yet, after a brief swim, a question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Where exactly am I now? Bell paused, a wry smile tugging at his lips. From the moment he was born, he had been caught in the relentless struggle for survival, always seeking to grow stronger. Now, back in the ocean, he found himself lost in thought. Was this how he would spend the rest of his life, drifting until the end? The constant fight to survive had left him no time for reflection before, but now he was struck by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. As Bell was immersed in his thoughts, a sharp, murderous intent suddenly locked onto him. Recognizing the familiar threat, Bell's expression turned cold in an instant. It was this very danger that had driven him to grow and evolve. Roar! A low growl echoed, and a lone giant fong shark emerged, slowly approaching while trying to mask its presence. Though solitary sharks like this weren't common, it wasn't impossible to encounter one in the brackish waters where rivers met the sea. This area often attracted weaker spirits, and a single giant fong shark could easily handle most prey. Why share a meal when you could feast alone? The shark had set its sights on Bell, the small purple creature. Although tiny in size, it was better than nothing. What the shark didn't realize, however, was that its so-called stealth tactics were already fully exposed to Bell's keen senses. A faint smirk played on Bell's lips. Perfect timing. I'm hungry too. I wonder what shark meat tastes like. Don't disappoint me. Swish! The giant fong shark suddenly accelerated, charging like an arrow toward him. Bell didn't even bother turning his head. When the shark was just about to strike, he casually fired a jet of water as a counterforce, effortlessly dodging the attack. Roar! The shark, frustrated at missing its target, flashed a bloodthirsty glare and quickly adjusted its position, determined not to let its prey escape. From its perspective, a small spirit like this would surely be terrified and flee in panic or perhaps even freeze in fear. But when the shark turned to face Bell again, what it saw left it stunned, a sight that defied its expectations entirely. Bell wasn't retreating. He was charging forward, unleashing a stream of purple liquid straight at the predator. The giant shark stared at the deadly purple venom, every fiber of its hunter's instinct screaming in alarm. A flicker of shock crossed its menacing face as it twisted its massive body just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. However, even with such a close call, a faint, unsettling purple corrosive mark began to spread across its skin. This tiny purple creature was far more troublesome than it had anticipated. Without hesitation, the giant shark manipulated the surrounding currents, enveloping its body completely in water. Instantly, its speed surged, making it nearly impossible for Bell to track its movements without relying on his sharp senses. The two currents clashed in a heart-pounding chase through the ocean depths. Bell darted nimbly, occasionally launching ranged attacks to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. When cornered, he countered decisively with his venomous tail. During the heat of battle, he caught a glimpse of his opponent's data panel. Species, giant shark. Type, dark water. Level, LV39. Ability, overgrow. Trait, speed boost. 3 full levels higher than him. Bell noted with a sinking feeling, his focus sharpening as he watched every move the shark made. By now, the giant shark had become a blur, its speed boost trait making its movements nearly impossible to predict. On the other hand, the giant shark was equally stunned. This seemingly weak purple figure was as slippery as an eel, evading and countering every attack with uncanny precision. It was both infuriating and frustratingly effective. As time passed, Bell noticed the giant shark's skin beginning to redden, a sign of heat building up from its relentless high-speed movement. Staying vigilant, he maintained a seemingly vulnerable stance, but every step was calculated, waiting for his opponent to exhaust its energy. As an experienced predator, the giant shark knew that continuing this battle would only lead to mutual destruction. Making a swift decision, it vanished into the ocean depths like a shadow, retreating to recover its strength for another hunt. This fight had been a total loss. Once the waters around him had calmed completely, Bell finally allowed himself to relax slightly. He understood that even the strongest opponent couldn't sustain such an intense fight indefinitely. The shark's prolonged absence could only mean one thing: it had retreated. This battle left Bell with a profound realization. While he had gained some strength, it was just enough to ensure his survival. In this vast and perilous ocean, he needed to remain cautious and avoid recklessly wandering around until he had acquired greater power. Since then, Bell had reverted to his usual cautious nature. He first found a place to settle within a cluster of coral reefs and spent 2 or 3 days carefully familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment. The relic I obtained from the lake truly resonates with something intangible now that I've returned to the sea, Bell murmured, gazing thoughtfully in a specific direction outside the cave. His eyes glimmered with contemplation. Over there, that must be where the palace of the vast sea lies. Looking out at the endless expanse of the azure ocean, then back at the small shelter he had chosen, Bell's expression grew resolute. I've closed myself off for too long. This vast world, I've yet to explore it fully. After much deliberation, Bell decided to embark on the journey to find the palace of the vast sea. However, he was well aware that his current strength was far from sufficient to roam freely in the ocean. He would have to proceed cautiously, step by step. At dawn the next day, as the first light appeared on the horizon, Bell left his cave and swam toward the distant unknown. The journey to find the palace of the vast sea was fraught with danger and uncertainty. There was no guarantee he would return. He had to be exceptionally vigilant. In the deep sea region, a forbidden zone where only the strongest spirits dared to venture, peril lurked around every corner. A purple silhouette moved slowly along the seabed. Bell, though his pace was not fast, it was steady and deliberate. His eyes constantly scanned his surroundings, relying on his system panel's scanning ability to easily detect hidden threats. This, titanium-grade, safeguard gave him an added layer of confidence in the face of the deep sea's unknown dangers. Suddenly, a patch of sand in the distance caught his attention. The system panel immediately displayed information. Spirit, Starmie. Type, water, psychic. Level, LV38. Talent, deep green. Starmie should be herbivorous. Bell thought to himself, but decided to take a detour regardless. In this corallous area, he wasn't willing to risk any confrontation with a spirit. As he continued, he encountered numerous spirits hidden beneath the sand, an astonishing number. Fortunately, thanks to the system's warnings, Bell successfully avoided direct encounters. However, in this vast sandy terrain, Bell's solitary presence inevitably attracted the attention of predators. Damn it, they're here again. Bell's expression turned grim as he quickened his pace. In the shadowy waters surrounding him, a group of sleek, spotted, razor-toothed fish spirits began to stir, accelerating in unison to close in on him. This is bad. There are so many of them, and they're all converging in my direction. At that moment, Bell suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the surrounding water currents. Light screens began popping up in his view one after another. Spirit, striped hunterfish attributes, water type, level 35, talent, green. A series of data panels flashed before his eyes, and Bell felt his heart sink. He immediately ceased. All movement. Continuing to flee was tantamount to walking into his own demise. The surrounding striped hunterfish were all at least level 30 or higher. With his current strength, even if he gave it his all, he couldn't outpace these natural predators. The instant Bell stopped moving, the behavior of the striped hunterfish caught his attention. These predators seemed to suddenly lose their target, swimming aimlessly in his general direction based only on their last memory. Observing the dim, murky surroundings of the seabed, an answer began to form in Bell's mind. These deep-sea creatures must have degraded eyesight from living in darkness for so long they didn't rely on vision to track their prey. In the wild, every type of spirit had its unique hunting methods. These deep-sea predators likely excelled at using other senses to lock onto their targets. Realizing this, Bell understood that it was the movement of his swimming that had created water disturbances, betraying his position. Although he had identified the key issue, finding a way to escape was another matter entirely. While the striped hunterfish had poor eyesight, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. They had clearly deduced that he was hiding nearby. Bell quickly scanned his surroundings, but apart from the vast expanse of sandy seabed, there was nothing else in sight. Just then, something caught his eye, and the data panels flashed again. Spirit, good bad star attributes, poison, water type, level 27, talent, light green. Spirit, super bad star attributes, poison, water type, level 40, talent, dark green. Looking at the cluster of starfish on the sandy seabed not far away, a plan began to take shape in Bell's mind. Looks like it's time to introduce these two packs of hungry wolves to each other. He swiftly swam toward the territory of the good bad stars, the striped hunterfish close on his tail. Upon reaching his destination, Bell nimbly burrowed into the sandy seabed and released a cloud of purple poison into the surrounding water. Since both were poison-type creatures, this disguise should be convincing enough. Sure enough, upon detecting the poison in the water, the previously lethargic good bad star group immediately became alert. Mistaking the poison for a sign that one of their own had caught prey, they quickly roused themselves and prepared for battle. By this time, the striped hunterfish, following the water disturbances, had drawn near. Hidden beneath the sand, Bell watched the hunters above as they searched for him. He smirked to himself, let the hunt begin. Although the spotted hunters had pinpointed Bell's general location, they struggled to determine his exact position when he remained motionless. A group of spotted hunters swam back and forth near Bell, conducting reconnaissance. However, they were currently in the territory of the good bad stars, and their conspicuous activity had already alerted all the lurking good bad stars. Suddenly, a smaller spotted hunter accidentally touched the sandy seabed below and was instantly sucked into it. A brief struggle could be heard amidst the murky sand-filled water, but then it vanished without a trace. The scent of blood quickly dispersed through the seawater, triggering the taste buds of the other spotted hunters. Driven to madness, they recklessly charged toward the murky sand, fighting over the corpse of their fallen companion. This unexpected turn of events shocked the super bad star that had just captured its prey. The spotted hunters seemed to have gone insane, not only attacking one another, but also recklessly venturing into the perilous sandy terrain. Little did they know, numerous good bad stars had been lying in ambush within the sand, waiting for this feast to deliver itself. In an instant, the sand churned violently as the good bad stars revealed their sharp fangs. They released toxins into the water, their key weapon against the spotted hunters. However, before the toxins could take full effect, the frenzied spotted hunters launched a desperate counterattack, tearing several weaker good bad stars to pieces on the spot. Amid the chaos, Bell joined the fray. Thanks to the innate night vision ability of the Lala Algae clan, he could easily distinguish between the good bad stars and the spotted hunters. After taking down several spotted hunters, a system notification echoed. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV37. Taking advantage of the battlefield's chaos, Bell began to retreat slowly, deliberately moving cautiously to avoid drawing the attention of the other spotted hunters. Although the spotted hunters were at a disadvantage under the ambush of the good bad stars, they still managed to inflict significant losses on their adversaries. Strikingly, the corpses of all the fallen creatures were devoured entirely by the ravenous spotted hunters, whose digestion capabilities far surpassed those of the good bad stars. Once Bell successfully escaped the battlefield, the surrounding light grew dimmer, signaling the approach of nightfall. He carefully reviewed his data panel, identified and avoided nearby danger zones, and finally stopped in a clearing to rest. Bell quickly dug a small pit and buried himself in the soft sand. He entered a state of half-sleep, remaining alert, but was abruptly awakened 3 hours later by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Looking up, he saw a massive shadow slowly gliding overhead. Bell held his breath and cautiously peeked out to catch a glimpse. A Gyarados, a water and flying type creature with an astounding level of 53, its innate talent marked by a pale cyan hue. Such power meant that he wouldn't even be enough for a single bite. Bell immediately averted his gaze and remained motionless, lying flat in the sand. It wasn't until dawn that he carefully shook off the sand covering his body. Though he hadn't slept all night, his mind remained sharp and vigilant. The presence of the Gyarados the night before had given him a deeper understanding of the dangers lurking in the deep sea. Without the system's interface and abilities, he might have already met his end in the abyss. Sensing the guidance from the ocean relic, Bell realized the target palace was still a considerable distance away. Knowing his strained mental state needed rest, he decided to first find a safe place to recover. Scanning the dim, oppressive surroundings of the deep sea, he was met with an eerie silence. Even for someone of Bell's nature, the solitude was unsettling. He decided to swim upward, moving with slow and cautious strokes, wary of attracting predators once again. As he ascended, the environment gradually brightened. The mid-level ocean was home to a greater variety of creatures, their temperaments far gentler, creating a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the deep sea. Bell felt a slight sense of relief and quickened his pace, determined to keep rising in search of a potential island or coral reef where he could rest. When he finally broke through the surface, the warm sunlight caused him to squint. After adjusting to the brightness, the calls of seagulls and the rhythmic crashing of waves combined into a harmonious melody, filling him with a rare sense of tranquility. It was a peace he had never experienced before, offering his soul an unprecedented sense of solace. Gao! Shadows continuously swept across the sky, causing Bell's vision to flicker between light and dark. In the brief moment his thoughts wandered, a powerful sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, Bell darted into the water, diving deep below the surface. Boom! A blue and white figure shot into the sea like an arrow, aiming to seize the purple silhouette. But as it touched Bell's body, the purple figure dissipated like a bublight, was a shadow clone. In the next instant, a deadly purple venom struck the blue and white figure with precision. Gao! The intense pain coursed through Polyper's entire body, and an unsettling purple foam appeared on its face. Bell's lips curled into a cold smirk, his anger boiling within. A reckless Polyper dared to treat him as prey. How could he possibly let that slide? The system quickly displayed the opponent's information. Pokemon, Polyper, water flying type, level 39, ability, keen eye. But these details no longer mattered. Its fate was sealed the moment it pursued Bell into the water. Polyper finally realized the peril it was in. The venom rampaging through its body triggered an instinctive urge to escape. It flapped its wings desperately, attempting to break free from the water's grip, only to be struck by Bell's fierce poison tail. As its wings soaked with water, it lost the ability to take off immediately, sinking deeper while enduring Bell's relentless attacks. Roar! A massive purplured energy dragon surged forward, roaring as it engulfed Polyper, shattering its last glimmer of hope. In the moment it was consumed by the dragon, Polyper's eyes were filled with endless regret. It had truly picked the wrong target this time. Boom! A column of water erupted from the ocean's surface, scattering nearby winggull flocks in panic. The system's notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV38. Only then did Bell slightly lower his guard. At the center of the explosion, Polyper's life came to a permanent halt. Even if it had a shred of strength left, the venom would have slowly devoured its remaining vitality. Such was the brutal fate of wild Pokemon. When faced with poison, even the strongest physique could only delay the inevitable without an antidote. Moreover, the venom's cumulative damage would eventually become fatal upon reaching its peak. Perfect timing. I'm hungry. I wonder what seagull tastes like. Bell swiftly grabbed Polyper's lifeless body and devoured his meal. Once satisfied, he left the area immediately, as was his custom. No sooner had he departed than the scent of blood in the water attracted lower-level predators, all scrambling for the remains. Half an hour later, Bell came across a shallow reef formed by coral, rising above the water. The area had already begun to take the shape of a small island. Not bad. Not bad. This could be a great place to settle down. Bell nodded to himself in approval. Bell continued his underwater journey and soon swam into a vibrant coral reef. He weaved through the reef, carefully inspecting every potential spot that could serve as a home. Sunlight filtered through the surface, illuminating the waters and nurturing the flourishing corals. However, Bell preferred to find a narrow crevice as his shelter, a place that would offer him a greater sense of security. After half an hour of meticulous searching, Bell finally discovered an ideal location. Using his abilities, he modified the surroundings and quickly transformed the area into a natural cave. The terrain was complex, with corals densely packed, perfect for a predator like him who excelled at ambush tactics. Once he settled into his new home, the unease in his heart dissipated, replaced by a sense of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By now, Bell had fully adapted to his new dwelling. A sleek, purple figure lounged comfortably among the corals, basking in the warmth of the sunlight with a contented smile on his face. The past few days of rest had brought him back to his peak condition. If I keep living like this, I might never want to leave, Bell thought to himself. Unknowingly, the mission to find the palace of the deep sea had slipped from his mind. Who cares about some palace? Life like this is as comfortable as it gets. Except for the occasional pang of loneliness, this carefree existence felt like the perfect way to retire. However, just as Bell was lost in his pleasant daydreams, a massive shadow crept over him. Instinctively, he darted aside, only to realize there was no attack. Perplexed, Bell surfaced and looked up. A colossal, dark object came into view. He carefully observed the unexpected visitor, studying it from different angles. Gradually, its outline matched something from his memories: a submarine. Bell's brow furrowed, realizing that those capable of operating such advanced technology were far from ordinary. As he prepared to retreat quietly, the submarine's hatch opened. 2 figures in blue and white striped uniforms emerged. Boss, what's the word from upstairs? "What kind of job are we on this time?" asked a sly-looking man with a blue bandana, his eyes darting around shiftily. "Don't ask too much. It's still early, and besides, our guest hasn't arrived yet," replied the leader, a man wearing a black trench coat with a scar running across his face, his tone cold and detached. Hidden in the shadows, Bell slowly submerged, his expression tense. "These are powerful people I can't afford to mess with. I need to leave now." Just as he made the decision to retreat, he suddenly felt a sharp, piercing gaze from the depths of the coral reef. Thump, thump, thump. Bell's heart raced, his body freezing in place. The owner of that gaze was immensely powerful, far beyond what he could contend with. It was a primal warning from his survival instincts. This feeling is so familiar, Bell thought with a wry smile. So this is what the weaker beings felt when I suppressed them in my past life. With his keen senses, he pinpointed the location and strength of the Antidiot was at least level 60, comparable to his peak power in his previous life. Perhaps it was his experience with similar situations, or perhaps the proximity to the surface gave him a sliver of confidence. Bell gradually adjusted to the oppressive aura. Slowly, he turned around and calmly met the gaze of the figure lurking in the shadows. In the next moment, a flash of brilliance lit up the water. Bell gazed at the data panel of the Sharpedo before him. A shiny Pokemon with dual dark and water attributes, at level 61, gifted with Azure potential and equipped with the speed boost ability. Behind these stats lay an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the massive creature could appear beside him in the blink of an eye and tear him to shreds. This sense of threat wasn't an illusion, it was the stark reality of their power disparity. The Sharpedo's enormous body moved closer, every inch of its muscles brimming with explosive strength. A prominent scar ran across the corner of its eye, and its body was covered in unique purple scales. Its size far exceeded that of its kind, making it a true behemoth among Sharpedos. Though it hadn't yet reached the level of a true apex predator, its power was enough to make Bell feel a deep sense of unease. "Kit, where are you from? I don't think I've ever seen you before." The Sharpedo spoke directly, revealing its form without reservation. Its aura carried a distinct ferocity, the kind honed through countless battles against formidable foes. It was a killer's presence, forged on the path of true strength, completely different from the numbers-driven slaughter Bell had experienced in his past life as a Butterfree. Bell calculated his options. Even if he activated his advanced mode, taking down this Sharpedo would be an immense challenge. One fought in the sea, the other in the air. Just engaging in combat would be tricky. With limited time, neither side could easily defeat the other, making it a close match at best. "Kit." The Sharpedo grew impatient with Bell's silence and released a hint of killing intent to intimidate him. However, Bell's reaction caught it completely off guard. His feigned, startled expression, coupled with a momentary distraction, did not escape the Sharpedo's keen observation. A mighty warrior of the Sharpedo clan, unable to intimidate a seemingly weak little creature? This was nothing short of an affront to its dignity. Rage began to boil within the Sharpedo. It had ruled over this stretch of ocean for years and had never been treated with such disregard. The Mega Sharpedo was gearing up to teach Bell a lesson, while Bell tensed, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice suddenly broke the standoff. "Mega Sharpedo, hold on." Bell turned toward the voice and saw a figure clad in a black cloak standing on a submarine, their gaze piercing as they studied him. A chill ran down Bell's spine at the sight. If this Mega Sharpedo was the cloaked figure's Pokemon, he might not even have a chance to escape. Memories of the Aqua Team flashed through his mind, and Bell's expression grew increasingly grim. "Mega Sharpedo, bring him over," the cloaked leader ordered calmly. The Mega Sharpedo responded instantly, a sly glint in its eyes as it lunged forward and clamped its jaws around half of Bell's body. With its strength, controlling the pressure of its bite was child's play. Though Bell was unharmed aside from enduring the creature's fishy breath, he dared not make any sudden moves. His life was quite literally in its jaws, and one wrong move could mean being torn in half. The cloaked leader watched the scene with an amused expression. The Mega Sharpedo, carrying a stiff and pale-faced Bell, swam over to its trainer, its eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Just then, one of the nearby team members exclaimed, "I can't believe we've encountered a Skrelp here." The member quickly pulled out a reference guide and began briefing the leader. "Boss, this Pokemon is incredibly rare and usually only appears in the deep seas of Kalos. What's more, its evolved form, Dragalge, is a poison and dragon-type extremely valuable." The leader took the guide and studied it closely, their interest visibly growing. Pulling out a high-grade black and yellow Pokeball, they turned to Bell and said bluntly, "Want to have a proper capture battle? Your opponent will be Mega Sharpedo. It's your choice." The Mega Sharpedo shot Bell a menacing glare, its meaning crystal clear. Don't even think about refusing. To the Mega Sharpedo, a weak Pokemon like Bell was hardly worth its time. If it came down to a fight, Bell wouldn't stand a chance. Feeling the fleeting but unmistakable aura of killing intent, Bell knew he had no other options. If that's the way it was going to be, he'd just have to play along. Splash! The Ultra Ball was thrown right in front of Bell, the spray of water hitting him square in the face. Squinting his eyes, Bell suppressed a surge of anger. Meanwhile, the massive Sharpedo was slowly approaching, its menacing aura intensifying with every second, its razor-sharp teeth gleaming ominously under the sunlight. Bell knew with absolute clarity that he had no other options at this moment. Yet, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. These people saw him as nothing more than an ordinary Pokemon, a disposable tool at best. Little did they know, the body of this Pokemon housed the soul of a human. Just wait, you scoundrels, you'd better not give me a chance, Bell thought grimly, casting a cold glance at his captor before deliberately colliding with the Ultra Ball's button. Click! The Ultra Ball snapped open, and a beam of red light engulfed Bell instantly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, his form began to shrink and was eventually absorbed into the ball. Inside, an invisible force of restraint tightened around him, its strength formidable. Yet Bell silently evaluated it, thinking, this restraint isn't all that impressive. No wonder these things are so expensive in the game. On the surface, the Ultra Ball swayed gently. The Sharpedo glared at the ball with a threatening glint in its eyes, as if warning, if this guy dares to come out, it's game over. The black-clad leader furrowed his brow, musing, dragon types may be rare, but this little guy better not test my patience. Ding! The Ultra Ball emitted a success chime as Bell ceased resisting. Only then did the Sharpedo ease up, casting a "you made the smart choice" look before returning the ball to its trainer. Congratulations, boss, on acquiring such a fine catch, one of the subordinates chimed in with flattery. Humph. The black-clad leader took the ball, a faint smirk on his lips. This is nothing, just an untrained dragon hatchling. It's of no use for now. The subordinates nodded along enthusiastically, though some muttered inwardly. Yeah, sure, if only I had that luck. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Boss, they're here. Splash. In the distance, a massive shadow emerged from the Cia submarine, its silhouette imposing against the water's surface. The hatch opened, and a man in a black uniform stepped out. The Aqua team is always punctual, Archie, the black-clad leader greeted. And you're as slow as ever, Hunter G. Archie replied, his expression as stoic as ever. It was clear the two were well acquainted with each other's reputations. Spare me the small talk. Let's hope this collaboration benefits us both. Indeed, that would be ideal. With that brief exchange, the two retreated to their respective submarines. Inside the Ultra Ball, Bell observed everything unfold, his mind quietly calculating his next move. Shui Wudong and the names of the hunters, G and J, echoed in Bell's mind. He had heard of the former before, but his knowledge of the latter two, members of the Hunter Guild, was quite limited. However, Bell wasn't in the mood to dwell on these thoughts at the moment, as the interior of the advanced Pokeball was simply too comfortable. Through the ball's translucent walls, he could clearly observe everything outside and respond to Shui Wudong's call at any time. Relishing this rare sense of security, Bell slowly closed his eyes. Two submarines silently descended into the deep sea, heading toward their predetermined destination. Inside one of the water fleet's submarines, the leader, Shui Wudong, gave his orders to his subordinates before retreating to his private room. His gaze fell on the advanced Pokeball in his hand, and a faint smile curved his lips. It's time to test this new little guy. As the leader of the water fleet, Shui Wudong had a unique expertise in training water-type Pokemon. But before crafting a training plan, he needed to assess this Pokemon's true abilities. He pressed a button in his room, and the entire space transformed instantly. Furniture retracted into the walls, replaced by a massive water tank. A flash of red light, and Bell's figure appeared in the water. However, when Shui Wudong saw Bell peacefully floating with his eyes closed, slowly sinking, his expression turned sharp and dangerous. Sleeping? Very well, let's test your alertness. With another press of a button, a section of the water tank's wall slid open, and a ravenous Carvania swam in. Its predatory eyes locked onto the purple seahorse, and like an unsheathed blade, it darted toward the seemingly unaware Bell. In that critical moment, Bell's eyes snapped open. He had sensed the Carvania's killing intent the instant it appeared. A glint of cold light flashed in his half-open eyes as his body reacted faster than his thoughts, and intense water gun shot out like an arrow, forcing the attacking Carvania back. Immediately following was a surge of purple venom, landing a precise hit on the predator's eyes. The Carvania let out a piercing cry of pain, but Bell showed no intention of stopping. Another wave of venom, this time far more potent toxic, was unleashed. The hissing sound of corrosion filled the air as the Carvania's life ebbed away, its eyes closing forever. In mere seconds, Bell had demonstrated astonishing alertness and ferocious combat prowess, leaving Shui Wudong momentarily stunned. This Pokemon! That look in its eyes! Incredible, he exclaimed, unable to hide his admiration. Such praise had never even been directed at his prized Sharpedo. Meanwhile, within the luxurious Pokeball on Shui Wudong's belt, the Sharpedo silently observed the scene. A flicker of complex emotion crossed its gazite, could feel it. Its status was facing an unprecedented challenge. Shui Wutong keenly noticed the slight movement of the Pokeball containing his Sharpedo at his waist. He gently patted the Pokeball and spoke in a low, reassuring tone. Calm down, Sharpedo. Your strength has been forged through countless trials. While this Skrelp shows some awareness, its talent is limited and not yet capable of reaching this level easily. Let's wait and see. Hearing its trainer's words, the Sharpedo inside the Pokeball gradually calmed down. It recalled its own arduous journey, years of rigorous training, and the countless precious resources spent to reach its current state. Although the Skrelp before them had some potential, whether it could earn the trainer's favor was still uncertain. With this realization, Sharpedo settled down. Shui Wutong's eyes held a subtle gleam as he observed Bell's every move. Then, he pressed another button. With a series of beeping sounds, another hatch opened in the pool. A ferocious and oppressive aura instantly filled the water. Bell immediately sensed the overwhelming presence. This doesn't feel good, he muttered, his gaze fixed on the figure slowly emerging from the depths, his pupils narrowing. The system quickly identified the opponent's details for him. Pokemon, Tentacruel. Type, Poison Water. Level, LV40. Potential, Green. Feeling the familiar predatory gaze of the Tentacruel, Bell tensed up. He knew there was no avoiding this battle. The hungry eyes of the Tentacruel had already locked onto him, and attempting to flee would only put him in a more vulnerable position. Standing on the elevated platform, Shui Wutong smiled faintly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk. Little poison dragon of the future, let's see your limits and potential. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on your performance. Don't disappoint me, he murmured to himself. In the pool, Bell and the Tentacruel faced off in a tense standoff. Though the Tentacruel was ravenously hungry, its extensive battle experience kept it cautious. The opponent before it, resembling a withered piece of seaweed, emitted an aura of danger. Bell made the first move, conjuring a sharp water gun and firing it at the opponent. He understood that when facing a hungry predator, he needed to assert dominance. Any sign of hesitation would only provoke the predator's instinct to hunt. Tentacruel reacted swiftly, launching its own water gun to counter. The two streams of water collided fiercely, creating a cascade of water droplets as they dispersed. This initial exchange of blows signaled the battle's true beginning. Without hesitation, Bell unleashed a smokescreen, enveloping the battlefield in thick black fog. However, Tentacruel remained unfazed. It never relied solely on sight to hunt. It quickly charged up a powerful water pulse and launched it toward Bell's direction. The force of the water pulse tore through the dense smoke, creating a clear path, but when it struck, Bell's figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, Bell successfully maneuvered behind his opponent, aided by the distraction of his shadow clones. In his mouth, a powerful aura of destruction had already taken shape. Dragon Pulse. Boom. A massive purplured energy dragon, radiating overwhelming majesty, slammed the Tentacruel violently to the bottom of the pool. The resulting explosion sent water splashing across the entire room, and the once clear water in the pool turned murky from the impact. Yet, Bell's expression remained tense. He could sense the opponent was still alive. As expected, a glob of purple sludge suddenly shot out from the cloudy water. Anticipating this, Bell immediately dodged using a water jet maneuver. When the mist cleared, the Tentacruel, panting heavily, stared intently at Bell. This time, its eyes were sharper, more focused. Though the gnawing hunger still tormented it, it now recognized the small creature before it was no ordinary foe. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the platform. Shui Wutong, a faint smile on his lips, silently added Bell to the list of potential main team members. Casually, he tossed a Pokeball into the pool. Go ahead, give your junior a proper welcome. In a flash of red light, the Tentacruel's position was instantly replaced by a cloud of blood-red mist. From within that crimson haze, a ferocious Sharpedo emerged, exuding an intimidating aura. It glanced at Bell before slowly swimming up to him. Sharpedo, welcome aboard. The welcome carried a palpable pressure, one that might have sent a weaker Pokemon fleeing in terror. However, Shui Wutong noticed that Bell remained calm and unflinching, earning even more of his admiration. A few days later, inside the Pokeball, Bell gazed at the external monitoring devices with a hint of irritation. Why had Shui Wutong suddenly brought him here? Various experimental scenarios flashed through his mind, and Bell instinctively heightened his vigilance. Shui Wutong placed Bell's Pokeball into a scanning device, watching as a beam of light moved back and forth. Beep. Lotad, water poison type. Potential, light cyan. Shui Wutong's eyes lit up as he studied the screen displaying Bell's stats, which far exceeded the average for his species. His focus lingered on the potential section, a slight smirk forming on his face. As I thought, it has the potential to reach Sharpedo's Levelon Elite 4-tier Pokemon. He paused with a sigh. Still, light cyan is a bit risky. There's potential, but it's not guaranteed. Looks like I'll have to invest more resources. Hopefully, this future poison dragon will deliver unexpected returns. After clearing the records, Shui Wudong picked up the Pokeball and headed to another training room. As the chamber doors opened, a uniquely designed training ground came into view. Come on out. Click, click, click. The Pokeballs on his belt opened one by one, releasing all the Pokemon, including Bell. You'll train here while I take care of something. Sharpedo, make sure to guide the new member. Shui Wutong spoke as he grabbed a few spare Pokeballs from the side and left the room. As the leader of Team Aqua, he always carried a few battle-ready Pokemon, and this adjustment was meant to optimize the team's training. This guy, definitely not simple. Standing among the group of Pokemon, Bell sized up his companions, deep in thought. Each of these Pokemon was formidable in their own right. Bell stood at the center of the training ground, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 Pokemon in front of him, carefully analyzing their stats. The Sharpedo, with its shiny attribute, Dark and Water dual typing, was level 61 with a Cyan talent. It was the leader of the group, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance. Following closely behind was the Gyarados, a flying and water dual-type Pokemon, at level 60 with a light Cyan talent. Its massive form shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an imposing presence. The stats of the Crobat and Mytiana, however, caused Bell to frown slightly. The former, a flying and poison dual-type, was level 59 with a deep green talent, while the latter, a pure dark type, was level 57 with the same deep green talent. Judging by their somewhat aged appearance and aura, it was clear that these 2 Pokemon had already reached the ceiling of their potential. Deep green talent really caps out below level 60. Bell mused to himself, further realizing the critical importance of talent. Although he had the advantage of a system that could theoretically break through talent limitations, the comprehensive benefits of high talent were undeniable. He vividly recalled the many times he had leveraged talent superiority to achieve victories against stronger opponents. As Bell was lost in thought, 4 pairs of eyes suddenly turned toward him in unison. Roar! The Sharpedo let out a low growl, a hint of approval flashing in its eyes. This little guy? Not bad. This rare compliment immediately piqued Gyarados' interest. As a teammate, it knew how rarely Sharpedo praised others. Gyarados promptly released its intimidating aura, eager to test the strength of the purple-haired newcomer who had caught the leader's attention. Sharpedo gave a subtle nod of approval, silently encouraging the test of Bell's abilities. Despite the oppressive presence of Gyarados, Bell simply let out a soft sigh, his expression remaining calm and unflinching. This unexpected reaction left Gyarados momentarily stunned. After all, how could a rookie, who wasn't even on par with the second team, remain so composed? Reluctantly, Gyarados retracted its aura and begrudgingly offered a compliment. Roar! Not bad, you've got guts. Hearing this, Bell shook his head inwardly. The brief interaction soon came to an end, and all the Pokemon took note of this unusual purple-haired newcomer before returning to their training. Even the Mytiana and Crobat, who had reached their limits, persisted in their daily routines, striving to maintain their current strength levels. Bell gazed at the distant Pokemon, his mind awash with thoughts. As they age, the bodies of Pokemon inevitably weaken, and their levels may decline as well. Only through continuous training could this degeneration be delayed. With this realization, the image of Elder Botadai surfaced in his mind. Finally understood that the Elder's decision to pass leadership to him was likely due to the weight of such a burden. The natural law of aging and mortality spares no one, not even Pokemon. Just as he was reflecting on the centuries-long lifespan of Dragon-type Pokemon, a massive shadow suddenly obscured his view. A Sharpedo slowly swam up to Bell. This seasoned Pokemon seemed to be pondering how to guide its junior. The trainer had given instructions to focus on training, but no specific methods were mentioned. Clearly, with Sharpedo's limited intellect, it could think of nothing beyond combat. Do you need something? Bell asked, feeling slightly uneasy under the fierce creature's gaze. Most others would have been too terrified to speak, but he managed to maintain a semblance of normal conversation. Follow me, Sharpedo said, turning to swim toward a piece of training equipment. Bell followed closely behind. Sharpedo, it said, gesturing toward a metallic contraption that spouted water. This is a training device. It's effective. He'll demonstrate. Before the words had fully settled, the machine roared to life. With a loud hum, an overwhelming torrent of water surged forth. Bell, merely standing nearby, was instantly swept off his feet by the immense water pressure and slammed against the pool wall before coming to a stop. This is a training device, Bell exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the center of the water stream. There, Sharpedo moved with remarkable ease. Struggling to get down from the wall, Bell found that just maintaining his balance drained nearly all his energy. At that moment, a Gyarados swam over. It deliberately passed by Bell, braving the intense water pressure to join Sharpedo. Sharpedo, want to compete? Roar. Bring it on. The 2 Pokemon, in perfect sync, swam to the testing line ahead. With a crisp beep, the water stream's intensity suddenly increased. Bell was pinned against the wall, his face reflecting utter despair. These 2, Bell thought helplessly, though a spark of determination ignited within him. Under the full-force torrent, even Sharpedo and Gyarados were no longer at ease. From Bell's vantage point, it was clear that Gyarados lagged slightly behind Sharpedo, a gap in strength that could not be closed without breaking through the level 60 threshold. Suddenly, a subtle but profound shift occurred in Gyarados' aura. A surge of raw defiance and fury coursed through its body, and a familiar energy began to emerge, that unmistakable sign of breaking past level 60. The moment Gyarados began its breakthrough, it immediately caught Sharpedo's attention. Sharpedo glanced sideways, watching its close companion at a critical juncture in its progress. Fully aware of the immense effort Gyarados had put into reaching this point, Sharpedo made a decisive move, stepping aside to allow the water currents to fully focus on Gyarados. Just as the breakthrough was on the verge of success, the training machine emitted a deafening crash. Unable to withstand the intense strain, the machine exploded, scattering parts in all directions before sinking to the bottom of the water. The water currents suddenly ceased, and the pressure on Gyarados was abruptly lifted, halting its progress altogether. Ugh, so close! Gyarados growled in frustration. At that moment, Shui Wudong rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Taking in the wreckage of the training room, his expression immediately turned wary. What happened here? Could it be that someone from the league infiltrated us? Sharpedo quickly swam up to its trainer, explaining the situation in a low growl. Gyarados also approached, displaying the chaotic energy fluctuations within its body, and then gesturing toward the shattered machine. I see, Shui Wudong remarked with a hint of regret. It was my oversight. Otherwise, you would have successfully advanced to the elite level by now. Although the opportunity had been missed, he noticed a faint trace of elite aura emanating from Gyarados, a sign that the breakthrough was not far off. Suddenly, Shui Wudong seemed to remember something. Wait, where's that little one? He asked, turning to Sharpedo. Sharpedo's expression turned awkward, clearly having forgotten the task its trainer had assigned. Just then, a purple figure slowly surfaced. Beal, having recovered from the intense water pressure, took a moment to catch his breath. Reflecting on the unique features of the training equipment, he marveled at its ability to perfectly simulate harsh natural environments while adjusting difficulty based on the trainer's strength. After experiencing it firsthand, he had to admit the equipment was impressive. It had even provided Gyarados with an opportunity for a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the machine couldn't withstand the pressure in the end, or Gyarados might have succeeded. Well, as long as everyone's okay, Shui Wudong said. This training room is no longer usable. I'll take you all to a different one to continue training. With that, he recalled all the Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Meanwhile, far out in the ocean, Hunter G's submarine was traveling alongside a water fleet submarine toward a mysterious deep-sea region. Their mission was to locate a rare and special Pokemon. Lord G, the radar has detected a Gyarados pod ahead, an operator reported, eyes fixed on the monitor. Hunter G's eyes lit up. Gyarados were highly sought after in the black market. Earning some extra profit along the way wouldn't hurt. What's the size of the pod? He asked. Reporting, sir, it's a medium-sized pod. Hunter G paused, weighing his options, before issuing his order. Avoid them. While a smaller pod might be manageable, a medium-sized Gyarados pod posed enough of a threat to jeopardize the mission. To avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for caution. Meanwhile, Shui Wudong and his group also spotted the Gyarados herd ahead. They, too, decided to take a detour to avoid unnecessary conflict. At the same time, inside a new training room, Bell was fully immersed in his workout. A familiar warmth coursed through his body, signaling yet another breakthrough. The system notification promptly chimed in. Ding! Host has leveled up to LV39. Current attributes, scale of the Lala Algae Dragon, dual poison and water types. Talent, pale cyan. Ability, adaptability. Mastered skills, tackle, smokescreen, acid, water gun, aqua jet, double team, tail whip, poison tail, protect, sludge wave, toxic, water pulse, dragon pulse. Bell felt a surge of joy. He was just one step away from the critical level 40 mark. His experiences from his past life had taught him that surpassing level 40 would open the door to an entirely new realm. More importantly, the evolution threshold for Lala Algae was around level 48, meaning the opportunity for evolution was drawing near. He understood the significance of this evolution. His experience had shown that favorable evolution conditions could lead to a leap in life's potential and even enhance innate abilities. Jaya. At that moment, Sharpedo swam over to Bell's side. Having missed the chance to mentor this junior during their previous encounter due to special circumstances, it was determined to provide proper guidance this time. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate once, Sharpedo said seriously. It swiftly gathered a torrent of water around its tail, and, with a sharp flick, struck the water's surface with a resounding splash. The powerful water flow split the surface cleanly apart. This was a special training session arranged by Shui Wudong. Had noticed that Bell was somewhat lacking in close combat techniques. Apart from Poison Tail, Bell had few effective melee skills. Jaya, did you get that? Sharpedo asked impatiently. It had its own training regimen to follow, particularly after sensing that the Gyarados herd had recently shown signs of breakthroughs. It was eager to strengthen itself and secure its position. Belle didn't answer, but instead focused intently on recalling the demonstration. The key to Aqua Tail lay in 2 steps. First, wrapping water around the tail, and then consolidating it before striking with a swift motion. Though the move appeared simple, it felt oddly natural to Belle, as if it was a skill he had always known. Soon, a small stream of water began to swirl around Belle's stubby tail. While his first attempt was far from perfect, he had already completed half of the skill. Sharpedo silently observed from the side, a hint of wariness in its eyes. This junior's talent was truly extraordinary. To grasp the essence of the technique after just one demonstration was no small feat. Belle's potential might one day rival its own. Splash! A ripple spread through the water as the flow around Belle's tail gradually dissipated. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations! Host has learned a new skill, Aqua Tail. Sharpedo, seeing this, swam off toward the training equipment, silently resolving to double its efforts today. It had to push itself harder, especially with the growing threat of the Gyarados herd looming. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more days had gone by. During this period, Belle maintained a highly disciplined routine, engaging in intense training every day. In the training grounds, something curious caught his attention. A silent rivalry seemed to be brewing between Sharpedo and Gyarados. The 2 Pokemon would occasionally exchange sharp gazes, as if locked in an unspoken competition, and Belle often found himself caught in the crossfire. What on earth are these 2 up to? Belle wondered, utterly puzzled. Why do they have to drag me into their little contest? It's worth mentioning that ever since Shui Wudong discovered that Belle had mastered Sharpedo's Aqua Tail after just one demonstration, she had been overjoyed. From that point on, Sharpedo was unofficially appointed as Belle's special instructor, tasked with teaching him new skills every day under Shui Wudong's direction. However, this instructor had a teaching style that could only be described as exasperating. Each time Sharpedo demonstrated a new move, it intentionally performed it at lightning speed, making it nearly impossible for Belle to fully grasp the technique even with his exceptional perception. While his sharp observational skills allowed him to vaguely outline the moves, fully mastering them was still a long way off. Are you here to teach, or just to show off? Belle muttered to himself, hiding in a quiet corner, unable to suppress his frustration. Over the past 3 days, Sharpedo had been introducing new techniques in rapid succession, almost as if it was deliberately trying to overwhelm him. Teaching Aqua Jet on the first day was reasonable enough, as it was a water-type move. But starting from the second day, things took a bizarre turn. First came the Dark-type move Dark Pulse, followed by the Ice-type move Ice Beam. At the end of each lesson, Sharpedo would throw Belle a meaningful side-eye, as if to say, "Impressive, right? Keep up. Come on, buddy, this isn't teaching, this is torture." Belle grumbled inwardly. Unfortunately, Shui Wudong remained oblivious to Sharpedo's antics and continued to assume it was diligently doing its job. On second thought, though, Belle began to see this as an opportunity. These moves could indeed strengthen his abilities and expand his range of attacks. His training with Aqua Jet was already making progress, though the skill was still far from being fully refined. As for Dark Pulse and Ice Beam, Belle closed his eyes, trying to recall the ferocity of the dark energy and the biting chill of the ice. Yet no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't summon the corresponding energy within himself. "Looks like those 2 moves are beyond my reach for now," Belle admitted, shaking his head. "Better not bite off more than I can chew. I should focus on Aqua Jet for now. It's a water-type move, so I might be able to find some resonance with it." With that decision made, Belle threw himself back into training. Aqua Jet was essentially an advanced version of Water Gun, and as a water-type Pokemon, mastering it was merely a matter of improving his proficiency and energy levels. Through relentless practice, Belle's Water Gun gradually increased in power, steadily evolving toward Aqua Jet. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Aqua's operations proceeded methodically and without a hitch. At this moment, Shui Wudong stood in the control room at the front of the ship, his eyes fixed on the fluctuating data displayed on the monitor. In front of the wide control console, the staff's fingers flew across the keyboard, their expressions growing increasingly tense. "What's the status of the energy detection? Does the frequency fluctuation match?" Shui Wudong asked in a low voice. "The energy signal is being blocked, making detection impossible. But the frequency fluctuation shows matching characteristics." The staff member quickly projected the frequency band data onto the large screen ahead. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Shui Wudong's lips. "Found it." Just then, a communication request notification suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the screen. "Sir, Hunter G is requesting a video call. Shall we connect?" Shui Wudong paused briefly before replying. "Connect." The screen flickered a few times before the sinister face of Hunter G appeared. "Shui Wudong, I assume you've noticed it too? It's hiding somewhere in this sea region." "So what?" Shui Wudong sneered coldly. "With the barrier of the water tribe in place, we're just wandering around blindly." Hunter G smirked. pulling a string of shells from his pocket. Shui Wutong's pupils constricted, and his expression instantly darkened. A token of the water tribe. Quite well prepared, I see. Just a stroke of luck, Hunter G chuckled lightly. Get to the point. How do you want to cooperate? Shui Wudong cut straight to the chase. At least half the ocean's creatures are under its command. Hunter G began, but was quickly interrupted. You're asking me to share the burden for you. Shui Wutong's tone turned icy. As expected of the leader of the Aqua Fleet, direct, as always. Aside from that crown, everything else will be split 50-50. Shui Wudong shook his head. With just a handful of your men, you're no match for my elite forces. This deal is a loss for me. Then what do you want? I've heard that Manaphy can summon that one. I want all the information the Hunter Guild has on this matter. A flicker of fervor flashed in Shui Wutong's eyes. If this rumor was true, the Aqua Fleet's plans would need to shift dramatically. You're truly insane. Fine. Once it's done, all the information is yours. Deal. At that moment, the tranquil strait suddenly began to stir, with ripples giving way to blue radiance emanating from the depths. Slowly, the faint image of a grand palace emerged underwater, followed by a small, entirely azure Pokemon swimming out along the glowing light, a mischievous smile on its face. The surrounding water-type Pokemon gazed at it with awe and reverence. Mana. Elsewhere, Bell, who was deeply focused on his training, was suddenly struck by a familiar sensation, his heart skipping a beat as he felt its presence. In the training room, Bell noticed the ocean relic emitting a faint flicker. This unusual phenomenon sent a chill down his spine. Could the Aqua Fleet be tracking Manaphy's whereabouts? The thought lingered in his mind, impossible to dismiss. At the moment, Bell was trapped inside a submarine. Even though he possessed the ability to corrode metal with venom, escaping this moving steel cage without triggering the alarm was an impossible feat. All he could do was suppress his growing anxiety and wait for an opportunity. Meanwhile, the Aqua Fleet submarine was silently trailing behind the Hunters Guild's vessel. Their precise tracking relied entirely on the Ocean Tribe relic in the possession of their target. Hunter G was closely monitoring the fluctuations in the relic's energy, using them to pinpoint the target's location. After 3 hours, the relic suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly strong resonance. We found it. Hunter G reported this critical discovery to Archie through a video call. The target is just ahead. We need to prepare for battle immediately. This is going to be a tough fight. Archie nodded silently. Both sides understood the stakes. Once the battle began, countless sea Pokemon would inevitably be drawn to the commotion as time went on. This was why they had to act quickly, secure the target, and retreat without delay. As for Manaphy, this mythical Pokemon was like a moving beacon in the ocean. Anyone attempting to approach it would face relentless attacks from the sea's Pokemon inhabitants. Without the means to mask Manaphy's aura, no one dared to act recklessly. After all, this was its domain, and making a rash move would be tantamount to courting death. The title of Prince of the Sea was not given lightly. Its influence could shake the entire ocean. Shortly afterward, Archie arrived at the training room. The sound of the hatch opening revealed his Pokemon intensely focused on their training. Take a break and eat, he commanded in a deep voice. There's a tough fight ahead. Sharpedo's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty intent, letting out a resonant roar that rippled through the water, as though sensing an imminent breakthrough. Gyarados, not to be outdone, bellowed fiercely, determined to seize this opportunity to ascend to the Elite Four level. Watching his Pokemon's hunger for power, a satisfied smile spread across Archie's face. In his philosophy, resources could be provided, but true strength had to be earned by the Pokemon themselves. This was why he favored fierce, brutal, and battle-hardened Pokemon. He always sought to grow stronger. Concerns about losing control over these powerful creatures? That was never an issue in the presence of Sharpedo. Any hint of defiance would be crushed under its razor-sharp fangs. As a top-tier Pokemon trainer, Shui Wudong deeply understood the importance of managing his Pokemon. At this moment, he looked on with satisfaction as his Pokemon stood full of energy and brimming with fighting spirit. He then began distributing specially prepared energy cubes. These are custom-made energy supplements for you, Shui Wudong said while handing out the different colored energy cubes to each Pokemon. Bell received a cube with a purplured hue streaked with light blue patterns. The moment it melted in his mouth, he was pleasantly surprised by its texture. So this is what premium Pokemon food from a top trainer tastes like, Bell thought, while savoring the rich energy supplement and feeling the flow of energy within him. This high-grade nutritional boost made him wonder if he had enjoyed such treatment since birth. Perhaps he wouldn't still be stuck at level 39. Just as Bell was immersed in the comfort brought by the energy cube, a sudden warmth surged through his body. Ding! Host has leveled up. Current level, LV 40. This change immediately caught Shui Wudong's attention. A breakthrough, he murmured, observing Bell's transformation with a thoughtful expression. Sharpedo and the other Pokemon also cast scrutinizing glances in Bell's direction. To these experienced veterans, Bell's strength was still quite underwhelming. Bell responded with a faint smile. It was true, having been born less than a year ago, He couldn't compare to these Pokemon who had honed their skills for decades. But what they didn't know was that Bell had a secretus system with an experience mechanism that gave him an advantage he could never afford to reveal. An hour later, Shui Wutong recalled all his Pokemon into their Pokeballs, including the relatively weaker Bell. Although Bell had shown some reluctance when he was captured, keeping him close was the safest option. After organizing his gear, Shui Wudong headed to the bow of the ship. "Sir, the team is ready," someone reported. "Put on deep-sea diving suits and set off immediately," Shui Wudong ordered as he checked the coordinates sent by Hunter G. Although the two sides could have acted together, they tacitly chose to operate separately. Talk of splitting the treasure was mere politeness once in hand. No one would willingly give it up. Soon, Shui Wudong led the water fleet members, clad in diving suits, to the deployment chamber. "Support staff, be ready for retrieval at any time. Once I leave, activate all security systems to prevent an ambush by the Hunter Guild. Flood the chamber. Prepare to deploy." "Yes, sir." As seawater filled the chamber, the members of the water fleet disappeared into the deep blue. The moment the hatch opened, Shui Wutong led his team toward the target coordinates. Meanwhile, Hunter G was already making his way to the same destination. The mission objective is the underwater treasure. Once inside the palace, no one is allowed to keep anything for themselves. Shui Wudong's words were cut short as Sharpedo leaped from its Pokeball. Its ferocious presence instantly silenced everyone. "Understood." The team members responded in unison, their bodies instinctively tensing. "Treasure, here I come," Shui Wudong thought to himself, pressing forward with his team into the depths of the ocean. Within the grand undersea palace, a Manaphy with a shimmering blue body and golden markings around its eyes was joyfully playing in a lavish water pool. Surrounding the palace was an invisible barrier that kept the vast ocean waters at bay. Suddenly, Manaphy froze, as if sensing something unusual. With a gleam of excitement in its eyes, it swiftly swam through the barrier, heading into the distance. However, just as it locked onto a direction and its eyes sparkled with determination, a thunderous boom echoed. The palace's protective barrier was breached, leaving a gaping hole. Mana, the current prince of the sea, vastly different from its depiction in animated tales, was fully aware of its own powers. As the guardian of the palace, Manaphy immediately realized that intruders had invaded. "Mana!" It let out a resonant cry, a clear and ethereal sound that reverberated through the ocean. Nearby sea Pokemon responded to its call, gathering swiftly. Once the summoning was complete, Manaphy rushed back to the palace. Meanwhile, the water fleet had rendezvoused with Hunter G along the way. Using the token of the water tribe, they had cleverly executed a diversion tactic, luring Manaphy away before blasting open the barrier with their skills. Seawater poured through the breach, sweeping them into the palace interior. Before long, the palace's self-repair mechanism began to activate, and the barrier slowly started to heal. Time is short. Grab the most valuable things first. The two groups quickly dispersed. What lay before them was a breathtaking array of structures built from rare minerals, with dazzling water stones gleaming in the corners. These treasures, worth fighting over in the outside world, were merely ordinary tiles here. Though tempted, the team members knew these spoils would never be theirs and focused instead on carrying off the more precious items. Water Leader and Hunter G split upon searching for the sea crown, the other seeking clues about Kyogre. Water Leader discovered an intriguing mural on the wall, a whale-like Pokemon with broad fins, its body adorned with ancient patterns. The sheer majesty of the image inspired awe. Most striking was the alpha symbol, perfectly matching the data from the water fleet's investigations. Elsewhere, Hunter G stumbled upon a similar mural, though the design was slightly different. Both groups navigated the mysterious undersea palace, each seeking the answers they desired. The silvery white spirit depicted on the mural flickered in and out of view amidst the raging storm, its presence just as imposing as the legendary Kyogre. A glint of greed flashed in Hunter G's eyes as he quickly used his device to record the mural. Although he had a rough idea of the identity of the spirit illustrated, it was the mural itself that was the true treasure. As both sides continued their search, the Prince of the Sea, Manaphy, quietly descended. "Mana, drive these intruders out." At the command, swarms of ocean Pokemon surged forward. Damn it! The Team Aqua members swiftly prepared for battle. "Go, Crawdaunt! Take them down, Starmie! Pelipper, handle them!" The battle erupted instantly. Archie and Hunter G, understanding the gravity of the situation, silently deployed their elite Pokemon, knowing that ordinary ones would be of no use here. The clash of moves echoed throughout the palace, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Time was running out. Hunter G was frantically searching for any trace of the Sea Crown's whereabouts, but found nothing, frustration boiling within him. Meanwhile, Archie had a stroke of luck. In his hand was a teardrop-shaped gem, radiating an intense water-type energy. Though its exact purpose required expert analysis, it was clearly no ordinary object. As more and more ocean Pokemon arrived on the scene, Team Aqua began to falter. Members of the Hunters Guild, who had formed a temporary alliance with Team Aqua, retreated while fighting back. At that moment, Archie's voice came through the communicator. Grab what you can and retreat. Team Aqua members immediately released smoke to cover their escape. When the smoke cleared, the intruders had vanished without a trace. The ocean Pokemon parted to form a path, allowing Manaphy to step out of its protective circle. Relieved, it confirmed that its connection to the sea crown remained intact. This vital treasure was still safe. But when its gaze fell upon the deep scars marring the palace walls, a surge of fury overwhelmed it. Archie and his group had already exited the palace and were speeding toward their submarine, while the Hunters Guild members had long since disappeared. Suddenly, a cry filled with grievance and rage echoed across the sea. Maanea, centered around Manaphy, the surrounding waters within a 100-mile radius erupted into chaos. All the powerful ocean Pokemon, even some of the sea's rulers, began converging on the area. This was no small-scale call for help. It was a surge of pure wrath. Who dared to harm the Prince of the Sea they had sworn to protect? Both Archie and Hunter G froze at the sound of Manaphy's furious cry. Even Bellossom, who had been dormant in its Pokeball, seemed to sense the faint yet compelling call. Reflecting on their earlier actions, they both realized one thing. This time, they had truly pushed Manaphy too far. As the leader of the Aqua Fleet, Shui Wudong was acutely aware of the critical situation. There was no room for delay. He quickly made a decision, his sharp gaze sweeping over the team members around him. Everyone, release your water-type Pokemon immediately and have them carry us forward, he commanded in a low, firm voice. Speed is key. Anyone who falls behind will face the consequences. Before his words had fully settled, Shui Wudong had already called forth his trusted Gyarados and nimbly leapt onto its back. Compared to human effort, water Pokemon were significantly faster in the sea. Yet, as they surged forward, that ethereal cry resounded in his mind again, triggering a wave of unease. If his instincts were correct, this was undoubtedly the work of Manaphy. Though they had anticipated their opponent summoning Pokemon, they had clearly underestimated Manaphy's ability to rally ocean Pokemon. What was even more alarming was that his dependable Sharpedo had communicated telepathically to warn him that there were more than just one or two formidable threats nearby. Yes, sir. The Aqua Fleet members sprang into action, releasing their reserve water-type Pokemon. As professional operatives, each of them carried multiple water Pokemon. Under Shui Wudong's leadership, the team raced toward the submarine. However, it wasn't long before a staff member's urgent voice came through the communicator. Sir, the submarine radar is detecting a large number of ocean Pokemon converging in the area. Several of them are at Elite 4 level. What? Already? Shui Wudong's expression darkened. At their current pace, it would be hard to shake off their pursuers. Making a split-second decision, he barked, deploy the submarine for extraction immediately. Once we're aboard, retreat at full speed. Understood. The staff member began the operation, and the submarine roared as it moved to intercept them. Just as they were on the brink of escape, a powerful jet of water suddenly shot toward them from behind. Sharpedo. The loyal Sharpedo swiftly moved to intercept the attack. With a thunderous impact, it was pushed back several meters but quickly returned to Shui Wudong's side, letting out a fierce roar. Riding on Gyarados, Shui Wudong pressed on but glanced back and his pupils contracted sharply. A shiny Milotic, with golden markings glimmering on its body, had appeared, exuding an imposing aura. Sitting atop it was Manaphy, its eyes ablaze with fury. Behind them, a massive horde of ocean Pokemon was gathering, their numbers growing by the second. Meanwhile, within a Pokeball, Bell silently observed the unfolding chaos outside. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the Prince of the Sea. A moment later, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Manaphy, Divine Attribute, Water. Level, LV80. Talent, Purple Prince of the Sea. Shiny Milotic. Attribute, Water. Level, LV67. Talent, Blue. Unbelievable. Bell muttered under his breath, beginning to doubt whether Sharpedo had been holding its ground as confidently as it seemed. Their opponent's talents and levels were overwhelmingly strong, and he wasn't sure if they could escape this time. Shui Wudong, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. His brow furrowed deeply, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. This is bad, he murmured before shouting decisively. Fire all smoke bombs and flash grenades. Use everything we've got. With a series of loud bangs, specially designed underwater smoke bombs and flash grenades detonated simultaneously. In an instant, the seabed was engulfed in chaos, with blinding light erupting through the water. But even so, this was ultimately Manaphy's domain. The Prince of the Ocean slowly closed its eyes, and instantly, the surrounding seawater seemed to come alive, bending to its will as if it were an extension of its body. In the moment it snapped its eyes open, Manaphy unleashed its signature Move Heart Swap. In the blink of an eye, every ocean Pokemon came into its view, their energies surging as Manaphy's power amplified them. At this moment, the sea became its guide, and countless sea creatures rallied as its army. The ocean Pokemon seemed to gain an all-seeing eye, locking onto the positions of the water fleet members with pinpoint accuracy. Damn it! How did they find us? Panicked voices echoed amidst the waves. Crawdaunt, use Bubble Beam. Hurry, retreat. They've doubled in strength. We can't win this. Desperate cries reverberated through the water. Listening to the anguished screams around him, Shelley felt a chill seep into his heart. If not for the Sharpedo steadfastly guarding him, he would have long since perished. These ocean Pokemon were feral and untamed, and to them, the water fleet were nothing more than invaders. And there was only one response to invaders' elimination. Manafi's eyes glimmered with an intense pink light, and above its head appeared a spectral crown, radiating golden brilliance that illuminated the entire ocean. In this moment, it exuded nothing but majesty and unchallengeable authority. For the first time, Manafi fully revealed its regal presence before all, embodying the true dignity of the Prince of the Ocean. Mana! A resonant, ethereal cry echoed across the sea, shaking the waters to their core. The crashing of waves and the roaring of tides intertwined in a symphony of nature's fury. A massive underwater whirlpool suddenly took shape, pulling every nearby water fleet member into its depths. Even the distant submarine could not escape its grasp. This was Whirlpool's seemingly ordinary water-type move, now elevated to its pinnacle under Manafi's command. This was the power of the ocean itself lending its aid. Apart from Shelley, who barely managed to steady himself through sheer strength, the rest of the water fleet members were helplessly swept into the vortex, carried away by the currents. Sharpedo struggled valiantly to break through and save its trainer, but its efforts were in vain. This was no mere Battlite, was the embodiment of nature's wrath. And in the face of nature, all living beings were but insignificant ants. Stop wasting your strength, Sharpedo. This is the power of nature itself. There's no way out, Shelley said with a bitter smile. I never imagined that a mythical Pokemon could reach such heights. Even Bell inside its Pokeball couldn't help but shake its head. Honestly, trying to challenge the Prince of the Ocean in its own territory? That's just asking for trouble. Its home field advantage is practically smacking us in the face. This was a lost cause from the very beginning. Through the protective barrier of the Ultra Ball, Bell watched helplessly as the entire water fleet was engulfed by a massive ocean whirlpool. Though his heart was filled with sorrow, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that he was safe inside the Ultra Ball, completely unaffected by the chaos outside. The whirlpool grew fiercer, showing no signs of sparing the water fleet members. Bell knew that with his current strength, even if he burst out of the Pokeball, it would be futile. He would likely meet the same fate as the others, swallowed by the whirlpool. At that moment, the direction of the whirlpool suddenly shifted, and everyone was pushed upwards by the surging water. The communicator crackled with the panicked voice of a team member. Boss, the submarine has been destroyed by a sea Pokemon and has sunk to the ocean floor. Upon hearing the news, Shui Wutong responded with a mere, "Oh." In his mind, the moment they entered these waters, their fate had already been sealed. Boss, look above us. As they were pushed higher, sunlight pierced through the water, illuminating their surroundings. Shui Wudong looked up and realized they were about to break through to the surface. Just then, a voice, both gentle and commanding, echoed directly in everyone's minds. Humans, leave this place. Boom. With an overwhelming force, everyone was launched out of the water, propelled like cannonballs through the sky until they disappeared into the horizon. Deep beneath the ocean, Manafi gazed at the surface, the pink glow in its eyes gradually fading. It had decided to spare the humans this time, giving them a warning instead. They had defiled its home out of greed, but their actions did not warrant death. Driving them away was punishment enough. At that moment, Shui Wudong and his team were suspended high above the vast, endless blue ocean. Quickly, they recalled their water-type Pokemon and released flying-type Pokemon to stabilize themselves midair. Once the group had recovered from the shock, Shui Wutong stared down at the ocean below and muttered, Manafi, the Prince of the Sea, has shown us mercy. Return to base. The team, riding their flying Pokemon in disarray, began retreating in the direction they had come. Along the way, Shui Wudong suddenly noticed that one of the Pokeballs on his belt was missing. After a thorough check, his furrowed brow eased slightly. Boss, what's wrong? The other members noticed him stop and quickly inquired. I lost a Pokemon, he replied. Do we need to go back and find it? No, it was just an untrained one. We need to focus on the bigger picture. Move. Without looking back, Shui Wudong pressed on, and the team followed closely behind. Little did he know, the Pokemon he had so easily abandoned would become his greatest regret and most critical mistake. Back at the site of the ocean whirlpool, an Ultra Ball slowly sank into the depths. Inside, Bell lay on the ground, panting and cursing. Shui Wutong, you. He refused to believe that Shui Wudong hadn't noticed the missing Pokeball. It was clear he had been deliberately abandoned. Bell gazed at his surroundings, his emotions a tangled mix of bitterness and anger. Through the transparent barrier of the Pokeball, he could clearly see himself sinking deeper into the ocean. The feeling of being discarded so carelessly by Shui Wutong, like trash, ignited a surge of fury within him. Heh, trash weed. Doesn't that fit the name of my species perfectly? Bell thought to himself with a bitter laugh. But perhaps it's for the best. From now on, I have nothing to do with Shuigatong anymore. Though he had gained his freedom, Bell now found himself in a new predicament. He attempted to channel his internal energy to break free from the Pokeball's constraints. However, just as he began to gather his strength, an invisible force enveloped him entirely. In an instant, the energy he had painstakingly summoned dissipated into nothing. Boom! It felt as if a massive weight had been placed upon him, rendering him immobile. Worse still, a peculiar force was steadily sapping his strength, dragging him toward unconsciousness. The binding power of the ball far exceeded what he had experienced when he was first captured, leaving him completely unable to resist. This, as it turned out, was the genius of the advanced Pokeball. It utilized the Pokemon's own energy to reinforce its restraints. Once the Pokemon and the ball were fully bonded, a unique connection formed between the two. This connection not only served as the mechanism for recalling and releasing the Pokemon, but also played a critical role in strengthening the binding force. When Bell's strength was drained to a certain threshold, the binding force automatically dissipated, and his power returned to him. This clever design ensured that the Pokemon inside the ball could always maintain its combat readiness, allowing the trainer to call upon it at any moment. I have to admit, this really is a groundbreaking invention, Bell murmured to himself, though his admiration was quickly overshadowed by worry. If he couldn't find a way out, he would inevitably starve to death in this confined space. After some deliberation, Bell made a difficult decision. It seems I have no choice but to use the system's power. Let's see if this advanced ball can hold back a level 61 Pokemon. Even if it means sacrificing a reincarnation point, and the system's time limit is less than a minute before I have to renew or exit. No refunds for unused time either. What a ripoff. He quickly accessed the system interface, preparing to transform into a Butterfree. While this meant he would need to revert to his original form immediately after escaping to survive in the ocean, there was no time to hesitate. Ding. Reincarnation point 1. Butterfree transformation. 59 seconds remaining. As the system notification sounded, a silver light enveloped Bell's body, and his aura underwent a dramatic shift. Crack. The advanced Pokeball that had trapped Bell fractured. Beneath the ocean, amidst endless stretches of sand and stone, a high-grade Pokeball trembled violently. Cracks spread across its surface, its display button flashing an intense red light as an urgent alarm blared. This chaos stemmed from an astonishing transformation Bell had just undergone. The moment he evolved from Lala Algae to Butterfree, the Pokeball's system fell into complete disarray. The original energy signature of Lala Algae vanished, replaced by that of an entirely unrelated Pokemon. This unprecedented situation caused the Pokeball's programming to crash. The binding is gone. Let's see how you plan to suppress me now. Bell smirked with triumph. In the next instant, he unleashed his full power, and the Pokeball could no longer contain such overwhelming energy. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Pokeball shattered into pieces. A flash of red light revealed Butterfree's form in the depths of the sea. However, Bell's joy was fleeting. The immense pressure of the deep ocean made him instantly aware of the danger he was in. He quickly erected a psychic barrier, but cracks began forming on it almost immediately. The shield's range shrank to less than a meter, teetering on the brink of collapse. In this critical moment, Bell made a swift decision to revert from his Butterfree form. A radiant glow enveloped him once more as he transformed back into Lala Algae. The seawater rushed into the space he had just occupied, but Bell now felt entirely at home in this environment. Phew, that was too close, Bell muttered, still shaken. He realized that if he had stayed in his Butterfree form for even a second longer, the crushing water pressure would have pulverized him. This experience gave him a profound understanding of why aquatic Pokemon possessed unique physical adaptations and why different Pokemon thrived in specific habitats. As he gathered his thoughts, a wave of hunger suddenly hit him. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed this area was teeming with life, brimming with water energy that felt both abundant and welcoming. A dense field of seaweed ahead caught his attention. Though, as a Pokemon resembling algae, he could seamlessly blend into this environment. He knew he was strictly a carnivore. The seaweed served only as excellent camouflage. Bell silently slipped into the seaweed cluster, perfectly mimicking the movements and posture of the surrounding plants. Time passed slowly until finally, his first prey came into view. His eyes shifted slightly, his body maintaining its disguise as seaweed, as he focused intently, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Enemies are bound to cross paths. While gliding through the ocean, Bell suddenly spotted a megalodon shark lazily drifting ahead. Although it wasn't the same one he had encountered before, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Every time he came across a Sharpedo or a megalodon shark, this innate feeling of disdain would rise, as though they were natural-born rivals. Instead of retreating, this annoyance only fueled Bell's desire to attack, a cold, lethal intent coursing through him. Instinctively, His body assumed a hunting stance. Fish is fish, right? A shark's just another meal to fill my stomach, Bell thought to himself. If it were a group of megalodon sharks, I might need to think twice. But a lone one? You're mine. To ensure he wouldn't become the prey, Bell decided to strike first. At that moment, the megalodon shark was casually swimming closer. Known for their brutality, this species had always dominated the top of the food chain, relying on their natural-born advantages. Most sea creatures avoided them at all costs, and even Gardevoirs would steer clear when faced with a pack of them. This particular megalodon shark was no exception to its kind's arrogance. As it swam past Bell, it didn't even spare him a glance, confidently assuming that no creature would dare provoke it. But Bell was anything but ordinary. The moment the shark turned its back, Bell made his move. A precise toxic strike hit the unsuspecting predator. The megalodon shark recoiled in pain and turned to retaliate, only to be met by a fierce aqua tail. With a resounding boom, the aqua tail struck the shark's head with immense force, sending it hurtling backward until it crashed into the seabed. Dazed and disoriented, the shark was utterly caught off guard by the sudden assault. Seizing this rare opportunity, Bell quickly unleashed a deadly muddy wave. This time, he controlled the poison energy flawlessly, with no leakage, a testament to his rigorous training in the practice room. Goodbye, Bell murmured as the muddy wave struck its mark. The shark's skin began to corrode instantly, and the toxins coursing through its body delivered a swift, fatal blow. Watching the lifeless megalodon shark succumb to the poison, Bell felt a surge of satisfaction. His growing strength had amplified his toxic abilities, allowing him to take down this formidable opponent in just 3 moves. Wasting no time, he dragged his prey to the ocean floor and began feasting on his hard-earned prize. Though shark meat wasn't particularly tasty, it filled his stomach and gave him a sense of triumph. As for whether other predators might be drawn by the scent of blood, Bell was already prepared. His earlier toxic attack had infused the shark's corpse with a potent poison, masking the scent of blood. Any predator that caught a whiff would sense the poison and think twice before approaching this meal. After satisfying his hunger, Bell began pondering his next move. Having no clue where he was, he decided that cautious exploration was the best course of action. Let's take a look around and get familiar with the surroundings first, he thought. The next morning, Bell slowly swam out of the cave. After his exploration yesterday, he had become thoroughly familiar with the surrounding environment. This part of the ocean was abundant in resources, with an unusual proliferation of seaweed. However, such fertile grounds often concealed hidden dangers. A scan of the area confirmed his suspicions. This region was teeming with high-level spirits, all possessing at least green-tier talents, and some even boasting powerful blue-tier abilities. Although Bell himself was not weak, he dared not let his guard down in these waters. There was no guarantee that an even stronger spirit wouldn't suddenly appear. After weighing his options, he decided to leave. As for his destination, he already had a clear idea. From the moment he entered the ocean, the token of the vast sea within him had been guiding him in a specific direction. Now, that pull was stronger than ever, signaling that the vast sea palace was close at hand. Since he was already here, Bell resolved to investigate. However, he couldn't help but wonder whether Manaphy would welcome an uninvited guest like him. Recalling the scene when he was previously driven away, Bell felt a mix of awe and apprehension. Although it wasn't directed specifically at him, Manaphy's display of power had been nothing short of astonishing. It completely overturned his impression of the timid prince of the sea from the movie, revealing a terrifying strength. Then again, Bell shook his head at the thought, how could an animated portrayal compare to reality? Besides, the Manaphy in the movie had been a newborn, incomparable to its current form. Shaking off his distractions, Bell set out once more on his journey to find the vast sea palace. 3 days later, after navigating numerous obstacles, he arrived at a peculiar strait. The sight before him made him stop in his tracks. The seabed appeared as if it had been sliced cleanly in half, plunging into an endless abyss of darkness below. Not even sunlight could penetrate the layers of ocean water to illuminate the void. For reasons he couldn't explain, Bell's body instinctively resisted approaching the chasm. He didn't even dare entertain the thought of swimming closer, as though some terrifying presence might at any moment emerge from the depths to devour him. Frowning, he quietly retreated behind a large rock 3 meters away. In theory, he could swim over the strait from above, but as he glanced at his trembling body, beyond his control, he had to admit was afraid. For a deep-sea spirit to fear the darkness of the ocean floor, it was almost laughable. If anyone saw this, they'd surely die of laughter. But the token of the vast sea clearly indicated that this was the path he had to take. Even if he tried to find a detour, he'd still have to figure out a way forward. Just then, an idea struck Bell. If the fear stemmed from his vision and instincts, why not swim upward until the strait was out of sight, or until he no longer felt afraid? The thought brightened his mood. Perhaps this plan might just work. Bell crouched behind a massive boulder, cautiously peering at the strait ahead. The dark, unfathomable waters filled him with an instinctive unease. He quickly retreated to a distance where the strait was no longer visible before finally stopping. Yet, Even with the ominous view out of sight, the fear in his heart lingered, refusing to dissipate. Following the plan, Bell began to ascend slowly. As he rose, the surrounding light grew brighter, dispelling some of his dread. However, a subtle detail set off his alarm. This stretch of sea was unnaturally silent. Just as he emerged from the darkness below and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through him, making his entire body tense. A black laser tore through the water, aiming straight for him. Acting purely on instinct, Bell reacted in a split second, propelling himself away with a jet of water combined with his water gun. The laser grazed past him, its chilling aura sending shivers down his spine. A direct hit would have been catastrophic. With his heart pounding fiercely, Bell immediately shifted into combat mode. The enemy struck like a specter, vanishing as quickly as they attacked. Searching recklessly would only leave him vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, a sharp glint flashed in Bell's eyes. If the enemy has the advantage of hiding in the shadows, then let's level the playing field. Black ink mixed with purple toxins spread outward, enveloping the area. This perfect blend of smoke and poison was his key to turning the tide. Simultaneously, multiple shadow clones darted in different directions, creating more room for him to maneuver. The smoke obscured all vision, but Bell remained on high alert. What if the opponent didn't rely on sight to target him? Thankfully, the toxins would still disrupt their rhythm. Relying on his sharp combat instincts, Bell soon pinpointed a suspicious area. Sure enough, a faint, drifting figure flickered into view, a ghost-type spirit with deep green aptitude, level 39. A smirk tugged at Bell's lips as he unleashed a burst of purple, dissolving liquid. A piercing shriek confirmed the potency of his attack. This was Bell's prized racial ability, its power scaling with his poison level and far surpassing the fixed damage values of any game. Seizing the moment while his opponent writhed in pain, Bell conjured a sludge wave in his mouth. The purple energy coalesced into a precise projectile, striking the ghostly figure dead. Its frail form disintegrated into remnants, vanishing completely. Ding! A system notification immediately followed. Host has leveled up. Current level, LV41. As the system's notification sounded in his mind, a surge of warmth, more intense than ever before, coursed through Bell's body. This warm current, like a boiling hot spring, surged through his limbs and veins, signaling that he had finally broken through the level 40 barrier. As an experienced adventurer, Bell understood that surpassing level 40 marked the beginning of a new realm, a milestone that signified he had gained the strength to stand on his own. However, his extensive experience kept him grounded, and he maintained the caution that had always served him well. The advancement process took longer than usual, but the continuous flow of warmth helped him overcome an invisible bottleneck. The dispersed energy within his body steadily grew in activity and quality until crack. Bell's entire body trembled as a forceful aura burst forth, scattering the surrounding smoke in an instant. This feels amazing. Feeling the power brimming within him, Bell quickly summoned his system panel to check his stats. Host, Lala Algae Dragon Scale. Attributes, Poison Water. Level, LV41. Talent, Light Cyan. Trait, Adaptability. Skills, Tackle, Smoke Screen, Acid, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Shadow Clone, Tail Whip, Poison Tail, Protect, Sludge Wave, Toxic, Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Aqua Tail. As Bell marveled at his impressive new stats, the surrounding seawater inexplicably grew colder. This unusual phenomenon immediately heightened his alertness. Scanning his surroundings, his expression turned serious as his system panel flashed with detection data. Spirit, Drifty. Attributes, Water, Ghost. Level, LV38. Spirit, Puffy. Attributes, Water, Ghost. Level, LV45. The system was never wrong, which meant he was now surrounded by a group of ghost-type spirits. Sensing the danger, Bell acted swiftly, using his skills to boost his speed and darting toward the deep sea. Against an entire group of elusive ghost types, retreat was the only sensible choice. The moment Bell turned to flee, the Drifty tribe launched their attack. Several dark beams unmistakably mean look shot toward him from all directions. With agile lateral movements, Bell dodged repeatedly, determined not to fall victim to the immobilizing attack that had once left him helpless in a past life. In a flash, Bell unleashed multiple shadow clones, sending them scattering in different directions. The tactic worked perfectly, confusing the enemies and forcing them to fire aimlessly. Though the clones were gradually dispelled under the barrage, Bell had already gained considerable distance. Noticing that the Drifty below seemed completely unguarded in the deeper waters, Bell's heart leapt with anticipation. If I'm right, Drifty can't operate in the deep sea, he thought, dodging another mean look while calculating his next move. Above, the floating jellyfish-like creatures watched helplessly as the murderer of their kin was about to escape. Despite their fury, they were powerless. They realized that this opponent was extraordinarily elusivable to dodge every attack with precision, even with its back turned. As the figure swam deeper into the ocean, The creatures were forced to halt their pursuit. The water pressure in the depths was far beyond what their jellyfish-like bodies could endure. Like most jellyfish, they were confined to the upper layers of the sea. After noticing the absence of the pursuers behind him, Bell remained cautious and continued swimming toward the depths for some distance. Only when he was certain of his safety did he slow down, letting his body rise and fall gently with the current as he gasped for breath. Reflecting on the perilous situation he had just escaped, he couldn't help but shudder. Had he been surrounded by that group, he likely wouldn't have had the chance to fight back before meeting his end. After swimming for a long time, Bell finally stopped to survey his surroundings. In his frantic escape, he had swum so deep that he now had no idea where he was. As he glanced around, a patch of lush green seaweed ahead caught his attention. It inexplicably gave him a sense of familiarity. Driven by curiosity, Bell swam toward the seaweed patch. The closer he got, the stronger that indescribable sense of familiarity became. Just as he was about to reach it, a system panel suddenly popped up. Elf detected. Lalloweed attributes. Poison water type. Level 34. Talent. Deep green. Bell froze in place. At that moment, a Lalloweed emerged from the seaweed, staring blankly at him, its identical counterpart. Lalloweed? Are you the same kind as me? After confirming Bell's aura, the Lalloweed lowered its guard but soon looked puzzled. It was certain Bell wasn't part of its tribe, but in such a remote place, it was unlikely there were other Lalloweed tribes around. Where are you from? The Lalloweed asked, pulling Bell into the dense seaweed. In the perilous deep sea, one could never be too careful. I came from far away. Bell replied vaguely. After the incident with the Aqua Fleet, he could no longer recall his exact location. Besides, he had only been following the guidance of the ocean relic along the way. The Lalloweed glanced back at Bell, its eyes filled with skepticism. So you're a lone elf? No companions or tribe? Sensing the implied doubt in its words, Bell paused to think before responding. Aren't we Lalloweed solitary creatures? Do you actually have a tribe? Of course we do. The Lalloweed replied matter-of-factly. Our tribe lives right here in this dense seaweed. After assessing Bell's condition, it added, judging by your state, you were probably swept here by ocean currents. Well, you might as well stay and live with our tribe from now on. Hearing the other's words, Bell's mind seemed to momentarily freeze. Slowly organizing his thoughts, he suddenly realized that his understanding of the Lala algae had been fundamentally flawed from the start. If the Lala algae truly exist as a species, then why have I been facing such a harsh environment all alone since birth? Bell's voice carried a hint of confusion. The Lala algae initially showed a look of puzzlement, then a trace of pity flashed in its eyes. In a gentle tone, it explained, our kind grows under the protection of the group from the moment we hatch. In such a severe environment, survival is impossible without the support of the community. It paused briefly before continuing in a warm voice. Don't overthink it. Perhaps you were carried away by ocean currents and lost your memories. But don't worry now, our group will welcome you. Despite the algae's kindness, Bell sank into a deep sense of melancholy. Am I an orphan? This realization hit him hard. No parents, no community, no companions. This was the worst possible start. It was only now that Bell became acutely aware of his own resilience. To have survived and grown in such a hostile environment, enduring countless dangers, was an extraordinary feat that might have claimed the lives of many others. Hey, are you still listening to me? What's the outside world like? The voice of the Lala algae pulled Bell back to the present. Bell gently shook his head, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. Don't be curious. The outside world is far more dangerous than you can imagine. Hearing this almost elder-like admonition, the Lala algae nodded blankly. It noticed that Bell exuded a certain aura similar to that of their tribe's leader that instinctively inspired trust. Let's go? The leader will be so happy to see you, the algae said excitedly, pulling Bell toward the depths of the seaweed cluster. As they traveled, Bell was amazed to discover that the surrounding seaweed contained a subtle toxin. Not only did the toxin fail to harm him, but it also gave him a strange sense of familiarity. This was the distinctive toxin of the Lala algae tribe. Before long, they arrived at a submerged rocky mountain etched with signs of corrosion. The toxin concentration here increased sharply, yet instead of being affected, Bell felt an unusual comfort, as if this place were his natural habitat. Suddenly, Bell noticed something peculiar about the surrounding seaweed. These plants appeared to be in a state of near death, with a brownish and faint purple hue that closely resembled the appearance of the Lala algae. Bell pondered this, realizing that such colors seemed perfectly suited for the Lala algae to camouflage themselves. Strangely enough, these seemingly withered plants were, in fact, thriving and full of vitality, presenting a stark contrast to their decayed appearance. This contradiction led Bell to wonder what kind of plant this could be, as the potent toxins they contained even made him feel a slight sense of unease. The guide, Lalazeo, keenly observed every move Bell made along the way. To it, this was nothing out of the ordinary after all. This was the environment its kind had called home for generations. Suppressing his curiosity, Bell followed closely behind, arriving at the largest entrance of the small mountain. Erzeo, Chief, I brought back a lost kin. Lalazeo called out loudly. Before the words had fully left its mouth, several brownish heads poked out from the rugged openings within the mountain. In an instant, a large group of Lalazeos swam out of the caves, chasing and playing with one another in a scene of warmth and harmony. The sight struck a chord with Bell, who was accustomed to solitude. Images of the Butterfree clan from his past life flashed through his mind, reminding him of the loneliness he faced in this life. However, upon reflection, he realized he had never truly experienced such a sense of belonging. Most of his time had been spent striving for survival and strength. As Bell stood there, lost in thought, while watching the heartwarming scene of the clan, a unique figure emerged slowly from the large cave entrance. It was a spirit with a significantly different size and appearance. Bell's dragon-type bloodline stirred faintly in response. Focusing his gaze, the information of the spirit appeared before him. Toxic algae dragon. Type: poison dragon. Level: LV51. Talent: pale cyan. Toxic algae dragon chief. Type: poison dragon. Level: LV59. Talent: pale cyan. Seeing these 5 toxic algae dragons with an average level of 52, Bell couldn't help but admire their impressive potential. Once a dragon-type spirit matures, it is rarely weak. He recalled the game's setting where Lalazeo required level 48 to evolve, though in reality, evolution might occur around level 45. However, the fact that there were only 5 evolved toxic algae dragons among the clan left Bell deeply concerned. In such a large group, why were there so few successful evolutions? Scanning the other Lalazeo, he noticed with dismay that their talents were far inferior to those of the toxic algae dragons. This led him to suspect that the threshold for evolving into a toxic algae dragon might be much higher than anticipated. While Bell was observing them, the clan members were equally curious about this outsider. The chief slowly swam toward Bell and extended an invitation. Ersai, would you like to join us and live together with our clan? Through Lalazeo's recounting, the chief had already learned of Bell's situation. It felt sympathy for this innocent and unfortunate kin, but it also sensed the unusually vibrant dragon energy within Bell, reminding it of its own past. Judging from Bell's youthful appearance, the chief concluded that his talent was likely on par with its own. To the chief, welcoming Bell into the clan meant gaining a powerful toxic algae dragon, which would significantly bolster their overall strength. It understood that once Lalazeo evolved into toxic algae dragons, their power would undergo a qualitative leap, far surpassing that of ordinary spirits. However, just as the chief was envisioning a brighter future for the clan, Bell's response shattered its hopes. Sorry, but he'll be leaving in a little while. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.